What's past is past. Now that our fates are connected, you can't escape even if you want to. Maybe it was inappropriate to say these words at this time, but they could make Yu Shi'er feel at ease. Heal the panic and uneasiness caused by this accident. After all, Yu Shi'er only gained the power of the human king, but not the same firm will as the human king. Even though he looks strong on the outside, he is still sensitive on the inside. Brother Chila, it's okay. After her emotions were almost vented, Yu Shi'er finally felt how tightly Qilu held her. It felt like he was afraid that she would run away, with an irresistible force. This made Yu Shi'er's face feel a little hot when she woke up. It shouldn't be the time to talk about love now. I always feel that there are more important things to do. Are you sure it's enough? Qilu asked in return. People will always change, and being able to clearly understand one's own feelings is also a kind of growth. Then, hold me for a while longer? Yu Shi'er said hesitantly. Brother Qilu's embrace is so warm that I really can't bear to leave. If possible, I really want time to stop at this second. Why don't I master the law of time? Okay, it doesn't matter how long you want to hold me. Qilu naturally would not refuse. Although the war has already begun, it doesn't matter if it takes such a little time. After all, Yu Shi'er has already dealt with 3 enemies, and those are the 3 elders of the Immortal Alliance. So it's not a big problem to take a break now. Unfortunately, Yu Shi'er, who had just learned to be brave, still felt a little shy after burying her head in Qilu's arms. Even if you have made a decision and want to face your feelings, you still think about it when the matter comes. Otherwise, just wait. The timing still doesn't seem right. Enough. Really? Real. Oh well. Qilu smiled softly and let go of Yu Shi'er's arm, allowing her to make her own choice. After hugging her for so long, it was enough. However, this place was not a store after all, and it couldn't be quiet. The entire infinite battlefield was in a state of raging war. The battle between the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance has involved all other forces. Therefore, Yu Shi'er's responsibility is also quite important, so naturally she can't stay here forever. It's been so long since I last saw you, you've become a lot stronger. Even without me, you can protect yourself. Qilu rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, making her long, silky hair a little messy. Let Yu Shi'er look at Qilu with gentle eyes, and then put her hand on the back of Qilu's hand. In this case, I won't hold back, brother Qilu. No, you have never held me back. Qilu couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and then emphasized it seriously, never. Well, I understand. A beautiful smile bloomed on Yu Shi'er's face. Like an epiphyllum in the dark night, it is so dazzling that people cannot take their eyes away. However, the fighting continues, and the planning continues. Qilu didn't intend to reveal his identity so early. So after meeting Yu Shi'er, the two separated again. Then they left here in the dark and light, and rushed to the next battlefield together. Although this battle is the top combat power of the Eternal God Realm's targeted Sniper Immortal Alliance. But it is impossible to win every battle. It's hard for people to believe this kind of thing. No matter how good the plan is, it cannot keep up with changes. Especially in this kind of life and death battle, which changes rapidly, it is impossible to make a complete prediction. We can only try to increase the chance of winning. Therefore, after the war was ignited, although the Immortal Alliance initially killed many elders, but the Eternal Divine Realm is not completely without losses. Even though there are very few, there are still some elders who died in the war. In this way, it was time for both sides to support each other and compete in speed. Because the ordinary members are all involved in the war started by other forces, they will definitely be unable to spare their hands. Therefore, what ultimately determines the direction of the battle is just as expected by the Eternal God Realm. It's a mission for top combat power. But there is one thing to say, in fact, in the past battles, top combat power was also a huge deterrent. It's just that no force has ever had such courage before and dared to release all its top combat power in one go. With the mentality of failure or success, we engage in this kind of desperate battle. After all, the loss of top combat power was too great, which basically announced the demise of this force. Not anyone dares to make such a decision in a battle that risks the future OFAL members, and even their lives. This is also the biggest reason why countless forces are amazed by the actions of the eternal divine realm. Once a war breaks out, either you die or I die. But it was precisely because of this decision that it triggered a change in the situation on the entire infinite battlefield. It is said that a single move affects the whole body. If only a small force makes such a decision, it won't have much impact. But if a force at the level of eternal God realm makes such a decision, the impact will be completely different. You must know that in the introduction of the Ice Spirit Saint King, the eternal God realm and the Immortal Alliance are definitely the two most powerful forces in the infinite battlefield. Other than that, no one can challenge him. Therefore, in this war, we must be cautious and must not underestimate any enemy. Then Yu Shi's mission has not been completed yet, and the battle is still going on. However, after learning about Yu Shi's changes over the past few days, Qi Lu felt relieved a lot. With Qi Li's eyesight, it can certainly be seen that the inheritance of the human king that Yu Shi received has been completely integrated. After turning the power of the human king into her own, Yu Shi's strength can be considered to be somewhat comparable to that of the human king. Perhaps there is still a big gap between him and the human king at his peak. But it is more than enough to deal with the elders in the Immortal Alliance. And the most important thing is that the law of reincarnation seems to have some bonus in the infinite battlefield. The power exerted feels a little stronger. This also allows Qi Lu to not worry about Yu Shi's combat power at all. If you really want to calculate it, it is only a little worse than the Ice Spirit Saint King, and it is also at the top of the combat power. So what Qi Lu said before, in this plan, in addition to the Ice Spirit Saint King being the greatest advantage of the Eternal God realm, perhaps Yu Shi should also be added. It's really strange. The president of the Immortal Union seems to have never appeared. I heard that no one in the inner area has seen the president of the Immortal Union, so where is he? As the war continues to spread, the fighting continues. Qi Lu also discovered this problem. In fact, from the very beginning, Qi Lu discovered that the president of the Immortal Alliance had been missing. After questioning and inquiring, we can only know that the president went to a deeper area of the infinite battlefield. As for where exactly he went, no one knows. After all, the Immortal Alliance has stations in many areas of the infinite battlefield. Therefore, it is uncertain where the president of the Immortal Union will be. Let me talk about it here. There may be many elders of the Immortal Union, but there is only one president of the Immortal Union. Although there are many stations in the Immortal Union, not every station has to elect a president. It was only after inquiring in many ways to no avail that Qi Lu decided not to care about the president who had gone somewhere. Anyway, no matter how powerful the president of the Immortal Union is, there is only one person. The extra combat power is not an uncontrollable factor. Qi Lu chose not to reveal his identity, but he was actually waiting for the president of the Immortal Alliance to reveal himself. As the last hidden force, it is natural to take action at the most critical moment. Therefore, before the president of the Immortal Union appeared, Qi Lu had been hiding in the dark and did not choose to take action. The current situation is extremely chaotic. Even the members of the Immortal Alliance could not notice that their elder Qi Lu had long since left the battle. As for the other elders of the Immortal Alliance, it's really embarrassing, they are all in the middle of the battle. Who has the heart to think about anything else? Even these elders don't know how many elders have been killed in the Immortal Alliance. They just felt that the elders of the Eternal God realm were really a group of lunatics, who dared to attack them so boldly. If they return to the Immortal Union this time, they must let these madmen know. If you dare to offend the Immortal Alliance, what price will you pay? This also allows Qi Lu to stay away from the battlefield with peace of mind and observe the overall situation. The Eternal Divine Realm certainly has the upper hand. And as time goes by, the advantages gained will become greater and greater. Among them, the tyrannical fighting power of the Ice Spirit Saint King was of course indispensable. He went out to help and slaughtered a large number of Immortal United Elders. But one thing that is undeniable is that there are also extremely powerful elders in the Immortal Alliance. It also caused considerable losses to the Eternal Divine Realm. But this was already anticipated before taking action. When the war begins and the flames of war rage, the loss of these forces is inevitable. But as long as the power loss is within an acceptable range, it's fine. Because the elders of the Eternal God Realm also understand that if they continue to fight with the Immortal Alliance, they will definitely lose in the end. In this case, it is better to burn the boat once and make sure that you lose clearly. Or, get the final victory. You must be the new elder of the Eternal God Realm. It's unbelievable that he has such terrifying power. Yu Shi'er, who was in the middle of her 8th battle, was repelling the enemy when a voice suddenly sounded from behind. It was the voice of another elder from the Immortal Alliance. If Qi Lu were still here, he would have been able to tell that this voice was that of Elder Qingwen. The 8th battle means that Yu Shi'er has killed 7 elders of the Immortal Alliance. Only this time it was her turn to be besieged. Who are you? The elder of the Immortal Union? Yu Shi'er turned around, glanced at the visitor, and asked coldly. Although this war affected the entire infinite battlefield, the war spread to all major regions. However, all parties had a tacit understanding and did not disturb the elder-level battle between the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance. Because they know that in this war, the thing that controls the most core changes in this situation is the battle between the elders of the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance. Whoever wins will be the final winner. Therefore, no one from these forces, large or small, dared to disturb those elders. When Yu Shi'er asked this question, she was naturally trying to confirm whether the person coming was an elder of the Immortal Alliance. It is both a question and a warning. It means if you are not an elder of the Immortal Union, don't interfere in his battle. Qingwen, one of the oldest elders in the Immortal Alliance. It's not something that a new elder like you can compare to. Elder Qingwen snorted coldly. Being one of the oldest elders in the Immortal Alliance is indeed something that Qingwen is very proud of. The Immortal Alliance has been able to dominate the infinite battlefield for so long, and these veteran elders are indeed indispensable. Although there is no comparison with the founder of the Immortal Union. But it is much better than those newcomers who joined later. Since you are the elder of the Immortal Union, there is nothing more to say. If you want to fight, let's fight. When Yu Shi'er heard this, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. The enemy is the enemy, what else is there to say? This fighting style was probably influenced by Qi Lu. If you want to fight, then fight. It is useless to talk too much. Okay, it's really enjoyable. Since you want to seek death yourself, then I can't blame you. Elder Qingwen was of course very angry, and his tone of voice was naturally not polite. Previously, being attacked by the elders of the Eternal God Realm had already surprised Qingwen. Then during the battle, Elder Qingwen, whose combat prowess was at the forefront of the entire Immortal Alliance, was the winner as expected. After killing the attacker, Elder Qingwen learned the whole story as quickly as possible. Then comes the rage. How dare the Eternal God Realm take the initiative to attack the Immortal Union? Who gave them the courage to do such a thing? Aren't they afraid of death? However, within this short period of time, the entire infinite battlefield became chaotic. Forces large and small have joined in this war, and Elder Qingwen has also become aware of it. A major reshuffle of forces in the infinite battlefield is inevitable. And the hatred between the eternal divine realm and the immortal alliance, which has lasted for countless years, must come to a conclusion. Therefore, after confirming this situation, Elder Qingwen understood one thing. The key to ending the battle lies in the outcome between their elders. Whoever's elder can get out of the quagmire of the war first will be able to seize the next opportunity. Decide the next direction of the situation. Once you understand this, what you need to do next becomes quite clear. So Elder Qingwen decisively turned around and returned to the battlefield to support other elders in the Immortal Alliance who were trapped in a fierce battle and could not escape. This move immediately increased the casualties among the elders of the Eternal God realm. It also turned this battle, a single-target sniper battle against top combat forces, into a support-style melee. After the elders of the two major forces ended their battle, they began to rush towards other battlefields and continued to gather. The one-on-one duel eventually turned into a team battle. Beings such as Ice Spirit Saint King and Yu Shi'er, whose combat power is obviously at a higher level, are still in a wandering state. Because they resolved the battle so quickly, the other elders of the Immortal Alliance had no chance of supporting them. However, if you often walk by the river, there are some who don't get your shoes wet. Yu Shi'er was just a little slow this time, and was caught by Elder Qingwen. Elder Qingwen, you are finally here. If it were any later, you might never see me again. On the other side, the man who was slapped away by Yu Shi'er also came over and spoke out. This man had golden hair all over his body, standing up like steel needles, and he looked ferocious and terrifying. He is extremely thin and has a sinister appearance. When he walked over, Elder Qingwen glanced at him, and then said, "Golden-haired rat, I can't tell that you, who are usually so quiet, actually have such strength." After this battle, among the many elders of the Immortal Alliance, you can also be ranked at the forefront. Everywhere, Elder Qingwen takes care of you. The thin man, the golden-haired rat, said with a flattering smile. This guy is indeed one of the elders of the Immortal Alliance, and a member of the rat tribe. It's just that the rat race's physique is inherently weak, and they are also at a disadvantage when it comes to physical cultivation, so their combat power is not strong. But if there are shortcomings, there must be strengths. The ratman's physique is indeed not good, but speed is their strong point, and their ability to escape is top-notch. This is also the main reason why the golden-haired rat can last so long in Yu Shi'er's hands. He didn't come to fight at all, he just ran for his life. At this point, everyone may have thought of it. Yes, the golden-haired rat was not bumped into by Yu Shi'er until he had dealt with the first enemy he encountered. But in the process of escaping, he was met by Yu Shi'er, which led to this battle. Then, relying on superb escape skills, he has survived until now. That's why I was so flattering when I saw Elder Qingwen, who was the top combat power in the Immortal Alliance. After all, the strength gap between the elders is quite huge. Elders whose combat prowess can be ranked among the first-rate and those who are at the bottom are completely different things. Elder Qingwen claims to be one of the oldest elders, which is both his pride and fact. Of course the Golden Mouse wanted to please him. And what Elder Qingwen said just now is actually a kind of solicitation. Don't talk about anything else, let's just talk about this one. Qingwen has heard about the strength of the new elders in the Eternal God realm. In this battle, many elders of the Immortal Alliance were killed one after another, and their combat power was extremely terrifying. The fact that the golden-haired rat can sustain itself in this guy's hands for such a long time is enough to illustrate his ability. Even if the combat power is not strong, there must be something to be said for it. So it's always right to recruit people by the way. The meaning of Elder Qingwen's words was very clear, and the golden-haired rat naturally understood it. Therefore, the answer to Elder Qingwen was to accept the solicitation. As a low-ranking elder in the Immortal Union, the golden-haired rat is not qualified to be the leader of a faction. So the best choice is to follow a good backer. As for the strength of Elder Qingwen, it goes without saying. Now that he is soliciting money again, the golden-haired rat will certainly not refuse this kind offer. As for Elder Golden-haired Rat, the care you take is also a reflection of your ability. It's just a simple task for me here. Elder Qingwen felt better when he saw the golden-haired rat being sounderstanding. He waved his hand and spoke. During this conversation, Yu Shi'er was regarded as nothing. Yu Shi'er couldn't help but frown her beautiful eyebrows and said, "You guys, you really don't take me seriously. At this time, you are still talking about recruitment here. Do you think you will win? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you so anxious to seek death?" Elder Qingwen's words also confirmed Yu Shi'er's suspicion. They seemed to really think they had won. That's why it seems so easy. It's no wonder that Elder Qingwen thinks so, mainly because how long has it been since Yu Shi'er came to the infinite battlefield? How long has it been since you joined the eternal divine realm? How can he achieve his famous reputation without having any record at all? Although during this battle, Yu Shi'er did kill many elders of the Immortal Alliance. But in Qingwen's view, the opponents defeated by this new elder of the Eternal God realm were all guys who were not very famous. If thrown into the Immortal Union, he would only be considered a second-rate or third-rate elder, not a top-level elder. Naturally, he would not attach so much importance to Yu Shi'er's strength. However, it is one thing not to take it seriously. If a fight really breaks out, Elder Qingwen will not show mercy. In that case, I will help you. When Elder Qingwen said this, his eyes turned cold. In an instant, countless vines were biting towards Yu Shi'er like ancient giant snakes. The talent of the tree people seemed particularly powerful at this moment, and the giant vine snakes all over the sky were like a sudden violent storm. It's like a wave that covers the sky and the sun, coming from all directions. There is no way to avoid it. Yu Shi'er saw this and flicked her finger. A cloud of storm shot away like a sharp arrow and hit the giant rattan snake. Boom! Then there was a muffled sound. The giant rattan snake that attacked was naturally extremely tough, and Yu Shi'er's probing blow did not leave even the slightest trace. It's really a strange move. It's just some rattan, but it can be so hard. Yu Shi'er is not as knowledgeable and talented as Qi Lu, and does not have a deep understanding of the tree people. That's why you will test it before taking action. Putting it on Qi Lu, such a big flaw in the cane attack would probably appear in front of Elder Qingwen in the next moment. But Yu Shi'er also had her own coping skills. Seeing the giant rattan snake attacking, she naturally stopped mumbling. Stretch your hands forward, palms facing forward. Looking at this posture, it seems as if they are trying to prop up a high wall to stop these giant rattan snakes from moving forward. Of course, this is exactly the case, it's just that the materials that make up the high wall are not ordinary. The law of reincarnation, decay. A low shout was heard, and an invisible high wall suddenly erected around Yu Shi'er. If it could be revealed, you would be able to see that this circle of high walls is like a tall tower, completely surrounding Yu Shi'er, protecting all directions and corners without leaving any gaps. Boom! Then in the next second, giant rattan snakes all over the sky rushed up, making an earth-shattering noise. However, no matter how powerful the momentum was, these giant rattan snakes could not defeat Yu Shi'er's defense. The high wall surrounding Yu Shi'er was like an insurmountable chasm. As soon as these giant vine snakes collide, they will be swallowed up by the power of the law of reincarnation and turn into dead branches. Then, in the backlash caused by the huge impact, it turned into wood chips flying all over the sky. There is actually such a method, which is quite capable. No wonder they were able to kill so many elders. It turned out not that they were weak, but that they met their opponents. Needless to say, Elder Qingwen's vision goes without saying. Even if you don't recognize the law of reincarnation, you can still see the power of this force. Reincarnation is both a life-depriving process and a life-giving process. But it involves far more than just life and death. There are more treacherous forces involved. Therefore, there is an argument that the higher the level of law power, the more complex it appears. This makes it increasingly difficult to master. Because mastering the power of high-level laws is equivalent to mastering a large number of low-level laws. The difficulty has naturally increased exponentially. But similarly, it is precisely because of this that the higher the level of law, the more powerful it will be. This is the defensive method used by Yushir. It's not the complete power of reincarnation, it's just the deprivation of life. No matter how you say it, the giant rattan snake is still a plant. After being deprived of all its vitality, only broken dead branches are left. So it's not very difficult to defend against. However, the same method cannot be used to deal with those tyrannical demon gods. Just like Elder Qingwen personally took action and launched an attack, the ordinary wall of decay would not be able to withstand it. But the giant rattan snake summoned by Elder Qingwen only shared Elder Qingwen's physical strength at most. How could it be possible to share the cultivation realm of Elder Qingwen? It seems that these little tricks can't take you down. Then it's time for me to show some real skills. As an elder of the Immortal Union and a powerful demon, it is impossible to be unfamiliar with close combat. It's just that there are only a handful of enemies worthy of Elder Qingwen's personal action. For most of the enemies, Elder Qingwen only needs to use the natural abilities of the tree people to deal with them. Therefore, when Elder Qingwen decided to take action personally, it meant that he was getting serious. Naturally, Golden Mouse has heard of this. But this is the first time I have seen Elder Qingwen take action with my Aonis. Before, there were canes like rain, wooden piles like forests, and surrounded by plants all over the sky. The enemy was dead. At this moment, the situation is different. Elder Qingwen, I wonder if you need a little help from me. So the golden-haired mouse hurriedly stepped forward and asked aloud. I just want to refresh my sense of existence. Elder Qingwen glanced at the golden-haired rat and said nothing, but the meaning in his eyes was already obvious. Play it by ear. Demon gods don't pay much attention to benevolence, justice, and morality. Not to mention that the eternal god realm is the first to attack the Immortal Alliance. So fighting alone or whatever, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is the victory of the Immortal Union. Besides, this is not an agreed challenge, nor is it an arena match, but an encounter. How to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible is the first consideration. Encirclement is only a trivial matter. Therefore, Elder Qingwen did not hesitate. While attacking, a set of wooden armor was already wrapped around his body. It's strange to say, why would a tree man wear wooden armor? Don't you think it doesn't match? But Yushir has no time to consider such details. When Elder Qingwen took action personally, the feeling of oppression suddenly became much heavier. Even though Elder Qingwen is a member of the Tree People tribe, he doesn't fade the sluggish feeling of ordinary tree people at all. On the contrary, the speed is unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of you. So fast. Yushir's pupils shrank suddenly, but her body movements were not slow. After all, it was also taught by Qi Lu. Even though he was practicing the way of the Lord God, he never fell behind in close combat. Facing Elder Qingwen's surprise attack, even though Yushir had a hard time dealing with it, she was by no means powerless to fight back. In addition, the law of reincarnation condensed in every attack made Elder Qingwen restrained. The lethality of the law of reincarnation does not need to be overemphasized. As long as the level of cultivation is not as good as one's own, all vitality can be deprived of in an instant. Transformed into the realm of reincarnation, it can leverage the world rules off the infinite battlefield and directly take away the lifespan of the target. And when faced with beings whose cultivation realm is not weaker than his own, or even better, the law of reincarnation can also cause a lot of trouble. Even if life deprivation cannot be completed at once, it is by no means completely ineffective. After personally experiencing the power of the law of reincarnation, Elder Qingwen also understood that it was better not to touch it unless necessary. This scene actually made the golden-haired mouse stunned. Since when did Elder Qingwen take action himself? He would actually bear strained. It turns out that the new elders of the eternal God realm are so strong. In this way, if I can help Elder Qingwen kill this guy, it will be my vote. Then his position in the immortal union is secure. Thinking of this, the golden-haired mouse suddenly became excited. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a handful of golden hairs from his body. The roots were like steel needles, hard and sharp. This is one of the golden-haired rat's attack methods. The golden fur of the golden-haired rat is said to be due to an accident in the early years when he was still in the Tianji domain. He swallowed some special treasures of heaven and earth, and what was formed turned into golden fur. This is also where the name golden-haired rat comes from. This golden fur has allowed the golden-haired rat to save itself from danger many times. Not only is its defense power unparalleled and indestructible, these plucked golden hairs can also be used as weapons. Well, it should be said that a concealed weapon is more appropriate. Even if the extremely hard golden hair is thrown into the Tianji realm, it can still be regarded as a top forging material. If it were thrown into a lower plane, it would probably be a God-given weapon with indestructible properties. Of course, there is no need to worry about the golden-haired rat plucking too many hairs and turning into a bald rat. These golden hairs grow very fast. Go! Shwa shwa! As the golden-haired mouse shouted, a sound broke through the air, and the golden hair that it took out turned into golden light. So fast that there is almost no reaction time. Every golden hair whizzing away was aimed at Yu Shi'er, who was fighting. Even though the golden-haired rat is incompetent in combat and has a first-rate ability to escape, he is still one of the elders of the Immortal Alliance. How could he not have any ability at all? If he really had no ability at all, then the golden-haired mouse would not be able to become this elder. Therefore, although the golden-haired rat's hidden weapon skills are inconsistent with the fighting style of most demons, but it is indeed the best in the world. The opportunity he seized was just right. It was just when Yu Shi'er and Elder Qingwen were fighting each other, and there was no time for him to care. After all, Yu Shi'er is different from Qi Lu. Even if her fighting skills are exquisite, her fighting consciousness is superb. But the experience of facing powerful enemies is still too little. Completely unlike Qi Lu, all the fighting skills he possesses are lessons learned through blood and have completely turned into instinct. That's why we can be invincible. At this moment, Yu Shi'er faced the plot of the Golden Retriever and the sudden Golden Retriever attack. For a moment, I couldn't think of any way to dodge, so in a hurry, I could only take it hard. The condensed law of reincarnation turned into armor, blocking the front. It's a pity that the power of reincarnation is not as effective on dead objects as it is on living creatures. After all, Yu Shi'er is not a human king. She cannot bring heaven and earth into the scope of reincarnation and let her drive her. It can be seen that there is still a long way to go for Yu Shi'er to learn. However, although the effect is a little worse, it is still somewhat effective. Yu Shi'er's hasty response also blocked most of the golden-haired steel needles, reducing a large number of threats. But there were still a few golden-haired steel needles that penetrated Yu Shi'er's defense and fell on her body. The powerful penetrating power allows the gold-haired steel needle to pass through the body. Dash. There was a burst of blood. Damn, I almost forgot, there is another enemy. Yu Shi'er gritted her teeth, but fortunately, she avoided all the vital points at the last moment. Although the golden hair steel needle caused some injuries, they were basically minor injuries, with no major problems. It's just that the blood that overflowed from the wound dyed the clothes red, making Yu Shi'er look miserable. I was actually blocked. It seems that I was right in choosing to escape. When the golden-haired mouse saw this scene, he couldn't help but think in his heart. Bully the weak and fear the strong, just like the fox, pretending to be Thedger's power. The golden-haired rat is very good at this kind of thing. When he encounters Ottawug's situation, he runs away quickly and is still complacent. After all, being able to escape from a strong enemy is a skill, isn't it? As long as the green hills are there, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. The reaction speed is good. I didn't expect that you still have the strength to resist these attacks. Elder Qingwing narrowed his eyes and sneered, half mocking and half praising. Humph, I still have the power to deal with you. Yu Shi'er also snorted coldly and replied. There was no accusation of this sneak attack. Because everyone knows that in this kind of life and death battle, those who have to decide between life and death will of course use any means. The war was cruel and dark, and there was never any glamour. What is recorded is nothing more than high-sounding words. Only the final winner is the real justice. In this case, there is nothing despicable, as long as you work hard to win, that's enough. Haven't you heard the saying, a war never tires of deceit? It says it all. I think it would be more appropriate to wait until you actually do it before saying this. Elder Qingwing said with disdain. The demon god has always had contempt for the Lord God. I feel that these guys who only consume the power of law are not qualified combatants at all. However, they probably would not admit that in the eyes of the Lord gods, these reckless men did not know how to fight at all. Therefore, the contempt chain is a circle. When you despise others, you don't know whether others will despise you. But it doesn't matter. If this happens, the solution is very simple. Just have a fight. Whoever wins is entitled to continue to despise the other party. After all, the dead don't express their opinions. But Yu Shi'er doesn't care about this. Her mission is to destroy these enemies, and it has nothing to do with anything else. I'll do it, and I'll do it soon. Trust you, you won't wait long. Yu Shi'er slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the power of the law of reincarnation enveloped the wound. The air of death is gone, and life is spreading. The wounds caused by the golden-haired steel needles healed quickly. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Yu Shi'er's body. It's like a tsunami, coming towards you. The law of reincarnation, eternal advance. This is an ability that is rarely used in the law of reincarnation. Use the power of reincarnation to pave the way forward, temporarily increase your own strength, and kill enemies by leapfrogging levels. To put it figuratively, it means burning down the boat. After the blessing of the power of reincarnation disappears, the caster will also be weak for a period of time. Generally speaking, it is not a commonly used method. But this time, Yu Shi'er could feel that the enemies in front of her were not as easy to deal with as the previous ones. There is no way. Qingwing is also one of the elders in the Immortal Alliance who truly stands at the top of their combat power. Compared with Qila, it is indeed a bit worse. But compared with Yu Shi'er, it's not bad. Coupled with the fact that the golden-haired rat was nearby and made sneak attacks from time to time, he naturally had the upper hand. Yu Shi'er also saw this and decided to use this move, hoping to end the battle as soon as possible. And it's absolutely worth it. Because, whether it is the Eternal God Realm or the Immortal Alliance, the number of top combat powers that can truly surpass other elders is extremely limited. If Yu Shi'er could exchange for Elder Qingwing's life at the cost of being weak for a period of time, that would definitely be profitable for the Eternal God Realm. After all, the weak state can be relieved. However, if his life is gone, he is really gone. So once you decide to do this, you can't hesitate, otherwise the longer it takes, the harder it will be. Is it a secret technique to temporarily increase your strength? Interesting. Although it is very useful, it should be time-limited and have side effects. Regarding his opponent's sudden and abnormal burst of momentum, Elder Qingwen could see the details at a glance. This secret technique of temporarily increasing strength is not a rare thing. Just like some monsters in the infinite battlefield, the burst of energy and blood they can use is actually a kind of secret technique. Although there are some differences in principle, the effect is actually the same. Therefore, Elder Qingwen's expression also became cautious. Even knowing that this secret technique has a time limit, it also has side effects. However, that was also after the secret technique ended. At least while the secret technique lasts, the opponent's strength has truly become stronger and must not be underestimated. Although your secret technique is very useful, you are still too young to use this method to defeat me, Elder Qingwen said, and the speed of the attack accelerated again. The light and shadow flowed, and in an instant, thousands of shots had been taken. Moreover, the power carried by each attack is enough to break mountains apart, which is extremely terrifying. At the same time, giant vine snakes all over the sky appeared again, accompanying Elder Qingwen's attack and surrounding them from all directions. The airtight attack covered every corner, leaving no gaps at all. Since the enemy has even used secret techniques, of course he must give him enough respect. However, Yu Shi's reaction seemed extremely calm. Even though the incoming attack was close at hand, the expression on his face did not change at all. Instead, he said in a calm tone, "Reincarnation is also a kind of relief, and it is also a new choice. Now, this choice is before you, why not give it a try?" "What are you saying?" Elder Qingwen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. But before he could react, Yu Shi had already raised her hand, and the condensed power of the law of reincarnation was like a volcano ready to explode. At this moment, it exploded with a boom. Immediately, a substantial circle of air waves formed, suddenly spreading out towards the surroundings. The law of reincarnation, life and death, are intertwined. Call. At this moment, it was as if the world and the earth had stopped. The spreading power of the law of reincarnation rages in all directions, with unparalleled impact. The giant vine snake that cooperated with Elder Qingwen's attack once again turned into dead branches, and then under the terrifying impact, turned into sawdust all over the sky, flying in the wind, and finally, it was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. Even Elder Qingwen could not resist this terrifying force at this moment. The intertwining power of life and death cuts off all life. The closer you are to Yu Shi, the greater the terror you need to endure. This was the reason why Yu Shi didn't look panicked at all, because there was no need at all. The power enhanced by the law of reincarnation is by no means comparable to ordinary desperate secret techniques. On this point, Elder Qingwen had completely miscalculated. Even after Elder Qingwen discovered that Yu Shi had used a secret technique, he had already become cautious subconsciously. But in the face of absolute power, prudence and vigilance cannot solve the fundamental gap. It's not a boast, it would be a shame if the person fighting Elder Qingwen at this moment was the human king. Then the whole process is simple. Facing a human king who is willing to attack with all his strength, if Elder Qingwen can withstand even one attack, he will win. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The human king is an existence that truly stands at the pinnacle. Perhaps compared with the immortal demon, he is on the same level. However, it is a pity that the human king does not know about the immortal demon. The immortal demon also does not know the existence of the human king. This is also the regret that the two most powerful geniuses of the era cannot meet. Although Elder Qingwen is not facing a human king at this moment, he is also not an immortal demon. How terrifying is the intertwining power of life and death! At this moment, even the world became dark. Between life and death, heaven and earth seemed to alternate between day and night. The endless aura of terror spread to the surroundings, completely shrouding Elder Qingwen, leaving no escape route. The golden-haired rat in the distance also did not escape this disaster. There was no time to react. At the same time that the golden-haired mouse sensed the danger, the dim world and terrifying shadows had already covered him. Yu Shi'er, who had fought against the golden-haired rat before, how could she ignore this guy who was good at escaping? Therefore, this move is directly an indiscriminate large-scale attack. Don't ask for a sure kill with one hit, but ask for an absolute impossibility off dodging. The intertwining of life and death is the time when vitality is lost and the air of death spreads. The moment the domain was formed, Elder Qingweng's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Puff! What a terrifying power, you actually possess such a powerful secret technique. Even though he was vigilant and subconsciously started to guard against Yu Shi'er's attack, he was seriously injured. This is what Elder Qingweng finds most incredible. Although the secret technique to temporarily increase one's own strength is not uncommon, the secret technique that can increase so much power in one breath is truly unheard of and unseen. Today is an eye-opener and I have gained a lot of knowledge. It's just that the price of gaining knowledge is a bit painful, which can be said to be difficult to accept. When the power of life and death hit Elder Qingweng, it directly killed half of his life. There is no exaggeration. This is the power of a full blow after Yu Shi'er temporarily increases her strength. Even Elder Qingweng, who ranks at the top of the Immortal Alliance, cannot bear it. Although the people of the tree tribe are born with strong vitality. But I can't afford to spend it like this. The ripples swept past, making Elder Qingweng's appearance look much older. The loss of vitality made Elder Qingweng even more uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood even though he had already vomited once. But this uncomfortable feeling did not get better at all. As for the golden-haired rat, whose strength is far less than that of Elder Qingweng, it will be miserable. When the terrifying power of life and death spread over, the golden fur rat's spiky golden hair seemed to be completely rusty. Under the ensuing impact, it was shattered into a pile of powder. He really turned into a bald rat. But this is just an external manifestation. The real fatal blow to the golden-haired rat lies in the loss of vitality. The crushing force of the law of reincarnation invaded the golden-haired rat's body and wiped out all his vitality. This kind of attack is simply impossible to resist when there is a gap in cultivation level. It can be called an instant death effect. Such is the power of law. For a strong person who has the ability to resist, it is not a force that is difficult to deal with. But for the weak who are unable to resist, it is a real reminder of death. The moment when the god of death's scythe hangs high above his head and he swings it out with all his strength. It's the time of death. No. The golden-haired rat can feel death approaching, which is the despair brought about by the intertwining power of life and death. Sometimes, instant death may be a gift, and instant death may be a mercy. Because the depression of waiting for darkness to fall is never a good feeling. Especially when there is nothing you can do. However, Yu Shi'er didn't have the mercy to be merciful. The moment she took action, whatever the outcome was, she just let nature take its course. So at this time, the thing that the golden-haired mouse regrets most is, why didn't he escape? Why are you still waiting to die in this place? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret medicine, even on an infinite battlefield. When you make a wrong choice at a fork in your life, you must learn to pay the price for your choice. Even if the price is your own life. Therefore, the fate of the golden-haired mouse is doomed. Under the attack of the power of life and death, he fell down without any accident. Then it turned into a pile of withered bones, with no chance of waking up. This is also the main reason why Yu Shi'er uses this move, but it is impossible for the enemy to dodge. If we don't deal with this guy who likes to hide in the dark and do dirty tricks first, who knows what else he will do in the next battle and where he will lead the situation of this battle. I actually asked you to kill an elder again. You deserve to die. Elder Qingwen could feel the disappearance of the golden-haired rat's aura, and he couldn't help frowning and speaking coldly. The golden-haired rat was an elder he had recruited, and he was considered a member of his own faction, but now he was lost here. Then Elder Qingwen would naturally feel a little unhappy. But more importantly, he was still afraid of Yu Shi'er. I didn't expect that the new elders of the Eternal God Realm would be so powerful. He holds such a terrifying secret technique in his hand, which can increase his strength to an unmatched level in a short period of time. So of course I have to say 2 harsh words to embolden my courage. Moreover, Elder Qingwen also understands that the more powerful the secret technique is, the greater the side effects will be after it ends. So the easiest way to deal with the guy in front of you is to wait until the effect of her secret technique ends. However, how to delay it until that time is a big problem. Am I supposed to die? Haha, it's just a mouse that was killed casually. Don't worry, you will be the next one to die. Don't be so anxious. Yu Shi'er spoke slowly, trying to make her breathing as even as possible, also to gather strength. Using the law of reincarnation to enhance one's own strength has a powerful effect, and the side effects are only weakness for a period of time. Compared with the energy and blood bursts of those Warcraft, it is much stronger. But do you mean there are no shortcomings? Of course that's the case, it just lasts a bit shorter and can't sustain a long battle. So Yu Shi'er didn't want to use such nonsense to let the enemy delay. But after gathering enough strength, he took action again. But this time, it's not a huge, indiscriminate, large-scale attack like life and death. After all, Elder Qingwen has been consumed in a wave, and with his strength greatly damaged, it is much easier to deal with him. At least, he won't be allowed to dodge this attack. End this life and fall into reincarnation. This blow will determine life or death. Yu Shi'er whispered in her mouth, raised her right hand, extended her index finger, and pointed at Elder Qingwen. The power of the law of reincarnation condensed into a sharp arrow shot out, completely locking the target, and there was no way to dodge it. This sound was like a death sentence. The sharp arrow that turned into substance was also reflected in Elder Qingwen's eyes, getting closer and closer. If it hits, it will definitely be another withered skeleton. However, at this critical moment, a black shadow flashed past. Boom! After hearing a muffled sound, the sharp arrow of reincarnation was just in front of Elder Qingwen's eyebrows. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces. It really shocked Elder Qingwen into a cold sweat. Is there anyone else? Yu Shi'er was also shocked, knowing that this must be another elder of the Immortal Alliance. The enemy's support was too fast. In a short period of time, reinforcements arrived one after another. This is really the worst-case scenario. Originally, Yu Shi'er wanted to leave here quickly after taking care of Elder Qingwen. Then go back to the Eternal Divine Realm to rest for a while and get over your weak state. Who would have thought that the Immortal Alliance would have reinforcements coming again? It just happened to be at this time. The blessing of the law of reincarnation is about to end. If you enter a weak state, let alone defeat the enemy in front of you, whether you can leave alive is a question. Just when Yu Shi'er was in shock and doubt, a man as strong as a bear, with muscles all over his body and dark skin suddenly appeared in front of Elder Qingwen like a bolt of lightning. His face was square, like a knife cutting an axe, and his eyes were cold and stern, like falling frost. The body, which only wore an animal skin skirt, was covered with strange scars that looked like they had been struck by lightning. It made his tough temperament even more fierce. It's you. After Yu Shi'er saw the man's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although this guy is the first time Yu Shi'er has seen him, there is information about him in the Eternal Divine Realm. And it's also marked with special attention. Among the Immortal Alliance, there is an elder whose combat power is so strong that he can be ranked among the top 3, the Thunder Tiger. It is rumored that he once tempered his body with the thunder of heaven and earth, and the scars left on his body are the best proof. Moreover, in its past achievements, the Thunder Tiger also fought against the president of the Eternal God Realm and escaped unscathed. Countless strong men died in his hands. It can be said that in the entire Immortal Union, there are only a few elders who really need special attention. And Thunder Tiger is definitely one of them. This is undoubtedly making things worse for the current situation. If only an ordinary elder from the Immortal Alliance came, then Yushir could still find a way to leave. After all, Elder Qingwing has been seriously injured and is definitely not willing to continue fighting. However, what happened to appear was the Thunder Tiger. This time, it was dangerous. Qingwing, when did you become such a waste? Facing such an opponent, you will be seriously injured. The Thunder Tiger that suddenly appeared did not pay attention to the opponent in front of him, but glanced at Elder Qingwing and said coldly. There was no mockery in his tone, just his usual indifference. As if stating a fact. The new elder of the Eternal God Realm has incomplete information. However, Elder Qingwing did not refute Thunder Tiger's words, but frowned and spoke. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Thunder Tiger calling him a waste, his skills were inferior to others, and it was difficult to argue with him. If other elders dare to say that to him, they must be educated. Let those who don't know the heights of heaven and earth know the superiority and inferiority of the Immortal Union. Can you even make such a poor excuse? You've probably really become a waste. The Thunder Tiger shook his head, his tone still not sarcastic, but more harsh than sarcastic. But after saying this, the Thunder Tiger didn't say any more, but looked at Yushir. If you can defeat Qingwing, you should be pretty good. I wonder if you can let me have a good fight. Although his tone was cold, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. This sentence is not sarcastic or contemptuous, but sincere. Because it can be known from the information that the guy who dares to temper his body with the thunder of heaven and earth must not be a normal person. It can also be seen from Thunder Tiger's past achievements that he is a martial arts fanatic who loves fighting. Otherwise, he would not challenge the president of the Eternal God Realm. Therefore, for the Thunder Tiger, the existence of the Immortal Union is actually not important. What's more important is whether he is happy and whether there is a battle that can make him happy. This is also the reason why the Thunder Tiger has stayed away from this war so far. Ordinary opponents are no longer in the eyes of the Thunder Tiger. Previously, the Thunder Tiger had heard that in the Eternal Divine Realm, there was a guy who knew the law of ice. He was very powerful and could kill the elders of the Immortal Alliance everywhere. He could fight, and he was currently looking for that guy. However, during the search process, I unexpectedly felt the power fluctuations in this world. So on a whim, I decided to come and have a look. Then I discovered that there was someone here who could defeat Elder Qingwing. He must have two brushes. In this case, the Thunder Tiger can't let it go, it must fight with it and try its skills. Then it became what it is now. You guys are really good at picking your time. Yushir was not in the mood to answer Thunder Tiger's words. A good fight? If Yushir had not been consumed yet and was still in full strength, she might still be able to have a hearty battle with the Thunder Tiger. But now, even the blessing of the law of reincarnation is about to disappear, and he will soon enter a weak state. How could it be the opponent of Thunder Tiger? Is it really true that the Thunder Tiger's illustrious reputation was just blown away? Pick a time? No. Since I, the Thunder Tiger, became famous, I have never taken advantage of others' danger. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Tiger roared angrily, and then swung out a punch, smashing the void beside him on the spot. Then a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were taken out from the space cracks. I know that the secret technique you have performed will soon end, and then you will have to suffer the side effects of the secret technique. So I'll help you recover, you just need to fight me. We are both superior and inferior, and we are also deciding between life and death. Elder Qingwen, who was watching this scene, was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. One thing to say, what Elder Qingwen wants to say most right now is, "Are you mentally ill? Since it's a matter of life and death, why would you wait for the enemy to recover if you just take action? You seem heroic, right?" If it weren't for the fact that his strength was not as good as the Thunder Tiger, Elder Qingwen would have wanted to punch the Thunder Tiger right now. Then open this guy's Tianling cap and see what stuff this guy has in his head. It's not all muscle, is it? Is what you said true? Not to mention Elder Qingwen, even Yu Shi'er found it a bit unbelievable. Although the basic information about the Thunder Tiger is recorded in the information library of the Eternal God Realm, and is marked with special attention, positioning the Thunder Tiger as a standard dangerous character. However, there is really no mention in the intelligence database about the character of Thunder Tiger. All I know is that the Thunder Tiger is war-loving and aggressive, but not a bloodthirsty person. Although he acts unruly, he is still fairly upright. Now Yu Shi'er has realized what it means to act unruly and be upright. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of fact, whatever comes to mind is whatever comes to mind. Of course, tell the truth, Thunder Tiger said indifferently. Then, with a single push of his palm, he pushed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures suspended in front of him to Yu Shi'er. You know, the Thunder Tiger is a long-established strong man on the infinite battlefield, possessing countless treasures of heaven and earth. Compared with a newcomer like Yu Shi'er, his family background is extremely rich. There is no way who let Yu Shi'er come to the infinite battlefield for such a short time. I didn't even have time to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, this does not prevent Yu Shi'er from knowing the functions of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, I have been following the Ice Spirit Saint King for a while, and I still have quite a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Now that I have seen so many treasures of heaven and earth, out of caution, after identifying them one by one, I found that there was no tampering with them. Then he handed over his hand and said, "In that case, I will thank you for your kindness." "Need not," the Thunder Tiger replied calmly. "The sooner you recover, the sooner our battle can begin." Hearing these words, Elder Qingwen felt his head hurt. This was not a stubborn thing, it was clearly a lack of heart. Now there is such a good opportunity to kill the new elders of the Eternal God Realm, but you choose not to take action. They still had to wait until the opponent recovered before starting the battle. "Is your kid an undercover agent?" "Qingwen, I see that your injuries are not serious. Do you want to leave first?" However, the Thunder Tiger could not hear what Elder Qingwen was thinking, so he just glanced at him and asked, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll just stay here and watch." Elder Qingwen replied calmly. "I also added something in my mind. Who knows if you are an undercover agent or if you let people run away on purpose? If I don't keep an eye on you here, can I rest assured? That's up to you." After hearing this, the Thunder Tiger said no more, but quietly waited for Yu Shi'er to recover. If the weak state brought about by the temporary strengthening of the law of reincarnation is restored naturally, it may take several days. But with the help of a large number of natural resources, the recovery time can be greatly shortened. If the enemy has such good intentions, Yu Shi'er will naturally not refuse. It's just hard to imagine that there could be such a gentlemanly elder in the Immortal Union. Or especially noted dangerous character, the Thunder Tiger. However, this information did not appear in the information library of the Eternal God Realm. Perhaps it was because most of the opponents who had fought against the Thunder Tiger were dead. According to records, among the targets targeted by the Thunder Tiger, the only one who survived and fought and defeated the Thunder Tiger was the President of the Eternal Divine Realm. That was also the only failure of the Thunder Tiger in the battle on the infinite battlefield. In addition, all the enemies of Thunder Tiger will not survive. This is one of the reasons why there is so little information about the Thunder Tiger. Naturally, no information about personality was recorded. As you wished, I have fully recovered. Now, let's fight. Since the Thunder Tiger keeps its promise and does not take advantage of others' danger, Yu Shi'er will naturally not break his promise. What the Thunder Tiger wants is a hearty battle, so that's the one with him. But, when I think about the first sentence, it's a matter of life and death, it's the difference between superiority and inferiority, why doesn't it feel right? If this is really the case, then how did the Thunder Tiger escape from the hands of the President of the Eternal Divine Realm? This probably doesn't fit with his style. Of course, under the current circumstances, this question must not be asked. At least wait until the fight is over before asking. Otherwise, it would sound like a mockery. Good. Then, I've learned the lesson. The Thunder Tiger took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said. Compared to those unscrupulous monks, the Thunder Tiger is more like a warrior with complete etiquette. Don't talk about sneak attacks, don't do secret calculations, be upright and aboveboard. Please. Yu Shi'er also clasped her fists. This means that you are ready. Boom. In an instant, there was only a loud sound, like thunder. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger had crossed the space and arrived in front of Yu Shi'er. With a loud punch, there was a hunting sound, a roar like the shattering of the void, extremely harsh. The wind of the fist is like a tsunami, and the intention of the fist is like the power of heaven. This is the strength of the Thunder Tiger, and it must be a top-notch demon. This is also the reason why the Thunder Tiger is aboveboard and never takes advantage of others' danger. He has extreme confidence in his own strength. When fighting, you never need to take advantage of others' danger, that's what villains do. The law of reincarnation aging. Yu Shi'er was shocked at how powerful this force was, but her reaction speed was not slow. Yu Shi'er, who has fully recovered, is still not as strong as the Ice Spirit Saint King and Qi Lu, but she is still among the top ranks in the infinite battlefield. She will not be unable to fight back against the Thunder Tiger. Therefore, before the wind of the fist is approaching and the intention of the fist arrives, the power of the law of reincarnation is condensed into Ashield. Birth, old age, illness, and death are all the paths of reincarnation. Facing the Thunder Tiger, directly using the power of life and death, would be difficult to achieve its intended effect. Because the more powerful the target is, the greater the consumption required to directly determine life and death. And if it doesn't have the desired effect, it means the gain outweighs the loss. So the weakening of aging is actually better. When the Thunder Tiger's fist force pressed against the realm, like a dragon's fist in tension, and struck Yu Shi'er's condensed shield, the power of aging also began to take effect. Weakening and dying like a cocoon is being peeled off is the meaning of aging. It is the function of this shield to wear away the incoming fist wind and fist spirit bit by bit. You are indeed a good opponent. My waiting is not in vain. The Thunder Tiger's eyes lit up, and he didn't feel any displeasure at all because his attack was blocked. Instead, I felt like I had met an opponent, and I became excited. However, Yu Shi'er didn't reply. Because through this exchange of blows, she could feel that the Thunder Tiger was not a level stronger than Elder Qingwen. No wonder Elder Qingwen was called a waste by the Thunder Tiger and did not dare to refute. It turned out that the gap was so big. Therefore, Yu Shi'er cannot be distracted in this battle. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er's combat skills and combat awareness are not bad, and she is not unable to fight back when facing the Thunder Tiger. The power of the law of reincarnation can somewhat make the Thunder Tiger have some scruples. However, compared to the restrictions on Elder Qingwen, it is far behind. At the level of Thunder Tiger, with such a strong physical body, it is probably difficult to leave even the slightest trace of the power of ordinary laws. It can really be called invulnerable to all laws. Unless you can fully master the power of a certain law, you can still fight against it. However, Yu Shi'er's mastery of the law of reincarnation, even if ice inherited from the king of humans, cannot reach perfection now. That's why when facing the thunder tiger, I feel helpless. Even if they want to distance themselves, use the power of the law of reincarnation to consume the power of the thunder tiger, and then engage in a decisive battle. But how could the thunder tiger let Yu Shi get her wish? Boom. Once again, the shield of reincarnation power condensed by Yu Shi was smashed, and the terrifying fist wind also impacted Yu Shi. Puff. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Yu Shi also flew out. The thunder tiger punched and looked at the wrinkles on his arms, which were the traces of aging. The physical body is the foundation of physical cultivation. Aging, for the devil, should not exist. But under the power of the law of reincarnation, this kind of thing seems a bit difficult to resist. The terrifying power of the law can actually affect my physical condition. The thunder tiger clenched his fist and spoke slowly. Any demon god can completely grasp the changes in his own situation, exactly. Although the power of the law of reincarnation cannot instantly deprive the thunder tiger of his life, it can slowly devour his vitality. Let him go from the peak to twilight. This is also what makes thunder tiger feel scary. The elder who is enough to be ranked among the top 3 in the immortal union is indeed well-deserved. Yu Shi in the distance also wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke as if to herself. However, what Yu Shi didn't know was. In fact, in the information library of the Eternal God Realm, the information about the Thunder Tiger is already outdated. The Thunder Tiger, who had challenged the President of the Eternal Divine Realm and escaped unscathed, was no longer the same as before. Because no third person saw that battle. So no one knows that the recorded escape intact only refers to escape alive. That time was the Thunder Tiger's only failure and the closest to death. Survival is considered a success. Then on the verge of death, break and stand again. It can be said that the only failure was also an opportunity for Thunder Tiger to improve his strength again. Therefore, it can be said that the current Thunder Tiger is definitely the number 1 among the elders of the Immortal Alliance. The world rules of the infinite battlefield will suppress the strength of Thievery Gold Digger. But it doesn't seal the understanding. When the time comes for enlightenment, there will be enlightenment. It's just that the information collected by Eternal God Realm has not been updated. Similarly, it was also because of this incident that the Thunder Tiger became even more obsessed with fighting to the limit. The closer the battle is to death, the more you can force yourself to unleash your full potential. Thus nirvana and rebirth. That's why the somewhat unnecessary thing happened now: first help Yu Shi recover, and then fight with her. The Thunder Tigers did this also to find qualified opponents. After all, in the infinite battlefield, there are really not many strong people who are qualified to be the opponents of Thunder Tiger. I finally found one, but I can't let it go to waste. At this moment, Thunder Tiger also felt sincerely that his waiting was not in vain. Although Yu Shi's strength was not able to push the Thunder Tiger to its limit, the power of the law of reincarnation gave him a very novel experience and some new insights. What is immortality? What is immortality? Beyond life and death, beyond reincarnation. Being invincible is not the end of immortality, but only the beginning. The Thunder Tiger has been pursuing the strongest power, but found that there is no end on the road to becoming stronger. Fight again. I'm feeling more and more excited now. As a qualified martial arts fanatic, every bit of progress he makes can make Thunder Tiger's blood boil. This is his lifelong pursuit so that he can do what he wants to do without worrying about the opinions of others. Stay with me to the end. Yu Shi was naturally not to be outdone. Because there is no way out, if you want to leave, you can only defeat the Thunder Tiger. And there is an elder Qingwen watching him with eager eyes. However, the only advantage of fighting the Thunder Tiger is that you don't have to worry about being attacked by others. Perhaps this is Wu Qi's persistence. The Thunder Tiger does not allow anyone to interfere in his battle, even if the outcome is crucial. In fact, as I said before, the Thunder Tiger does not care about the survival of the Immortal Alliance, he only cares about his own gains. Joining the Immortal Alliance was just an accident. That's why Elder Qingwen, who knew this, never intervened in this battle. Otherwise, the Thunder Tiger, whose interest was disturbed, would not care whether you are one of their own. This also allowed Yu Shi'er to save a lot of worry and be able to concentration competing with the Thunder Tiger without having to think about other things. After all, being distracted during battle will have a great impact on combat effectiveness. What the Thunder Tiger wants is a perfect battle. To improve yourself. What a troublesome guy. If it weren't for your strength, I would. Although Elder Qingwen was watching the battle, it was hard to say what he was thinking. No matter who encounters a teammate like Thunder Tiger, they won't be too happy. They go their own way, and sometimes they even don't distinguish between ourselves and our enemies. If he really couldn't beat him, Elder Qingwen wouldn't want to be angry with him. Therefore, looking at the battle that was still going on, Elder Qingwen was not in a happy mood at all. And the one who was equally unhappy was actually Yu Shi'er. The combat power of the Thunder Tiger is truly terrifying. After becoming familiar with the law of reincarnation, the Thunder Tiger Sadak became increasingly difficult to resist. The more you fight, the braver you become, and the more you fight, the stronger you become. And extremely adaptable. He is indeed the strongest elder in the Immortal Alliance, and he is also a martial arts idiot. This is probably also the instinct of martial arts fans, to adapt to the opponent's fighting style as quickly as possible. Then combine your own strength to choose the most appropriate response method to defeat the enemy. What a terrible fighting instinct. No wonder the Thunder Tiger has experienced countless battles in the infinite battlefield, but has only been defeated once. And the reason for the defeat was very simple. It is because the President of the Eternal God Realm has a combat power level that directly crushes the Thunder Tiger. In such a clear-cut battle, the role of fighting instinct seems so insignificant. Maybe the remaining function is to help you find a good escape route. However, that is something that only the President of the Eternal God Realm can do. At least Yu Shi'er now can't compare to the Thunder Tiger in terms of hard power. Because of this, it becomes increasingly difficult to face the Thunder Tiger's fighting instinct. The longer the delay, the more difficult it becomes for the opponent. Yu Shi'er, who was already at a disadvantage, was losing ground. In the end, it was only possible to ensure that his life was not threatened, but the wounds on his body continued to increase. Perhaps under the power of the law of reincarnation, as long as you don't die, you can recover. But the prerequisite is that you must be able to save your life. Every battle is a fight to the death. Am I still too weak? Yu Shi'er couldn't help but think in her mind. But soon, Yu Shi'er threw this idea behind her. Because there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. If you don't experience a real bloody battle, how can you become stronger? So what I am now is not enough. Elder Qingwen, who was watching the battle from a distance, was already a little impatient at this time. I kept thinking in my heart, this damn Thunder Tiger couldn't really be an undercover agent sent by the Eternal God's domain. It was obvious that the enemy who could be killed easily from the beginning had to spend so much effort. So far, the problem has not been solved. Are you really not stalling for time? Moreover, the more important point is the Eternal God Realm is now attacking the Immortal Union. Now that the President of the Immortal Union is missing, Thunder Tiger, the #1 combat force among the elders, is spending time here again. Isn't this a clear attempt to trick the Immortal United? The longer the Thunder Tiger spends here, the greater the upper hand the Eternal God Realm will gain. After all, the gap between the new elders of the Eternal God Realm and the Thunder Tiger is still very big. In addition, Qingwen himself is still staying in this place. In this way, it is equivalent to 2 first-class elders of the immortal union being held back by 1 first-class elder of the eternal God realm. No matter how you calculate it, Immortal United has suffered a big loss, right? Therefore, every time Elder Qingwing stayed here for a second, his heart became more irritated. If the Thunder Tiger could deal with the new elders of the eternal God realm in one go, then he wouldn't be so impatient. But the question is, how long has this been going on? Elder Qingwing was so angry that he cursed. Elder Qingwing, why are you staying here? Want to watch a show? At this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Elder Qingwing's ears. Elder Qingwing immediately turned his head and saw a familiar face. It was Elder Qi Lu. Elder Qi Lu, why are you here too? Elder Qingwing was a little surprised. To be honest, since the Eternal Divine Realm suddenly attacked the elders of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwing has rarely heard news about Elder Qi Lu, as if this guy has disappeared since then. I didn't expect it to appear in this place. I felt the power fluctuations in this place and noticed that there was a battle, so I came to take a look. Qi Lu replied with a very calm expression, and glanced in the direction of the battlefield. I felt relieved when I found that Yu Shi'er was still safe for the time being. I see. Elder Qingwing nodded and agreed with Elder Qi Li's statement. This is normal. When they go to support other elders, they also use this method to judge whether they need to go there. If the battle continues to be stalemate, then you definitely need to go and take a look. In a one-sided battle, it all depends on who is at a disadvantage. If the enemy is at a disadvantage, there is no need to pass. Even if the outcome is not decided yet, it doesn't matter. But if one's own people are at a disadvantage, then support must be provided quickly. Elder Qi Lu probably sensed that the fighting here was still stalemate, so he came here. Thinking of this, Elder Qingwing blushed a little. Because he thought again of what Elder Qi Lu said just now, are you here, watching the show? Elder Qi Lu, the truth is, this guy Thunder Tiger doesn't like others to interfere in his battles. Therefore, in order to avoid Elder Qi Li's misunderstanding, Elder Qingwing had to say one more word to explain his behavior. It's not that he wants to watch the show, but the Thunder Tiger's brain circuit is indeed not normal. In order to prove that what he said was true, he also told the story of how Thunder Tiger first helped his opponent regain his strength at the beginning, and then shook his head and said, "So, I am not willing to stand here." Is there such a thing? Qi Lu looked a little surprised after hearing these words. This is a pure martial arts fanatic, his brain circuit is a bit clearer, and there seems to be nothing wrong with him. So Yu Shi'er can still be so safe now, thanks to the Thunder Tiger? There is a saying that in the library of the Immortal Union, the information of the elders is recorded. But a lot of the information is old information. Especially for elders like Thunder Tiger, who almost never stay in the Immortal Union, there are even fewer sources of intelligence. After all, members of the Immortal Alliance have nothing to do, so they don't always investigate the elders of their own families. Isn't there something wrong with that? Therefore, Qi Li's knowledge of the Thunder Tiger is limited to knowing the existence of this guy. Of course, another reason is that the data of the Immortal Union is not recorded in the dark history of his elders. A guy who might become indistinguishable between ourselves and the enemy when fighting reaches the top is really not something worth showing off. So after understanding these things, Qi Lu was not so anxious. To be honest, the reason why Qi Lu came here was because he sensed Yu Shi'er's aura, which seemed a little disordered. He must have encountered an extremely difficult enemy, or even been in danger. Qi Lu couldn't be so relieved that he came running. Looking at it now, it turns out that there are still people willing to take the initiative to be a sparring partner, which is a good thing. As long as life safety can be guaranteed, fighting against powerful enemies is the best way to hone oneself, bar none. This is how Qi Lu came here. However, in the trial space, he could not even guarantee his own life safety. It's just that you can be resurrected without limit. So under the current situation, Qi Lu is not in a hurry to stop the battle. Anyway, he was watching from the side, so there was no way he could put Yu Shi'er in danger. Just use the power of the Thunder Tiger to sharpen Yu Shi'er. However, before that, it would be better to send Elder Qingwen away first. Otherwise, when we go to save people later, we will inevitably have to deal with the problem of Elder Qingwen first. If the news leaks out, wouldn't it be that his identity is exposed in advance? Thinking of this, Qi Lu spoke again and said, Elder Qingwen, I think you seem to have been seriously injured. Now that I am here to watch, why don't I go back to heal your injuries first? The words were full of concern, and Elder Qingwen could not refuse. Thinking about it carefully, now that Elder Qi Lu is here, it must be a very sure situation. Then it doesn't matter if you are here or not. So Elder Qingwen also nodded and said, what Elder Qi Lu said is that I can rest assured that you are here. Then please don't bother Elder Qi Lu. It doesn't matter, it's a trivial matter. Then I took my leave. After saying this, Elder Qingwen bowed his hands and left. Elder Qingwen still believes in Elder Qi Lu, a member he recruited. After all, there is a clear distinction between the Lord God and the Demon God, and the difference is still very big. To be honest, no matter how you look at it, the Thunder Tiger is more like an undercover agent than Elder Qi Lu. It can be considered as sending him away. Otherwise, if we take action later, it will be much more difficult to deal with two people than one person. Qi Lu watched Elder Qingwen's back disappear from his sight and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I'm afraid of not being able to beat him. The main reason is that it is much more difficult to stop two people from escaping than to stop one person. Qi Lu is also planning to wait here for the president of the Immortal Union to appear so that he can act according to the situation, so he must be cautious. Now that the goal is achieved, the next step is to observe the battle between Yu Shi'er and the Thunder Tiger. Everything is focused on sharpening Yu Shi'er and ensuring life safety. When facing a martial arts idiot, there is no need to worry about him playing dirty tricks. Otherwise, Thunder Tiger wouldn't have gone through so much trouble in the beginning. This guy's strength is indeed much stronger than Elder Qingwen. Not long after, Qi Lu let out such a sigh. According to the data in the Immortal Alliance, the Thunder Tiger's combat power is indeed among the best among all the elders. If it weren't for this guy being addicted to fighting, he would be a complete martial arts idiot and would always be stubborn in doing things. It won't be what it is now. Such an opponent is indeed a good choice as a stepping stone for Yu Shi'er on her way forward. However, in the current situation, Yu Shi'er is at a disadvantage. And it looks like it will be lost soon. It actually made Qi Lu break into a cold sweat. However, Qi Lu still chose to believe in Yu Shi'er's potential and believed that she could do more than that. Even if you can't defeat your opponent, you shouldn't lose miserably. Continue to grow, Shi'er, I will always be with you. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. And on the other side. After Elder Qingwen left the battlefield where Thunder Tiger and Yu Shi'er were, he was preparing to return to the Immortal Union's treasure house to get some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recuperate. On the road, I met a guy wearing a black cloak, his face hidden under the shadow of the hood. The familiar aura made Elder Qingwen stunned for a moment. Then he reacted quickly. President? Yes, this faceless guy, judging from the aura he sensed, was the president of the Immortal Union. On this point, Elder Qingwen can guarantee that he will never admit his mistake. After all, he is one of the oldest elders in the Immortal Union. How could he even admit the aura of the president of the Immortal Union? That would be too embarrassing for his identity. It's me. The cloaked man's tone was a little low, with an indescribable weirdness. But to Elder Qingwen, this voice was very familiar. He immediately took a step forward and spoke. President, you are finally back. You must be aware of the bold act of the Eternal God Realm. You actually Dorito attack the Immortal Alliance. For this kind of wanton behavior, we must let them know who is the #1 force on the infinite battlefield. Please take action and lead us to destroy the eternal divine realm. After saying this, Elder Qingwen lowered his head and made a gesture of supplication. The president of the Immortal Alliance can be said to be the well-deserved first combat force of the Immortal Alliance. Even the Thunder Tiger is no match for the president of the Immortal Union. Previously, one of the main reasons why the Eternal God Realm's attack on the Immortal Alliance was very successful and also defeated the Immortal Alliance was that the president of the Immortal Alliance disappeared and lost a lot of combat power. Now, the strongest fighting force of the Immortal Alliance is back. You scum of the Eternal God Realm, just wait and tremble. Elder Qingwen thought so in his heart. However, Elder Qingwen, who had finished speaking for a while, did not wait for the president's answer. I didn't feel the president's anger. This shouldn't be the case. This time, the Eternal God Realm took the initiative to attack the Immortal Alliance. With both sides still being feuding enemies, can the president of the Immortal Alliance not be angry? Obviously impossible. Could it be that the president in front of me is fake? Thinking of this, Elder Qingwen suddenly felt something was wrong and couldn't help but look up. I saw a frightening gaze under the hood of the cloaked man, which was extremely clear even in the shadows. The president is angry? Or are you thinking about how to destroy the eternal divine realm? When Elder Qingwen saw this look that even sent chills down his spine, he couldn't help but think in his heart. In this way, the president is indeed the same president as before. How could you not be angry after seeing such a bold act from the eternal divine realm? Maybe he was so angry that he couldn't speak. But at this moment, the cloaked man spoke. Qingwen. My subordinates are here, what are the president's orders? Elder Qingwen thought that the president was about to take action, so he responded quickly. However, the cloaked man did not answer Qingwen's words, but kept talking to himself. The people of the tree tribe have strong vitality, long lifespan, and unique talents. Hearing this, Elder Qingwen suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak and ask the president what he wanted to say, he heard the last sentence. It's a good sacrifice. Sacrifice? Elder Qingwen was horrified and wanted to comfort himself by wondering if he had heard wrongly. But at this point, if you still deceive yourself, you would be letting your life down. It's simply asking for death. President, what exactly do you want to say? What is a good sacrifice? Therefore, Elder Qingwen no longer hesitated and asked immediately. Although Qingwen is the elder of the Immortal Alliance, this does not mean that he is willing to sacrifice unconditionally for the Immortal Alliance. If this were the case, there would not be so many factions in the Immortal Union. So this time, if the president doesn't speak clearly, Qingwen felt that there was no need for him to be so obsessed with the position of elder. Of course that's the literal meaning, Qingwen, if you join the Immortal Alliance, don't you want to sacrifice for the great cause of the Immortal Alliance? Don't you want to be a sacrifice when the demon comes back to life? That's a great honor. The man in the cloak didn't care at all about Elder Qingwen's mood and expression. He suddenly opened his arms and spoke in a high tone. At this time, Elder Qingwen could guess it even if he couldn't see the expression of the cloaked man. His face must be full of enthusiasm. The demon is resurrected? The great deeds of the Immortal Union? President, what on earth are you talking about? How can it be an honor to be a sacrifice? Elder Qingwen felt a chill in his back. He had never heard of this matter. Rather, the price required to break the seal of the immortal demon is too high. Except for the fanatical believers of the immortal demon, no one would be willing to become a sacrifice to release the immortal demon. Therefore, in the Immortal Union, the purpose of establishing the Immortal Union has never been stated. Except for the first batch of members, everyone knows. Since then, this secret has been in the hands of the president of the Immortal Union. It is up to them to use the power of the Immortal Alliance to collect enough sacrifices, enough blood food, and enough lives. Come and prepare to release the immortal demon within the seal. Now, the day has finally come. The president of the Immortal Union suddenly disappeared for such a long time just because of this. For this last step. In fact, after the president of the Immortal Union returns, even if the Eternal God Realm does not go to war with the Immortal Union, the Immortal Union will actively seek out the Eternal God Realm to start a war, but it will only be a matter of a few days sooner or later. Now, it saves a lot of time. The Immortal Alliance was established to unlock the seal of the Immortal Demon. If it is to unlock the seal of the Immortal Demon, then even if the Immortal Alliance is destroyed, it is still worth it. The man in the cloak doesn't care about the survival of the Immortal Union at all, he just wants to achieve his ultimate goal. You don't need to know what I'm talking about. Qingwang, you just need to know that your sacrifice is an honor, that's enough. With a grateful heart, become a sacrifice for the demon's resurrection. Become our great ancestor and the power to rule the world. With fanatical words in his mouth, the cloaked man also started to walk towards Elder Qingwang, and came to him step by step. It also made Elder Qingwang understand that what this guy just said was not a joke. He really wants to turn himself into a sacrifice. Damn it. Is this the purpose of the Immortal Union from the beginning? Are you just looking for sacrifices? Elder Qingwang took a deep breath and suddenly realized that this incident was a huge blow to him. The place where I spent so much effort was actually a scam from the beginning. An ordinary person would probably have a mental breakdown by this time. Those who can calm down like Elder Qingwang are really the best among people. What does it mean to find a sacrifice? This is an opportunity for you to gain glory. Shouldn't you cherish it? Qingwang, you are one of the oldest elders in the Immortal Alliance. This is your chance. Don't you want to catch me? The man in the cloak spoke slowly with seductive words. It is as if becoming a sacrifice can bring glory to the ancestors. However, Elder Qingwang took a deep breath and then slowly spit it out. Then he said, "It is simply unimaginable that my life would be wasted in a place like this. If you become a sacrifice, you will gain glory. Why don't you make this sacrifice yourself? I don't know who the devil you are talking about is, nor do I know who the ancestor you are talking about is. But I know that it's not that easy for you to kill me." The previous fantasy was shattered by the cruel reality. Elder Qingwang never imagined that his efforts would be so ridiculous. The Immortal Alliance was not the big force he imagined at all, it was just a toll. It's a shame that they are still fighting desperately for the Immortal Union. As a result, their efforts were meaningless. Elder Qingwang did not believe that the president of the Immortal Alliance would not be aware of the actions of the Eternal God Realm. However, he did nothing and just watched the battle with cold eyes. He even had to personally take action to destroy the Immortal Alliance. What a sad thing. In his mouth, what on earth is that damn ancestor? It was actually worth it for him to do such a thing, even if he destroyed the Immortal Alliance. It doesn't matter, all the sacrifices said this before they were alive. But it doesn't matter, because you will soon be speechless. The cloaked man's tone was still low, not unpleasant at all, but with a hint of coldness. Those guys in the Eternal God Realm are not suitable to be sacrifices, they are only suitable to be blood food, so there is no need to worry. The most important thing now is to find the elders in the Immortal Union. After so many years, it is not easy to collect all the sacrifices. Because sacrifices are different from blood food. Sacrificial offerings require very high levels of cultivation, and there are not many of them in the infinite battlefield. It can only be cultivated slowly, so the Immortal Union will emerge. The news of the Immortal Demon was blocked, because many of the previous sacrifices were unwilling to sacrifice their lives. So there is no need to tell them this kind of thing. Otherwise, who would be willing to join the Immortal Alliance? In a sense, the Immortal Union is just a place to raise sacrifices. Each president is the shepherd of these sacrifices, and will take away these sacrifices at the appropriate time. Not even the feud of the Immortal Alliance, the Eternal Divine Realm, knows about this. Otherwise, there are many ways to destroy the Immortal Alliance. It's a pity that everything is impossible to say. Elder Qingwen also realized this, and in a short period of time, he experienced the collapse of his belief. It turns out that the Immortal Union that I wanted to protect did not exist from the beginning. I will not become a sacrifice. If the Immortal Union in my mind did not exist from the beginning, then I will tear down the current Immortal Union and build a new Immortal Union. Elder Qingwen said sternly, as if he was setting a goal for himself. Wishful guys always have lofty goals. But it doesn't matter. The power of becoming a great ancestor is the only ending you can get. The cloaked man smiled and suddenly stretched out his hand towards Elder Qingwen. At that moment, it was as if lightning suddenly flashed and blood suddenly appeared. The attack that exceeded Elder Qingwen's reaction speed instantly appeared in front of him. With his severely injured body, it was impossible to keep up with the cloaked man's speed, and he could only watch helplessly as the attack came. Then it landed on his chest. Boom! This muffled sound seemed to appear directly in Elder Qingwen's heart. It was extremely violent, like thunder. A seemingly simple and unpretentious palm actually possesses extraordinary power, which explodes in an instant. Puff! Without any ability to resist, Elder Qingwen flew out directly. The blood in his mouth spurted out uncontrollably, spilling a sad line of blood in the air. Like water from a basin, splashing out. With just one palm, Elder Qingwen almost lost all his strength and was unable to stand up and fight again. It is enough to show how powerful this palm is. You know, no matter how you say it, Elder Qingwen is the top elder in the Immortal Alliance. Even if he is seriously injured, he is not someone that can be compared with ordinary gold diggers. However, at this moment, it seemed so fragile and vulnerable. This is the method shown by the President of the Immortal Union. He has such strength. He is the well-deserved #1 person in the Immortal Alliance. After falling to the ground, Elder Qingwen only felt the pain in his heart as if it had been shattered, with a sense of suffocation. Where he was hit, a bloody palm print appeared, proving the terrifying nature of this blow. The power that penetrated into the body was like a flame, burning in Elder Qingwen's body. Every minute and every second brings tremendous pain. Cough, 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 what a terrifying power. Although I have known for a long time that you have terrifying strength and some unfathomable cultivation. But this blow is still beyond my imagination. As expected of the President of the Immortal Union. Elder Qingwen coughed violently and gritted his teeth and said these words. The irreparable strength gap made him clearly understand that his desire Tawin was tantamount to wishful thinking. That is simply impossible. Even if the guy in front of him is a madman, he is also a madman with terrifying strength. He wants to destroy the Immortal Union just for the sake of his unknown ancestor. Maybe, it can really be done. No, I should say, it can definitely be done. However, even if I lose to you, I will never admit defeat. You are no longer the president in my memory. You are now just a madman who has been carried away. Elder Qingwen found it difficult to stand up, but his attitude was unexpectedly firm. He put in so much effort for the Immortal Union. How could it be so easy to accept the fact that the Immortal Alliance was just a farce? Even if your own strength is not enough to defeat the guy in front of you, and defeat the President of the Immortal Union, it doesn't matter. At least I have a clear conscience. Really stubborn. Your idea just makes me laughable. For the great ancestor, for the former demon to reappear and rule the world. This should be the glory of your life, the supreme glory. Why did you refuse? The voice of the cloaked man gradually became louder, with clearly audible fanaticism and piety. Perhaps, in his opinion, sacrificing oneself for the immortal demon is really a matter of supreme honor. This is the mentality that many fanatical believers have. For the sake of your beliefs, even if you give up your life, you will not hesitate. It's a pity that such a concept, to outsiders, looks like a lunatic's way of thinking and will not be recognized at all. Especially when this madman still possesses terrifying strength, the destructive power caused is truly terrifying. As it is now. Not everyone is as crazy as you. The immortal union is not your tool. Elder Qingwing said sharply. But the man in the cloak shook his head and said, "It seems that it doesn't make sense. But it doesn't matter. The sacrifice is not qualified to express opinions. It is enough to be a sacrifice quietly. Qingwing, although you are very ignorant, it doesn't matter. I am still willing to give you the opportunity to become a sacrifice. All I need is that you die in my hands." At this point, the figure of the cloaked man flickered and disappeared instantly. Elder Qingwing felt his eyes go dark, and then he felt himself flying into the air. No, to be more precise, it should have been lifted into the air. The man in the cloak pinched his neck and lifted him into the air. Aha! Elder Qingwing, whose neck was strangled, could not speak and could only mock a hoarse scream. A violent force spread out from the cloaked man's palm. Along Elder Qingwing's throat and neck, it quickly poured into his body. It is a force with strong destructive power, violent, and shockingly lethal, and can directly destroy lives. The power possessed by the President of the Immortal Union is so tyrannical. Even this piece of heaven and earth will be torn into pieces if grasped by one palm. As strong as Elder Qingwing, he was unable to fight back in the hands of the cloaked man. After being strangled by the throat in an instant, he had lost all his strength, leaving only his final death struggle. This is such a powerful force, it can be called unparalleled combat power. In the cloaked man's eyes shrouded under the hood, there was extreme indifference under the fanatical light. It is completely indifferent to the coldness of life. The Immortal Alliance is nothing more than a support circle established for the resurrection of the immortal demon. In order to choose the sacrifices and collect enough blood food, it is really hard to go through so much trouble. But it's all worth it. As long as the great ancestor, the immortal demon, appears, all enemies will be wiped out. As the most devout believer of the immortal demon, he will surely follow his ancestors to enjoy the power of immortality and live as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, all of you who are disobedient and unwilling to sacrifice your lives deserve to die. Damn it! The man in the cloak's eyes became colder and colder, without any emotion at all. The power in his hand was also slowly increasing, and violent power poured into Elder Qingwing's body, destroying his vitality. Lines of blood suddenly appeared on Elder Qingwing's body surface at some unknown time and began to spread. That is the life force that is blocked. Even though Elder Qingwing's consciousness disappeared, he seemed to have died. However, all the vitality in the body must be sealed and no trace of it can be lost. Otherwise, it would not be a qualified sacrifice. You won't succeed. At the last second when the light in his eyes disappeared, Elder Qingwing said these words. Before he could finish his words, he had already given up his breath and died. The last whisper was like a curse. Elder Qingwing was thinking about something else. If there is really one person who can stop the President of the Immortal Union, then this person must be Elder Qi Lu. Perhaps, recruiting Elder Qi Lu into the Immortal Alliance was the right thing did in his life. I just hope that Elder Qi Lu will not be harmed. Even before you die, don't you want to be a sacrifice? What a pity. Although you don't want this honor, this matter is not up to you. The cloaked man couldn't help but sneered when he heard Elder Qingwing's last words. Then, with a stroke of his hand, he opened a space door, and then threw the exhausted Elder Qingwing in. Who's next? In the Immortal Union, who else is a qualified sacrifice? Maybe the battle ended too quickly, or maybe the battle was too quiet. Qi Lu doesn't know anything about Elder Qingwen. Of course, Qi Lu couldn't have imagined that the biggest undercover agent in the Immortal Alliance was actually the president of the Immortal Alliance. This time, is he turning against himself? However, what Qi Lu could see was the battle in front of him. Yu Shi'er's body was already covered in scars and she didn't have much energy left, so it was basically time to decide the winner. Sure enough, it is still a little bit awkward for the current Yu Shi'er Toadfeet the Thunder Tiger. Although the opponent Thunder Tiger also has wounds on his body. But compared with Yu Shi'er, it's much better. It's not of the same magnitude at all. Although this battle is not as exciting as I imagined, it is still quite enjoyable. Your ability has made me realize a lot. Thank you very much for your efforts. But now, it's time to let this battle end. After the Thunder Tiger determined the opponent's methods and had used them all, he no longer wanted to fight. Because the subsequent battles will be nothing nutritious. Of course, the fewer battles that do not allow you to improve yourself, the better. So, it's time to end the fight. Hateful. Yu Shi'er gasped, but didn't know what to say. If your skills are inferior to others, what's there to say? It's just that the loser will probably die here. He is really unwilling to accept it. He has already come this far. I finally reunited with brother Qi Lu, but never had the chance to see him again? What a coincidence. I want to end this battle too. However, in Yu Shi'er's mind, she couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Qi Lu, who had been watching the battle from a distance, ran over. Exploiting potential is one thing, but if you really lose it, that's not good. After all, Yu Shi'er is not like herself. Even if she makes a mistake, she still has a chance to be resurrected and can risk her life to collect insights. So it's always better to be cautious. Brother Qi Lu? Yu Shi'er heard this voice and looked back, surprised and happy. It's not too late, it's just right. Qi Lu smiled at Yu Shi'er, also telling her, I'm here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. In fact, with the thread of fate between the two of them, Yu Shi'er should be able to sense whenever Qi Lu appears nearby. It's just that the battle just now was too thrilling. Yu Shi'er had to concentrate on it. That's why I ignored this feeling. The Thunder Tiger, on the other hand, really didn't notice Qi Li's arrival. After all, with Qi Li's method of condensing his aura, there are only a handful of people who can see through his disguised power from ancient times to the present. What's more, the Thunder Tiger has such a rough character. Who are you? At this time, the Thunder Tiger also spoke. In his tone, there was no anger at having the battle interrupted, but a hint of excitement. Because even he didn't notice the appearance of this man in front of him, he must be an extremely strong man. Maybe we can have another hearty battle. If you can force out your potential, you can gain some insights between life and death. Maybe I can challenge the president of the Eternal God Realm again. However, the Thunder Tiger did not notice the strange look in Qi Li's eyes when he heard the question. Don't you know me? This question is really doubtful in Qi Li's heart. Originally, he was thinking that in order not to reveal his identity, he had to silence the Thunder Tiger. But looking at it now, he doesn't even know who he is? Why should I know about you? When the Thunder Tiger heard this, he couldn't help asking a question. His tone and posture didn't sound like he was pretending to be stupid at all. In fact, Qi Lu didn't think that this martial arts idiot would do anything like pretending to be stupid. It should be that he really didn't know him. But why does this happen? Could it be that this guy doesn't care about the Immortal Union at all? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of a second explanation. This is truly a qualified martial artist with a standard style. don't care about anything other than those worthy of being your opponent's target. In fact, this is exactly the case, although Elder Qi Li's name is quite loud in this area. But from the Thunder Tiger's point of view, since his own people can challenge him, he still doesn't care. Therefore, these days, the Thunder Tiger has been looking for the enemy who uses the law of ice. I don't know what the Ice Spirit Saint King will think if he knows about it. Anyway, Qi Li thought it was quite strange. This guy really doesn't know himself, so that's easy to handle. After all, the information on the Immortal Alliance also states that the Thunder Tiger is a complete Lone Ranger. Others don't pay attention to him, and he doesn't pay attention to others either, just minding his own business. So there is no need to think that the Thunder Tiger will expose his identity. Because this guy doesn't care about the survival of the Immortal Union. In other words, abiding by the rules may prove that he is indeed the elder of the Immortal Union. After all, the Thunder Tigers don't challenge their own people. The reason is, if you are competing with your own people and are tied up, you won't be able to go all out, and if you don't have fun, you might as well not fight at all. Having said this, Qi Li also thought of it. Could the Immortal Alliance recruit this guy to prevent him from killing all the powerful elders of the Immortal Alliance in the name of challenge? Well, it's very possible. The Thunder Tiger is still very rule-abiding. He usually ignores his own people and lets nature take its course. If you know each other, you know each other. If you don't know each other, it doesn't matter. Because there are only a few opponents that the Thunder Tiger can take advantage of. As for other people, he has no interest in taking action, and naturally he will not accidentally hurt his own people. Therefore, this Immortal Alliance is interesting. It just blindly recruits strong people, but there are no restrictions. So what is their purpose of recruiting so many powerful people? Qi Li thought about many possibilities, but didn't understand it, so he stopped thinking about this kind of thing. The Immortal Alliance has been established for such a long time, who knows what happened in the middle, maybe it has deteriorated. But what does this situation have to do with Qi Li? Speaking of which, if it weren't for the Immortal Alliance's attitude towards recruiting strong men, it would be so casual. Qi Li will no longer hold the position of elder in the Immortal Union. Calculated this way, there are still benefits. What should we do with this Thunder Tiger in front of us? Since you don't know me, forget it. The name is just a code name, it's not important. Qi Li waved his hand and had no intention of revealing his identity. Although the Thunder Tiger doesn't care about his own people, he doesn't know Qi Li. However, the Thunder Tiger has heard of the name Elder Qi Li, and would definitely know it if he said it. So let's just stop talking about it. This guy doesn't care anyway. You're right, the name is just a code name, it's not important. The Thunder Tiger quite agreed with this concept, nodded, and then said, "But, you suddenly appeared in this place, you probably didn't come to say these things to me." Having said this, the high fighting spirit in the Thunder Tiger's eyes became even more intense. It can be seen that this battle should be inevitable. Maybe the Thunder Tiger didn't care who the man suddenly appeared in front of him, but he did care about this rare opponent. Of course not. I want to take away the person you are fighting with. Qi Li shook his head, then looked directly at the Thunder Tiger and said straight to the point. There is no point in talking too much about this kind of martial arts, idiot. It is better to be more direct and save time. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Tiger nodded without any hesitation and said, "You can take her away if you want. Fight with me. Beat me or die at my hands. No matter what the situation is, I will let her go, and I will never break my promise." As soon as he said these words, Qi Li knew that the Thunder Tiger really didn't care about the survival of the Immortal Alliance. He doesn't care about Yu Shi's identity at all, he just wants a battle that can improve him. Well, the Immortal Union is really more interesting than imagined. Why do you feel that those powerful elders are all insiders? I am this Thunder Tiger, and I feel the same. Okay, I promise to fight you. However, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you time to recover your lost physical strength first. Qi Lu actually doesn't hate the martial arts idiot Thunder Tiger. Because there are really too few such guys. To be honest, the Thunder Tiger, which could give you sheer time to recover, could be regarded as saving you sheer in disguise. Otherwise, Yu Sheer, who was in a weak state, would not be standing here so peacefully. So Qi Lu can now be considered as repaying the favor of Thunder Tiger. Ha 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 ha, it's funny, you actually give me time to recover my strength. When the Thunder Tiger heard this, he burst into laughter. After a long while, he stopped and continued. Okay, I, the Thunder Tiger, recognize you. Later, even if you lose, I will let you two go together. But I also hope that you won't stop using your full strength, because of this kind of thing. We won't lose. After hearing this, Yu Sheer retorted without hesitation. But the Thunder Tiger ignored it. Of course, giving your best is a sign of respect for every opponent. Qi Lu nodded, feeling that the Thunder Tiger seemed to be getting more and more interested in him. This guy really does things based on his own mood, which is quite similar to him. Okay, Sheer, you can go back too. I can see your progress. Looking at Yu Sheer, who was still a little angry, and the large and small wounds on her body, Qi Lu couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. For Yu Sheer, who has mastered the law of reincarnation, these injuries, no matter how serious they are not life-threatening. And it heals quickly. So although Qi Lu felt a little distressed, he was not worried. Growth always requires tempering. Flowers in a greenhouse can never withstand wind and rain. Yu Sheer is willing to grow and become stronger, so Qi Lu can only support her. The Thunder Tiger's recovery speed is not slow. After all, he has many natural and earthly treasures in his hands, and he has accumulated them with the help of medicinal properties. This is the wealth accumulated by the Thunder Tiger after staying in the infinite battlefield for so many years. When there is no fighting, the Thunder Tiger will collect these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although he is a martial arts fanatic, he is not an idiot. Why don't you want something good? Boy, I have fully recovered. Now, let's start our fight. The Thunder Tiger moved his body, and his powerful physique greatly enhanced his recovery speed. Coupled with a large number of natural materials and treasures, it is not difficult to return to its peak state. I think so too. Qi Lu did not refuse. He was always waiting for work, and he was always in his prime. Now that the Thunder Tiger has recovered its strength, the battle between them should begin. Qi Lu did not doubt what the Thunder Tiger said. As long as this battle was over, no matter whether he won or lost, he would not pester him again. But if I reject the Thunder Tiger's proposal, I don't know what will happen. In this case, there is always a fight anyway, so why not follow the rules? At least Thunder Tiger is a man of rules. Boom! Hearing an explosion, he saw a huge crater appear on the ground. That was the dent created by the Thunder Tiger's kick. With this force, the Thunder Tiger's figure disappeared instantly. The sound of wind and thunder sounded, and the Thunder Tiger also appeared in front of Qi Lu. The speed was so fast that it seemed to directly cross the space. This is also the fighting style of the Thunder Tiger, violent, fierce, and direct. For the Thunder Tiger, there are not so many false moves in the battle, and the best way to describe it is to defeat 10 with one force. Destroying the enemy in the simplest and fastest way is the most trouble-free and labor-saving way, bar none. Strength and speed? Qi Lu saw it clearly. With his eyesight, any fighting skills are useless in front of him. On the contrary, this kind of direct attack is even more difficult. But that's all. When it comes to combat skills and combat consciousness, Qi Lu will not lose to anyone. Even against the Thunder Tiger, which ranks first in combat power among the Immortal Alliance, there will never be any flaws. Exquisite moves often focus on simplicity and effectiveness. After all, no matter what kind of attack, there is only one ultimate goal, and that is to destroy the enemy. So apart from the fancy cover-ups, the core lies in how to hit the enemy correctly. This question is neither difficult nor simple. It's just that it's not a big problem for Qi Lu. The battle with the Thunder Tiger proved this. Of course, the main reason is that Thunder Tiger can't think of it and insists on competing with Qi Lu in combat skills. This is very unwise, probably because the Thunder Tiger doesn't know how Qi Lu was tortured in the first place. Repeatedly reborn, Qi Lu engraved the matter of fighting into his bones and turned it into an instinct. So how could the Thunder Tiger get any favors? Perhaps he has indeed experienced the tempering of time and the accumulation of years. But compared with Qi Li's torture that crossed the boundary between life and death again and again, he was still weak. To put it simply, the Thunder Tiger's last failure was due to the gap in hard power with the President of the Eternal God Realm. The failure this time was due to the actual gap in combat skills. Of course, there is actually a gap in hard power, but Qi Lu didn't show it. Because there is no need for that. This is really a sad thing. If the Thunder Tiger knew about it, he would probably be hit hard, and he will be hit completely from the inside out. Fortunately, there is no enmity between Qi Lu and Thunder Tiger, and the two are just having a friendly discussion. Although the discussion process may have caused a bit of noise. But the two are indeed not aiming to kill each other. There is no conflict between the hearty battle and the point-to-point power control. It would be incredible if, at their level, they still couldn't perfectly control their own power. Boom! Qi Lu attacked again, knocking back the Thunder Tiger. The short respite allowed the two to stare at each other, assess each other's situation, and make judgments for the next battle. Both Qi Lu and Thunder Tiger have blood and wounds on their bodies. But the Thunder Tiger's injuries were obviously more serious. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The Thunder Tiger looked at the blood dripping from his body and felt that his decision was indeed the right one. How long has it been since there was a battle that forced oneself into such a situation? Cannot remember. The last time was probably the battle with the President of the Eternal God Realm. I didn't expect to meet such a strong person now. It's really a lucky thing. Thank you, Thunder Tiger, but you probably haven't used your full strength yet. I can feel that there is still an extremely terrifying power in your body that has not yet exploded. Qi Lu shook his hand and shook the blood drops flowing from the wound to the ground. He looked directly at the Thunder Tiger and spoke out. You have really good eyesight, kid. I won't hide it from you. What you say's true. It's true. It's just that once this power breaks out, it will definitely lead to. We are not fighting for life and death, so I will not use this power. The Thunder Tiger was sincere. After listening to Qi Li's words, he actually nodded and admitted. But as I said before, this guy is not only a martial arts fanatic, but also very disciplined. If he said that after this battle, no matter he wins or loses, he will let them go, then he will definitely fulfill his promise. Therefore, truly speaking, from the Thunder Tiger's point of view, this battle is not considered a life and death battle, so he will naturally have some scruples. I see, you do have a heart. Although Qi Lu has already guessed this possibility. But it still surprised him that Thunder Tiger could say it so honestly. It seems that this guy's ability to survive in the infinite battlefield depends on his strong strength. It probably has nothing to do with the brain. If you don't talk about this, let's continue fighting. Although I can't use my full strength, I won't hold back except for this power. It's rare for the Thunder Tiger to encounter an evenly matched opponent, so of course they don't want to waste any more time. Without saying a few words, he started urging. Then continue. Wait, someone is coming. Qi Lu nodded, and when he was about to respond, his face suddenly condensed and he raised his head suddenly. In the direction where his eyes were looking, in the distance, a man wearing a cloak with his face hidden under the hood was approaching quickly. In just a blink of an eye, we arrived near the battlefield. Then, he turned to the Thunder Tiger and said in a hoarse voice, "Elder of the Immortal Union, Thunder Tiger. It's me." When the Thunder Tiger heard this, he frowned in confusion and looked at the cloaked man with a strange look. "I always feel like this guy seems familiar. Who could he be?" "You are, the president." After thinking hard, a thunder seemed to flash through Thunder Tiger's mind, reminding him of the man in front of him. Qi Lu was also shocked, and the look in his eyes towards the cloaked man also changed. There is only one person in the entire infinite battlefield who can make the Thunder Tiger shout the word president. That is the president of the Immortal Union. How did he get here? Didn't this guy disappear a long time ago? Why did you suddenly appear in this place? What does he want to do here? Questions appeared in Qi Li's mind one after another. However, no one could answer Qi Li's questions. Because the cloaked man whom the Thunder Tiger called the president also turned his head and looked at him. "You should be the new elder in the Immortal Union, please be happy." Incredible. The Thunder Tiger didn't even know himself, but this president, who had been disappearing from the beginning to the end, actually knew him. Qi Lu also frowned when he heard this, but did not make a sound. Because Qi Lu heard it, at this time it didn't matter whether he admitted his identity or not. Even if he denies what this cloaked man believes, he doesn't care at all. "Hey, are you the elder Qi Lu who was widely rumored before? It turns out to be you." On the other hand, Thunder Tiger seemed a little shocked when he found out about this. "I'm so sorry. If I had known you were one of ours, I wouldn't have fought you." Alas. The Thunder Tiger shook his head, seeming to feel quite a pity, so he sighed. "It's not easy to meet an opponent worthy of attention, and it turns out to be one of our own. This feeling is indeed not good. Don't worry about this kind of thing, and now is not the time to pay attention to this." Qi Lu shook his head and looked at the cloaked man with a serious expression. It is different from the carefree attitude of Thunder Tiger. As a true mole, Qi Lu is still very wary of the attitude of the president of the Immortal Union. So it can also be seen that this guy's attitude towards them is not like a normal president, looking at his own people like the elders of the Immortal Union. Instead, he looked at them as if looking at prey. This made Qi Lu feel that something was wrong. Because the president of the Immortal Union will show such an attitude, the first possibility is that his identity is exposed. However, if only his identity was exposed, then Qi Lu would not understand. Why is this guy looking at the Thunder Tiger like this? Is the Thunder Tiger really a mole? Therefore, the second possibility arises, that is, the president of the Immortal Union appears here for another purpose. And this purpose has something to do with them. At the very least, it is not good for them. "President, the battle here will be over soon, so I don't need to bother you to take action." Qi Lu stared at the cloaked man closely and made a sound to test. He was also prepared in his hands. If his identity was really discovered, he would no longer need to pretend to be polite. "Yes, President, this is a discussion between our own people, so there should be no problem." The Thunder Tiger also said something behind. It seemed that he had simply ignored Yu Shier's existence. "Of course, no problem." The cloaked man laughed in a hoarse voice, looking a little horrified. His eyes roamed back and forth between Qi Lu and Thunder Tiger for a long time before he continued, "It's just that it would be bad if such a good sacrifice was injured due to sparring." "Sacrifice? What are you saying?" When Qi Lu heard this word, a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. The president of the Immortal Union, who had been missing before, suddenly appeared at this moment, which would definitely not be a good thing. Especially when this guy mentioned sacrifice as soon as he opened his mouth, Qi Lu subconsciously thought of something. That is the seal of the immortal demon. President, what do you mean by sacrifice? The Thunder Tiger on the side frowned and thought for a while, then asked Oswell. But the Thunder Tiger is not Qi Lu after all, and he can't think of that much at the moment. I just feel that the word sacrifice is a bit strange to say at this time. After all, this guy is a martial arts fanatic, not a mole. It is certainly impossible to be like Qi Lu and immediately suspect that the president of the Immortal Alliance has any ulterior motives. However, the cloaked man in front of him had no intention of hiding anything. Facing the questions from Qi Lu and Thunder Tiger, he immediately opened his arms. The sacrifice, of course, refers to you. For the former demon to revive again, for the great ancestor to rule the world. Don't you think it is a very glorious thing to become a sacrifice and become the strength of the great ancestor? The voice of the man in the cloak is so fanatical that no matter who listens to it, they will think that he is a devout and fanatical believer. It's just that my brain is a little abnormal. How could being a sacrifice be a glorious thing? As expected, it is really difficult to fathom the thoughts of fanatical believers. However, such a straightforward statement also made Qi Lu understand the purpose of the cloaked man. It is indeed to unlock the seal of the immortal demon. How so? Have they found a way to break the seal of the immortal demon? Qi Lu frowned, never expecting that he would get the worst news just after he came into contact with the president of the Immortal Union. The development of events in the world is indeed unsatisfactory. Whatever you fear will come to you. When I was discussing with the Ice Spirit Saint King before, I was still thinking about how to disintegrate the Immortal Alliance. Let the seal of the immortal demon completely lose the possibility of being unlocked. However, now it seems that there is a good opportunity. The president of the Immortal Union is already looking for sacrifices and taking the final step to unlock the seal. But fortunately, there is still a chance. At this moment, Qi Lu was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he had sneaked into the Immortal Alliance in advance by some strange combination of circumstances. I found out about this before the president of the Immortal Alliance went to break the seal of the immortal demon. So, there is still a chance to stop him. The Thunder Tiger standing aside also changed his expression after hearing what the cloaked man said. What? The sacrifice you are talking about actually refers to us. You want our lives? Thunder Tiger asked 3 questions in a row, expressing his anger and doubts, as well as his attitude. There is no way he could just be captured and become a sacrifice. Just kidding, the Thunder Tigers don't even care about the survival of the Immortal Union, so why should they care about the ancestors this guy talks about? As a qualified martial arts idiot, all he cares about is whether his strength can be improved and whether he has qualified opponents. As for becoming a sacrifice? Go to hell. Facts have proved that except for fanatical believers, most people still cherish their own lives. Being a sacrifice is not something everyone is willing to do. So on this point, Qi Lu and Thunder Tiger reached a consensus instantly. That's right, President, even if you are the president, you can't just say a word and make us willingly become sacrifices and give our lives for the so-called ancestors in your mouth. Do you want to destroy the Immortal Union? Qi Lu immediately spoke up. Such an argument is tenable, at least in terms of justice. Since the president of the Immortal Union is willing to hand over such information himself, that's great. In this way, he will be a famous teacher, stand on the righteousness, and fight for the Immortal Union. He was able to hide the identity of his mole. After all, Qi Li's real purpose now is to prevent the immortal demon from breaking the seal. In the name of the Immortal United Orthodoxy, it is the most labor-saving way to fight against the rebellion of the Immortal United. Why bother to blow yourself up? Therefore, as soon as Qi Li said this sentence, Thunder Tiger responded with a look of surprise. Yes, President, do you want to destroy the Immortal Union? Look, Who said that martial arts idiots must have bad brains? Isn't it smart if you haven't seen Thunder Tiger? Destroy the Immortal Union? When the man in the cloak heard this, he showed a strange expression, and then let out a startling laugh. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee hee. Is what you are talking about the Immortal Union in your imagination? After the laughter, there was the joking voice of the cloaked man, as if mocking the innocence of the person in front of him. From the very beginning, the purpose of the existence of the Immortal Union was to select sacrifices. When you come here, you have the opportunity to get this honor, but you don't know how to cherish it. What else can you say that will destroy the Immortal Union? What a joke, what a joke. Hearing this, Qilu understood everything. It turns out that the purpose of establishing the Immortal Union has always existed and has never been forgotten. However, the method to unlock the Immortal Demon's seal does not require so many people to know. Because the Immortal Demon has been sealed for a long time, there are not many true fanatical believers left. There are even fewer people who are willing to become sacrifices. Therefore, as long as the president of the Immortal Union is aware of this matter, it is enough. For endless years, the president of the Immortal Union has been carrying out this matter, hiding in secret and never making any announcement. All the puzzles are solved. No wonder the Immortal Alliance's standards for recruiting strong men are outrageous, ridiculously simple. Moreover, the elders in the Immortal Union can also have so much power without having to bear corresponding responsibilities. It's because, while enjoying power, what you need to pay is your own life. There was another point that Qilu had not thought about before. I have figured it out now. That is how the Eternal God Realm has been fighting against the Immortal Alliance for such a long time until now. You must know that after the secret door of the Divine Realm disappears, there will be no new additions to the Eternal Divine Realm. The Immortal Union is supplemented by new people all the time. Based on this comparison, no matter how elite the Eternal God Realm takes the route, it is impossible to persist for such a long time. But now that I look at it, I can figure it out. It is simply the president of the Immortal Union who is obstructing this, constantly collecting sacrifices and blood food, consuming the power of the Immortal Union. As the cloaked man in front of me said, the Immortal Alliance was not intended to confront the Eternal God Realm from the beginning. It was built to break the seal of the Immortal Demon. Therefore, their views on the Immortal Union have always been wishful thinking. In the eyes of the president of the Immortal Union, the existence of the Immortal Union is just a place for raising sacrifices. I see. Qilu also understood the reason why the president would completely ignore the factional struggles within the Immortal Alliance. Because there is struggle, there will be casualties, and sacrifices and blood food can be obtained effortlessly. Of course, there is no need to worry about such things. However, if you put it this way, as long as you deal with the cloaked man in front of you, wouldn't you solve all the problems? It's quite convenient. President, I cannot agree to the sacrifice. If you insist, it depends on your ability and whether you are qualified to be a sacrifice for us. Qilu stared at the cloaked man in front of him and spoke slowly. The last sentence also uses we, which also includes the Thunder Tiger. Come to think of it, this martial arts idiot wouldn't be willing to be a sacrifice. Yes, Elder Qilu is right. President, if you insist, then this call will be the last one I call you. Thunder Tiger also expressed his stance and proved with actual actions that the Immortal Alliance really doesn't matter to him. Quitting the Immortal Union is a very casual matter. It's up to you. Since you don't want to enjoy this honor, then let me help you. When the great ancestors rule the world, maybe you will feel proud of this moment? The cloaked man's tone was still fanatical, but after saying this, he said no more. It is better to waste words than practical actions. Since these guys are not willing to have this honor, it proves that their hearts are not pious enough. It doesn't matter if we can't get the living sacrifices, as long as they lose consciousness. It is definitely not possible to kill them completely, as they will be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. So, just leave these guys half dead. You are talking nonsense. It seems that your mind is abnormal. Qila shook his head, knowing that this battle was inevitable. In this case, let's get a head start. After saying this, Qila suddenly flashed forward and punched the cloaked man in the face. The wind of the fist is like the roar of a dragon, and the power of the fist is like a tsunami. It suddenly appears, with the force of the sky collapsing and the earth shattering. It is unparalleled in its ferocity. Qileke didn't hold anything back with this punch. Because the person in front of him is the president of the Immortal Union, there is no need for temptation at all. Once you decide to attack, just go all out and eliminate this guy as quickly as possible. You don't know what you can do. The hood of the cloaked man was blown loudly, but it was not lifted. Only the eyes under the shadows can be seen, shining with a cold light, cold and biting, like ice and snow, like wind and frost. Facing Qi Li's attack, the cloaked man suddenly raised his hand. At this moment, his unparalleled strength was fully revealed. Boom! The fists and palms met and there was an earth-shaking loud noise. A circle of wind and waves, like blades, exploded in all directions. The clouds of smoke and dust rising into the sky carried a huge impact, crushing the ground beneath their feet and shattering the sky. The extremely terrifying wind pressure surged up, and the huge boulders raised and everything in the way were crushed into powder. With just this one blow, the whole world was in danger of collapsing. The power that burst out was so terrifying. He is truly worthy of being the president of the Immortal Union. Being able to suppress so many elders by oneself is indeed so powerful that it is not something that is just blown away. Qi Li can guarantee that his punch will be absolutely merciless. Outside of the infinite battlefield, the power of this punch can easily destroy a lower plane. Even those main gods and demon gods cannot escape death. But here, he was blocked by the cloaked man in front of him. I have to admit that his strength is indeed powerful. As a fanatical believer of the immortal demon, it is far more difficult to deal with than imagined. It is difficult to imagine how strong the immortal demon is. Such a powerful force, such strong energy and blood, the demon crown will definitely be very happy. After blocking Qi Li's attack, the cloaked man did not fight back, but muttered to himself. I never expected that a newly promoted elder would be the best sacrifice. With you, the great ancestor will surely be able to recover. At this point, the cloaked man's eyes suddenly shot out from under the shadow of the hood, like a sharp arrow. It's daunting. However, Qi Li's eyes did not dodge, and he looked directly at the cloaked man. The face under the shadow could not be seen clearly, and it was estimated that there was a mysterious power covering it, but the cold eyes were extremely clear. Crazy, fanatical, indifferent, murderous. There is no doubt about the piety of fanatics. Qi Li, who himself knew the source of the power of faith, knew very well that such a fanatical believer could give up his whole heart and soul to his followers, including his own life, at any time. Therefore, once he finds an opportunity to unlock the seal of the immortal demon, he will never give up. Even if you risk your own life, you will definitely achieve your goal. Faith is indeed a terrible power. But why does this kind of power appear in this place? Qi Li was a little confused. Collecting faith is not something that a demon god should be proficient in. It would be better to say that these demon gods don't care much about faith. They just focus on their own power and go against the will of heaven. Therefore, it is indeed a rare thing to have such a fanatical believer under the immortal demon. And there are more than one or two such fanatical believers. How interesting. But then again, faith is more derived from the worship of power and the longing for the superior. With the strength of the immortal demon and his status in the Tianji domain, it is not unusual to be able to gain faith. Maybe the demon gods don't know how to use the power of faith, but that doesn't mean they don't have believers. In this case, there is nothing unreasonable. In short, as long as the guy in front of you is solved, all the remaining problems should be solved. Even if there are fanatic believers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the immortal demon, there should not be as many as imagined. The Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King had done so much to seal the immortal demon. Even if it cannot cover everything, it is unlikely that there will be too many omissions. So after finishing the matter here, we have to go find the Ice Spirit Saint King. Tell him these things, and then ask for advice on how to deal with it later to see if you can think of a solution once and for all. Otherwise, it would actually be quite troublesome to keep guarding against the resurgence of the immortal demon. It was a pity that such a decision was made because there was no other way of time. The immortal demon is truly the pinnacle among demon gods. His immortal will protects his body from destruction. Even the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King have no choice but to seal the immortal demon first and then think of a solution. I don't know if I have thought of it now. But these questions are actually beside the point. The most important thing now is to deal with the cloaked man first. The president of the Immortal Union, but he dare not show his true face? What a powerful force. However, at this time, the Thunder Tiger let out a sigh. When Qi Lu heard the sound, he turned around and saw a high-spirited fighting spirit in the eyes of the Thunder Tiger. The more powerful the opponent, the more likely it is to arouse the Thunder Tiger's warlike heart. As an elder of the Immortal Union, in the past, he would definitely not regard the president of the Immortal Union as a target for challenge. But it's different now. When the president of the Immortal Union wants to sacrifice himself, the Thunder Tiger will not just surrender. Then let's give up my identity as the elder of the Immortal Union. As a result, the Thunder Tiger certainly wanted to challenge the former president. Qi Lu, you probably wouldn't mind letting me take the first shot. The Thunder Tiger glanced at Qi Lu and said aloud. Because it was Qi Lu who was attacking at the moment, the Thunder Tiger wanted to ask. After all, with the character of the Thunder Tiger, he never thought about having two people fight against the president of the Immortal Union together. That would only make him feel that it had tarnished the spirit of martial arts. It doesn't matter. If you want to take action, just invite me first. Of course Qi Lu doesn't mind. In fact, he had been prepared to fight the boss alone from the beginning, and now it was just an expected situation. Let the Thunder Tiger try the depth of this cloaked man, so that he can make more preparations. Why not do it? Thank you very much. The Thunder Tiger cupped his hand, and he still recognized Qi Lu very much. At least it is much more reliable than the president who wants him to be a sacrifice as soon as he opens his mouth. Since when can sacrifices be so arrogant? The cloaked man sneered, not caring at all that his opponents had changed. Because all the recognized sacrifices must be collected, there is not much difference in who comes first and who comes last. So it doesn't matter whether they come together or one by one, after all, the ending is the same. Shwa. There was a loud sound, like a flash of thunder. The proud Thunder Tiger doesn't want to be treated as a sacrifice all the time, so naturally he has to prove himself. Although the temperament of martial arts fanatics may account for the majority of them, in terms of strength, it is indeed not a guarantee. The power, contained in one punch and one kick, is enough to destroy mountains and overturn rivers and seas. If there were any stars in front of me, I'm afraid they could be shattered with one move. Sure enough, Thunder Tiger had said before that he did not use all his strength. Looking at it at this moment, it is really the case, after the power hidden in the body has completely exploded. The power of the Thunder Tiger suddenly increased several times. There are even flashes of lightning on the body surface. Let me show you what you think is the power of the sacrifice. Come and die. The Thunder Tiger's attack was as fast as light, passing through the air, and its afterimages were like horses, tearing the sky apart. Vaguely, it can be seen that there seems to be a huge phantom appearing behind the thunder tiger. The terrifying momentum aroused the power of heaven and earth, condensing supreme pressure. This is the true strength of the thunder tiger. Qilu looked at it and couldn't help but admire in his heart. His strength should not be underestimated. However, the president of the Immortal Union, the cloaked man, did not appear panicked at all at this moment. The cloak that enveloped him moved automatically in the absence of wind. An extremely powerful pressure also broke out. Sacrifice, always a sacrifice. After saying this, the ground beneath the cloaked man's feet began to break, and the void around him began to crack like a mirror. Just the pressure alone has already made this space somewhat unbearable. Immediately afterwards, the cloaked man slowly raised his hand and punched unhurriedly. It seems like a slow movement, but it has extremely terrifying pressure. It was as if the whole world was following this punch, pressing forward, and the brilliant power of heaven came like a mountain torrent and a tsunami. The world between heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped by the overwhelming wave, carrying the power of destruction and crashing towards it. Needless to say, once it hits the ground, the sky will collapse and the mountains and rivers will be shattered. If the space is not stable enough, it is not impossible to directly smash it into a dead zone. With just this one strike, the difference between the thunder tiger and the cloaked man can be seen. In the end, the president of the Immortal Union is better. However, this is like asking the thunder tiger to surrender, which is to underestimate the fighting spirit of the thunder tiger. Even in the face of such a terrifying attack, the thunder tiger had no intention of dodging and still faced it unswervingly. The power of one blow, the power of shattering stars, struck away without dodge. The power originally hidden in the thunder tiger's body completely exploded, leaving no trace behind. Qilu also sensed that this power contained the will to destroy. It seems like the power of heavenly calamity. Is the rumor that the thunder tiger once used the power of thunder to temper his body true? Looking at it now, it should be correct, otherwise how could the thunder tiger possess the power of the heavenly tribulation? Unexpectedly, the name thunder tiger actually has such a meaning. But now there is no room for Qilu to think so much. The will of destruction contained in the tribulation thunder is the will displayed by the power of heaven and earth. Powerful, terrifying, unstoppable, invincible. No wonder it is said that blood will be seen as soon as one takes action. How many people can remain intact under the catastrophe? Having said that, the thunder tiger did not hold anything back in this attack, but went all out. If he had no choice but to get the man in the cloak, he probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. So Qilu is also looking forward to what kind of damage the thunder tiger Sadak can cause. However, looking at the cloaked man's counterattack, it seems that it is not that simple. The pressure coming from all over the sky was overwhelming. Compared with the power of this calamity thunder, it does not appear weak at all. Being able to become a fanatical believer of the immortal demon or the president of the Immortal Union, what difference in strength can there be? The two forces of equal pressure collided suddenly. The thunder tiger's attack also collided with the cloaked man's counterattack. At this moment, the situation really changed, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the vast sky seemed to be shattered. Countless cracks are spread across it, and endless darkness emerges from it. It seemed as if the whole world was being dyed black. That is the boundless space turbulence, which can swallow everything and turn it into chaos. This matter, in fact, has been mentioned before, that is, after the lower plane is broken, it will be swallowed by the origin of chaos, and then another lower plane will be generated, and this will be a cycle. In the same way, higher planes cannot escape this law. However, it is simply impossible to break the higher planes. For details, please refer to Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Broken space is very simple for the main god or demon god. But if you want to destroy the Tianji realm or the Shinji realm, even the proudest man in history will never be able to do it. Therefore, no matter what kind of war occurs, Tianji realm and Xinji realm will always be safe and sound. However, the infinite battlefield is not a higher plane. As a secret space, although the stability of the space barrier is far higher than that of lower planes. But if you want to compare the Tianji realm with the Xinji realm, it is still a little bit behind. Only then will this situation occur. In the broken sky, countless spatial turbulences are surging. It was as if the whole world was about to collapse, which was extremely terrifying. But Qi Lu also knew that although this picture looked scary, in fact, it just looked scary. It is not that easy to destroy the infinite battlefield. Otherwise, when the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King were fighting against the immortal demon, the infinite battlefield would have disappeared. Can it still be the turn of what is happening on this battlefield now? Of course, having said that, may be able to make this doomsday-like scene appear, which also proves the strength of the Thunder Tiger and the Cloaked Man. The power of heaven and earth and the power of thunder collide, and the power that explodes is truly terrifying. Even with a little residual power, it can still kill ordinary gods and demons. This made Qi Lu subconsciously protect Yu Shi'er. Then I remembered that with Yu Shi'er's current strength, she seemed qualified to watch this battle head-on. However, this subconscious behavior made Yu Shi'er's heart warm. This is an action that is done completely without thinking. It shows that Brother Qi Lu really cares about himself. Of course, the situation outside the battlefield cannot affect the battle between the Thunder Tiger and the Cloaked Man. The President of the Immortal Union also showed his true strength. Facing the power of Tribulation Thunder, he gradually gained the upper hand. With just this level of power, do you imagine fighting against my great ancestor? Being a sacrifice is your honor, but you have to leave this honor behind. Then you can't blame me. The Cloaked Man's voice gradually became colder, perhaps because he lost his patience. The violent coercion, like a wave pouring over the sky, suppressed the Thunder Tiger's power of thunder, and then came down with pressure. The covered area is so wide that it is thousands of miles away, and there is no room to dodge. This made the Thunder Tiger's face look a little ugly. Although the fighting spirit is still high, the Thunder Tiger can still see the situation on the field. In order to pursue a higher martial arts, I will die without regrets. If you want me to be a sacrifice, stop dreaming. However, the haze of death could not make the Thunder Tiger have any intention of retreating, let alone escaping. As a martial arts idiot, being able to die in battle is the greatest compliment. Even though he was defeated by the Cloaked Man, the Thunder Tiger still had no intention of taking a step back. This scene made Qi Lu think of it. The Thunder Tiger once challenged the President of the Eternal Divine Realm, but seemed to have lost. If he insisted on not escaping that time, why could he survive? Thinking about it this way, maybe there is only one answer. That is the President of the Eternal God Realm, who spared the Thunder Tiger. Otherwise, with the strength and character of the Thunder Tiger, there would be no second possibility. From this point of view, what happened today can be regarded as having a cause and effect. After all, from the core, the Thunder Tiger is not an elder of the Immortal Alliance, but a lone ranger. The President of the Eternal God Realm may have understood this and let the Thunder Tiger go. As a martial arts fanatic, he has his own set of rules of conduct. Repaying kindness is also one of them. Therefore, Qi Lu can be sure that after that, the Thunder Tiger will not be considered an enemy of the Eternal God's realm. If you think about it carefully, this is a good means of driving a wedge between each other. But it only works for certain people. It is precisely because of this that the Thunder Tiger brazenly attacked the President of the Immortal Alliance today. Ultimately, apart from the Thunder Tiger's character issues, it's not that the President of the Immortal Union doesn't treat them as human beings at all. A comparison between these two completely different attitudes can easily reflect the problem. Qi Lu could see it clearly, but he also knew it. Even if the Thunder Tiger attacks the President of the Immortal Union, it will not be of much use. In addition to consuming a little bit of this guy's physical strength, he will never be his opponent. On the contrary, he may fall into it. The man in the cloak would not be as kind as the president of the eternal god realm, and would let the Thunder Tiger go. Even if he temporarily spares his life in order to prevent the Thunder Tiger from being swallowed by the infinite battlefield. But it will also make him enter an unconscious state of immortality and non-living, waiting to be sacrificed. Therefore, the result of this first duel should probably come out. The power of the tribulation thunder may be very strong, but compared with the power of heaven and earth, it is still inferior. Not to mention that the Thunder Tiger's hard power itself is not as good as the President of the Immortal Union, so it is naturally impossible to win. Fighting in reality is not as simple as imagined. Not that the outcome can be changed just by having a high fighting spirit. Anyway, Qi Lu doesn't bother to talk. After all, this thing can't temporarily improve the combat effectiveness, right? There is no big deal with those big villain bosses. It is better to get the first move. The guy who can become a big boss, apart from other things, the most basic thing is that he has a firm mind, which cannot be changed so easily. If only I could really change the obsession of a big boss with just a few words. That day Jiu and Shin Jiu will not be reconciled forever. However, even after seeing the Thunder Tiger defeated, Qi Lu had no idea of going over to help. Because this is the path chosen by Thunder Tiger himself, he is willing to embark on this path to challenge others and himself. Then all the consequences will be borne by him. Even if it costs you your life. After all, any kind of power is hard won. If you don't want to pay the price, why are you still waiting for the good things that will fall from the sky? So slowly, the already tilted balance of victory on the battlefield began to tilt more and more. The side that is constantly falling towards the cloaked man. This is also to be expected. The disciples, and fanatical believers of the immortal demon have, after all, inherited part of their immortal will. The power he possesses cannot be explained by common sense. The Thunder Tiger has been able to hold on until now without being defeated, which is already very good. It's a pity that if you want to continue to hold on, it will not be as difficult as usual, because the power of the thunder has been gradually shattered. The power of heaven is supreme, and it uses heavenly tribulations to punish those who are disrespectful, and it uses tribulation thunder to test those who go against heaven. After all, compared to Tianwei, GLA is a bit shorter. Losing is normal. Puff. The Thunder Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not the first time. But every time he vomited blood, it meant that his injury became more serious. The coercion gathered by the cloaked man swept over him, and the violent power invaded his body, causing damage that was difficult to withstand. Two terrifying forces are constantly colliding, and one side will always be suppressed and then crushed. It's time to end this farce. Those who overestimate their capabilities always brazenly want to challenge opponents they cannot defeat, and then end up like this. If I had voluntarily become a sacrifice earlier and accepted this honor, why would it be like this? It's so sad and deplorable. The cloaked man sighed softly, and the power that burst out also increased again. As the Thunder Tiger spurted out blood, it suddenly surged forward, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. The next moment, the Thunder Tiger, whose body was covered with scars and without a good piece of meat, finally failed to hold on. Both the physical body and the spirit were severely impacted. The irresistible force instantly shattered his consciousness. This was by no means something that could be resisted by the so-called willpower, so he fell down without any surprise. Boom! The Thunder Tiger's burly body raised a puff of smoke and dust when it fell to the ground. The fact that he was not swallowed by the infinite battlefield proved that he was still alive, but just lost consciousness. After all, it is better for sacrifices to survive. Because the infinite battlefield does not allow the existence of corpses. Next, it's your turn. After solving the first recognized sacrifice, the cloaked man raised his head and looked at Qi Lu. Although he didn't understand why these two guys came up one after another, it didn't stop him from taking care of them one by one. If the target is willing to be stupid, why should he care? I also think it's my turn. Qi Lu shrugged, his expression not at all nervous. He just waved his hand towards Yu Shi'er, asking her to step back to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the battle. Although for Yu Shi'er now, the probability of such a thing happening has indeed become relatively small. But it's always good to be careful. Because Qi Lu also knows that if his current strength is fully unleashed, it will be much stronger than the Thunder Tiger. Regardless of the previous battle with the Thunder Tiger, Qi Lu could tell that there was a hidden power within the Thunder Tiger. But in fact, at that time, Qi Lu didn't take that power into his heart. It's just a small amount of thunder power. If you mix it with the power of the law of thunder and the law of destruction, even Qi Lu himself can do it. Of course it's not a big deal. But the man in the cloak he was facing now was different. Having inherited a part of the immortal will of the immortal demon, he is indeed a difficult enemy. If Yu Shi'er is injured due to the aftermath of the battle, isn't that an unnecessary disaster? Why bother? So after reminding Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu also took 2 steps forward. Then he glanced at the Thunder Tiger lying on the ground. The cloaked man may have felt that he had a chance to win, so he didn't rush to put this guy away. Then we can only pray secretly for the Thunder Tiger, don't let the big battle that will happen later destroy this guy's body. Otherwise, this guy would really be gone. Your reaction seems to be much calmer than the previous sacrifice. Are you ready to sacrifice your life for our great ancestors? The man in the cloak couldn't help but speak when he heard Qi Li's calm tone and saw that his calm attitude was not pretending at all. It's really strange. When I went to collect sacrifices in the past, those guys might have been angry at first. But in the end, I realized my powerlessness. Not everyone is extremely frightened. Even if there are a few tough guys, in the end they will be resigned to death, or they will be impassioned, instead of being so calm. Could it be that this guy really doesn't care about life and death, so he seems so indifferent? No, you are overthinking. I have no intention of dedicating my life for your damn ancestor. I just feel that you are no match for me, so I don't take you seriously. Qi Lu continued to shrug, and then spoke very honestly. If he was facing the immortal demon now, there really wasn't anything Qi Lu could do. This issue has to be left to the Ice Spirit Saint King and others to think about. Qi Lu can just follow behind and get some advantages. However, what he is facing now is just a fanatical believer of the immortal demon. Then there is nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong a fanatic believer is, can he still be stronger than the immortal demon? Wonderful speech. The man in the cloak couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It seems that I think too highly of you, and in the end you are just an arrogant person. If that's the case, then you, like the Thunder Tiger, will become a sacrifice for the resurrection of the ancestors amid the confusion. After saying that, the cloaked man stopped talking nonsense and launched an attack directly. He suddenly reached out and saw that the pressure that had erupted before but had not yet subsided suddenly condensed. Boom! In an instant, a huge palm emerged from the void, as if a boundless mountain was suppressing it, breathtaking. Any normal person would be able to feel the huge whistling movement, so it was naturally impossible to hide it from Qi Lu. It's only when you look up that you realize how huge this hand is. Blocking out the sky and the sun, like mountains across the sky. It's like the sky is falling. The power and pressure are so strong, like the roar of heaven and earth, the roar of gods and ghosts. It is so shocking that it makes ghosts and gods weep. Looking at this scene, Qi Lu couldn't help but frown, and subconsciously said, "Are you treating me as a monkey?" But before he finished speaking, Qi Lu realized in his heart that the monkey in his memory did not receive such treatment. The man in the cloak is much better than a certain bald man. Use the power of heaven and earth for your own use, use the supreme brute force to gather the majestic mountains, crush them down, and cover thousands of miles. It is said to be physical cultivation, but it is more like supernatural power. It is in line with the saying all methods are different, but they lead to the same goal. What a trick. But that's just it, that's not enough. Qi Lu sighed inwardly, but this kind of method cannot be solved by just looking at it. You still need to move your muscles and bones. Since we are facing the president of the Immortal Union, there is no need to do any more testing. Anyway, Thunder Tiger has basically helped to find out all the information that should be available. I really have to thank him for his selfless dedication. I hope that after this battle, your physical body can still be built. This can be regarded as returning a favor to you. Facing a rare and powerful enemy, Qi Lu will not hesitate. His top combat awareness tells him that when it's time to go all out, he will never be lazy. So Qi Lu didn't say anything, he directly embodied the golden body of the law. This is the strongest product of the combination of law power and physical power. Anyway, for now, Qi Lu has not developed any move more powerful than this move, maybe there will be one in the future. But that's for the future. Call. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind Qi Lu. Then, with lightning speed, it grew rapidly, and in an instant, it was already 1,000 feet high. Immediately afterwards, in less than half a breath, the shadow solidified and became a giant standing tall on the sky and the earth. The armor on his body shows the majesty of this giant. The terrifying momentum shows the supreme strength of this giant. As soon as the coercion came out, it was like a dragon roaring suddenly. The body of 1,000 feet stands on the earth, as if the sky is falling, and it can be held up with one hand. How shocking! Although under the mountains where the cloaked man gathered, the sudden appearance of the giant might not be an advantage in terms of size. However, the momentum that burst out was not inferior at all. Although there has been some progress recently, if we continue to improve our body shape, the time we can maintain it will be too short. Let's take a look at the situation first before talking. Qi Lu, who has turned into a giant with a body of thousands of feet, actually still has some strength left. However, it is obviously not advisable to go all in at the very beginning and leave no room for retreat. That's why Qi Lu chose the next level method. It is more than enough to deal with the cloaked man's attack. Boom! The giant with a body of thousands of feet suddenly punched out and hit the suppressing Zhejian mountains unceremoniously. But an earth-shaking loud noise was heard. Then he saw the mountains that were pressing down and were thousands of miles wide, and the rocks were broken into pieces. In an instant, cracks were spread all over, and countless broken traces thousands of meters wide were like floating cliffs. It is no exaggeration to say that this punch, even if it has the power of destroying the world, is nothing more than that. The man in the cloak was stunned for a moment before he uttered a cry of surprise. You actually have such a method, no wonder you are so confident and dare to talk to me like this. I never expected that after tens of thousands of years, I could still see such a powerful demon. It's incredible. The exclamation was enough to show the shock in the cloaked man's heart. These methods are indeed terrifying. It's just that if you think you can win from me in this way, then you are looking down on me. The great ancestor is the most powerful existence. The stronger you are, the stronger you will be when your ancestors are revived after you become a sacrifice. However, such a terrifying attack made the fanatical belief in the cloaked man's eyes become even stronger. The resurrection of the immortal demon can replenish its losses when it was sealed by devouring the power of sacrifices. Therefore, the more powerful the sacrifice, the easier it is to use. It is not difficult to understand that the cloaked man would appear more excited at this moment. The huge mountain range that covered the sky and sun and suppressed it was shattered by a punch of the 1,000-foot giant transformed by Qi Lu. It is enough to prove how powerful he is. Such a sacrifice is rare. Boom. Qi Lu punched again, and the gathered punching wind swept out like a world-destroying storm. It turned into a tornado, soared into the sky, rolled up all the boulders formed by the shattered mountains, and then crushed them all. The raised stone powder fell in all directions, as if covering the world with a veil. Everything he looked at seemed hazy. Looking into the distance, these scenes stretch for tens of thousands of miles. It's just a small trick. If you have other tricks, use them all. If not, then it will be my turn to take action. Qi Lu suddenly spoke out under the cloud of stone powder. Before he finished speaking, a violent momentum surged out like a violent wind and roared towards him. The surrounding stone powder was blown away, revealing the majestic body of the 1,000-foot giant. The man in the cloak couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Why are you so anxious to die? Boy, you can't die until you become a sacrifice and become the strength of the ancestors, so why are you so anxious? Before he finished speaking, the figure of the cloaked man felt a clear tremor. Not out of fear, but like the beating of a heart. Once, twice. This scene seemed quite familiar to Qi Lu. He frowned and thought about it. Isn't this the prelude to becoming gigantic? Why does it feel like the law, heaven and earth have become a simple thing? Perhaps for physical cultivation, the larger the body, the more powerful it can bring. Demon gods all have this tendency, and this theory is basically established. After all, physical training focuses on tempering the body and tempering the body. So the larger the body, the more powerful it can be. This is a completely different path from the main god who focuses on the power of law, and the form of expression is naturally different. The Lord God can completely ignore the size difference, but the demon god cannot. It's just that the method of enlargement does not have to be used. It still depends on the situation. But now, it's the right time. Boy, let me show you the power that my great ancestor gave me. The man in the cloak shouted loudly, the fanatical belief in his eyes became more and more intense, and his piety was beyond words. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying power flowed out of the cloaked man's body, exuding an unparalleled violent momentum. Qi Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression was astonished. He never expected it. Before that, he had no idea how this power was hidden in the cloaked man's body. Could it be that this was really the power given to him by the immortal demon? There is no answer to this question. Just in the next moment, the trembling of the cloaked man's figure suddenly stopped. Then, just like a balloon inflating, it expanded rapidly, becoming huge and rising steadily. In the blink of an eye, it was already a huge body thousands of feet tall, which was no worse than Qi Lu at the moment. Even worse. A terrifying pressure burst out, like the wrath of heaven and earth. There is another giant standing tall between the sky and the earth, stepping in the earth, which is shocking. At a glance, they look like two towering mountains reaching into the clouds, but their aura is even more terrifying. Don't think that just because you have some means, you can do whatever you want in front of me. Your destiny will not change. The cloaked man's voice, even though it was still low, was like thunder at this moment. Looking at Qi Lu, the words he spoke echoed between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, shaking endlessly. It is different from Qi Lu, who embodies the law into a golden body and then blesses it on his own body. The president of the Immortal Union transformed himself into a giant. However, although the two are different, they reach the same goal, by different paths. Destiny? Qi Lu seemed to have heard some familiar words and couldn't help but smile. Then he shook his head, and for just a moment, his eyes that seemed to be recalling suddenly became firm. I don't believe in fate. At least, I will personally change the fate that makes me miserable. After saying that, Qi Lu stopped talking and directly attacked the cloaked man with extremely fast movements. He is obviously a giant thousands of feet tall, but his movements are not slow at all, and he can still bring up after images. This is a terrible thing. You know, at the same speed, the larger the body, the slower it will appear to. It's not that the speed has changed, it just looks and feels completely different. Just like the same distance, the little man has to walk 10 steps, but the giant only needs to walk 1 step. Looking at it this way, is the smaller man faster? No, it just looks faster. The same is true now. However, when Qi Lu turned into a 1,000-foot giant, he could still leave an afterimage, and his attacking movements were like lightning. That means one thing: his speed at this moment is faster than before. And it's 1,000 times faster. However, the cloaked man was not to be outdone and fought back directly. On top of the speed, it is simply unbelievable that he can keep up. The two giants standing tall against the sky and the earth, fighting together at this moment, really caused the heaven and earth to shake. The violent power poured out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth. The aroused air waves crushed everything in the way. What a shocking picture this is. The impact of the vented air waves spread thousands of miles away, causing countless gold diggers to tremble. Such a terrifying battle simply refreshed their understanding, and they didn't dare to notice it at all. Even the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance are at war. Even though this moment is a great opportunity to change the power structure off the infinite battlefield, it is difficult to resist the shock at this moment. Where did this battle power come from? It can be so powerful. A battle of this level is really unimaginable. In my entire life, let alone participating in a battle of this level, I would never dream of it. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in the infinite battlefield. It seems that leaving the infinite battlefield is just an unattainable dream. Wait a minute, didn't you sense it? One of these auras is definitely that of Elder Qi Lu, who has only recently become famous. Yes, I can feel it too. There is indeed Elder Qi Li's aura in it. Then who will be fighting Elder Qi Lu? The senior gold diggers in the infinite battlefield are not a bunch of fools. With such a loud movement and such a violent aura, it is not difficult to sense the owner of the aura. Especially when Qi Lu fought against the Ice Spirit Saint King before, he did not conceal his aura. It's surprising that they could forget in such a short period of time. So this time, the first thing to be recognized was Qi Li's aura. But the other breath is not so easy to recognize. After all, the President of the Immortal Union has not taken many actions in the infinite battlefield. You know, how many things can trouble the President of the Immortal Alliance in the entire infinite battlefield? If it really happened, it would be a huge event. Therefore, not many experienced gold diggers know about it. But there is no gain without much, but the aura possessed by the President of the Immortal Union is not a secret. In the Immortal Union, there are still some elders who know this. At this moment, it was this group of elders who seemed the most surprised and stunned, completely confused as to what was happening. Why is the President fighting Elder Qi Lu? So what happened? How could our President fight with Elder Qi Lu? Is there internal strife? Why at this time? These elders seemed a little panicked at this time. I also feel a little dark about the future of the Immortal Union and don't know what to do. The President of the Immortal Alliance and Elder Qi Lu are the top combat power in the Immortal Alliance. It is also the most indispensable force in this battle against the Eternal God Realm. But why would they fight? What happened in this? They can't understand it, and they really don't have the chance to understand it. The President of the Immortal Union returned this time, and his first purpose was to collect sacrifices. Then, the objects to look for are naturally those first-class elders in the Immortal Union. Therefore, how could these elders, whose combat prowess is not yet high enough, be ranked among the first-class ranks, know that the President of the Immortal Alliance actually does not take the Immortal Alliance into his heart at all? It is precisely because of this reason that they are uneasy. The entire Immortal Alliance is in turmoil, and the strongest war forces are still fighting among themselves. How can we fight this war? And even if you want to hide this matter, you can't hide it for long. Sooner or later the news will get out. In addition, other forces, large and small, are also looking for opportunities to attack the Immortal Alliance. Once this news is released, it is no surprise that it will be even worse for the Immortal United. It can even be regarded as the last straw that broke the camel's back. In this way, even if the elders are still resisting desperately, how can they prevent the collapse of the Immortal Alliance? The indisputable fact is right in front of them. How should they choose? Regardless of the impact on other battlefields. Anyway, on Qi Li's side, it was confirmed that the cloaked man's combat power was indeed very tyrannical. Part of the immortal will made the cloaked man's body become particularly strong. Even if Qi Li had the upper hand in the battle, he was still in an invincible position and could hardly be completely suppressed. This feeling is quite bad. No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King would say that he and the Dragon Saint King once joined forces and could not get rid of the immortal demon. We can only seal the immortal devil in the infinite battlefield and rely on the power of time to destroy his immortal body. At this moment, Qi Li felt this feeling. An immortal body is simply impossible to handle. This is probably where the cloaked man's confidence lies. Even if he cannot defeat the enemy, he can still use time to kill the enemy. The rogue style of play made Qi Li a little annoyed. It's not that he has no patience, it's that if he keeps fighting like this, there will be no end in sight. So what's the point of such a battle? There is no need to struggle. I have the power given by my great ancestors and there is no way I can fail. Even if you are stronger than I imagined, you will never be able to escape. Be a sacrifice obediently. The cloaked man seemed to understand the situation before him and sneered again. He didn't care about the sacrifice he was interested in. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't be his opponent anyway. On the contrary, the more powerful the sacrifice, the more benefits it can bring, and the happier he is. Therefore, even though Qi Li's strength exceeded the cloaked man's expectation, but he didn't feel angry at all, but was surprised. If you want to sacrifice your life for your damn ancestor, then go ahead. I don't have time for you. Qi Li replied coldly, thinking in his heart. Although the immortal will is indeed powerful and almost indestructible. But that also talks about the complete immortal will, not the half-filled bucket of water like this guy in front of me. He just inherited a small part of the immortal will, and he wanted to be like the immortal demon and gain the power of immortality. It's simply a fool's errand. Therefore, Qi Li quickly thought of it. Since the Ice Spirit Holy King and the Dragon Holy King can choose to use Tomato try to destroy the immortal body of the immortal demon, then Qi Li can naturally refer to this idea to destroy the cloaked man's body. So, time. The law of time, right? The Dragon Saint King once went to see the human king. Could it be that he also wanted to see the spirit of time? But then, the timeline doesn't match up. It seems that you still have to try it yourself to know. Qi Li thought for a long time before he was sure that his idea was okay. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. If you can find the right idea from this guy to crack the immortal body, then you can still make a lot of money. For Qi Li, the law of time is also unfamiliar. When he knew that Lan Yi was the reincarnation of the spirit of time, he had studied it for a while. Naturally, practice makes perfect. Coupled with this current body, it is the embodiment of the golden body of the law. Used to exert the power of law, it has a huge bonus. If you don't try it now, when will you wait? But at this moment, the face of the cloaked man suddenly changed, and an ominous premonition came into his heart. Then he suddenly looked into Qi Li's eyes and spoke in an unbelievable voice. You are actually able to use the power of law? How can this be? Even the well-informed president of the Immortal Union could not resist the surprise and shock in his heart due to the sudden change. Such a powerful demon god actually burst out with a terrifying power of law within his body. This impossible thing happened before his eyes. How could the man in the cloak calm down? The way of the devil and the way of the Lord God are not incompatible. However, there are endless avenues. If you want to have both, then the most likely situation is that you will not be able to master them all. This is something that neither the demon god nor the Lord God can accept. It is better to learn but not master than to specialize in one subject. If you want to reach the top of the road, it is absolutely impossible to do it half-heartedly. That's why the president of the Immortal Union is so shocked at this moment. There's such a genius in the world? Being able to integrate these two completely different forces so perfectly, not only did they not conflict, but they complemented each other. No, it's impossible. Even my great ancestors couldn't do this. How could you possibly do it? You're just bluffing now. I won't be fooled. The cloaked man seemed to feel that he had seen through the other party's little trick, and the expression on his face became a little distorted. This kind of power that transcends the people he believes in is something he's unwilling to admit. No matter who it is, they will not feel good if they see their faith being defeated. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll find out soon enough. At this time, Qi Lu has no intention of quarreling with the president of the Immortal Union. It would be better to let the facts speak for themselves. The power of the law of time is condensed in the hands of 1,000-foot giant. The huge golden body of law is the condensed body of law power. Used to use the power of law, the effect is even stronger than Qila itself, and it is also faster. The law of time that was originally supposed to be formless and unperceivable, at this moment, actually emerged from the void. Shrouded in all directions of the world, vaguely connected to each other, forming a prison. The long river of time is like an inescapable prison, imprisoning all living beings and swallowing them up. Any creature that wants to resist will eventually sink to the bottom of the river of time. It has become the mud at the bottom of the river of time. Now, let me see if you can withstand the erosion of time. Qi Lu pushed slowly with both hands, and the law of time condensed in the hands of the giant was pushed out. Even though the speed seems to be extremely slow, it completely covers this world, with nowhere to hide and no escape. Law of time, time cage. Receive. As a loud shout came out, the shadow floating in the void suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, just like the railings around the cage, it began to paracycle inward, squeezing the internal space. The space enveloped in the time cage is getting smaller and smaller, which also means that the time inside is passing faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it reached the level of one breath for 1,000 years. Even the immortal will begin to show signs of decline under the erosion of the law of time. Although a large part of the reason is due to the immortal will inherited by the president of the Immortal Union, it is only a small part. But it is undeniable that the law of time does have an effect on the immortal will. But Qi Lu didn't know whether the complete version of immortal will would have such a good effect. But it doesn't matter, now is not the time to think about those problems. Let's solve the problem at hand first. The appearance of the time cage completely shattered the last string in the cloaked man's mind. Because he discovered that the incomplete version of his immortal will that he possessed seemed to be showing signs of collapse. That is his last trump card, and it is also the capital that makes him invincible against any enemy. There were signs of collapse at this moment. How could he accept this? Time. This is the power of the law of time. You can actually master the law of time. The power of immortality should not be afraid of the power of time. Why is this happening? The cloaked man roared and found that cracks appeared on his body from unknown time. That was a sign that his body was about to collapse. The power of time is truly terrifying. However, it is not easy for Qi Lu to use this move. The law of time is one of the highest level laws. Now it is not only to activate the law of time, but also to destroy the immortal will. The consumption is unimaginable. This killer level move is not something that can be used casually. But what is gratifying is that the effect is unexpectedly good. But at the same time, Qilu also thought, if he really wants to use the law of time to deal with the immortal demon, judging from his current situation, Sanha really sustained such a huge consumption? Now just dealing with the president of the Immortal Alliance is already a bit difficult. Sure enough, this matter still needs to be considered in the long term. It seems that your death date is today. It's such a pity. Maybe if you make the sacrifice yourself, the effect will be better. As Jila spoke, he accelerated the size of the time cage and accelerated the erasure of the cloaked man's immortal will. As long as the immortal will is broken, the cloaked man's fighting power Alonius, not Qi Li's opponent. In this battle, the overall situation has been decided. But now, you'd better just accept death. Want me to die? It's not that easy. The cloaked man's eyes were red, and he suddenly roared. This is not because he is afraid of death, but because he is worried that after he dies in the battle, the demon's plan to revive will completely fail. Therefore, the cloaked man is more inclined to save his own life and collect other sacrifices. After all, in the entire infinite battlefield, how many people can have such tyrannical strength? The quality of the sacrifices does not necessarily need to be so high. At worst, the quantity can be used to make up for it. It has to be said that the cloaked man has the right idea. In the infinite battlefield, Qi Li may be the only person who can master the law of time. When others meet him, even if they are powerful, they can only be reduced to sacrifices after an endless battle. There is no doubt about the power of the immortal will. It is just an incomplete version of the immortal will, which has not yet truly achieved the so-called immortality. Therefore, under the erosion of the law of time, it will be gradually erased and show signs of collapse. But the existence of the law of time is extremely rare after all. As long as he escapes this disaster, the cloaked man is convinced that he can still collect enough sacrifices to revive the great ancestor. Then it's not up to you. Qilu instantly saw the cloaked man's intention to escape. However, being imprisoned in the cage of time, is it not easy to escape? Even if Qi Li's mastery of the law of time is not perfect, not everyone can break free. Can't help me? The cloaked man smiled ferociously and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back. The day my great ancestor awakens will be the day when all of you who resist will die." After saying this, the man in the cloak suddenly shrank in size. A burst of thick blood mist burst out, covering up everything inside the time cage. Burn the essence and the blood will travel thousands of miles. Do you really want to escape? Sheila saw through the cloaked man's movements at a glance. Although you want to trade your life for a chance to escape, unfortunately, I still don't allow it. Law of time, mark of quicksand. In an instant, the time cage covering that burst of blood mist shrank instantly. In an instant, all the blood mist was blown away, and the phantoms in the cage also gathered together and disappeared without a trace. And the man in the cloak who also disappeared without a trace. President of the Immortal Union. Brother Chila, did he escape? Yu Shir, who was watching the battle from a distance, waited for a long time before cautiously approaching and asking aloud. No, he can't escape. Chila shook his head, not caring that the president of the Immortal Alliance had disappeared. The power of the law of time has left a mark on him. No matter where he escapes, he can't escape the end of being completely wiped out by the power of the law of time, so don't worry about it. In 2 days at most, that guy will be turned into ashes under the power of the quicksand mark. So next, we just need to deal with the issue of the Immortal Union. Qi Lu, who had been escaped by the Demon Emperor several times, had sufficient experience in dealing with these enemies who were preparing to escape. I won't make the same mistakes again. Even if the president of the Immortal Union escapes now, he will not escape death. It just postpones the time of his death a little bit, from immediate execution to suspended death. So Qi Lu is not worried about this, but is more concerned about the problem of the immortal demon. I am going to discuss with the Ice Spirit Saint King to see if we can find a way to get rid of the immortal demon once and for all. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to stay in the infinite battlefield like now. I knew that Brother Qi Lu was the best, and he would definitely leave no hidden dangers. Yu Shier's face showed a look of anticipation. Qi Lu smiled and rubbed her head, and then said, "Okay, now let's find where the Thunder Tiger is. I hope he can stay alive in this battlefield." This was also the plan from the beginning. It's just that the Thunder Tiger lost consciousness, and it was unclear where he would fall in the aftermath of the battle. I don't even know if there is even a complete body. I can only pray and wish him good luck and good life. Yes. Yu Xia responded, then ran away happily. When you can stay with Brother Qi Lu, you are happy. On the other side, relying on the burning essence and blood, the president of the Immortal Alliance, who had fled thousands of miles away, finally found a place to stay. He was injured in the previous battle, eroded by the law of time, and ended up burning a lot of blood essence. The cloaked man could now feel that his condition was really worse than ever. And he could also feel that there was another force raging inside his body. Although the cloaked man has been thinking of ways to dispel this force, it has been to no avail. This also made his physical condition become worse and worse. Damn it! The cloaked man cursed secretly. Unfortunately, this kind of problem cannot be solved with a few curses. Now, where should we go to collect the sacrifices? There is only one last step left before the ancestors plan to revive. This last step must not be given up. However, having said that, but the defeat and destruction of the Immortal Alliance is already unstoppable. It's a pity that when I finally left, I couldn't take the Thunder Tiger with him, otherwise it would have been barely enough. Thinking like this, the cloaked man fell into thinking again. However, this state did not last long before he was awakened by a cold breath. Sensing the uninvited guest, the cloaked man suddenly raised his head and saw a guy whose whole body was hidden in the black mist. He didn't know when he peered in front of him. The figure is not visible, and the face cannot be seen. Only a pair of scarlet eyes can be seen, peeking out from the black mist. Cold and evil. Who are you? Why are you here? The cloaked man frowned slightly and asked. At the same time, he also suppressed his injuries and was ready to fight. This foothold was a secret place that he specifically sought out as the president of the Immortal Union. Just to give myself a way out and a hiding place at this time. But now, I have only been here for a short time and I was discovered. This shouldn't be the case. Unless, this guy has been targeting me from the beginning. Who I am is not important. What is important is you. Do you want to achieve your goal? Do you want to take revenge? The guy hidden in the black mist spoke slowly and lightly. He could tell that this should be a man. When facing the president of the Immortal Union, he didn't have any respect at all, so he knew that his strength was definitely not weak. What he said now made the cloaked man frown even more. Complete my goal? Revenge? From these two sentences, you can tell that this guy definitely knows a lot. And he was still staring at him. Because for the man in the cloak, there is only one goal of revenge, and that is Qi Lu. If he didn't know about the previous battle, he would never have said such a thing. Therefore, this uninvited guy is very dangerous. I don't understand what you are talking about, but if you don't leave, I won't be polite. The cloaked man took a deep breath, and then his eyes suddenly became fierce. In the current state, maybe it is really a bluff. But when you are seriously injured, if you don't heal your injuries first and fight rashly, the consequences will only be worse. Oh my, Is this the way the president of the Immortal Union shows hospitality? The man in the black mist didn't show any anger at all. Still speaking slowly. You want to unlock the seal of the immortal demon, and I want to do the same. So from this point of view, we are friends, or allies, right? Upon hearing this, the cloaked man's pupils suddenly shrank. Now that everything has been made clear, if you still want to continue to act stupid, you are really stupid. You really know about your ancestors. Who are you? No wonder the cloaked man was shocked. In the entire infinite battlefield, there are only a few people who know about the immortal demon. Perhaps there are many people in the eternal divine realm who have heard of the name immortal demon. However, not many people know how the immortal demon is sealed. Let alone someone who knows how to break the seal. So there was no reason for the cloaked man not to be vigilant. I've already said this before, so it's not important. You just need to know that the person who hurt you also has a grudge against me, so we should be allies, right? The man in the black mist spoke slowly, his tone still calm, without any waves. It was as if the person speaking was not himself. But the man in the cloak could tell that the guy in front of him wasn't lying. He does have a grudge against the person who hurt him. It's just that this guy's attitude is so calm that one can't help but wonder, is he really talking about his own affairs? The reason for this situation is that either he has let go of this grudge, or the city is too deep. If it was the former, then this guy wouldn't come looking for him. And if it's the latter, be careful. The man in the cloak asked himself that he couldn't do it anyway for such a deep-minded person. The followers of the immortal demon did not suffer a loss. If something happened before they could retaliate in time, at least they would not be so peaceful. So, after staring at the man in the black mist for a long time, the cloaked man said solemnly, "What do you want to do? If it's cooperation, what benefits can you get? If it's just for revenge, it's definitely more than that for this guy's peace of mind. With such a city, it is impossible to abandon one's own interests simply for revenge. Alliance, to put it simply. But in actual practice, the risks are too great. Especially when the two have never had any contact before, do they have to form an alliance just because they have a common enemy? This is obviously unreasonable. Then, the guy in front of him must have other intentions. The cloaked man didn't think he would tell him his true purpose, so asking him was just telling him. I don't believe him and have politely rejected this proposal, so please leave. However, the man in the black mist was neither discouraged nor angry. He just smiled slightly and said, "You and I have the same goal. If we can achieve it, it will be the greatest benefit to me." After saying this, he paused for a moment and then continued, "Your Excellency Tianma, I have also admired your name for a long time. I am honored to be able to contribute to his recovery." Yeah? When he mentioned this, the cloaked man no longer felt sleepy. For a fanatical believer, praising him personally is not as good as praising the existence of his belief. At least on this point, there is still some common language. However, even after talking about this matter, there is still a doubt. You also said before that you also want to revive my great ancestor, but why? I have never heard of you before. As one of the fanatical believers of the immortal demon, he is also the president of the Immortal Union. It is impossible for the cloaked man to be unclear about the followers of the immortal demon. It is not even an exaggeration to say that as the president of the Immortal Union, he should know all the believers of the immortal demon. But the man in the cloak had no impression of this unexpected guest who suddenly appeared. This is enough to show that he is very likely to have other motives. Rather than working as a believer of the immortal demon to unlock the seal of the immortal demon. This is even worse than those guys in the eternal God realm. Of course you have never heard of me. It would be better to say that I only knew of the existence of His Excellency the immortal demon not long ago. The man in the black mist spoke calmly and calmly. It's quite honest. At this point, the conversation changed. However, I deeply admire what Your Excellency the immortal demon has done. Out of respect, I want to contribute. Such an existence should not be sealed away and wasting its life, but should do something bigger. These words were spoken with sonorous force, and as soon as you heard them, you felt that they came from the bottom of your heart. It was exactly what was said in the cloaked man's heart. So he suddenly became excited. You are right, my great ancestor should never waste his life like this. He deserves to do greater things and achieve higher achievements. Just what I said to you, I think it's not impossible to form an alliance with you. As the cloaked man said this, he was also thinking that since the interests of both parties were the same, it would be a good thing for them to be temporary allies and take care of each other. There was no need to refuse in a hurry. As long as the immortal demon wakes up from the seal, no matter what the real purpose of this guy is, there is nothing to be afraid of. The immortal demon is the one who is destined to rule the world, the one who is invincible in this world. Why should we care about conspiracies? You made a wise decision, and I believe you will not regret it. After hearing this, the man in the black mist also smiled. It's just that there is a little more unknown emotion in the voice. The cloaked man didn't care, but continued, then we should look for suitable sacrifices. There is only the last step left, to unlock the ancestor's seal. It's a pity that it is hindered at this time. If it hadn't been for the last step, as the president of the Immortal Union, he wouldn't have given up on the entire Immortal Union. After all, as long as the immortal demon revives, let alone an Immortal Union, even 10 can be re-established. But the problem is, if this operation fails, I don't know how long it will take to unlock the seal of the immortal demon. That's why the man in the cloak agreed to the uninvited guest's request after thinking about it, not just because he liked him. Yeah, we've obviously reached the last step, but we haven't succeeded yet. If this were not the case, there would be no need for me to take action. The man in the black mist agreed softly, but it made the man in the cloak smell a dangerous aura. Something's wrong. What do you want to do? Didn't you say that there is still a lack of suitable sacrifices? Then aren't I the most suitable sacrifice? As soon as these words came out, the dangerous premonition in the cloakedman's heart suddenly reached its peak. Is this guy here to take his own life? Damn it. It's really hard to believe that such a deep-seated person exists in the city. However, by this time, even though the cloaked man was alert, it was already too late. As long as you look around, you can find that in all directions, a layer of black fog has been shrouded in it from unknown time. I had a long conversation with him before, just to draw all his attention to him. In this way, we have the opportunity to arrange it first. Boom. At this moment, the cloaked man no longer cared about being seriously injured. The violent power suddenly burst out, and the size suddenly increased. In an instant, it was 100 feet tall. But the man hidden in the black mist in front of him didn't make any move. Ash watched this scene unfold. Instead, he continued to chuckle. That's when the cloaked man noticed something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the next second, the black fog shrouding the surroundings suddenly gathered in. When it came into contact with his body, it instantly turned into a pool of blood, which seemed to fall from the sky and splash. These black mist can actually swallow the blood. The cloaked man was shocked. Then I heard the unhurried voice of the guy in front of me. It is quite difficult to refine this bloodthirsty demonic mist, but it took me a lot of effort to make it a good thing. It seems a pity to use it against you. However, as long as I can complete my plan, what does this little effort mean? As these words slowly rang out, more and more bloodthirsty demonic mist turned into blood. The man in the cloak felt that the energy and blood all over his body were burning, and his own life and strength were also burning. Such a terrible thing might not have happened before. However, the immortal will he inherited was already incomplete, and was worn away by the law of time to the point where it was almost broken. Only then could he resist the erosion of the bloodthirsty demonic mist, and this guy took advantage of him. Could it be that God wants to kill me? The cloaked man couldn't help but ask himself. Then, I strengthened my faith. No, it won't happen. My great ancestor is still waiting for me to unlock the seal. I can never die here. However, the man shrouded in black mist showed no mercy at all. He still spoke calmly and said, "There is no need to continue struggling. Don't worry, I have never deceived you. You and I have the same purpose and the same interests. We just need to borrow your life to unlock the seal. You wouldn't be willing to sacrifice your life for His Majesty, the immortal demon, right?" Faced with the obviously aggressive questioning, the cloaked man suddenly spoke angrily and said, "For the great ancestor, I will dedicate my life at any time. Compared with the great cause of the ancestor's resurrection, I would not regret my death. However, I never want to believe that you, this damn guy, will have the same purpose as us." The man in the black mist just shrugged silently. After being silent for a while, he said, "Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. You're in Dingus already determined. Let's think on the bright side. At least, you can die happy, right?" Faced with such remarks, the cloaked man was speechless. This bloodthirsty demonic mist was obviously something that had been prepared for a long time and was specially used to target him. In addition, he was seriously injured and came here to recuperate, but he encountered this kind of thing. The consequence is, of course, death. It's just a pity that I have to die like this, before my great cause is accomplished, and I feel unwilling to do so. But even so, what can I do? Can time really erase everything? If what you said is true, then it doesn't matter if you take my life. It's just your behavior that will never end well." At the end, the cloaked man only had time to say these words before he lost consciousness. The uninvited guest was obviously well prepared and would not kill him here, otherwise why go to such trouble? As soon as they come up, it won't be over without a direct force attack. After all, the reason why he showed up and said so much was because it affected the cloaked man's decision at this moment. Emphasizing his purpose is also to prevent him from choosing to self-destruct at the last moment because of his belief in the immortal demon. Although there is a suspicion of delaying time, the more important thing is for this step. The last sacrifice has been received. Whether or not I will end up well is not up to you. The man hidden in the black mist spoke slowly, and the enveloping black mist completely swallowed up the cloaked man, who fell to the ground. Then, a hurricane blew by, and when I looked again, there was nothing here. No one knew that the president of the Immortal Union had passed away. However, the news of the rebellion of the president of the Immortal Union has become known to everyone. Although only Yu Shi'er was watching the battle between Qi Lu and the cloaked man, it was still very simple to spread the news. After all, there is no way to hide such violent momentum and pressure. At this moment, the Immortal Alliance completely gave up. Some of those powerful elders were beaten unconscious by the president of the Immortal Union and then captured. Some of them unfortunately died under the sudden attack of the Eternal Divine Realm. Now it is reported that the president of the Immortal Union has rebelled and disappeared after the battle with Elder Qi Lu. Among the Immortal Alliance, Thunder Tiger, known as the strongest elder, was also attacked by the Immortal Alliance's president. He became disheartened and turned against the Immortal Alliance, choosing to deal with the Immortal Alliance. Finally, the most intense news broke out, interrupting the Immortal Union's last breath. That is, Elder Qi Lu, in fact, was originally a member of the Eternal Divine Realm. Staying in the Immortal Union is just a mole. Just such a piece of news, bang, all of a sudden, all those guys in the Immortal Alliance were confused. What's happening here? Elder Qi Lu, is he actually a member of the Eternal God Realm? No way, how could such a thing happen? It's over. Now, the Immortal Alliance is really over. All the top combat forces are almost completely destroyed. How long can the remaining people resist? One bad news after another made all the remaining members of the Immortal Alliance lose their ability to play. This great hand of cards, at a glance, at least a few of them exploded. How could it end up in such a messy situation? Who doesn't know how to play? Now, the president of the Immortal Union is gone. The strongest elder of the Immortal Alliance is gone, and even Elder Qi Lu, who has the best chance of becoming the next president, is gone. Yes, in fact, after the president of the Immortal Union disappeared, there were some rumors that the next president would be selected. Then after picking and choosing, he fell in love with Elder Qi Lu, a new elder. Because Elder Qi Li's strength is obvious to everyone. Moreover, he has not been involved in the Immortal Alliance for a long time, so he is not deeply involved with the various factions. As a key point of balance, not favoring any faction is obviously a very important criterion. Therefore, the issue of how to elect Elder Qi Lu as the next president was put on the agenda. As a result, the issue has not been concluded yet. Elder Qi Lu jumped out himself, saying that he was not a member of the Immortal Alliance at all. Good guy, it was a sap on the spot, almost killing the people of the Immortal United who had the last glimmer of hope. The remaining members of the Immortal Alliance still want to let Elder Qi Li lead them to make a comeback. They might as well continue to dominate the infinite battlefield. In the end, he was stabbed in the back. Who can bear this? Then, the last straw that broke the camel's back came out, and it really broke the camel's back in Immortal United. All parties followed the forces of the Eternal God Realm and were thankful for their original decision. Fortunately, I was more conservative and didn't gamble on that opportunity. Originally, Eternal God Realm chose to strike first and attack suddenly, so it must have been fully prepared. So from the very beginning, Immortal United was at a disadvantage, and it was extremely difficult to make a comeback. Now it seems that this is really the case. Even if the president of the Immortal Alliance hadn't planned this incident, with Elder Qi Lu coordinating it, the Eternal God Realm would still have a great chance of winning, and it would never be as miserable as the Immortal Alliance is today. Coupled with the attitude of the Thunder Tiger, everyone can see it. Therefore, time is also fate. The Immortal Alliance was indeed unlucky, but it was actually destined to do so. Because from the moment the Immortal Alliance was established, this biggest hidden danger had already been buried. Unless you give up unlocking the seal of the Immortal Demon. But if we really choose to give up, the Immortal Union will not be established yet in the first place. Therefore, destiny may be so magical. No matter how tortuous the process is, the ending will always be the same by coincidence. It's finally time to finish. When Qi Lu came to the Eternal God Realm, he received a lot of shocked looks. But he was mentally prepared, so he didn't think it was anything. Instead, it caused some discussion among the members of the Eternal God Realm, and they were still talking about whether Elder Qi Lu had abandoned the dark and turned to the light. Yu Shi'er was so angry that she argued on the spot, saying that Brother Qi Lei was already in the light, so what does it mean to abandon the darkness and turn to the light? At most, this is called restoring identity. In the end, it was Qi Lu who pulled her away. Yes, it's finally time to bring things to an end. The dangers of the Immortal Alliance have finally been eliminated. It can be considered as a relief from a lot of worries. The Ice Spirit Saint King was also filled with relief. After going back and forth with the Immortal Alliance for so many years, to be honest, if it hadn't been for this time, the Immortal Alliance would have been really unlucky, with bad news coming one after another. If the Eternal God Realm wants to win, even if it can be done, in the end, it will basically be almost shattered by the power of the Immortal Joint counterattack, and then disappear. It's almost like we're going to die together. So before that, the Ice Spirit Saint King had not been able to make up his mind. Because the odds of winning are really too slim. So this victory also had a lot of luck involved. But no matter what, if the end result is good, then that's fine. As the saying goes, if you get the right way, you will get more help, but if you get the wrong way, you will get less help. The president of the Immortal Union did not regard those elders as human beings, so it was not surprising that it ended up like this. But are you sure that the president of the Immortal Union has been eliminated? After a few words, the Ice Spirit Saint King asked one more question. After all, the most critical enemy is the president of the Immortal Union. Without him, all problems would be much easier to deal with. Within 2 days at most, he will definitely die. Qi Lu answered firmly. Ice Spirit Saint King couldn't help but nodded in approval and said, "That's good, Qi Lu, it's all thanks to you this time." "Thank you, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King. This is also for myself," Qi Lu said modestly. But any strong person from the Order camp would never like a guy from the evil Chaos camp like the Immortal Demon. You know, what the Immortal Demon originally wanted to do was to completely destroy the Divine Realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have planned the ancient catastrophe. Chaos is not a good thing for Qi Lu, so it is not wrong to say that it is for himself. People in the Order camp basically think about how to bring peace and maintain order. Who would want to fight and kill every day if they could live and work in peace and contentment? However, although the Immortal Alliance has been destroyed, as long as the Immortal Demon exists, hidden dangers will remain. If possible, I would like to think of a way to completely solve this trouble. As he spoke, Qi Lu also looked at the Ice Spirit Saint King. Although the name of the Immortal Demon is resounding, Qi Lu has never been exposed to it, so he can only let the Ice Spirit Saint King find a way. It would be a great thing if the Immortal Devil could really be eradicated within the seal. It's hard. When the Ice Spirit Saint King heard this, he shook his head. You must have seen the power of the immortal will. Qi Lu did not hide anything about the president of the Immortal Union and his conspiracy, and told them all. Therefore, it is normal for the Ice Spirit Saint King to know the incomplete version of the immortal will. Qi Lu nodded and said, "That's true. Since you have already seen it, I won't hide it from you. The immortal will possessed by the Immortal Demon is enough to protect his body and soul. Even if a disaster strikes him, it will not be able to harm him. The law of time alone cannot destroy the Immortal Demon." The Ice Spirit Saint King continued. There are too many ways to deal with the incomplete version of the immortal will. Because being incomplete means weakness, it means shortcomings, it means it can be targeted. And the complete immortal will is flawless, indestructible and indestructible. It can survive countless tribulations without dying, and can live through eternity without immortality. Compared with the incomplete version of the immortal will, it is basically an underground and a heaven. How can it be so easy to deal with? So after hearing this, Qi Lu immediately frowned and said, "If that's the case, why would you, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, join forces to seal the Immortal Demon? If the immortal will is really so terrifying, then just a seal, no matter how long it takes, will be useless. The seal is just a means of delay. If it is true as the Ice Spirit Saint King said, there is no way to solve the problem of immortal will. So no matter how long the seal is, once the seal is broken, everything will go back to where it started, or even worse." Qi Lu didn't believe that Ice Spirit Saint King would not think of this problem, so they must have some backup plans, but they didn't say it out loud. "You are right, but I think you must have guessed it." Ice Spirit Saint King heard the implication of Qi Lu's words. The seal is just a means of restriction, and the power we really use to destroy the Immortal Demon is actually the devouring power of this infinite battlefield. That is the will of the rules of heaven and earth, so it can be used to deal with the immortal will of the Immortal Demon. But for the Immortal Demon, the power of devouring is not very effective, so can only rely on the power of time to slowly eliminate the existence of the Immortal Demon. This is the most fundamental reason for the seal of the Immortal Demon. What he relies on is not the power of the seal itself. I see. Qi Li's face showed an expression of sudden realization. but soon, Qi Lu thought of another doubt. Wait a minute, there's another question. You say. The Ice Spirit Saint King glanced at Qi Lu and thought it would be a good idea to explain everything clearly this time. Lifespan. Lifespan in an infinite battlefield. When we entered the infinite battlefield, our lifespan was limited and we could only rely on killing to capture it. Is it possible that the immortal demon has not reached the limit of its lifespan when it has been sealed for so long? Qi Lu immediately expressed his doubts. If this is the case, how much blood is stained in the hands of the immortal demon? Lifespan limit? The Ice Spirit Saint King read the word again, and then his face looked a little strange. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Qi Lu asked back. No, this question, logically speaking, should be no problem. The Ice Spirit Saint King shrugged, and then continued, it's just that for the immortal demon, this is an exception. You should know that the lifespan limit in the infinite battlefield is also caused by the rules of heaven and earth. When the so-called lifespan limit is reached, it will be judged as death by the rules of heaven and earth, and then it will be swallowed up. Having said this, the Ice Spirit Saint King stopped. Because when Qi Lu heard this, he understood. The so-called seal is actually to use the rules of heaven and earth of the infinite battlefield to destroy the immortal will of the immortal demon after exhausting its lifespan, and then make it be swallowed by the infinite battlefield. It can be seen from this, that the immortal will possessed by the immortal demon is indeed terrifying. It can actually directly withstand the rules of heaven and earth on an infinite battlefield, almost ignoring the so-called lifespan limit. Of course, I say almost here, because if this immortal will can really withstand the devouring power of the infinite battlefield, then this seal will be completely ineffective. So in the final analysis, the resistance is relatively high, but it is not completely ineffective. I just don't know how much time it will take to completely destroy the immortal demon. Is this the truth behind the seal? Qi Lu nodded thoughtfully. As expected, these ancient powers were all very far-sighted and couldn't think of anything. From this point of view, the immortal demon is indeed extremely difficult to deal with, otherwise he would not have taken this tactic and waited patiently. No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King has been staying at the infinite battlefield. Is it because he is monitoring the situation of the seal? That makes sense. Actually, that's not entirely the case. Seeing Qi Li's expression, Ice Spirit Saint King added another sentence. Hearing this, Qi Li raised his head in confusion. How? Isn't that what I just said? If we really have to wait until the immortal demon is completely wiped out by the devouring power of the infinite battlefield, we don't know how long it will take. So, the real purpose of the seal is just to damage the immortal will of the immortal demon. As long as there is any defect, it can be targeted. The Ice Spirit Saint King said, slowly. There is really no good way to deal with the perfect and immortal will. However, the more perfect something is, the more conspicuous it is and the easier it is to target once it is damaged. With the help of the world rules of the infinite battlefield, the purpose to be achieved is actually to make the immortal will incomplete. As long as this first step is achieved, subsequent matters will be easier to handle. Now it seems that this first step should be quick. According to the calculations of the Dragon Holy King, there must be enough time. As he spoke, the Ice Spirit Saint King fell into memories again. He thought for a while, before speaking out. Enough time? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then continued, then why? Why am I still here, huh? Ice Spirit Saint King interface. Qi Lu nodded and said nothing. Everything must be done in order. It should be better to deal with the Immortal Alliance first, and then deal with the immortal demon. The Ice Spirit Saint King smiled and said this. But Qi Lu understood. There was a big difference between letting those guys from the Immortal Alliance break the seal of the immortal demon and them taking the initiative to break the seal of the immortal demon. If the fanatic believers of the immortal demon were really allowed to offer sacrifices to the immortal demon, Then within the seal, it is possible for the immortal will of the immortal demon, which was consumed by the rules of heaven and earth on the infinite battlefield, to be restored. Rebuild your immortal will with the blood of countless strong men. Once something like this happens, all the waiting for such a long time is basically in vain. For another reason, Qi Lu estimated that the Ice Spirit Saint King was also waiting for someone. Waiting for enough combat power to gather. You must know that it was not only the Ice Spirit Saint King who fought against the immortal demon, but also the Dragon Saint King. But now, the Dragon Saint King is missing, and more than half of his combat power has been lost. How is it possible to directly touch the immortal demon? Isn't that asking for trouble? Therefore, even though the time calculated by the Dragon Saint King was enough and the immortal will of the immortal demon was already damaged, the Ice Spirit Saint King still did not go to the place where the immortal demon was sealed. I just don't want to do anything I'm not sure about. Opportunity, only once. In reality, there is no magical skill like archiving, so we can only continue to increase the probability of winning. Now, the immortal union has been destroyed. Qi Lu, even if you don't mention this matter, I will find an opportunity to talk to you. The Ice Spirit Saint King saw Qi Li's expression and knew that he understood what he said. He stayed on the infinite battlefield not only to monitor the seal of the immortal demon from being destroyed, but also to wait. Waiting for the arrival of the latecomers, waiting for enough combat power to destroy the immortal demon, and come to the infinite battlefield. But now, the Ice Spirit Saint King knew that he was waiting. Destroying the immortal alliance is just a test. Qi Lu used his strength to prove himself and passed this test. In the opinion of Ice Spirit Saint King, Qi Lu basically has the strength to fight the immortal demon head-on. Moreover, I was pleasantly surprised to have the experience of fighting against the immortal will. The president of the Immortal Union is quite nice. He came here specially to give me experience. He is truly a professional experience baby. Therefore, for today's conversation, even if Qi Lu didn't take the initiative to come over. After a few days, the Ice Spirit Saint King will also take the initiative to come over. As for why we have to wait a few days? That was of course to bring this war to an end. Although the Immortal Union is now in a precarious state, life is like a candle in the wind. But a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. For those ordinary forces in the infinite battlefield, the size is there, and it is not something that can be eaten in a short while. Even if the top combat power is gone, the backbone of the Immortal Alliance isn't a small number. Being able to occupy so much area has made him famous throughout the infinite battlefield. Those backbone forces are indispensable. Therefore, in order to quickly and completely destroy the Immortal Alliance, the people of the Eternal God Realm naturally had to send people to help clean up. As long as some benefits are given to those big and small forces that have been coveting it for a long time, they will immediately come over and clear the place. Plus, Immortal United has been around for so long. How many treasures of heaven and earth have been accumulated? It's simply too many to count. And these treasures of heaven and earth are the most delicious part of the big cake of Immortal Union. As the main force, the Eternal Divine Realm naturally got the lion's share off it, and its tyrannical strength overwhelmed other forces. However, it is unrealistic to receive them all. After all, the hyenas are watching, so how could they not leave some meat behind? It's okay to say that these guys are scavengers. Anyway, if the benefits obtained are not too many, then naturally, they are not too little. Give me more or less. So the matter was settled like this, and conquering the immortal demon was not something that could happen in a short while. This kind of fatal battle is not something that can be decided with a slap on the head. After discussing with the Ice Spirit Saint King, Qi Lu also ran to retreat. At least you should adjust your condition to the best. What's more, Qi Lu has really gained some insights over the past few days and took this opportunity to practice in seclusion. Then when the loot was harvested in the Eternal Divine Realm, the Ice Spirit Saint King also took the initiative and sent Qi Lu a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The treasures of heaven and earth this time are different from the low-end goods Qi Lu searched for before. All high-end goods. It also helped Qi Lu a lot, who was in retreat. To be honest, the products provided by the system are also good things. But there are always areas that cannot be taken into account, but these treasures from heaven and earth can just be used to make up for them. Fighting is indeed the best way to improve your strength. Qi Lu also had to sigh with emotion. Then, as if he thought of something, he called up the system in his mind. System, host, do you have anything to do with this system? System, come to think of it, you haven't looked into this system for a long time. It was such a relaxing time. No, do you still need a day off? When Qi Lu heard the system's tone, he felt something was wrong. Is this because the rest time is too long? Is it too lazy to take a rest? System, it's just a retreat for practice. As you know, host, those heavenly and earthly treasures are all good things. He said strange things as soon as he came up, and Qi Lu suddenly felt something was wrong. Then without saying anything, he went directly to check the treasures off heaven, materials, and earth he had saved, and sure enough he found a problem. System, please explain to me why my treasures of heaven, materials, and earth are missing so much even though I haven't used them so much. Qi Lu deliberately used an accent on the word I. I never paid attention to this aspect before. After all, Qi Lu didn't think anyone could steal the treasures of heaven and earth from his hands without knowing it. But I never imagined that it would be difficult to guard against house thieves by day and night defense. My treasures of heaven and earth were actually stolen by this Irby system. System, host, as you said, do this system and you still need to distinguish each other? I think it's useful. Being able to say such things shows that the system's face is indeed thicker. But after a helpless sigh, Qi Lu was too lazy to argue with the system about such things. Because he felt that even if he continued to argue, it would definitely end after a while of wrangling. So let's not waste any effort or expression. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Qi Lu shook his head. In fact, he also knew in his heart that although the system liked to take advantage when nothing happened, it was still very reliable when it came to serious matters. At least they won't steal things from his host for no reason, and they will at least say something. Therefore, there should be a reason for this incident. But if you don't tell me, you should at least tell me the use of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Don't let them go to waste. Qi Lu was not only helpless, but also partly curious about this matter. In other words, the reason why he came to the system this time was to ask it if it could create these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As a result, before I could even ask the question, I made such a fuss. Qi Lu estimated that asking now would be in vain. If this Irby system really had this ability, why would it steal his treasures off heaven and earth? System, this system takes these good things, but they are of great use. Host, how can you say it is a waste? This question made the system's tone become very angry. However, Qi Lu said slowly, then you should tell me what the use is. So many treasures of heaven and earth were lost for no reason. Even if Qi Lu picked these things up for nothing, it must have taken a lot of effort. How could I not feel anything in my heart? It's just that this two-stroke system is still one with himself, sharing life and death. What else can you do? The only option is to forgive it. System, of course you have to make it clear, otherwise you, the host, will slander this system again. When Qi Lu heard this, he just shrugged and had no intention of answering the system's words. System, in fact, during this period of time, after careful research and analysis by this system, we found that these treasures of heaven and earth contain some power of heaven and earth, which are different from ordinary rare and strange fruits. Isn't that normal? After all, it is a specialty of the infinite battlefield, there is no big difference. Wait, the power of heaven and earth? Qi Lu replied halfway, suddenly stunned for a moment, then touched his chin and started thinking. The power of heaven and earth is also divided into levels. The power of heaven and earth in the lower planes is not that rare. Anyway, for Qi Lu, it is not a rare thing. But in this infinite battlefield, the so-called power of heaven and earth is probably on the same level as the Sky Vault God realm. That's good stuff. So after thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu suddenly figured it out. No wonder the natural treasures in the infinite battlefield grow so fast. It turns out they were cheated. And after these heavenly materials and earthly treasures matured, the power of heaven and earth invested in the infinite war arena also stayed in it. As the treasures of heaven and earth are devoured by gold diggers, the power of heaven and earth will also exert corresponding effects. It's no wonder that the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth in the infinite battlefield are so effective. Emotion is not a mutated species, but something good is mixed into it. Now the mystery is solved. The rules of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield are different from those in the sky and God realm. It is reasonable for such a situation to occur. However, what is the use of these things developed by the Serbi system? Just as Qi Lu was about to ask this question, the system's voice came from his mind, as if it knew what he was thinking. System, didn't the system say it before? This system is practicing in seclusion. System, the power of heaven and earth analyzed has given this system some insights, so it has been upgraded by the way. Have you upgraded again? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then said subconsciously, then why didn't I receive the prompt? System, did you, the host, receive any prompts when this system was upgraded before? No. Qi Lu thought about it for a moment and shook his head firmly. Then he showed an expression of realization. Yes, I have never received a prompt before. This thing is not a system for upgrading. It was only by chance that Qi Lek knew that this guy could still upgrade. At first, I always thought that my store manager level could be improved. Okay, let's not talk about it then. Qi Lu waved his hand, and then returned to the main topic, which was another serious matter. Since you have upgraded again, you should also know the enemies you will deal with this time. System, is the host talking about the immortal demon? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said, do you know him? System, I don't know. Isn't this the name you discussed among yourself? This system only heard it by chance. That's right, it would be strange if this guy could still know the immortal demon. So now that you know, can you help with the emergency? Qi Lu asked again. This is my last trump card and the strongest insurance, so I must ask clearly. Yudao puts life first and revenge second. Where there is life, there is hope. It's been a long time, but it hasn't reached this level yet. But as a prudent store manager, Qi Lu still has great experience in defeating powerful enemies. All preparations must be made to ensure the greatest chance of victory and the smallest casualty rate. System, emergency? System, of course it's no problem, it's all covered by this system. This time I agreed very happily, probably because I had stolen a lot of treasures from heaven and earth, and I felt uneasy. That's fine, Qi Lu is still very satisfied without having to waste any more words. As for the idea of wanting the system to see if it can create these heavenly materials and earthly treasures at the very beginning, it's better not to mention it yet. Let's talk about it after I leave the infinite battlefield. In that case, you are well prepared. Qi Li's ability to turn his insights into real combat power was very fast. In the previous battle, the insights gained have been digested long ago, and then will the system make final preparations. Now, we are just waiting for the notification from the Ice Spirit Saint King. The main thing is to see when the Immortal United will be wiped out. With such a huge force, it is not an easy task to kill all its members. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit Saint King has quite a lot of experience in dealing with this kind of thing, and he can do it very easily. This is much better than Qi Lu. He is just a store manager, what does he know about destroying enemies? Therefore, after Qi Lu was ready, within a few days, the Ice Spirit Saint King came. The people of the Immortal Alliance have been completely wiped out. Now, it's time to get down to business. I've been waiting for a long time, and finally it's time. Qi Lu quickly responded. Although he was not happy to hear the battle, it was his duty to defeat a powerful enemy. But in this battle to annihilate a powerful enemy, not many people participated. Participants who do not have a certain level of cultivation are of no use in front of the immortal demon. It's nothing more than giving away your life in vain. Therefore, among the candidates selected by the Ice Spirit Saint King, apart from Qi Lu, only Yu Shi'er remained. Who is the inheritor of the human king, fully integrated with the power of inheritance, and has experienced many battles. Now Yu Shi'er is fully qualified to face the immortal demon. Although Qi Lu is still a little worried. And he also specifically asked the Ice Spirit Saint King, is Yu Shi'er really qualified to participate in this battle? This is a battle to face the immortal demon. In Qi Li's view, Yu Shi'er's current strength is already among the top. But compared with the level of the immortal demon, it's still a bit lower. Is it really not dangerous? After all, Qi Lu could still remember Yu Shi'er's previous battle with the Thunder Tiger. Even if it is not as powerful as the Thunder Tiger, in front of the immortal demon, is it really not just giving away food? Then I got the reply from the Ice Spirit Saint King, of course, there will be no problem. By the way, the Ice Spirit Saint King also made a promise to Qi Lu, if you still feel that that girl is not qualified for the position of a participant before the seal of the immortal demon is released, you can let her leave at any time. Only then did he convince Qi Lu and let Yu Shi'er follow him. There was no way, facing the battle with the immortal demon, Qi Lu couldn't guarantee safety, so he had no choice but to do this. So this time, those who went to the sealed place together were the Ice Spirit Saint King, Qi Lu, and Yu Shi'er. In fact, there is another guy who also wants to go with us. It was the Thunder Tiger who had yet to recover from his serious injury. This guy was lucky enough to survive, so of course, Qi Lu rescued him. It's just that the Thunder Tiger's injury was too serious. Even if his physique was extremely strong, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Coupled with his strength, he has already reached the threshold of a combatant. So it was naturally eliminated. And it was precisely because of this incident that Qi Lu began to worry about Yu Shi'er. The Thunder Tiger was eliminated, but Yu Shi'er was selected. Is it really reliable? Is it just because Yu Shi'er is the inheritor of the human king? By the way, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, I actually have another question, Tosk. When preparing to set off, Qi Lu suddenly thought of a question and said it without thinking. You say. Ice Spirit Saint King glanced at Qi Lu and wondered what problems he could have at this time. Qi Lu nodded, considered his words, and then asked, I was just wondering, why is the president of the Eternal God Realm not among the participants in the war? That's a big battle, right? Even the Thunder Tiger can step on the threshold. Isn't the president of the Eternal God Realm, who can easily defeat the Thunder Tiger, a main force level participant? Why wasn't he chosen by the Ice Spirit Saint King? That's a good question. I can tell you this matter directly. Ice Spirit Saint King seemed to have expected Qi Lu to ask this question, but was not surprised. Instead, he was thinking why he didn't ask before. The president of the Eternal Divine Realm is no longer here. No more? Qi Lu was stunned when he heard this. In this infinite battlefield, who else can deal with the president of the Eternal God Realm? Then the Eternal Divine Realm must be destroyed directly. Qi Lu, this no more is not the no more you think. Seeing Qi Li's surprised expression, Ice Spirit Saint King knew that he had made a mistake and had to explain. The president of the Eternal God Realm was transformed into a remnant soul of the Dragon Holy King, which disappeared hundreds of years ago. So this is Qilu realized that he had misunderstood and couldn't help but touch his nose. Thinking about it, the purpose of establishing the eternal God realm is to completely eliminate the immortal demon. And it was the Ice Spirit Holy King and the Dragon Holy King who fought against the immortal demon and sealed him in the infinite battlefield. Therefore, even if it is a guess, you should be able to guess who the president of the eternal God realm is. If it's not the Ice Spirit Saint King, it's the Dragon Saint King. In this way, the Thunder Tigers did not lose unfairly. It would be amazing if he could defeat the remnant soul of the Dragon Saint King. But why did the remnant soul of the Dragon Saint King dissipate? Forget it, I won't ask this question anymore, it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, there is no way to provide effective combat power. Then let's go. The place where the immortal demon is sealed is in the center of the infinite battlefield. It is also a deeper secret space. It is also the place that leaves the infinite battlefield in legend. There are not many experienced gold diggers who can enter that place, so it is relatively safer. However, the seal that suppresses the immortal demon is not made of paper. Breaking it is not as easy as imagined. At least nothing happened in such a long time, which is enough to prove this point. Along the way, Ice Spirit Saint King led the way, followed closely by Qi Lu and Yushir. Qi Lu and Yushir had never been to the inner area of the infinite battlefield, but the Ice Spirit Saint King looked familiar. The further you go, the fewer the number of experienced gold diggers, and the fewer the natural and earthly treasures you encounter. But correspondingly, the quality has indeed improved a lot. After some popular science in the system before, Qi Lu also knew that in the infinite battlefield, the better the quality of the treasures of heaven and earth, the more power of heaven and earth they contain, and the more benefits they will get after swallowing them. But because I was in a hurry, I didn't have time to pick it. It's not that bad anyway. And walking further inside, we reached an area close to a deeper secret space. The number of senior gold diggers who can come here has been reduced to a limit. It can be said that the senior gold diggers who can come to this place basically feel that they are qualified to leave the infinite battlefield. They can be regarded as the top group of combat power in the infinite battlefield. Qi Lu felt it carefully and found that many of them were not as strong as the president of the Immortal Alliance. It is on par with the Thunder Tiger, maybe not as good as it. From this point of view, the Thunder Tiger is really the top combat power in the infinite battlefield. This statement is true. Looking at the number, there are only about 100 people, which can be said to be a lot or a lot less. These guys felt the Ice Spirit Saint King and his companions approaching, so they turned their heads and glanced, then turned their heads back. Since you can get here, it means that the other party is not much worse than yourself. Things like ridicule did not happen. Everyone came here, just to leave this miserable place of the infinite battlefield. But I'm not in the mood to waste my energy elsewhere. Let's go in. The Ice Spirit Saint King took Qi Lu and Yushir to the front and came to an invisible barrier. This is the door to enter a deeper secret space, and it is also a barrier that divides this world into two worlds. After saying this, the Ice Spirit Saint King took the lead in passing through this barrier. Qi Lu and Yushir naturally followed closely behind. Although it is a barrier, there is actually no hindrance effect when passing through it. This made Qi Lu a little curious and wanted to go back and try to see if he could go back. Then the Ice Spirit Saint King reached out and stopped him. Looking back, your lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. Is that so? No wonder they say that entering a deeper secret space requires 10 years of life as a ticket. So it's not a ticket to come in, but a ticket to go out. When Qi Lu heard this, he naturally would not satisfy his curiosity anymore. I'm just thinking, since you don't need lifespan as a ticket when you come in, why is there such a legend? Then the next moment, Qi Lu understood. This deeper secret space is not consistent with the outer secret space, and the rules of heaven and earth are not consistent. The power restrictions all disappeared the moment he entered. Here, you can unleash all your power. When power limitations disappear, true strength can burst out. The senior gold diggers who had entered this secret space earlier could not help but retreat one after another when they realized that these three new guys had such terrifying real strength. After the power restriction disappeared, Qilu discovered another thing. That is, my limited lifespan is beginning to pass faster. At least, 10 times faster. I see. 10 times the speed of lifespan is enough to force the experienced gold diggers who come here to make a decision. Either leave the infinite battlefield quickly, or retreat quickly. Or, die here. The disappearing power limit has made many senior gold diggers start to have other ideas. For example, continue to take away other people's lifespans. This is indeed a dangerous place, much more dangerous than the secret space outside. I'm afraid there are not a few gold diggers who choose to go back. Qilu quickly figured it out. Then he turned to look at Yu Shi'er and found that after the restrictions on her power were lifted, her true strength seemed to be much stronger than he expected. In this way, Yu Shi'er's power that was suppressed before should be quite large. As for the Thunder Tiger, it is estimated that relying on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it has already lifted a considerable amount of power restrictions. So compared to the actual combat power, the Thunder Tiger should be far inferior to Yu Shi'er. No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King would say that Yu Shi'er is qualified enough to participate in the war. I didn't think it before, but looking at it now, I am indeed qualified. How? Ice Spirit Saint King asked. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King has a keen eye, but I am worrying too much. Qilu could only sigh secretly that he was inexperienced and underestimated the inheritance of the human king. Compared to the Ice Spirit Saint King, an old man who had been in the infinite battlefield for who knows how many years, he was still too young. However, while answering, Qilu also looked at the Ice Spirit Saint King carefully. As a result, it was discovered that the Ice Spirit Saint King seemed to be no different from before. He is truly worthy of being an ancient power, but I can't even see through his strength. Brother Qilu, Shi'er won't hold you back this time. Yu Shi'er clenched her fists and said seriously. I trust you. Qilu nodded and said. Then he looked around and realized that the scenery in front of him was completely deserted. It was like a lifeless dead zone, with only roads formed by constant trampling. Senior gold diggers in 2s and 3s were walking on these roads, heading into the distance. Go forward, whether it's the sealed land or the way to leave the infinite battlefield, it's all ahead. The Ice Spirit Saint King had obviously been here many times, and he walked forward while explaining. Follow the well-trodden path, taking your time. Why don't you leave quickly? Qilu followed him with some doubts. What happened? Now that everyone has arrived at this place, the Ice Spirit Saint King is no longer in a hurry? So when you were outside before, what were you doing in such a hurry? The first test of the secret space is right here. Upon hearing this, the Ice Spirit Saint King glanced at Qilu, and then said slowly, Here, the faster you walk, the greater the pressure you will endure. You can try it. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qilu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then quickened his pace. Sure enough, the originally calm void suddenly felt a trace of oppression. It was as if the power of heaven and earth were pressing on his shoulders, making Qilu feel a bit of weight. It's still bearable. Qilu suddenly became interested, and then sped up again. Then I felt this pressure that was not yet obvious, gradually increasing, and the speed was very fast. Not long after, Qilu felt as if there were several towering mountains pressing down on him, which was quite strenuous. It seems that the relationship between the increase in pressure and speed isn't linear. But once it exceeds a certain speed, it will start to increase continuously. The faster the speed, the faster the pressure increases. Forget it, there's really no need to rush. After doing the experiment, Qilu naturally had no interest in asking for trouble. At this time, looking at the trampled roads around him, Qi Lu finally understood. It would be a joke to say that these senior gold diggers cannot fly to the sky and escape from the earth, but why do they still have to walk on this road honestly, step by step, and dare not speed up? Isn't the answer obvious? If we say that the pressure in this secret space is that the faster the speed, the greater the pressure. The situation is a little better, as long as you accelerate to a limit that you can bear. But the current situation is that as long as the speed exceeds a certain limit, the pressure will continue to increase. Who can withstand this? No wonder even the ice spirit Saint King didn't bother to speed up, but moved forward slowly like this. Look at the senior gold diggers walking on the road in 2s and 3s, looking unhurried and unhurried. Qi Lu thought they had some conspiracy before, but now it seems that they are simply not moving fast. Is this the first test? It doesn't feel dangerous. Qi Lu, who slowed down and came to the side of Ice Spirit Saint King, couldn't help but say something. Before coming to this place, Qi Lu had heard rumors that it was extremely difficult to leave the infinite battlefield. The test that needs to be passed is also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life, so you must treat it with caution. But now that I look at it, it doesn't seem like there's much danger at all. Aren't you just walking a little slower? Are there people who are qualified to come to this place who don't have enough patience and endurance? At this speed, even hundreds of years would not tire them out. Wait, a few hundred years? When Qi Lu thought of this, he was suddenly startled, and then showed a look of realization. It seems you must have thought of it. Qi Lu, what if I told you that it would take you several months to walk on this road to reach the next level? Ice Spirit Saint King glanced at Qi Lu, smiled slightly, and spoke aloud. At 10 times the speed of lifespan, a few months is enough to lose several years of life. And this is just the first test. The senior gold diggers who can come to this place are certainly powerful, but the lifespan collected may not be enough. Perhaps they also made preparations when they knew that the ticket to enter the deeper secret space was only 10 years of life. For example, after collecting a lifespan of 20 or 30 years, you choose to enter it. Then embarked on this road. Then, as he continued to move forward without seeing the end, he gradually became panicked and uneasy. If they were outside the infinite battlefield, they would have an almost unlimited lifespan. Such a test is nothing at all. But now, walking on a road with no end in sight, my life is still passing quickly. Panic will begin to spread quickly. Once his available lifespan is less than 10 years, it means that he can no longer leave this place. Because once you pass through that barrier, the remaining lifespan will be exhausted in an instant. So, what choice will they make? Especially when the limitations of his own power are completely lifted. I will attack other people to gain more lifespan as a guarantee for myself to leave the infinite battlefield. Qi Lu gave the answer. Not every one of the senior gold diggers walking on the road with them, like the Ice Spirit Saint King, knew how long this road was, so they were not worried at all. Those who are not clear about the situation will become more and more emotionally unstable as their lifespan becomes shorter and shorter. Until the moment it completely breaks out, the people around you are the first to suffer. So after answering this question, Qi Lu also nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that this is the real purpose of the first test. The infinite battlefield seems to be intensifying the struggle between senior gold diggers all the time. Sheer, is the lifespan you collected still enough? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but look at Yu Sheer. Don't worry, brother Qi Lu, Sheer is well prepared. Yu Sheer nodded and patted her chest, saying that she didn't need to worry. That's fine. Of course, Qi Lu himself doesn't have to worry, the collected lifespan is completely sufficient. As for the Ice Spirit Saint King, they are all veterans who cannot be older, so there is no need to worry. Now I just need to be patient and walk the first part of the road. In the first half of the road, there will generally be no fighting. their patience can still bear it. But in the second half of the journey, you still have to be careful. Those who live too short may not be able to bear it anymore. The Ice Spirit Saint King still reminded him dutifully. If they strike first, the positions of hunter and prey may change. Qilu also smiled when he heard this. The lifespan of their collection is sufficient, so there's no need to cause trouble. But this does not mean that others come to look for trouble, they will let those guys leave. The lifespan that is delivered to your door should not be wasted. So, the whole journey was speechless. Everyone is in a hurry. No matter how free we are, we can only talk so much. We should finish talking in a few days. Anyone who can chatter for a month or two really has two brushes. Not being beaten to death is considered a blessing. The days passed day by day, and during the first half of the road, just as the Ice Spirit Saint King said, all the senior gold diggers were quiet. Probably after trying it, I knew I could only walk slowly, so I walked insolence. Until almost 2 months passed. Damn it! How far is this road? If I keep going, I will die here. The first senior gold digger to burst out with emotion appeared, expressing his feelings in an angry voice. This is the anger that breaks out in the midst of severe panic and anxiety, and it is also the fear of death. 2 months in this place is enough to consume 2 years of life. Plus a 10-year lifetime ticket to leaving this place. The guarantee is 12 years. No, it should be added that the time he left this place should be at least 14 years. If you think about it this way, in other words, does this guy dare to come taught his place without even collecting a lifespan of 14 years? To be honest, there are no shortage of such examples among senior gold diggers. It seems that the trigger for this chaotic war has already appeared. When Qilu heard this roar, he naturally looked on with cold eyes. Sure enough, it showed up. The Ice Spirit Saint King also looked calm. He had obviously seen this kind of thing many times. A senior gold digger who can run into the infinite battlefield and into this deeper secret space obviously cannot be a selfless guy who is willing to sacrifice his life. Therefore, when this roar appears, the next war is inevitable. The person who made the sound was a burly man with many scales on his face. He was probably not a pure-blood race. There must be a mixed-blood scale clan. After he finished roaring angrily, he turned his eyes and looked at Athinyarin. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, I don't want to die in this place, so I'd better let you die in my place. After saying that, the burly man pounced directly on the feathered man. His aura suddenly surged, and the violent pressure turned into a shadow, appearing behind the burly man. Waves of sonic booms suddenly sounded, and cracks appeared in the void along the way because they could not withstand this huge force. The reason is really simple and direct. Qilu didn't think that these guys with big muscles in their brains would come up with any good reasons. Anyway, it's all about survival, so it's natural to die as a fellow Taoist rather than as a poor Taoist. Of course, the feathered tribe that was targeted would not sit still and wait for death. You want to die yourself, and you want to drag me with you? Before he finished speaking, the wings on the back of the feather tribe flapped, and white feathers flew, suddenly turning into white daggers that filled the sky, and shot towards the burly man who was attacking, causing a sound of tearing the void. Extremely sharp. But their movements are much faster than their sounds. When the sound came out, these two guys had already turned into two rainbow lights and collided together. Almost all of the senior gold diggers who were able to come here and have their power restrictions lifted were powerful demon gods. The noise during the battle was greater than expected. Otherwise, in this deeper secret space, the heaven and earth would be more stable. It is estimated that what appears in front of you is another scene of earth-shattering. And this burly man's sudden attack caused more than just this battle. In fact, the number of senior gold diggers who are standing here and whose lifespan is not too long is not that small. Although they were panic-stricken, they had not yet reached the limit of endurance, so they did not explode for the time being. But now, a sudden battle woke them up. Yes, what if my lifespan is not enough? Then it's enough to continue robbing others. When the greed switch in the heart is activated by the desire to survive, it can no longer be turned off. Who knows how long the road ahead is? It's always good to have more life in your hands. In this place, lifespan passes 10 times faster than before. Even faster. So, instead of leaving these lifespans in the hands of others and continuing to waste them, it is better to seize them in your own hands. What if you go forward and you are the only one left? At that time, if you want to do this, you will have no chance. These thoughts are getting more and more intense in their minds. It didn't take much time at all before the second emotional outburst of senior gold diggers appeared. He's right. Rather than letting me die in this crappy place, it would be better for you to die in this crappy place. You can't make it to the end anyway, so why not give me your lifespan? Probably another guy who doesn't have much life left. However, this lifespan is limited is just a saying. In fact, there is at least a 10-year lifespan guarantee. Otherwise, they would never have been able to endure it until now. These guys don't dare to risk all their retreats. Therefore, as long as you can kill one fellow traveler, your subsequent lifespan requirements will basically be met. If you can kill more, that would be great. However, if you say this directly, the consequences can be imagined. According to what you say, it's better to let you die in our place. You're right. If you can say something like this, why not devote your life to it? Now that everyone has spoken out, I won't joke anymore. I will definitely live until the end and leave this miserable place. What a dream. Whether you can leave here alive is still unknown. Do you still want to leave the infinite battlefield? You dare to speak arrogantly, so you will die. When panic and anxiety are completely detonated, what will happen will be an uncontrollable chaos. These guys are all powerful demon gods. Under the shadow of death, the will to survive that burst out was extremely huge. A big melee began, and everyone around him was soon involved. No one could escape. It's an expected thing, although it is indeed troublesome. Qi Lu was not surprised either. Under the threat of death, the sanity of these veteran gold diggers has reached its lowest point. Especially those guys who have little lifespan in their hands are even more crazy when fighting. Because even if they reach the end and cannot leave the infinite battlefield, they still have to ensure that they still have a way out, at least to be able to leave this deeper secret space. Who knows how long it will take to go further in. So we have to leave a way out. This is one of the reasons why they are getting more and more crazy. I've been here so many times, and this happens every time, without exception. The Ice Spirit Saint King also had an expected look on his face and could even laugh out loud. I have seen this kind of thing so much that I have become accustomed to it. Brother Chila, what should we do? Yu Shir looked at Qi Lu. You don't have to be merciful, and you don't have to deliberately join the war. If you take the initiative to provoke someone, just leave them for as long as they can. Let's keep moving forward, don't waste too much time here. Qi Lu replied quietly. This is also the way Ice Spirit Saint King always handles things. If we really want to participate in this big melee, who knows how much time will be wasted. Rather than staying here, it's better to take a few more steps forward. Anyway, the life and death of these guys has nothing to do with them. You guys seem to be trying to escape. You don't seem nervous at all. It seems like you still have a lot of life left in your hands, right? Others haven't discovered it yet, so it seems like we got an advantage. However, there are always some guys who like to seek death and will come to your door. In the eyes of these senior gold diggers, this guy who avoids fighting and doesn't feel nervous at all must be a big fat sheep. Either the strength is not enough, or the number of lifespans in hand is sufficient. Therefore, if you encounter such a big fat sheep, you must not let them run away. What do you mean, you do it or do I do it? There are 3 goals here, and it's really hard to divide them equally between 2 people. Then let's each rely on our abilities and see who can move faster. That's fine. While they were talking, 2 senior gold diggers who had their eyes on the 3 ice spirit Saint Kings rushed up. The tyrannical pressure also erupted at the same time, and the power of the devil should not be underestimated. But in the eyes of the ice spirit Saint King, it was a bit ridiculous. Qi Lu, do you want me to give it to you? The lifespan in the hands of the ice spirit Saint King is sufficient, so naturally he doesn't care about this small change. So I turned around and asked Qi Lu. No, let's give Xi'er some practice. You might as well warm up with these guys first. Qi Lu had no idea of taking action, so he turned to look at Yu Xi'er, wanting to see her strength. Yu Xi'er naturally nodded and said, leave it to me. After the words fell, Yu Xi'er also raised her right hand. The 2 demon gods were approaching now, and they couldn't help but laugh when they heard these words. You look down on us 2 brothers too much. A mere girl wants to fight against our 2 brothers, so don't blow the lie. Now let us teach you what you can and cannot say. Suffer death. It would be okay if they, 2 powerful demon gods, were defeated by an ignorant girl. It's so shameless. So after finishing the taunt, the 2 demon gods didn't hold back at all and attacked with all their strength. Seeing this, Yu Xi'er slowly put away her right index finger, and then flicked it. The law of reincarnation, destruction. Shwa. In an instant, 2 white lights flashed. From life to death, it is the only path of reincarnation. Condensed into the light of destruction, it is extremely powerful. The 2 demon gods who came up to attack did not even show any change in the expressions on their faces, and they lost all their breath. I saw a bloody hole, the size of a finger appeared above the eyebrows at some point. The light of destruction has wiped out their souls together. Boom. The next second, the 2 demon gods who had lost their breath fell to the ground. Then, he quickly lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short period of time, he turned into withered bones. In this deeper secret space, the power of devouring still exists, and it is even more terrifying. The inheritance of the human king is really terrifying. The ice spirit Saint King said with a faint smile. People who are also members of the human race naturally respect the human king, the ice spirit Saint King, with utmost respect. When he and the dragon Saint King went to the sacred mountain in the central region to recall the human king's remnant soul, the ice spirit Saint King was quite excited. After all, he is the genius of the previous era and the sage of the human race, and he is worthy of being proud of. That's why the ice spirit Saint King thinks so highly of Yu Xi'er. Speaking of which, it was still a bonus given by the human king. Compared with senior human king, Xi'er's strength is still far behind. After Yu Xi'er heard this, she would naturally not be proud or complacent. Having such a role model in front of me will only bring pressure and motivation to myself, but not pride and self-confidence. It's good to have a humble attitude, but it's not good to be too humble and cover up your confidence. The ice spirit Saint King shook his head slightly and made a comment. Then he looked at the melee around him and said, actually, the battle here won't last long. Indeed. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then understood and nodded. Excessive speed will cause huge pressure, but it may be able to hold up in a short period of time. But as time goes by, the pressure that needs to be endured during the battle will only become greater and greater. This will shorten the time of the battle line disguise and speed up the end of the melee. After all, it takes a lot of effort to resist the pressure. This is more like a contest of endurance. Whoever can't hold on first will become a lamb, to be slaughtered. Xi'er, let's go, our destination is not this place. Qi Lu looked away from the surrounding battle and looked forward. In fact, this is already the second half of the road. Although there is still no end in sight, it doesn't matter, just keep moving forward. There is no need to worry as there is an experienced veteran leading the way. And just now, Yu Shi'er took action brazenly, and the thunderous methods used really shocked many senior gold diggers. Let them no longer dare to have ideas on them. Just kidding, they can still tell clearly which one is better, death later or death now. At least if you go to those guys who are weaker than yourself, you can still have a glimmer of hope. You may not be able to survive until you leave the infinite battlefield. You can't lose your life in this place. It saved Qi Lu and the others a lot of trouble. Sure enough, with his big fists, no one dares to provoke him anywhere. Even though Qi Lu and the others were still as slow and unhurried as ever, Moon dared to stop them. Even senior gold diggers in the middle of the battle would take the initiative to avoid them and leave a way out. Why? Because anyone who dared to block the road didn't even need Qi Lu to speak. Yu Shi'er took the initiative to take action. The law of reincarnation, which has lifted the restriction on power, is more powerful than expected. Basically, it can defeat the enemy with one move. But any opponent who is caught has no way to survive. All died on the spot. So after confirming that these three people were really not someone he could afford, he had no choice but to avoid them. Fortunately, the scope of the melee is not particularly wide. In just over half a day, Qi Lu and the other three walked out of this area. Looking back at the senior gold diggers who were still fighting in the melee, Qi Lu frowned, and then looked further away for a while. Suddenly I discovered something. The senior gold diggers who came from behind seemed to have begun to join the melee. The number cannot be said to be endless after all. There are only so many senior gold diggers who are qualified to come to this place. So if we want to end this melee, it only takes a few days. And this place is the most difficult place in this first test. After passing this cutoff point, generally speaking, they are senior gold diggers with a relatively long lifespan. Soon, you can see the end of this road. There will be no more thoughts of despair. Human nature is unpredictable. Qi Lu shook his head and followed the ice spirit Saint King and continued to move forward. In the deeper secret space of the infinite battlefield, the first test has been passed. Qi Lu, who has walked through this battlefield, can roughly estimate that the elimination rate in just the first test is over 50%. This is a terrible number. I don't know if there will be any other tests next. Qi Lu, the tests in this place are not as many as you think. Ice Spirit Saint King may have noticed the expression on Qi Li's face and suddenly said something. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, expressing doubt. Going further inside is the second and final test. The Ice Spirit Saint King said slowly, however, in a sense, those guys who came to the infinite battlefield were actually already in the test from the moment they entered the infinite battlefield. There is no need to set up any more tests in the deeper secret space. This is also true. The infinite battlefield is originally a training ground. From the moment you arrive at this place, you have to run for survival. The terrifying lifespan limit is a supreme sword hanging over the head of every gold digger, and it may fall at any time. Kill the gold digger under the sharp sword instantly. Therefore, more tests are actually not necessary. After all, the infinite battlefield is just a secret space where you can find opportunities, not a dead zone where there is life and death. The test is only to filter out the mediocre, not to kill all the gold diggers. Leaving no way of survival at all would be contrary to the original intention. Therefore, the words of Ice Spirit Saint King also made Qi Lu come back to his senses and nodded silently. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King means that as long as you pass the last test, you can leave the infinite battlefield, right? This was a question that was asked knowingly, but Qi Lu still asked it. Because there was a vague premonition in his heart. Things can never be that simple. Certainly. The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded without any hesitation. However, before Qi Lu could speak, He changed the topic again and said, if they can really pass the last test, of course they can leave the infinite battlefield. At this point, Qilu understood that the last test was not as simple as imagined. Then keep moving forward and walk through this last section of the road. Then, after about another 2 months of traveling. From a distance, Qilu spotted a building that reached straight into the sky with no end in sight, appearing in his field of vision. Huge steps, stacked one after another, like the ladder used by giants, lie across here. Suddenly, Qilu recalled something he had seen before. The road to heaven. It is also like the ladder to heaven at this moment, rising from the ground and rushing into the sky with no end in sight. However, at the end of the road to reach the sky, there is the heavenly vault God realm. Then the end of this ladder. Wait, if you guessed it correctly, the end of this ladder seems to be the heavenly vault God realm. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but look at the ice spirit Saint King beside him. The meaning expressed in his eyes was already obvious. How is this going? Why is there such a ladder in this place? Is this the last test before leaving the infinite battlefield? As if he felt Qilu's eyes, the ice spirit Saint King replied without turning his head, as you thought, here is the last test to pass before leaving the infinite battlefield. Climb up the ladder to heaven, cross the end, and leave. Sure enough. But even so, there was still something wrong with the ice spirit Saint King stone. But Qilu doesn't care about this issue very much. One thing he is more concerned about now is, where is the sealed place of the immortal demon? We have reached the place where the last test is, why haven't we seen the sealing place of the immortal demon yet? The sealing place of the immortal demon is at the foot of the ladder to heaven. That's where the devouring power of the infinite battlefield is strongest. As if he knew what Qilu was thinking, the ice spirit Saint King continued, Qilu, this ladder to heaven is not only the only way to leave the infinite battlefield, but also a road of life or death. The moment you step onto the ladder to heaven, you will be locked in by the devouring power of the infinite battlefield. To retreat is to die. Qilu nodded silently when he heard the words. As the distance got closer, with his eyesight, he could see that some gold diggers had gathered at the foot of the ladder. There are not many in number, only about 10 or so. Compared with the huge ladder, they are really inconspicuous. Just like the tiny floating dust on the vast expanse of land. No wonder I couldn't see these guys when I saw the ladder before. At this time, Qilu also saw that there was something else at the foot of the ladder. A huge array formed by ice crystals. There are complex and mysterious formations engraved on it, like an eternal piece of crystal, suppressed here. At a glance, it looks like a huge ice crystal mountain with the top of it cut off. Just one glance is shocking. Is this the sealed place of the immortal demon? And the cold air spreading from this ice crystal mountain range that had its top cut off also eroded the ladder to the sky. The surface of this ladder that goes straight into the sky and breaks through the sky is also covered with a layer of frost. The power of the law of ice, the power of the law of annihilation, circulates on the ladder to heaven. These powers are by no means a test that comes with the infinite battlefield. Only when he got closer could Qilu see clearly. After seeing clearly, Qilu looked at the ice spirit Saint King in shock, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, the tone of what the ice spirit Saint King said before was so wrong, and now he finally found the answer. Originally, Qilu thought he was being too preoccupied, but now it seems that is not. Senior ice spirit Saint King, the frost on the ladder should be more than just decoration. No wonder you said that before. It turns out that you are sure that no one can leave the infinite battlefield. Qilu is not stupid. When he saw this scene, he might be a little stunned. But it doesn't take long to figure out why. The immortal demon can destroy the secret door located in the divine realm and cut off the way for the Lord gods to enter the infinite battlefield. The ice spirit Saint King can add his power to the ladder and cut off these demon gods from leaving the infinite battlefield. I can't get in, and you can't get out. In this way, both sides are on the same starting line again. It turns out that the Dragon Saint King and Ice Spirit Saint King who disappeared in the divine realm actually did so many things. I'm not sure they can't leave, it's just that they are not strong enough. The Ice Spirit Saint King said with a smile. Just the coldness in his eyes showed his thoughts. There is no need for mercy when dealing with enemies. Dealing with them is the greatest kindness to oneself. At this moment, the senior gold digger at the foot of the ladder can be seen clearly, which means that this first test is almost over. The restriction of walking slowly has disappeared, and Qi Lu and the others have naturally increased their speed. In an instant, it turned into 3 rainbow lights and shuttled forward. Soon, we arrived at the foot of the ladder. Qi Lu looked up and saw that he still couldn't see the end of the ladder. It felt that it was indeed similar to the road to heaven that he had seen before. However, the ladder in the infinite battlefield is much more grand than the road to the sky. The senior gold digger standing at the foot of the ladder took a second look when he saw the person coming. Then I stopped caring. At this place, the battles between senior gold diggers in the infinite battlefield have come to an end. The ladder is right in front of them. As long as they can complete the ladder, they can leave the infinite battlefield. Then what else is there to fight for? Is it a waste of energy? By the way, as long as you ascend the ladder, the life limit for Gold Diggerson, the infinite battlefield, will be lifted. Because there is no turning back from the moment you step onto the ladder, so things like lifespan limits are not important. Therefore, senior gold diggers standing at the foot of the ladder do not have veto fight for life. Here they would stand, just hesitating. This ladder to heaven is not so easy to walk through. The senior gold diggers who stepped onto the ladder first have already spent their lives to provide them with the best answers. This is a ladder with no end in sight. Every time you go up a level, the pressure on your body will become heavier. From the body to the soul, the pressure continues to increase. Once you retreat, you will be devoured. The test of willpower and the requirements for one's own strength are extremely high. Therefore, it is not easy to make up your mind to step onto this ladder. What do we do next? Qi Lu did not pay attention to the senior gold diggers who arrived here first, but looked at the Ice Spirit Saint King. Those demon gods who are still hesitating under the ladder, even if they are not weak, are still nothing to worry about in front of them. Even the top demon gods are still no match for Qi Lu. Can these guys who come to the infinite battlefield to find opportunities be stronger than those top-notch demon gods? So the only thing that needs to be considered is the immortal demon. Adjust your condition first and unlock the seal of the immortal demon. Don't worry yet. The Ice Spirit Saint King shook his head and was not in a hurry. I've been waiting for this for so many years, and it's still just a short while. They had just arrived on the road, and even if they did not consume much, they should rest and adjust their condition. Only in this way can we better face the next war. The many demon gods who were preparing to climb the ladder were not surprised to see the 3 newcomers looking like they were recuperating. Because it was like this when they came here before. You must restore yourself to your full strength before you have the confidence to climb this terrifying ladder. No matter what, if you continue to hesitate here, your lifespan will run out. Life or death, it depends on this time. I am leaving. Not long after, I heard one of the demon gods yelling something as if to cheer himself up. Then he resolutely stepped onto the ladder to heaven. In an instant, a weak pressure appeared on the demon god's body. After all, it is only the first level of the ladder, so the pressure is naturally not strong and can be easily withstood. However, what this demon did not expect was. At the same time as the pressure appeared, a cold feeling also appeared under his feet. During this moment of daze, a layer of frost had already climbed up on the demon god's legs. This is the power left by the Ice Spirit Saint King. It has increased the difficulty of stepping onto the ladder 1,000 times, and blocked the way for all those who want to leave. Anyway, the gate to the secret realm on the other side of the divine realm is gone. No matter how you try to trick someone, you can't trick your own people. The remaining main gods and gods in the infinite battlefield are all in the eternal god realm. No one thought about leaving the infinite battlefield. Because even if you leave the infinite battlefield, the place you come out is still in the Tianji domain, so you might as well continue to stay in it. So the ones targeted in the end were actually the demon gods who came to the infinite battlefield. Qi Lu was also happy to watch a performance. Honestly, these guys don't even have to be on the ladder right now. When the immortal demon comes out of the seal, they will not be able to escape, and they will not even be able to withstand the remaining power. So the end result is the same and the process is not important. As for them turning back now and leaving here, that's really embarrassing. Returning to the road of the first test, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape at such a slow speed. Something happened to the seal. The ice spirit Saint King, who was adjusting his condition, opened his eyes before he could sit still. Problem occurs? Qi Lu and Yu Shi on the side also stood up. It seems that someone wants to forcefully break the seal. The blood sacrifice formation should have been set up a long time ago. They are just waiting for the sacrifice. The ice spirit Saint King looked at the ice crystal mountains in the distance and stood up suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu also thought about it. Is he the president of the Immortal Union? No, it's impossible. That guy has already been eroded to death by the law of time at this time. Qi Lu shook his head and denied his guess. However, the blood sacrifice formation that had been arranged long ago should be the credit of the president of the Immortal Union. But who will be the guy who inherits his legacy? You don't even want people to have a good rest. It seems like we're going to start a war directly. Although the ice spirit Saint King was a little surprised, he did not feel panic. This is true, there are probably not many things that can make the ice spirit Saint King panic. The blood sacrifice formation should be arranged behind the ice crystal mountain range to prevent it from being noticed by the demon god coming over. For the immortal demon, as long as the seal that suppresses him is damaged, it won't take long for it to break open on its own. Therefore, there is no need to cover the entire ice crystal mountain range with the blood sacrifice formation. Otherwise, we still don't know how many sacrifices are needed. We must go over to prevent the activation of the blood sacrifice formation. After saying that, the three people suddenly turned into three streams of light and flew towards the back of the ice crystal mountain range. The demon gods who were still standing at the foot of the ladder looked confused, wondering what on earth these three guys wanted to do. It's not like they haven't explored that ice crystal mountain range before. After all, the mysterious formations engraved on the ice crystal mountains can still arouse people's curiosity. However, every time they approached, there would be a terrifying coldness that stopped them from moving forward. If you come too close, you will be frozen into an ice sculpture. So over time, no one wants to pass by. But now, why is there still such a stupid young man who wants to go and have a look? It's a terrible cold. With the ice spirit Saint King by their side, the power emanating from the ice crystal mountains naturally couldn't do anything to them. But Qi Lu and Yu Shi can still sense how terrifying this power is. Such a huge mountain range is all condensed by the law of ice. If it is not completely gathered, it is enough to turn the whole world into a world of frost that will last forever. Found it. Looking over the seemingly flattened top of the ice crystal mountain range and past the patterns engraved on it, you can see that the backside of the ice crystal mountain range is already covered with all kinds of blood-colored patterns. The complex formations were intertwined, and the scarlet color on them, as well as the piles of dead bones, proved one thing. Here, there was a blood sacrifice formation. But now, the building has long been empty, leaving only withered bones without power fluctuations. The traces of blood are still very fresh. The guy who started the blood sacrifice formation must not have gone far. It's just, something's weird. The Ice Spirit Saint King couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. Qi Lu, who didn't know much about the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King, how they sealed the immortal demon in the first place, looked at Ice Spirit Saint King and asked aloud, "What's so strange? This blood sacrifice formation?" "That's right." The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded after hearing this. After a pause, he continued, "If you look carefully, you will find that this blood sacrifice formation does not seem to be used to break the seal of the immortal demon, but rather seems to be used to gather strength." "Gather your strength and destroy the seal of the immortal demon?" Qi Lu guessed. "It would be stupid to do that." The Ice Spirit Saint King shook his head and said, "The people of the Immortal Alliance will activate the blood sacrifice formation. In addition to breaking the seal of the immortal demon, the most important thing is to help the immortal demon return to its full glory. If we just gather strength to break the seal, the latter goal will not be achieved. Besides, if they just want to simply break the seal, they don't have to wait until this time. The Ice Spirit Saint King has stayed in the infinite battlefield for so long, not just to play. Helping the immortal demon return to its full glory is much more difficult than breaking the seal." The battle between the immortal demon, the Ice Spirit Saint King, and the Dragon Saint King was not lost, but it was not won either. Even with the power of immortal will, he achieved immortality. But it is inevitable that he will be seriously injured and his roots will be damaged. Otherwise, how could the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King seal the immortal demon away? Do you really think that the immortal demon in its prime state will not resist? Aren't you seriously injured and unable to resist? Therefore, for the immortal union, breaking the seal is only one of the goals. The other purpose is to help the immortal demon regain its strength, and the second purpose is even more important. Therefore, the Ice Spirit Saint King judged that those guys would never care about one thing and lose the other. At this point, Qi Lu also understood. Why did the president of the Immortal Union, whom I met before, put so much effort into collecting sacrifices? Logically speaking, if it was just to break the seal and collect the sacrifices, it wouldn't take so long. Now, after listening to Ice Spirit Saint King's explanation, it makes sense. "But, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, didn't you say before that someone wanted to break the seal?" Qi Lu asked again. Actually, this sentence is not wrong. Breaking the seal may not be the real purpose of this blood sacrifice formation, but it has some impact. The huge force has caused damage to this seal during the process of gathering. At first glance, it may not have much impact, but as time goes by, it gives the immortal demon a chance to break out of the seal. The Ice Spirit Saint King continued to explain, and then smiled lightly, "But fortunately, we have arrived. The immortal demon is destined to fail to grasp this opportunity. No matter what purpose the guy who activated the blood sacrifice formation had, it is useless now. The seal that I broke open on my own initiative will not give the immortal demon any time to recover. Get ready for war." "Clear." Qi Lu nodded. Since the guy who activated the blood sacrifice formation has escaped at this moment, it means that he does not dare to confront them head-on. Combined with what Ice Spirit Saint King said, Qi Lu can be sure that the person who comes here cannot be the president of the Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, with the fanaticism of that guy's belief, it would be impossible to escape. But I will definitely stay in this place. In order to revive the immortal demon, that guy doesn't care about his own life or death. Therefore, although the situation at this time is strange, the subsequent development can basically be predicted, so there is no need to pay too much attention. Even if someone is really lurking around here, it's not that easy for them to succeed in a sneak attack. Sheer, you should start preparing too. Yes, Sheer knows. Yu Xia responded, then left here and headed to the foot of the Ice Crystal Mountains. The Ice Spirit Saint King also came to the center of the formation engraved on the Ice Crystal Mountain range and pressed his hand on the frost. I have been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Is it finally time to wait? The ice and snow have melted away, and the cold wind has ceased. The moment the seal is released, that's the moment you completely fall. Immortal demon, let's fight again. It seemed like he was mumbling to himself, but also like a secret command to unlock the seal. When the ice spirit Saint King pressed his hand to the center of the formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew up on the ice crystal mountain range. The frost mixed in was like a sweeping snowstorm, roaring wantonly. Endless laws of ice suddenly emerged, surging towards the ice spirit Saint King, like all the currents returning to the sea, pouring into the ice spirit Saint King's body, making his aura become more and more powerful. Is this how the ice spirit Saint King unlocked the seal? He actually absorbed all the power in the seal and used it for himself again. Qi Lu was stunned as he watched on the sidelines, never expecting that the ice spirit Saint King could have such a skill. It turns out that what I saw before was not all the power of the ice spirit Saint King. Did he put some of his power here? Boom. With the emergence of the law of ice, the aura of the ice spirit Saint King became more and more powerful. The ice crystal mountains at the feet are becoming more and more fragile, and are gradually showing signs of melting. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice crystal mountains, and soon turned into huge cliffs, cutting off the cracked mountains. At a glance, it looked like a mountain was falling apart, and the entire ice crystal mountain range was beginning to show signs of fragmentation. Even the frost wrapped around the latter is melting rapidly. It can be said that this time should be the most likely time for those gold diggers to leave the infinite battlefield in such a long time. It just depends on whether those guys can grasp it. However, it is not possible to think about it. There was such a big movement under the ladder, how could they go up the ladder without any scruples? The mountain collapsed, the formations shattered, and the power of the seal was disintegrated bit by bit. The endless power of law was also reabsorbed by the ice spirit Saint King. When the ice crystals break, they turn into crystal clear snow and flow away. The immortal demon who was suppressed in the ice crystal mountain range also revealed his appearance. The huge black shadow turned from looming to clearly visible, allowing Qi Li to see clearly. It was a giant lying on the ground. It was covered with dark scales and a large number of blood-red lines distributed on it. It has sharp and terrifying horns on its head, and sharp teeth protruding from its lips. The knotted muscles are like cast steel. One look at it and you can clearly see how terrifying the power is. He is the immortal demon. What flows in his body is pure demon blood. Even though it has been sealed for who knows how many years, the violent and ferocious aura has not weakened at all. After the ice crystal mountain range was shattered, the moment the immortal demon appeared, the demon gods who paid attention to the movement here all took a breath and showed incredulous looks. There is such a terrifying existence sealed in that ice crystal mountain range? When did it start to be sealed? It's unimaginable that there is such an existence in the infinite battlefield. Is he still alive now? He was not swallowed up by the infinite battlefield, so he is probably still alive. This breath is a bit too scary. The ferocious aura rushed towards his face like a violent storm. Even these demon gods felt chills running down their spines and instinctively wanted to retreat. Because subconsciously, their danger instinct is constantly reminding them that this giant is extremely dangerous. The seal is completely released. Don't be careless. Boom. The moment the ice spirit Saint King's voice was heard, the ice in the sky also roared. However, at this second, the immortal demon who should have been lying calmly on the ground suddenly opened his closed eyes. In the scarlet eyes, there was no concealment of endless killing intent and a look of terrifying violence. The extremely violent aura also exploded at this moment. The entire land was trembling uncontrollably. I'm back. A majestic sound like the resonance of heaven and earth announced the awakening of the immortal demon. The immortal demon who was lying on the ground also stood up from the ground. The terrifying aura suddenly roared up like a torrent, slapping in all directions. Only at this moment did Qi Lu finally see the whole body of the immortal demon. Once the gigantic thing thousands of feet high stood up, it would block out the sky and the sun, stretching between heaven and earth. With the sky above your head and the earth under your feet, you are like a mountain reaching into the sky, and like a pillar that will never collapse. Even just standing there makes people feel trembling and afraid to resist. The demon gods standing at the foot of the ladder in the distance are the most realistic portrayal. At this time I was stunned, my mind was blank, and I didn't know what to do. No wonder, to suppress the seal of the immortal demon requires an entire endless mountain of ice crystals. It turns out that this is the power of the immortal demon. Long time no see, immortal demon, I didn't expect you to actually survive. The ice spirit Saint King, who is covered in frost, is indeed many times inferior to the immortal demon in terms of size. But the howling blizzard, and the spreading power of the law that makes people tremble, are not inferior to the power of the immortal demon. The sound was coming at this moment, the cold wind was biting. The roaring blizzard is equally powerful, facing the immortal devil without losing any of its power. So it's you, I remember you. But this time, why are you the only one left? The immortal demon looked at the ice spirit Holy King, and he would never forget the law of ice that was still fresh in his memory. This was the power to seal him in this place for countless years. Even if it is reduced to ashes, it is impossible for the immortal demon to forget. What a ridiculous question. Do you still have the power you had before? Even if I'm alone, I'm still enough to deal with you. The ice spirit Saint King stared closely at the immortal demon, observing his injuries and the condition of the immortal will. The purpose of suppressing the immortal demon within the seal is to destroy his immortal will. Even if it cannot be completely erased, it must be damaged. Otherwise, no matter how severely injured the immortal demon is, it will be impossible for him to fall. You may be right, my strength may not be what it was then. But, how much power do you have left? The immortal demon asked back with a ferocious smile. Condensing the ice crystal mountains and suppressing the immortal demon also consumed a lot of the ice spirit Saint King's power. Even if you can reabsorb it and use it for your own use when the seal is released, it will never be able to return to its former glory. So really speaking, the two are just about the same thing. But this time, there is one missing dragon Saint King. How could the immortal demon be at a disadvantage? Destroying you is enough. The ice spirit Saint King waved his hand, and the frost in the sky suddenly turned into a towering shadow. The law of ice, the law of annihilation, the law of death, an unimaginably huge power of law gathered in an instant. Influx into the towering shadow, turning it from an illusory state into a solid state. In an instant, two giants measuring several thousand feet stood facing each other. Frost and violence, two equally terrifying auras, also collided together. At the point of confrontation, there was a roar that resounded throughout the world, and the earth also opened a boundary between the two towering giants. On the broken ground, a bottomless abyss appeared in a short period of time. Looking down, it was extremely dark. The two towering giants were separated on both sides of the abyss. Above the sky, the situation has also changed. The clouds and mists have long been dispersed, turning into a confrontation between frost and black mist. It was pure momentum, the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth, and the collision of pressure between the ice spirit Saint King and the immortal demon. Just look up and you can see it. The endless sky, at this moment, starting from the middle, a dividing line was drawn and turned into two colors. On one side, there is a canopy of ice crystals formed by condensed frost. On the other side, there is a black-red sky formed by extremely ferocious blood. Just looking at it made me feel trembling and frightened. At this moment, this world seemed to be divided into two completely different worlds. That extremely clear dividing line is the place where the two worlds collide and devour each other. The two rivals, who had been separated for tens of thousands of years, faced off again. The power that exploded was still so terrifying. Call. Is this the power that the ancient might possesses? As soon as you take action, the color of the world will change. This is the true ability to change the world. Qila watched the confrontation between the Ice Spirit Saint King and the immortal demon. He did not rush forward to intervene, but watched from the sidelines. In this realm, this level of battle, you can't just intervene. If the strength is insufficient, I am afraid that some aftermath will be wiped out. Still want to intervene? Although Qi Li's strength level is definitely sufficient. But if you really want to join this war, you have to choose a good time. At least, not now. It's a really good power, but if you want to use it against me, it's still far from enough. Because I am immortal. The body is immortal, the mind is immortal, and the strength is also immortal. As the immortal demon spoke, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of black-red mist. The black-red curtain above the sky also began to surge at this moment, pouring towards the immortal demon. In an instant, a black-red vortex like a funnel appeared in the void. The immortal demon also launched an attack at this moment. The moment he took action, even the whole world was roaring. The black-red mist swept in, like the erosion of the world, majestic, huge, and irresistible. This is the power of the immortal demon. Naturally, the Ice Spirit Saint King would not watch helplessly, and also Medea counterattack. The towering giant, which was like ice condensed, also let out a roar under the urging of the Ice Spirit, Holy King. The ice and snow in the sky instantly turned into a blizzard that covered the sky and the earth. Facing the erosion of the black-red mist, he faced it without fear. The next second, two majestic forces collided together. Black-red and snow-white are eroding each other. These are two completely different forces, but they are equally majestic, equally vast, and equally invincible. Unstoppable. The residual power of the shock was like a tsunami, sweeping into the distance. Its momentum, power are so great that not even ordinary demons can withstand it. Net of laws. Qila waved his hands and spread a giant net woven by the power of thousand soft laws, covering himself. Withstood this lingering power. However, those demon gods in the distance do not have this ability. Originally, they were standing at the foot of the ladder, looking over here, but in the blink of an eye, they were annihilated. These demon gods who originally thought of leaving the infinite battlefield and becoming a legend have now become the victims. An unexpected disaster is a force they cannot resist. The result can be imagined. The demon gods who can reach this place can be regarded as the top group of gold diggers in the entire infinite battlefield. It's a pity that in front of the immortal demon and the Ice Spirit Saint King, they can't even withstand the aftermath of their battle. The huge chasm that cannot be crossed is also a chasm in strength. Even if it is also called the realm of the devil or the realm of the main god. But the gap between the two is as big as heaven and earth. Whether it is the immortal demon or the Ice Spirit Saint King, they are standing at the top of the entire sky god realm. They look down upon all living beings. How many existences in history have been able to reach their level? Very few. The battle at this time perfectly explained this point. There is no limit to power. Even if the realm is the same, it does not mean that the strength is the same. The gap between demon gods, and between main gods, sometimes is really wider than the gap between gods and humans. Qila glanced at the foot of the ladder. The few demon gods who were still sizing them up now all disappeared. This is also to be expected. Qila knew a long time ago that those guys probably wouldn't be able to withstand the aftermath of this war. That's why Qila didn't pay attention to them before. Because it has no impact on the outcome of the battle at all. And the current facts also prove this. If Yushir hadn't fully integrated the human king's inheritance into her own strength, she probably wouldn't be qualified to participate in this war. Now Yu Shi'er may be able to complete this battle on behalf of the human king as the successor of the human king. Immortal will is indeed terrifying. In the center of the battlefield, the ice spirit Saint King, who was fighting against the immortal demon with all his strength, couldn't help but say these words. If we really wanted to describe the function of the immortal will, it would probably be immortal, indestructible, and immortal. Even the devouring power of the infinite battlefield, with the blessing of the mighty power of time, can only leave some cracks in the immortal will, but cannot erase the immortal will. What a terrifying power this is! No wonder the immortal demon's strength remains unchanged even if he is seriously injured. However, the decisions made by the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King were not completely ineffective. The immortal will, that has already shown cracks, even if it has not yet been damaged, is only a matter of last resort. The so-called embankment of 1,000 miles collapses in an ant nest. The appearance of cracks means that the immortal will of the immortal demon is no longer in a perfect state. This is also the meaning of the seal. The Ice Spirit Saint King also noticed this at this moment. Although it is slightly different from the calculation of the Dragon Saint King, it is not a big problem. Because now, he is not fighting alone. Your strength is much weaker than before. The immortal demon smiled ferociously, and the murderous intent and violent look in his eyes turned into substance and condensed into a sharp sword. It penetrated through the black-red mist that covered the sky and killed the Ice Spirit Saint King. Regarding the Ice Spirit Saint King, the Dragon Saint King, the immortal demon's heart is absolutely filled with anger and murderous intent. His flawless immortal will actually had cracks under the joint seal of these two damn guys. How angry this was. Immortal will is the source of power of the immortal demon and the foundation of immortality. If something goes wrong, even if all enemies are killed, it may be difficult to make up for the loss. Fortunately, there were only some cracks and no damage. Thinking of this, the immortal demon's heart became even more angry, and the black-red mist that covered the sky and the sun also poured down. He actually managed to overcome the sweeping blizzard. Let the black-red sky begin to erode into the snow-white sky. It's really pitiful. Even if you seal me away for so long, the final result will still be the same. You can never defeat me. The immortal demon roared like the wrath of heaven and earth, and the sound echoed between heaven and earth. The murderous intention also approached the Ice Spirit Holy King, and was about to pierce through him. But at this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the surroundings. Reincarnation formation. Rise. When Yu Shi'er drew formation patterns with blood at the foot of the broken ice crystal mountains. The endless power of the law of reincarnation also gathered crazily at this moment, like thousands of rivers rushing into the sea. Following Yu Shi'er's blood, it condensed into a reincarnation formation that sealed the world. The ripples in the void directly enveloped the immortal demon and the Ice Spirit Saint King. The power of the law of reincarnation turned the woven cage into chains, and with an inescapable force, it fell on the immortal demon and locked his body. However, these chains are not used to hinder the actions of the immortal demon. But the cycle of life and death. Move. As Yu Shi'er shouted, the chains wrapped around the immortal demon suddenly tightened. The sound of crash is the flow of the power of reincarnation and the infinite power of the changes in life and death. It is constantly consuming the vitality of the immortal demon and his strength. Break off the chains, damn it. When the immortal demon reacted, the chain had already taken shape and then merged into the void. The invisible chains are impossible to touch and cannot be broken. Although it cannot deal a fatal blow to the immortal demon, it can continuously wipe out the vitality of the immortal demon. This is what Yu Shi'er can currently do. Even though she has inherited the power of the human king, Yu Shi'er is still unable to face the immortal demon head-on. After all, the time to obtain this power is still short, and it is still too early to compete with the immortal demon. But there is no problem in helping from the side. On the battlefield, everyone performs their duties. The main attack is very important, and the support is by no means useless. Moreover, Yu Shi'er's moves are more than that. After the chains condensed by the reincarnation formation fell on the immortal demon, another set of chains also condensed out. This time, they fell on the Ice Spirit Holy King. However, it is different from the power of death and reincarnation endured by the immortal demon. What the Ice Spirit Saint King obtained was the power of resurrection and reincarnation. Can continuously provide strength to the Ice Spirit Saint King. Weaken the enemy and strengthen the friendly forces. The law of reincarnation is indeed extremely powerful in terms of offense, but it is also not weak in terms of assistance. When the reincarnation formation appeared, the immortal demon who had the upper hand was once again suppressed. Damn bugs. You really overestimate your capabilities and dare to intervene in this battle. After realizing this, the immortal demon also looked towards Yu Shi'er in the distance. Although the immortal demon doesn't care about the number of enemies, he still knows which enemies should be dealt with first in battle. This guy with auxiliary abilities is the most annoying. Go to hell. Before he finished speaking, he saw the immortal demon flicking his finger. The terrifying power instantly shattered the void and turned into a black light, attacking Yu Shi'er. This is an attack formed by the pure power of the immortal demon, and it can already break the void. It's so scary. Although the invisible chain of laws cannot be touched, people who condense the power of the laws can be attacked. If you can't solve the problem, solve the problem. The immortal demon knows this well. The terrifying power turned into a tyrannical attack and struck Yu Shi'er directly. If Yu Shi'er was really allowed to withstand this attack head-on, she would definitely be seriously injured and lose most of her combat power on the spot. After all, most of Yu Shi'er's combat power is concentrated on the law of reincarnation, not the physical body. Compared with the immortal demon, the gap is even more vast. Naturally, it is impossible to withstand this attack. Of course, the main reason is that Yu Shi'er spent a lot of energy to open the reincarnation formation. Therefore, there is no extra strength to resist the attack of the immortal demon. The immortal demon is so powerful, and his vision is even more terrifying. He could see this situation at a glance, so he launched an attack directly. As long as one hit, the current predicament would be naturally relieved. As an ant, you should hide honestly instead of randomly intervening in battles that are out of your reach. Now, just disappear for me. The black light carrying terrifying power is like a rainbow cutting through the void, arriving in the blink of an eye. However, Yu Shi'er had no intention of dodging, and even her expression did not change when she looked at the incoming black light. Even if the void is shattered, it shows the terrifying nature of this attack. Nothing has changed either. Because Yu Shi'er knew that she would never be hurt. Bang! Sure enough, before the deadly black light reached Yu Shi'er's eyes, Qi Lu had already taken action. The power of thousands of laws gathered together and woven into an indestructible shield of laws to protect Yu Shi'er. The deadly black light suddenly hit the law shield, but it only made a loud noise. Where the power burst out, the damaged void collapsed. The calm sky is like a broken mirror. However, there were no cracks in the shield of law blocking the front, and not even a few traces were left behind. This is the power of law weaving. There are thousands of laws in the world, which are mutually reinforcing and mutually reinforcing. By weaving thousands of laws into a shield in a mutually supportive order, an extremely powerful defense can be gathered. Even if you are an immortal demon, don't even think about leaving any trace on it without some real skills. Immortal demon, how could I let you casually disturb our assistant? As he spoke, Qi Lu also walked up to Yu Shi'er, directly blocking the immortal demon's gaze. A pair of eyes looked straight at him unceremoniously, with high-spirited fighting spirit. It's another damn bug, and you have no one around anymore? The immortal demon saw Qi Li's eyes and couldn't help but sneered, then looked at the ice spirit Saint King. The only opponents worthy of the immortal demon's recognition are the ice spirit Saint King and the dragon Saint King who once sealed him away. Those who have the courage and ability to provoke ancient catastrophes are of course also arrogant people. How could it be possible to take all enemies seriously? It seems that the original failure did not make you reflect. You are still as arrogant as ever, immortal demon. Upon hearing this, the ice spirit Saint King also made a mockery, and then shook his head in silence. He still couldn't do such a thing as exposing one's own trump card. Since the immortal demon doesn't want to pay attention to his enemy, let him go as he pleases. An arrogant soldier will be defeated. Reflection? What a joke. Even if my immortal body is sealed by you, what can you do? Now you dare to use this matter to ridicule me, who gave you the courage. When the immortal demon heard this, he was immediately angry. It would have been better not to mention this matter, but once I mentioned it, the immortal demon thought that there were cracks in his own immortal will. Such a serious crime, in the eyes of the immortal demon, cannot be redeemed by death. So as soon as the ice spirit Saint King finished speaking, he discovered that the immortal demon's offensive momentum had become even more violent. The overwhelming black-red mist swept in, and even the chains of reincarnation hidden in the void were shaken by the storm and kept shaking, as if they would break in the next second. The power of the reincarnation formation can indeed weaken the power of the immortal demon to a certain extent. But the impact on the immortal will is actually not that big. You must know that the rules of heaven and earth possessed by the infinite battle arena are on the same level as the Skyvault God realm. And even with such powerful rules of heaven and earth, it is extremely difficult to destroy the immortal will. Not to mention you Shi'er, who still cannot fully grasp the law of incarnation. The immortal demon is a being on the same level as a human king. Even in his prime state, there is still a human king who may surpass his peak state. If it had not been sealed for such a long time, during this period, it had been eroded by the devouring power of the infinite battlefield, resulting in a great loss of power, and even the source of power, the immortal will, had cracks. The war at this time will no longer be a stalemate. After all, the current ice spirit Saint King is not in its prime either. The original seal consumed too much of his original power. Even if a part of it was recovered when the seal was opened just now, it would not be without any loss. So looking at it now, it's actually just half a pound. But in the original battle, there was also a giant dragon Saint King on the side of the ice spirit Saint King. But now, it is absolutely impossible to say that Yu Shi'er's assistance can match the power of a giant dragon Holy King. Unless the human king comes in person, it can indeed rival the dragon Saint King, or even surpass it. Otherwise, it is all false. Therefore, when the immortal demon was furious and took action with anger, the pressure on the ice spirit Holy King suddenly increased. Although with Yu Shi'er's help, the situation is not yet one-sided. But the balance of victory is always tilting in the direction of the immortal demon. This situation is really terrible. Qi Lu also didn't expect that the immortal demon still had such remaining power. Being able to use anger as a guide to suppress the ice spirit Saint King in such an unfavorable situation. Such an enemy is so terrifying. Qi Lu suddenly thought that the appearance of the immortal demon really cost the Tianji domain several eras of luck. Because if you think back, you will know that the era when the immortal demon appeared was before the dragon god. After the immortal demon, there seems to be no existence that suppresses Anara in the Tianji domain. But it's different in the divine realm. Since the era of the immortal demon, during the ancient catastrophe, there have been existences like the dragon god. Then, in the remaining era of the ancient catastrophe, another human king appeared and completely eliminated the remaining remnants of the ancient catastrophe. After that, the dragon Saint King and the ice spirit Saint King came to the infinite battlefield and sealed the immortal demon. It can be seen that the appearance of the immortal demon has indeed consumed a lot of luck in the Tianji domain. It really has the appearance of a villain and a big boss. However, since it is a villainous boss, it must be used for grinding. Although Qi Lu was amazed by the fighting power of the immortal demon, he would not be timid and dare not join the battle. After all, the boss is not designed to be used alone. If you can fight in a group, you must fight in a group. Immortal demon, I hope your face won't look too exciting when you are beaten by the ants in your eyes. With this thought in his mind, Qi Lu waved his hands and first placed a 3-layer law shield around Yu Shi'er for protection. Then he began to mobilize the majestic power of the law, condense the golden body of the law, and quickly materialize it. With its huge size, it may not have an absolute advantage in battle. But if the size difference is too large, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. Just like humans and ants. No matter how powerful an ant is, it cannot cause much harm to people. But a person can easily crush ants to death with just a pinch. This is the power gap caused by the size difference. The power of law may be able to make up for this. However, for the immortal demon, the ordinary power of law attacking his body is nothing more than scratching an itch. It's not even scraping, but you still want to cause harm to the immortal demon? So Qi Lu could only keep up the pace. The mighty power of law surges like the sky and comes like the ocean tide. In an instant, the shadow of the golden body of the law was thousands of feet high and was solidifying rapidly. Qi Lu, who has lifted the restriction on his power, actually condenses the phantom of the law's golden body, which is 10,000 feet high, which isn't a big problem. But considering the need for long-term combat, I settled for the next best thing. After all, if the golden body of law is embodied to the extreme, it can only be maintained for a short time, so there is really no need. You must know that the body of the immortal demon is obtained through continuous tempering. It is a behemoth thousands of feet tall. And Qi Lu, as well as the ice spirit Saint King, want to use the power of law to maintain the existence of the towering giant, but it is consumed all the time, and there is no way to compare with it. So there is no need to go all out unless you have a last resort or when you are confident. The law condenses, start. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, a towering giant that was also thousands of feet tall and not inferior to the immortal demon rose from the ground and officially joined the battlefield. At this moment, Qi Lu could clearly see a hint of astonishment flashing in the immortal demon's eyes. I originally thought it was an ant, but I didn't expect it to be a powerful ant. Interesting, interesting. In that case, let's go together, so that you can know how big the gap between us is. However, what kind of existence is the immortal demon? How could he be afraid of something like this? With an immortal body, even though it was sealed back then, the immortal demon showed no fear at all, and just faced it calmly. Thinking that one day, when the seal is unlocked, I must avenge this seal. Therefore, after seeing the towering giant transformed by Qi Lu, the immortal demon was even more motivated to fight and had no intention of retreating. I think so too. Since the other party has said that he and others will be allowed to go up together, Qi Lu will certainly not be polite. Such requests are really rare. In an instant, another set of reincarnation chains emerged from the void and landed on Qi Lu. The power of resurrection and reincarnation immediately increased, slightly improving Qi Li's combat power. The reincarnation formation set up by Yu Shi'er in the distance is actually a field-type auxiliary formation. Gather the laws of reincarnation and turn them into chains that cannot be broken away or touched for blessing. In a battle of this level, ordinary auxiliary means have long been shattered. This is not like playing a game. The added buffs will only disappear when the duration is up. The reality is that if the level of cultivation is not strong enough, the buff effect will be shattered on the spot. There is no qualification to join the battlefield at all. So, don't think that being an assistant is that easy. After adding the chains of reincarnation and being fully prepared, Qi Lu of course accepted the kind invitation of the immortal demon and went to beat this guy up with the ice spirit Saint King. Another towering giant thousands of feet tall joined the battlefield and really shattered the world into pieces. Everywhere you look, you can see the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. The broken sky cannot be restored for a long time. The earth is full of cracks and is becoming more and more broken. There are intertwined cracks everywhere, an abyss that can't be seen to the end. The towering giant can shatter the void with just a single movement of his hands, and his immense power can shake the heavens and the earth. In a battle of this level, any casual attack can affect thousands of miles around, let alone the current life and death battle. If this place were not for a deeper secret space, the area affected would probably be even greater. Even now, the senior gold diggers who are still rushing to the ladder have stopped on the way to the first test. Then he looked into the distance, feeling the pressure coming from him, and his expression suddenly changed. What kind of terrifying existence is this, fighting? It's just the aftermath, but it can actually affect this place. No, we can't go any further, otherwise we will definitely die. Damn it. We all came to this place, why did this happen? It's better to stop talking and look back first. It's better to survive than to die in the past. That's right. It's better to go back quickly. Just like that, all the senior gold diggers who originally wanted to rush Toth ladder turned around and left. It is good for them to be strong, and it is also good for them to be arrogant. However, that also has to be divided into objects. They couldn't even handle the aftermath of a battle of this level, so what else could they say? Just to survive, no shame. After passing the first test and reaching the ladder area, the situation became even worse. Within this vast area, except for the ladder, which is protected by the special power of the infinite battlefield and is fine for the time being, other places have become dilapidated. At first glance, it's more ruins than ruins. In the sky, originally, there was only a black-red sky and a snow-white sky competing with each other. But at this moment, there was an extra colorful sky that emerged from between the two sides. Helped the snow-white sky to fight against the black-red sky. And gradually suppressed the black-red sky on that side. Qi Lu boldly entered the battle and immediately regained the advantage, tilting the balance of victory towards his side again. Perhaps Yu Shir alone is not as good as the Dragon Saint King. But with Qi Lu, it's different. The body of laws is nothing like it. Coupled with Qi Li's insights and accumulation in the infinite battlefield, as well as systematic help, the speed of strength improvement is unprecedented and unprecedented. At this moment, Ice Spirit Saint King and Qi Lu joined forces, and Yu Shir assisted from the side. It's not much worse than when the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King joined forces. Suppressing the immortal demon is also expected. Didn't you see that the immortal demon's expression changed? Immortal demon, this time, you probably don't have the extra strength to mock a comeback. When Qi Lu was attacking, he did not forget to use words to undermine the enemy's morale. Although it must be admitted that the immortal demon is powerful. Even after being sealed for so long, he is still better than the Ice Spirit Saint King. But it is a pity that the arrogant immortal demon has never had helpers, and he himself does not need helpers. This is the saying, if you are enlightened, there will be many help, but if you are unfaithful, there will be little help. That's true. At least the rules of the Order camp are much more reasonable than the rules of the Chaos camp. Humph, you're just an ant. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Hearing this, the immortal demon snorted coldly, becoming even more angry in his heart. However, although anger can enhance strength, it is not unlimited. The long-term seal still damaged the immortal demon's strength and lost the elegance of its heyday. It's really ridiculous. The ants in your eyes will soon defeat you. Immortal demon, are you still so conceited? Qi Lu doesn't mind what the immortal demon calls him, as it has no effect on him anyway. Could it be that when the other party said this, he really turned into an ant? But this arrogant attitude is really ridiculous. Defeat? I have never lost before, and I will not lose now. If you want to defeat me, then go ahead and try and see if you can do it. After hearing this, the immortal demon burst out laughing, his tone full of ridicule. The immortal demon with an immortal will never cares about failure. Because he never fails. Any enemy who cannot kill him will eventually die in his hands. Even in this world, there is nothing that can be done to him. As long as he takes that last step, even this world will be held in his hands. So how can the immortal demon say defeat? I'll do it. Qi Lu said in a deep voice, and after finishing speaking, he put his palms together. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, please help me. I understand, Qi Lu, just go ahead and do it. Ice Spirit Saint King took one look at Qi Li's expression and suddenly understood. If the stalemate continues, we will never be able to completely defeat the immortal demon. We must break the current stalemate. Regardless of the current situation, Qi Lu and the Ice Spirit Saint King had the upper hand and suppressed the immortal demon. But as long as the immortal will of the immortal demon remains intact, he cannot truly fall. Therefore, now is the time to break the situation. Qi Lu knew that he must concentrate all his efforts and find a way to break the immortal will of the immortal demon. Or, even if it is just to expand the cracks on the immortal will into real damage, it will be enough. Once the immortal will is truly damaged, it will no longer be possible to have eternal power. Because if there is no leakage or defect, then you will be immortal. Otherwise, let the immortal demon find an opportunity to repair the cracks in the immortal will. Then there will be no chance. Immortal demon, your opponent now is me. Ice Spirit Saint King responded to Qi Li's words and naturally understood what this should do. If you want to destroy the immortal demon in one go, you must accumulate strength, which will take some time. Therefore, during this period of time, the Ice Spirit Saint King needs to be responsible for holding back the immortal demon. You alone want to stop me? The immortal demon is naturally not stupid. Although he is arrogant, he is by no means a foolhardy person. He will allow his enemies to accumulate strength without stopping them. At the beginning, if the Ice Spirit Saint King had not destroyed part of his original power, and the Dragon Saint King had tried his best to stop it, the immortal demon will not be sealed in the Ice Crystal Mountains. Therefore, the immortal demon cannot do the foolish thing of allowing the enemy to accumulate strength. Who can say whether it can be stopped or not? The Ice Spirit Saint King did not expect the immortal demon to stay where he was, waiting for Qi Li's attack. Therefore, I have long been prepared for a hard fight, and it is not impossible to even destroy part of my original power. The frost has returned, freezing the world. Since the main purpose is to delay time, there is no need to use forceful attacks. The law of ice still has a lot of say in this aspect. As the frost around the Ice Spirit Holy King accelerated, a large number of ice crystals were suddenly mixed into the blizzard all over the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth were covered by this endless snowstorm and began to freeze. It's extremely cold, as if even the air can freeze. The spreading cold air fell on the immortal demon, and also caused a layer of frost to appear on the surface of his body. Then in the next second, it turned into hard ice crystals, crystal clear, but also freezing. The law of ice contained in it can turn this layer of ice crystals into hard armor. In the same way, this layer of ice crystals can also be turned into a cage. When the Ice Spirit Saint King no longer seeks to attack, but simply defends, or even just delays. There are too many means available. Ice crystal cage. Interesting, do you think you can trap me like this? The immortal demon just didn't notice for a moment and found that most of his body was covered by ice crystals. The law of ice also turned into a bone-penetrating chain, spreading out from the ice crystal, penetrating the body of the immortal demon, confining the power in his body, preventing him from interfering with Qi Li's actions. The ice crystal cage, which does not have much destructive power, is very good at delaying the enemy's actions. The terrible cold could not cause much harm to the immortal demon. The sealing of the ice crystal armor only temporarily imprisoned his power. But the immortal demon cannot be captured without hesitation. When the frost chain passed through the body, a violent force suddenly burst out. Like a wave of blazing flames, it crashed onto the frost chain, burning away the condensed laws of ice. That blazing flame wave is not the power of some kind of law, but the majestic energy and blood possessed by the immortal demon. Like the scorching sun, even the power of the law cannot withstand it. The ice crystals covering the body of the immortal demon also began to show drops of water, showing signs of melting. In this extremely cold environment with snow and ice all over the sky, such a scene should not have appeared. But in front of the immortal demon, the impossible will become possible. At this moment, the immortal demon is like the scorching sun. Mere frost can't block his power. Even the reincarnation chains condensed in the reincarnation formation began to tremble slightly. It seemed as if it couldn't bear the struggle of this force and was about to break. This also caused Yushir to cut her fingertips and shed blood again. As the drops fell on the formation pattern, he whispered softly, "The power buried in reincarnation, the mighty power from death, all turn into sky-reaching chains, imprison the enemy in front of you. Seal up." Wow! The chains of reincarnation spreading all over the sky spread out from the void again, and they were inescapably wrapped around the immortal demon. Then he tensed up and dived into the void again, disappearing without a trace. The immortal demon can feel that the power of reincarnation suppressing him has become stronger. Yushir, who was in charge of the reincarnation formation, became increasingly pale. It is not easy to limit the power of the immortal demon. However, the time that Ice Spirit Saint King and Yushir fought for, even if it was not long, was enough. Chi Leke didn't have the kind of charged attack that took a lot of time to activate. His actions at the moment were just mobilizing power. Try your best to gather the most powerful blow and crush the immortal demon. Success or failure depends on this. Golden body of law, maximize it, open. Consolidated form. Following Qi Li's roar, the towering giant that was originally only several thousand feet tall suddenly grew in size again. The phantom and the entity appeared together, growing in size and rising into the sky. In a very short period of time, the body had already surged to a height of 10,000 feet, but it still did not stop. The huge size is still growing rapidly, and the shadow it casts covers the sky and the sun, like a dark sky, as if it is going to increase to the point where only this towering giant is left in the world. What a terrible picture that is. Such a huge size can be seen even by experienced gold diggers who are still in the first test. A giant like a pillar of heaven suddenly appeared in the field of vision, as if it could break the sky with just one hand. They were so frightened that they broke into cold sweat. Then, what is that? How huge is that giant? Quick, run! I felt that there was a war over there before, and now such a terrifying giant appears. What exactly happened there? Why is this happening? Damn it, are we destined to be unable to leave the infinite battlefield? It's important to stay alive, it's important to stay alive. These senior gold diggers swallowed hard, and their steps, which had already turned around, became even worse. It is no exaggeration to say that even though they are all powerful demon gods, with the momentum and coercion exuded by this towering giant, killing them is not much different from crushing an ant. They have never encountered such a terrifying existence in their lives so far. The gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield all came with the goal of becoming stronger. I don't want to waste my life in a place like this. So, run away for your life. Sheila knew nothing about what happened on the way to the first test. But in the battlefield, the change in the immortal demon's expression was quite obvious. When the golden giant of laws condensed by Qi Lu had soared to a height offensive thousands of feet, he looked at the immortal demon again as if he were looking at a little mouse. A palm is even bigger than the immortal demon. Even the ice spirit Saint King was dumbfounded. Qi Li's body shape at this moment was so huge that when he looked up, he could no longer see the sky. Only this giant can be seen, standing under the sky, casting a shadow like a dark cloud, covering the sky. It occupies all directions of the world, and also occupies all the scenes in sight. Is this your strongest blow? Ice Spirit Saint King did not expect that Qi Lu would still have such a trump card. Although the frost giant he condensed looks like a mountain, it is a huge monster that stretches between heaven and earth. But compared with Qi Lu at this moment, it was like fireflies competing for brightness with the bright moon far behind. It's really better than the old. I underestimated you. The immortal demon could not have imagined that in such a short period of time, a guy who could only be regarded as a powerful ant could burst out with such terrifying power. It was simply unimaginable. But so what? With the blessing of the immortal will, the immortal devil doesn't even care about the rules of heaven and earth. Can he still fear any enemies? Now that I see this shocking scene, the most I can do is marvel. Where does the fear come from? You don't need to evaluate my strength, immortal demon. The power at this moment is already the strongest power that Qi Lu can mobilize. Therefore, at this moment when the momentum is at its peak, it is time to go out and destroy the immortal demon. Since you think that the power of heaven and earth cannot punish you, then let me punish you on behalf of heaven and judge you. The might of God is not something you can despise. This huge sound was like thunder rolling from the sky. It seemed as if the world was resonating with it, carrying the mighty power of heaven and overcoming the pressure. The immortal demon only felt that at this moment, the whole world he was in was against him and wanted to suppress him. This immediately aroused the fighting spirit and anger of the immortal demon. You, a young boy, dare to say that you want to judge me? What a wishful thinking. If you can help it, don't just talk big here. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying force burst out from the immortal demon's body, rising into the sky. The black fog in the sky is like a surging river of stars, sweeping between the sky and the earth, disturbing the wind and clouds. In just an instant, the earth shook. When Qi Lu heard this, he stopped talking nonsense and raised his right hand, flattened it into a palm, and suppressed it. Since I am punishing God and you want to die, then I will do as you say. This palm is heaven's punishment. A palm fell, just as Qi Lu said, as if it had the power of heavenly punishment. Thousands of laws gathered together to form this giant palm, just like the sky was falling and a catastrophe was coming. I saw the shadow that covered the sky and the sun coming suddenly, like the end of the world. When I looked closely, it didn't look like a giant palm was coming over me. Instead, it looked like the heaven and earth were about to close and swallow me into endless chaos. How terrible. Boom. The next moment, the giant palm that covers the sky has fallen. At this moment, the earth shook violently, and in an instant, it fell apart. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the mountains shook and the earth shook, as if the whole world was trembling under this palm. The power of this palm can replace heavenly punishment. Even the ice spirit Saint King had to retreat far away to avoid being affected by the power of this palm. Qi Lu gathered all his strength, and the moves he used were so powerful. It already has the power to destroy the world. But the peak power is difficult to sustain for a long time. With a palm falling, the golden giant of laws gathered by Qi Lu also began to show signs of collapse. This is the sign of running out of strength and approaching exhaustion. After all, facing the immortal demon, Qi Lu did not dare to hold back and had to go all out to break his immortal will. It is understandable that he is already close to exhaustion after just one palm strike. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er still had the power of resurrection and reincarnation, so he wouldn't fall down on the spot. So soon, the giant palm suppressing the immortal demon began to dissipate, turning into specks of starlight, floating between the heaven and the earth. The sky-holding giant standing under the sky also shrank rapidly, and after a while, it turned into Qi Li's true form. No shadow of the golden body of the law was left behind. I hope this palm won't cause too many accidents. Qi Li stood on the shattered earth, took 2 deep breaths, and was still able to barely support his body. Moreover, if necessary, Qi Li can also use the last resort to fight again. But in that case, the burden on the body would be too great. It might collapse. After all, the more powerful the power, the more difficult it is to carry it down. Even though Qi Li's physical body is already quite strong, it has its limits and needs to rest. Looking at the place where the palm fell, a huge palm print was left, thousands of meters deep. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Qi Li's palm is. The immortal demon who stayed in the pit was also in a miserable state. On the surface, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. The aura emanating from him was also much weaker. Although it was not fatal, he was definitely seriously injured, and most of his combat power was lost. I just don't know if that immortal will is really damaged. Most of the power of Qi Li's previous palm was not aimed at the immortal demon. But the immortal will he possesses. That thing is the most difficult thing to deal with. There was already a crack in it, but now it has endured such a terrible force, and it is impossible to escape unscathed. Puff. This is the first time that the immortal demon has vomited blood, and it has already damaged his roots. Judging from his shaky movements, he might be on the verge of collapse. Is this the attack you made with all your strength? I have to admit that it is indeed very strong, but if you want to sanction, you still have a little bit of trouble. From the throat of the immortal demon, a hoarse but murderous laughter came out, ferocious and terrifying. He raised his head, his scarlet eyes filled with madness and anger. Now, you can't fight anymore. Very good. Then, your death has come. After saying this, the immortal demon suddenly jumped out of the pit and landed on the ground. There was a loud bang, and the already dilapidated earth let out a wail again, shaking endlessly. The immortal devil, covered in blood, looked even more ferocious at this moment. However, the ice spirit Saint King narrowed his eyes slightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Your immortal will is indeed damaged. It turns out that you are not indestructible. How difficult it is to have everything without leakage or defect. Even the high road may not be able to reach it. The immortal demon wants to use the immortal will as the foundation to create an eternal legend, swallow up the power of heaven and earth, and turn it into his own use. How could it be possible? Now the cracks in the immortal will have turned into real damage. It is impossible for the immortal demon to remain invincible in battle. No wonder he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Qi Li, you really did it. The ice spirit Saint King thought happily in his heart. After all, what he possesses is not purely offensive power. It is too difficult to break the immortal will of the immortal demon. Therefore, it is a last resort to place hope on Qi Li. But looking at it now, the effect is very good. Immortal demon, I think it's not only Qi Li who is unable to fight anymore, but also you. It's still uncertain who will die next. After seeing through this, the ice spirit Saint King suddenly felt calm. The battle that was inconclusive in the past will finally have a winner today. Oops. Someone is destroying the reincarnation formation. However, things didn't go as expected. At this moment, Yu Shir's exclamation rang out. Qi Li and Ice Spirit Saint King were immediately shocked. Immediately afterwards, I saw the chains of reincarnation hidden in the void, all appearing at this moment, and gradually breaking. Invisible chains emerged from the void, and after breaking, they immediately dissipated. And the power of reincarnation that blessed it also dissipated. This scene made Qi Lu and Ice Spirit Saint King change their expressions, and they knew something was wrong. There are still enemies around here. Who is the one? Qi Lu suddenly thought of the strange blood sacrifice formation before. Could it be the guy who opened the blood sacrifice formation? Is it true that the president of the Immortal Union is not dead? But at this time, Qi Lu couldn't tolerate thinking so much. Because after the chains of reincarnation emerged and were broken one by one, a burst of crimson mist came from nowhere, rising from the feet of the immortal demon, and was then absorbed by the immortal demon. It was like a great tonic, helping the immortal demon to quickly regain its strength. This is the power of blood sacrifice. Interesting, really interesting. Is there anyone else here? It was naturally impossible for the immortal demon not to be on guard, but this crimson mist was indeed harmless to him. On the contrary, it is greatly replenished and can quickly recover the injuries caused by the previous palm. That's why the immortal demon will absorb this mist. Puff. But at this moment, Yu Shi'er, who was maintaining the reincarnation formation, spat out a mouthful of blood. The reincarnation formation that they had worked so hard to maintain completely collapsed at this moment, and the chains of reincarnation in the void also dissipated. Looking at his pale face, he was probably too weak to fight anymore. Damn it! Who is it? Qi Lu forced himself up, his perception spreading around. The law shield protecting Yu Shi'er was not broken, which meant that the visitor did not attack Yu Shi'er directly. Instead, he used another method to destroy the reincarnation formation. From this point of view, this guy must have a considerable understanding of the law of reincarnation. So, who will it be? Boy, you haven't forgotten me, have you? However, just as Qi Lu was thinking hard, a rather familiar voice woke Qi Lu up. It also made his eyes lock on a figure that suddenly appeared. Then, he took a deep breath, and his tone was filled with deep anger and strong murderous intent. It's you. Magic Emperor. That's right, Qi Lu would never admit his mistake when the figure suddenly appeared. This breath, this voice, this power is the Demon Emperor who escaped through the gate of reincarnation. Why would he appear in this place? Moreover, it still appeared at such a critical moment. Oh my, it turns out you still remember me, what an honor. The Demon Emperor did not hide his identity at all. He would be surprised if Qi Lu couldn't recognize him. And when it comes to this moment of military confrontation, there is no need to hide it at all. That's not the Demon King's style. Pleasure? What bad luck. Why are you here? Qi Lu didn't think that the honor the Demon Emperor said was his true thoughts. But in this way, it makes sense why the reincarnation formation set up by Yu Shi'er was destroyed. After all, the Demon King is also an old rival of the Human King, and his understanding of the law of reincarnation is quite profound. Even if the Demon King himself does not practice the law of reincarnation, it does not prevent him from destroying the great formation of reincarnation. This time, it was a miscalculation. No matter how hard he calculated, he never expected that the Demon Emperor would appear in this place. Why do I appear here? Good question. The Demon King stared at Qi Lu closely, enjoying the shock and anger on his face. It was this guy who forced himself into this situation. He had no choice but to escape from the divine realm. But it is precisely in this way that we can get a blessing in disguise and take advantage of him. Boy, you should know that I have the power of destiny left on you. If you want to say why I am here, it is only because I am waiting for you in his infinite battlefield. When it comes to first come, first served, you are the latecomers. The Demon King's seemingly taunting words made Qi Lu frown in surprise, a little confused. The power of destiny? Could it be that he and Yu Shi'er came to the infinite battlefield because of the influence of the law of fate? I have to admit that the law of destiny that the Demon King specializes in is indeed powerful. Invisibly messing with the threads of fate, it actually allowed him to calculate in advance where he would go in the future. That's it. Qi Lu knew that the Demon Emperor disdained lying about such things. He has indeed come to the infinite battlefield, waiting for their arrival. In this way, the weird blood sacrifice formation before was started by the Demon Emperor. But why would he do this? Or is there some relationship between the Demon Emperor and the immortal demon that he doesn't know about? No, that's not right. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. The ancient catastrophe was instigated by the immortal demon, and this incident also indirectly caused the Demon Emperor's mental state to collapse, and then it became what it is now. So judging from the timeline and events, there shouldn't be any connection between them. Then why did the Demon King appear in this place? Could it be? Demon King, if you go to help the immortal demon just to plot against us, you would be too stupid. Qi Lu thought of this possibility. With the Demon King's vengeful personality, the probability of guessing it was not low. But just for revenge, if you go to help the immortal demon. For the Demon King, it may not be a wise choice. Because the immortal demon will not have any feelings of gratitude, let alone treat the Demon Emperor as one of his own. At most, they can just let the Demon Emperor go here. Therefore, after thinking of this possibility, Qi Lu also frowned and had a headache. Madness? Boy, do you still need to teach me how to behave? The Demon King sneered and said slowly, I admire what your excellency the immortal demon has done. After arriving at the infinite battlefield, I heard what happened to His Excellency the immortal demon, and I felt extremely angry. I felt that such a hero should not be suppressed here, but should complete greater achievements. As for revenge, it's just a matter of course. Ah. When Qi Lu heard this, he sneered. He would not believe what the Demon Emperor said. It would be great if one of the 10 sentences was true. But Qi Lu also heard a lot from the Demon Emperor's words. At least one thing is that the Demon Emperor and the immortal demon are not familiar with each other. This is true. Before this, the immortal demon was lying under the suppression of the ice crystal mountains. How could he be familiar with the Demon Emperor? Then the Demon Emperor would take action at this moment to help the immortal demon because he had other motives. If I'm not wrong, the president of the Immortal Union will also die in your hands. Qi Lu thought about this again and suddenly understood. No wonder that even if he killed the president of the Immortal Union, it would not help. It turns out that all this was seen by the Demon Emperor, who had already prepared his backup plan and was always waiting for him to take action himself. It would be normal for him to activate the blood sacrifice formation. Rather, the situation before was actually just as the Demon King said, he was waiting here for their arrival. He saw the right time and launched the blood sacrifice formation. Otherwise, judging from the time the Demon King came to this place, the blood sacrifice formation should have been activated long ago. How could he wait until now and even be discovered by the Ice Spirit Saint King? From this point of view, the Demon King is really taking advantage of the immortal demon. I want to use the power of the immortal demon to avenge him. That's right, that guy deserves to die. Mo Huangxi admitted this matter without hesitation, as if it was just a trivial matter. If you can't complete the blood sacrifice formation, then you can only become a sacrifice, are you right? You dare to thwart my plan. Really? The anger and murderous intent in the Demon King's tone were always undisguised. At this moment, even his motives for doing this were clear. Do you want to use my power to avenge you? Not long after, the immortal demon, who had absorbed all the red mist, also opened his eyes. Regarding the conversation between the Demon King and Qi Lu, even if not much information was revealed, it was enough for him to understand the situation. The immortal demon is just conceited, not stupid. How can it be unclear about such a simple situation? But so what? This is just about each getting what he needs and taking advantage of each other. If Your Excellency the immortal demon is willing, I can also help you. The demon king heard the sound, looked at the immortal demon, and spoke loudly. Judging from past deeds, the immortal demon has its own arrogance and may not be able to accept joining forces with others to fight against the enemy. Therefore, the demon emperor did not mention that he would definitely help, but had to obtain the consent of the immortal demon first. Talking like this makes people feel very comfortable. It's up to you, I don't care about this kind of thing. The immortal demon stared at the demon emperor for a long time before continuing. Since they are using each other, it is impossible for the immortal demon to take down all the enemies in a days. If you want revenge, you'd better do it yourself. This is exactly what I mean. The demon king nodded, not surprised. Guys with chaotic evil tendencies cannot judge their actions based on common sense. So what if you are arrogant? Can you be willing to be plotted against, and then suffer the consequences? Besides, Qi Lu is not the only enemy of the demon emperor. The human king and dragon god who are still in the divine realm are the focus. As long as the immortal demon revives and leaves the infinite battlefield, it will naturally take action against the divine realm. When the time comes, can the human king and dragon god still sit back and watch? In this way, the immortal demon will naturally confront the human king and the dragon god. And these things are not the demon emperor's calculations, he just goes with the flow and takes advantage of the trend. Could the immortal demon still be able to refuse? So what if I was choked by the immortal demon now? The demon emperor didn't care at all. It's 2 against 2 now. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, you should be fine. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh and quietly asked the Ice Spirit Saint King. Now it's really 2 against 2, and the remaining Yushir is just a support. Moreover, the reincarnation formation was destroyed by the demon emperor, who was just waiting for work. It would be very difficult to rearrange it. I have no problem, but who is this demon king? You know? The Ice Spirit Saint King frowned slightly and asked with some confusion. Judging from the timeline, the demon emperor was buried by the human king in the sacred mountain of the central region before the human king fell, and has never come out. Later, the Dragon Saint King and the Ice Spirit Saint King came to the divine realm and went to the divine mountain in the central region, but they only stayed there for a short time. I really don't know about the existence of the demon king. Who would have thought that in ancient times, such a big problem would still exist? Well, it's a long story. Qi Lu scratched his head. Then let's make a long story short. Ice Spirit Saint King answered. Also. In fact, the whole thing is not complicated. Just explain the identity of the demon emperor, and there is no need to consider unnecessary questions. Anyway, this guy is his enemy now, and there is no point in introducing his experiences. Those are things of the past. So Qi Lu quickly explained it clearly in the shortest possible words. An enemy of the dragon god and the human king, someone who wants to destroy the divine realm. You have had conflicts like that before. Is it possible to be here because of the demon king's law of destiny? It's really interesting. After listening to the introduction, the Ice Spirit Saint King nodded, indicating that he understood. It seems that it is another strong enemy. Trouble, really trouble. The break is over, now the battle begins again. The immortal demon roared angrily and took the lead in attacking. The destruction of his immortal will made his anger rise to another level. Facing the Ice Spirit Saint King and Qi Lu, it was already a life and death situation, and he would never let them escape. Therefore, naturally, there will be no morality. Immortal demon, your opponent is still me. The Ice Spirit Saint King immediately rushed forward, and the frost giant also roared, just like the howling of a snowstorm. Since the current situation has become 2 versus 2, we can't act recklessly like before. For unfamiliar opponents, let those who are familiar with them deal with them. Then my opponent is you. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Qi Lu. They are all old rivals. Yes, judging from the distribution of combat power, this should be the case. Qi Lu also wants to know how far his current strength is from the Demon Emperor. In other words, he can now defeat the Demon Emperor alone. You must know that in the previous battles, the Demon Emperor has always been in a weak state, and has never been as powerful as it was in its heyday. And now, since the Demon King dares to show up, he should have been lifted from his weak state. Even if he hasn't completely returned to his peak condition, he's probably close to it. So at this moment, the battle with the Demon King will definitely be more difficult. But it also inspires more fighting spirit. Because during this period of time, not only the Demon Emperor has recovered from his weak state, but Qi Lu has also become stronger. And the speed of getting stronger is absolutely beyond imagination. Judging from your previous performance, you seem to have become a lot stronger. The Demon Emperor, who had been hiding in the dark, could not ignore such a thing. The only thing that made him feel strange was, it's just that, boy, the speed at which you become stronger is really unbelievable to me. Did you hide your strength in the past, or did you have some adventure? Your fate shouldn't be like this. This is also a situation that makes the Demon King feel a little shocked. Judging from the speed at which the boy in front of him became stronger, in his short period of time, he was able to do things that he would have struggled to do in tens of thousands of years. Could it be that all his long years have been spent on dogs? It's a joke. If a dog could live for thousands of years, he would become a dog god. But such an incredible thing happened right in front of his eyes. That's why the Demon King felt that he had to kill this kid and not let him continue to grow. Otherwise, sooner or later, this kid will become his biggest threat. And this day, the Demon King can feel it, it won't be too far away. My fate is not decided by you. Qi Lu sneered and returned unceremoniously. If it weren't for the previous gate of destiny, Qi Lu might not have fallen to Tianji realm. Then just let the system help put your destiny back on track. The Demon Emperor's methods were ineffective for him. What really brought Qi Lu to the infinite battlefield was Yu Shi'er's untied thread of fate. If the system hadn't been able to help Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu wouldn't have come here. Therefore, the only one who is truly affected by the law of fate is Yu Shi'er. What Qi Lu said is indeed correct. But in the eyes of the Demon King, it seemed like he was speaking out. If it weren't for the guidance of the law of destiny, why are you all here? In fact, the Demon King's destiny rules did not predict that he would encounter the immortal demon. The Demon King just chose the one that was most beneficial to him among countless threads of fate and guided his destiny there. And now it seems that it is indeed the best result. After all, among all the targets that may become his allies or can be used, is there anything stronger than the immortal demon? No. So, if this is not the best outcome, what could be a better outcome? So in a sense, the power of the law of destiny is indeed powerful. Since you want to make strong arguments, then let you go. Because your destiny will not change. This place is your burial place. After saying this, the Demon King stopped talking. Instead, he raised his hand and shook it, condensing the power of heaven to attack. Boom! The sudden attack immediately forced Qi Lu to retreat one after another. The previous all-out attack consumed too much power, and it has not been recovered yet. Naturally, he was a little unable to deal with the Demon King. The Demon King also saw this clearly, so he started attacking directly without giving Qi Lu any time to recover. Damn it! Qi Lu could only curse secretly in his heart. The Demon King is the most difficult final boss after all, even more difficult to deal with than the immortal demon. Because the immortal demon is only powerful, at least it doesn't have so many conspiracies and can be solved head-on. But this guy, the Demon Emperor, is obviously a boss-level fighter, but he still has a lot of bad intentions. When it comes to intrigues, he is really very skillful. Moreover, there is no morality at all in his heart. He can hurt the enemy's weakness and will never confront him head-on. Unlike the immortal demon, he is arrogant and doesn't even bother with sneak attacks and calculations. Sure enough, the moves you used before must have consumed a lot of energy. You don't even have the strength to fight back now? When the Demon King saw this, he couldn't help but taunted him. The previous scene of Qi Lu attacking the immortal demon with all his strength was seen by the Demon Emperor. The overwhelming momentum and terrifying power shocked even the Demon Emperor. After a while, the Demon King asked himself, could he block that palm? The result is also, go all out and see your fate later. Obviously, that palm, in fact, has the momentum to surpass this realm. Beyond the realm of the devil, beyond the realm of the Lord God. How is this done? The Demon King wants to know the answer, because that is the goal he is pursuing. It's just a pity that with one palm, all Qi Li's strength has been exhausted, and most of his combat power has been lost. It means that he himself doesn't understand what it is to go beyond the realm of the demon god and beyond the realm of the Lord God. Then there is no need to ask. It would be better to deal with such a threat as soon as possible. Demon King, if you attack first because of this kind of thing, then I'm really sorry. Although the previous attack consumed a lot of energy, it was not to the extent that it lost all its power. Qi Lu took a deep breath and adjusted himself. If nothing else, at least he still has his trump card. For example, those heavenly materials and earthly treasures saved earlier are good things that can be used to restore strength. It's just that in this kind of battle, it's really difficult to eat. However, Qi Lu has another way to think of. The system is out to do something. If you don't come out, something will happen to your host. As one of his biggest trump cards, now that the time has come, Qi Lu has no reason not to use it. Anyway, the stores opened in Xinji Domain and Tianji Domain are still there, and the power accumulated in the system's hands is increasing every moment. It is used to cope with such extraordinary moments. System, host, this system feels that the situation is not that critical yet. What is said is indeed true. Because although the Demon Emperor attacked first, Qi Li's previous full-strength attack still made the Demon Emperor a little afraid. So it is still in the trial stage for the time being, just in case something unexpected happens. After all, the Demon Emperor's character still tends to be cautious and steady to some extent. However, when the probing phase is over, Qi Lu may be in danger immediately. So now is not the time to talk nonsense. I don't want to discuss that much with you now. You'd better replenish the power I've consumed as soon as possible. Qi Lu interrupted the system, which seemed to want to ramble on. This is also Qi Li's biggest trump card. Trying your best and burning the boat will mean death to others. But for Qi Lu, it's just a bold attempt. If it doesn't work out, just keep trying. Anyway, there is a system taking care of everything behind it, so the lost power can be restored once again. It's just that Qi Lu rarely uses this function. Now that he sees the Demon King's test, it seems that he already has the answer he wants, so of course he can't keep pretending. I haven't lost all my strength, so it should be almost the same. Then it's time to end the battle. After confirming that Qi Lu really had no strength to fight at this time, the Demon Emperor had no intention of being polite. During the temptation, I only used 2 points of strength and was already unable to resist. This was not a lack of strength, what else could it be? From this point of view, such a genius, a son of good fortune who had great adventures, was about to die in his own hands. The Demon Emperor was extremely excited. I also think the battle should end earlier. When Qi Lu heard this, his eyes narrowed. Then I heard the voice in my head. System, okay, host, as you wish, this system will help you restore your lost power. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu felt in just a moment that all his strength had been restored. On the opposite side, the Demon King's attack also condensed into shape. Unlike the immortal demon, the demon emperor doesn't seem to like to make a fuss about body shape. On the contrary, he has quite a lot of experience in controlling the power of heaven. After the demon emperor was relieved of his weak state, the aura and coercion unleashed were already on par with the immortal demon. He is truly worthy of being at the top of his game. In his prime, he cannot be underestimated. However, the immortal demon at this moment is not in its prime. The immortal will has been damaged, and it can no longer support the immortal demon to fight at its peak. The demon king's strength at this moment is comparable to the current immortal demon. It can be seen that at the same peak state, the demon emperor may be half a step behind the immortal demon. But this is also something that can be imagined. After all, the immortal demon at its peak can fight against the dragon Saint King and the ice spirit Saint King 1 against 2. Of course, having said that, the demon emperor's strength is definitely not weak. At least at this moment, he is several times stronger than his previous weak state. And when converted into an improvement in real combat power, it is not just several times, but even more than 10 times. At this moment, the situation changed. The majestic pressure turned into a phantom in the sky behind the demon emperor, and the gathered power was even more like the mighty power of heaven. This seems to be very different from the demon king's fighting style when he was in a weak state. It can be seen that he probably had no choice at the time. Boy, my opponent should be the human king and the dragon god, not a little guy like you. Although you may have some weird artifacts in your hands, those are not the real strength you have. So now, I'd better ask you to bury yourself here. The pressure of the demon king who condensed the phantom into the sky reached its peak at this moment. For someone who is growing at such a terrifying speed, he may become a threat at any time. The demon emperor would never allow him to continue to grow. You will definitely choose to use thunderous means to completely eliminate it before it has fully grown up. This is one of the reasons why the demon emperor chose to use the immortal demon here. The purpose is to consume Qi Li's power as much as possible. There is no need for any foreshadowing. After the test, is it the strongest blow? With the help of the system, Qi Lu, who had just regained his strength, saw the phantom that reached the sky. The appearance of standing tall on the sky and the earth, the huge size, and the golden giant of laws he had condensed before, were not much different. The phantom that reached the sky tens of thousands of feet even continued to grow. The feeling of oppression that broke out was even more terrifying. The only difference is probably that the golden giant of laws condensed by Qi Lu is in a solid state. The demon king relied on his own pressure and the power of heaven and earth to form a phantom that reached the sky. It was only an illusory existence. However, the terrifying power possessed by that sky-reaching phantom is not fake. As long as it can cause damage, what does illusion and reality have to do with each other? The demonic power is as powerful as the abyss, it can shake the heaven and the earth. Transform the power of demons into a giant that condenses the sky, and becoming a shocking demon spirit. Boy, you should be proud to die under this palm. The devil is buried. Before Qi Lu could think anything more, the demon emperor, who couldn't wait to kill this huge threat, had already taken action. The tall phantom standing between the sky and the earth also raised his right hand, then turned his fist into a palm and snapped it down. It's like the sky has fallen and the heaven and earth have closed. Why does this scene look so familiar? Depend on. Qi Lu frowned and cursed secretly. In fact, the simpler the move, the more difficult it is to resist. When the power is strong enough to crush everything, any fancy moves are just a waste of time. If I can slap you to death, why do I need to throw a set of punches first? This is not an exhibition game. Just like before you crush the ant to death, do you deliberately dance for the ant? For what? In order to give some salvation to the ants? So the demon king thought the same way. Since the power of the boy in front of him has been exhausted, he should just slap him to death. Don't wait any longer. If something unexpected happens, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future. As an escape expert, the Demon King knows these things very well. This approach, under normal circumstances, may be correct. However, the Demon King would never have thought that Qi Li's power only seemed to be exhausted. It can be seen that you still really want me to die. It's just a pity that what you want to do will never be possible. Faced with this shocking palm, which was no less powerful than the all-out blow he had unleashed before, Qi Lu naturally did not dare to take it lightly. Qi Lu, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, the first thing he did after regaining his strength was to explode with all his strength. Isn't it just a full attack again? It's simple. The golden body of laws, condensation. Demon King, your goal will not succeed. While he was shouting, the shadow of the law's golden body behind Qi Lu also rose in the wind. And it is still solidifying simultaneously, becoming the golden giant that has appeared before, bursting out with infinite pressure. You! How can this be? When the Demon King saw this, his expression suddenly changed. However, once the attack has been launched, it is impossible to take it back. Therefore, after a moment, the Demon King seemed to have thought of something again, and his expression suddenly became enlightened. No, that's not right. You must have tried your best in your previous attack, but now it's just the end of your might. Boy, if you want to bluff and scare me, you are just daydreaming. These words did not sound like comforting myself. Because the Demon King really thinks so. You must know that Qi Lu had attacked with all his strength before, trying to break the immortal will of the immortal demon with one palm, and he would definitely not hold back. The power that explodes is so terrifying, like the power of God descending into the world. And now, to have such terrifying power burst out again, he must be squeezing his own potential, even burning his own essence and blood, and he still has life left. If so, that would make sense. Burn your own potential, blood essence, and lifespan to gain temporary power. In this way, the growth rate of this biggest threat to myself in the future will be greatly slowed down. Although it is far less reassuring than simply burying him here. But this result has already met the Demon Emperor's psychological expectations. The end of the strong crossbow? Ah. Qi Lu did not refute the Demon Emperor's words, but expressed his thoughts with a sneer. But such a performance, in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, was acquiescing Tohi's guess and showing a guilty conscience. Sure enough. Boom. With this thought, the Demon King's condensed phantom in the sky was suddenly captured with that shocking palm. But at the last moment, the golden giant of laws, that Qi Lu had solidified also, clapped a palm and faced him directly. It collided hard with the Demon King's attack. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a terrifying loud noise was heard between heaven and earth. But soon, it became silent again. Because after the collision of these two majestic forces, the energy fluctuations erupted and even the sound was wiped out. The sky became fragmented, the earth was shattered, and the void was torn apart like a broken mirror. At a glance, it looks like the world is being torn apart. The whole world fell into collapse. The violent air waves turned into hurricanes and raged towards the surroundings. The rolling whirlpool lifted up the broken boulders, which were crushed into stone powder in just an instant. Even the ladder, not far away, protected by the special power of the infinite battlefield, was shaking at this moment. Just like a small tree swaying in the strong wind, it may be uprooted by the strong wind at any time and swept into the sky. That ladder is protected by the world rules of the infinite battlefield. At this moment, he seemed so fragile. It's enough to show how terrifying Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor's attack was. The power that exploded was so powerful that it was shocking and terrifying. However, both of them were blows with all their strength, and after the collision, there was a feeling of powerlessness. After all, neither Qi Lu nor the Demon Emperor is weaker than the other, so naturally, there will be no chance of them being crushed. The scale of victory is still in a balanced position. On the contrary, both of the two people who launched the attack vomited blood. Even though Qi Lu and the Demon Emperor's bodies were already strong enough, the force of the countershock was still unbearable. The final result can be regarded as a draw. This also made the Demon King a little unbelievable. You are obviously just at the end of your strength, but you still have this level of power. How much stronger have you become in a short period of time? This is completely different from the boy I met when I was at the Holy Mountain in the Central Territory. It was completely different from the first time I met this boy. This speed of getting stronger is too terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know how much stronger I have become. I just know that I won't losito you. Qi Lu stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before speaking out. The breath is obviously a little messy. Although the power consumed can be restored, the burden on the body cannot be eliminated. It's like a machine that can keep running if it has enough energy. However, continued overloading will cause damage to the machine. This kind of damage cannot be recovered by unlimited supply of energy. The same is true for Qi Lu. If he doesn't burst out with all his strength, as long as his strength is not exhausted, he can always maintain his combat power. But if it explodes with all its strength, it will be a different situation. Especially when fighting an enemy who is evenly matched to you, the damage will be even greater. No, you will lose. Boy, even if I can't kill you for a while, you may need to see what's going on another battlefield. The Demon King also stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly spoke out. These words immediately gave Qi Lu a bad premonition. Turning around to look, it was true. The Ice Spirit Saint King fought against the immortal demon alone, but still fell into a disadvantage. This was expected, but when it happened at this time, it was the worst thing. The Demon King still bet his money on the immortal demon, so in this battle, he did not plan to use all his strength. All we need to do is hold Qi Lu off and prevent him from intervening in the battle between the immortal demons. As long as the Ice Spirit Saint King loses, it will be Qi Li's turn immediately. This is also the reason why the Demon King will first help the immortal demon heal his injuries before joining the battle. From the Demon King's point of view, he didn't want the immortal demon to get into trouble so early. There are many ways to kill enemies, and the Demon Emperor always likes to use the one with the least effort. Oops. Qi Lu immediately understood the Demon Emperor's plan, and his face suddenly turned ugly. Damn traitor, how could he defeat his army in a place like this? If Qi Lu guessed correctly, the Demon King must still have some remaining strength at this moment, ready to stop him from intervening in the battle on the other side. It seems you already understand. Boy, although I want to kill you, I don't feel that I must kill you with my own hands. The Demon Emperor looked at the change in Qi Li's expression, smiled coldly, and said, I believe His Excellency the Immortal Demon will be very willing to do this for me. Damn, miscalculation. Qi Lu really didn't expect that the battle between the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Immortal Demon would be so clear-cut. However, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. When they came to this place before, the only people they wanted to deal with were the immortal demons. Later, I discovered the weirdness of the blood sacrifice formation, and it taught the same thing. At most, I would just add a president of the Immortal Union. However, who would have thought that the one who appeared in this place would be the Demon Emperor? A combat power no less than that of the immortal demon. So it is normal for such a situation to occur. Because at the beginning, the combat power they calculated was not enough to deal with so many enemies. Accept the reality, kid, your ending will not change in any way. And that little girl. If the King of Humans knew that his successor died at the hands of this deity, his expression would be very exciting. The Demon King said and glanced at Yushir again. It seems that everything is in his calculation. However, just such a glance made the Demon Emperor's pupils suddenly shrink. That little girl, what is she doing? Immortal demon, you seem to think that you have a chance to win? Although the ice spirit Saint King was retreating steadily under the attack of the immortal demon, he never disrupted his fighting rhythm. In terms of hard power, it is indeed inferior. But the gap is definitely not huge enough to be crushed. So at this moment, the ice spirit Saint King was still able to withstand the attack of the immortal demon with difficulty. Is not it? Do you still have the possibility of a comeback? The immortal demon heard this and asked in a cold voice. The current battle situation is clear at a glance, and there will be no second possibility. In terms of one-on-one duel, the immortal demon is definitely number one. Even if the immortal will is damaged at this moment, the impact on the immortal demon's immediate combat effectiveness will not be particularly great. The biggest impact is that the immortal demon can no longer lock blood infinitely. If I were alone, there should be no possibility of a comeback. Regarding this point, the ice spirit Saint King did not refute. Because he alone is indeed no match for the immortal demon. But, I never said that I would deal with you alone. What I've been doing up until now is just delaying you. The ice spirit Saint King said slowly. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the immortal demon seemed to be aware of it and suddenly looked away from the battlefield. There, Yu Shi'er, who had quietly left the center of the battlefield long ago, was pressing her palm into a bloody formation on the ground with a pale face. Sacrifice with blood and open the door to reincarnation. Oh, the supreme law of reincarnation, I use the blood as a guide to summon the power hidden in the void. Answer my call. The door to reincarnation, open. As Yu Shi'er muttered words, the bloody formations on the ground became brighter and brighter. A door with a unique shape and engraved, with countless rare and exotic animals slowly emerged from the formation. A strange ripple appeared in the surrounding void. As if traveling through time and space. That's it again, the little bug's tricks are really hateful. When the immortal demon saw this, his scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with endless killing intent. This damn bug should have been killed long ago, before she would keep causing trouble here. You can't do it. Of course, it is impossible for the ice spirit Saint King to let the immortal demon's actions go unchecked. The door to reincarnation that Yu Shi'er opened at this moment had been entrusted by the ice spirit Saint King a long time ago. Use this method only as a last resort. The origin of ice penetrates the barrier between heaven and earth, opens the door to the ice spirit, and creates the ice spirit passage. Gather the power of the gate of reincarnation and summon the bound person. Come out. My old friend. Just when the immortal demon's attention was still on Yu Shi'er. The ice spirit Saint King has cut off part of his original power, thrown it into the void, and integrated it into the gate of reincarnation. In an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the gate of reincarnation. Soon, it turned into a layer of crystal-clear ice crystals. The next moment, the door to reincarnation suddenly opened. My feeling is indeed correct, you must be calling me. Old friend, ice spirit Saint King. As a figure slowly walked out of the gate of reincarnation, the smile on the ice spirit Saint King's face slowly appeared. In addition, Qi Lu, who was also paying attention to the situation here, his expression became stiff. Overlord. That's right, the figure coming out of the gate of reincarnation is the overlord that Qi Lu met in the frozen holy city before. To be honest, it is not surprising that the ice spirit Saint King and overlord are old acquaintances. But it is quite strange that the ice spirit Holy King can summon the overlord to this place. One can imagine how much power is needed to ignore the rules of the infinite battlefield and directly open the direct passage. Did it turn out that the ice spirit Saint King still had such a trump card? Or is it because of Yu Shi'er's presence? Qi Lu is unknown. But what is certain is that among all this, Yu Shi'er's power cannot Baynard. Qi Lu, you're here too. It seems that the Dragon Saint King's explanation is correct. You guys will indeed come to me for something. Overlord looked at Qi Lu from a distance and couldn't help but say something. Although it was just a few words, it made Qi Lu understand the current situation clearly. Is it the arrangement of the Dragon Saint King? In fact, Qi Lu had thought about it a long time ago. What if it was the Ice Spirit Saint King and the Dragon Saint King who dealt with the immortal demon? So where did the Overlord go? And why did the Dragon Saint King leave the infinite battlefield? Looking at it now, perhaps the mystery has been solved, and the Overlord has taken over the position of the Dragon Saint King and exists as a trump card. The gate of reincarnation that Yu Shi'er learned may not necessarily come from someone. One more, it's really troublesome. You guys just like to be in groups. Unexpectedly, at a casual glance, I saw the Demon Emperor with such bad news, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. In terms of combat power, the Overlord is much stronger than the Ice Spirit Saint King. Because the Overlord is a pure combat power. This is called the right person who has many helpers, and the unfaithful person who has few helpers. How can you guys, who think about destroying the world all day long, understand? When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately retorted and mocked the Demon Emperor unceremoniously. Guys from the chaotic evil camp don't even have allies, so how can they possibly understand what it feels like to have friendly forces all over the world? Even the immortal demon's expression turned gloomy. The situation at this moment is really unexpected. The level of twists and turns is really ups and downs. Now that everyone is here, immortal demon, you should be ready to die. The Ice Spirit Saint King welcomed the Overlord, and his eyes returned to the immortal demon. It took such a long time before the immortal will of the immortal demon was truly damaged. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and cannot be missed. Are you the immortal demon? I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. The Overlord took one step forward, crossed the space, and came to the Ice Spirit Saint King. The eyes looking at the immortal demon became a little expectant. Looking forward to the next step, it will be a hearty battle. The Ice Spirit Saint King took a step back and handed over the main position off the battlefield to the Overlord. You must know that in the summons just now, the Ice Spirit Saint King also used part of his original power, and now his combat power has been weakened by own point, so naturally he can no longer be the main force. Moreover, on the other side, Yu Shi'er almost exhausted all her strength after opening the gate of reincarnation. In the next battle, the aftermath may be affected. Therefore, the Ice Spirit Saint King also has another task, which is to protect Yu Shi'er's safety. After all, in the current state of the Ice Spirit Saint King, he has fallen from the first line to the second line, and can only do logistical support work. The changes on the battlefield are indeed confusing. Until the last moment, we cannot determine the outcome. It's really fun. The Demon King was also amazed at the coercion exuded by the Overlord, and the aura that looked down upon the world was extremely terrifying. Like the immortal demon, he is also a guy born to fight. I didn't expect you to have such a backup plan. It is true that I have underestimated you. Maybe I should give you a big gift. Looking at the terrifying coercion not far away, the immortal demon and the Overlord were colliding with each other. The Demon Emperor said this. I'm not expecting your big gift at all, I can't bear it. Qi Lu replied in a mocking tone. There are many big gifts given by the Demon Emperor, and each time is a disaster. Qi Lu didn't believe that the Demon Emperor could change for the better, and he couldn't afford those gifts. No, in my opinion, you should be happy this time. The Demon King smiled slightly, and the pressure on his body also spread outwards. Seeing this, Qi Lu also burst out with his own momentum. If you want to fight again, then I will accompany you to the end. There is none to say strange words to confuse the audience. If the Demon King really has some remaining strength, then Qi Lu won't be afraid at all. There is systematic help, but Qi Lu has enough endurance to cope with any battle. However, the Demon Emperor's actions did not seem like he wanted to continue fighting. The spreading pressure turned into a burst of black mist, shrouding the demon emperor. Then, there was no movement. When Qi Lu saw this scene, he naturally couldn't move, and I couldn't move. It is still a bit difficult to deal with the demon emperor now, but it is enough to contain him. Just like before, the demon emperor just wanted to contain Qi Lu so that the winner could be determined on the other side of the battlefield. At this moment, the identities of both parties have begun to reverse. Being stared at by Qi Lu, even the demon emperor did not dare to act rashly. In fact, in the eyes of the demon emperor, the hatred towards Yu Shi'er now exceeds that of Qi Lu. After all, Yu Shi'er still has the status of the inheritor of the human king. If she ruins his big event this time, of course she will be hated. And it's not just this time. If I have to say it, Yu Shi'er was also a key figure in the previous time of Holy Mountain in the central region. Because it was she, the inheritor of the human king, who awakened the human king. Therefore, if he can seize the opportunity, the demon emperor would like to get rid of Yu Shi'er more than getting rid of Qi Lu. But in the current situation, nothing can be done. Although Qi Lu was not able to kill the demon emperor, it was easy to just restrain him and prevent him from escaping. Once the demon king makes a move, Qi Lu will definitely be able to react and make the best response. In other words, if the demon king wants to attack Yu Shi'er, that would definitely expose his back to Qi Lu. At that time, the demon emperor will need to make a choice, continue to attack Yu Shi'er, and then he may also die, or continue to stalemate like now and look for the next opportunity. Based on the demon king's cherished performance, it should be self-evident what the answer would be. So it evolved into the current situation. The demon king did not dare to act rashly, and Qi Lu could not escape either. But now, this is the best situation, because the arrival of the overlord has added the biggest weight to the balance of victory. Different from the stalemate on the other side, the side of the immortal demon and the overlord is the real power of thunder. After all, the situations of Qi Lu and the demon emperor are different. As soon as they took action, they exploded with all their strength, striving to kill with one blow. The result was that they were unable to follow up and could only remain in a stalemate. This point was actually a miscalculation by the demon emperor. But the more important reason is not because of the power consumption of the two, but because the demon king was looking for a better opportunity to attack. Qi Lu was happy that the enemy could not move, and I could not move. You know, at their level of cultivation, even if their strength is exhausted, they cannot completely lose their combat effectiveness. At most, it's just that it can't compete with powerful people of the same level of cultivation. But for those who have insufficient cultivation realm, they are still unrivaled and powerful beings. So everyone seems to have a tacit understanding. Since the winner cannot be determined in a short period of time, then let's take a truce for a while, look for opportunities, and be ready to go. But when it comes to the relationship between the immortal demon and the overlord, it's completely different. Contrary to the rationalists like the demon king and Qi Lu, the immortal demon and overlord are the real combatants. They don't care about opportunities or preparations. Both the immortal demon and the overlord are more willing to speak with strength and prove themselves with the final result. So after just a few words of dialogue, the immortal demon and the overlord fought together with the force of thunder. Don't forget that the immortal demon's body of thousands of feet is quite intimidating, and the overlord is not just bragging either. The extremely domineering aura, mixed with the killing aura, actually condensed into an armored giant that was no smaller than the immortal devil. He even held a halberd and sat on a war horse. That equipment looks much more luxurious than that of the immortal demon. Qi Lu was even taken aback for a moment. I thought to myself, I seem to have seen this look before. Wearing armor and holding a halberd, with war horses neighing and well equipped, the overlord's shadow is even more powerful and powerful. In the first charge, the immortal demon, who was temporarily unprepared, was pushed into a disadvantage. Therefore, at certain times, equipment is still very important. However, This advantage was also because the immortal demon saw for the first time that in a battle of this level, there was actually a guy who actually went into battle. This was a bit too outrageous. There is a saying that one of the reasons why the demon god prefers to temper his body rather than use weapons. In fact, there is also a problem of body shape. For a huge body that can easily reach several thousand or even 10,000 feet in height, it is really not easy to find suitable weapons, let alone armor and mounts. But the Overlord's situation is different. His equipment is all condensed from his own killing energy. That was the Tao that he condensed. At this moment, facing an opponent who is strong enough to make him go all out, the Overlord will naturally not hide it. Of course, you have to go all out to show respect for your opponent. So the immortal demon learned new knowledge. It's interesting to be brave and strong. With this murderous aura in you, if you had followed the devil's path instead of the divine way, your achievements would have been higher than what you are now. After the initial surprise, the immortal demon was able to compete with the Overlord Phantom after a short period of adaptation. On the contrary, he was somewhat curious about the path taken by the Overlord. Such a tyrannical killing spirit is far different from the ordinary power-off law. Although it is similar to the law of killing, it is essentially different. One is an illusion, and the other has become reality. If I were to follow the devil's path, I would probably be similar to you now. The Overlord sneered and replied indifferently. Although the killing spirit comes from killing, it is not necessarily a demonic way. Killing for one's own desires is different from killing to protect something. Just like the current Overlord, it is because he has controlled the killing energy that he can dominate the world with unparalleled domineering power. And if he had allowed his murderous aura to control him, he would probably have been wiped out. What's wrong with that? If you have great power, if you can't do whatever you want, what's the point? The immortal demon naturally heard the sarcasm in the Overlord's words, but he was not angry at all. Both of them are determined people. How could they be affected by just a few words? That's why you're in this situation. As the Overlord spoke, he raised his horse and waved his halberd, further increasing the pressure of the attack. The immortal demon also laughed ferociously and said, "It seems that there is nothing left to say between us. The so-called Tao is different and they don't conspire against each other, that's probably it. However, it is indeed a hearty battle between the two." Although in the long past, the Overlord did not participate in the battle tone circle and suppress the immortal demon. But it is undeniable that he is powerful. At least, among the three of the Dragon Saint King, Ice Spirit Saint King, and Overlord, only Overlord is purely responsible for fighting. The Dragon Saint King's Soul Law and the Ice Spirit Saint King's Ice Law are not as effective as the Overlord's killing energy. Therefore, even after becoming familiar with the Overlord's fighting style, the immortal demon stabilized the situation. But as time goes by, the disadvantages are increasing bit by bit. And behind the Overlord, there is the Ice Spirit Saint King watching eagerly. The Demon King is being restrained by Qi Lu, and the immortal demon cannot overcome the Overlord's offensive. So, once the Ice Spirit Holy King recovers some of his power, it will be obvious what the outcome of this big battlefield will be. This is where you have the best chance of winning. It was precisely because of this that the Demon King concluded that his plan this time had failed again. Damn it! The appearance of the Overlord was completely unexpected. Who would have thought that the Ice Spirit Saint King could hide such a skill and be able to directly ignore the world barriers of the infinite battlefield? It seems like the winner of this war should have been decided. The Demon Emperor, who was hidden in the black mist, suddenly spoke out. "So, are you ready to surrender?" Qi Lu followed. "Although I know this is impossible, I can still choke on one sentence. Capture without mercy? Boy, I can never be captured without mercy, even if it means death." When he said this, Qi Lu could feel it even if the black mist completely blocked the Demon King's movements. The Demon King's eyes were on him. So Qi Lu also shrugged and said, "That's pretty good, At least I can trouble you. Now go die. There is not much room for the Demon King to escape in the infinite battlefield. Presumably when he came here to plot against the immortal demon, he must have already determined that he would definitely win. If the Overlord hadn't arrived, it would have been decided by the Demon Emperor. It's a pity that the Dragon Saint King is more skilled. Now that everything is over, not only can the immortal demon be dealt with, but he can even be dealt with together with the Demon Emperor. What a great thing. You know, with the Demon King's ability to escape, it is really not an easy task to catch him. This time it was an unexpected surprise, and it was really gratifying. If you can do it, I don't mind. The Demon King's voice was still unhurried, as if everything was still under control. This feeling made Qi Lu feel very uncomfortable. Because he knew that once the Demon Emperor's mood did not change, it proved that his methods had not been exhausted. For an escape expert, it is impossible not to leave a way out for yourself. Then I'm not welcome. Qi Lu also had enough rest, knowing that things would change later, so he pounced directly on the black mist. But at this moment, an unusually familiar wave suddenly emerged from the black mist and appeared in the void, making Qi Lu, who launched the attack, jump in his eyebrows. The law of fate again. The target of the attack is sheer. How could Qi Lu forget such a force that sent him and you sheer to this place? Now that the Demon Emperor wants to repeat his old tricks, how can Qi Lu let him get his wish? The same move will not have the effect on me a second time. The best way to deal with the law of destiny is to use the law of destiny to resist it. This is not a difficult problem for Qi Lu. After all, it is not a particularly delicate operation. Considering the particularity of the body of law, it is completely sufficient. So when the fluctuations of the law of destiny had just emerged, Qi Lu had already condensed the power of the law of destiny. Then it turned into an invisible sky curtain, blocking all the Demon Emperor statics. How could you also have this kind of power? Now, it was the Demon King's turn to be shocked. The law of destiny is such a rare power. Why can this kid master it? Moreover, he seems to have mastered more than one law of power. What a terrible junior. No wonder the feeling of threat brought to me is so serious. After watching it last time, I learned that this is not a simple thing. After Qi Lu blocked the Demon Emperor's attack, he didn't forget to respond to his shock and mock him. Regarding the law of destiny, it doesn't matter even if you are just learning but not mastering it. Just enough. Just this answer made the Demon Emperor fall into silence. After a long while, he let out a weird laugh, and then said out loud, "Interesting, really interesting. He is indeed the guy who, in my eyes, may become the biggest threat. It's truly extraordinary. Then should I be deeply honored?" Qi Lu continued to be arrogant, but the anger in his heart had already risen. If you can't defeat them, you will attack them secretly, and then attack people outside the battlefield. This is simply intolerable. What's more intolerable? Boy, you don't need to be sarcastic. I haven't given you this great gift yet. The Demon King's voice still slowly came out from the black mist. You must have seen the traces left by the blood sacrifice formation when you came here, right? The sudden mention of this matter immediately made Qi Lu wary. The blood sacrifice formation did make him feel a little weird. However, before, when the Demon Emperor helped the immortal demon recover from his injuries, didn't he use the power of the blood sacrifice array? So at this time, the Demon King suddenly mentioned the blood sacrifice formation. What did he want to do? Delaying time? Or attract attention? It seems you did notice. The Demon Emperor, who could clearly see Qi Li's eyes twinkling, suddenly became louder in voice. That's the gift I'm going to give you, a gift that will definitely make you happy. After saying this, the black mist surrounding the Demon King suddenly exploded. The Demon King's figure also disappeared. Have you launched an offensive? Who is the target? Qi Li's vigilance was already full. No matter whether the target of the Demon King's attack is Yu Shi or the Ice Spirit Saint King, there is no way he can succeed in his attack. As for the Overlord, he is strong and invincible, so Qi Lu does not have to worry about sneak attacks. Therefore, the Demon King's move will probably not succeed. Puff. However, as the sound of blood spurting sounded, a scene that Qi Lu never expected appeared. No matter how Qi Lu thought about the target of the Demon King's attack, it was impossible for him to think of it. It turned out to be the immortal demon. Why? The incredible voice of the immortal demon slowly sounded. A burst of black mist covering the sky also spread out from behind the immortal demon, covering a large part of his body. Until a palm formed by the black mist penetrated the chest of the immortal demon from behind and came out through the body. The Demon King's voice sounded again. Why? Your Majesty, the immortal demon, if I told you that you were on my hunting list from the beginning. I don't know the answer. Are you satisfied with it? This unhurried answer was like another sharp blade piercing the heart of the immortal demon. The Allies' rebellion turned out to be just a matter of seconds. Qi Lu was really dumbfounded. So is this the great gift that the Demon Emperor was talking about? Could it be that you have stepped back from the brink and returned from the lost path, and suddenly your heart has turned to the bright side and you want to put down the butcher's knife? So, do you also want to be a partner of justice? It's really impossible to calculate, but the Demon Emperor would actually do such a move. Then it's no wonder that Qi Lu couldn't guard against it. Because Qi Lu never thought at all that the Demon Emperor would stab the immortal demon in the back. You are the most vicious snake. The immortal demon's tone was trembling, not sure if it was because of anger or other emotions. Even the Overlord in front of him forgot to attack for a moment. There is no way, the picture is really too shocking. Even if the Overlord doesn't know the Demon Emperor, he still knows that he and the immortal demon should be in the same camp. Why are they rebelling now? Guys from the chaotic evil camp are too scary. Thank you for your compliment. I like this adjective very much. Your Majesty, the immortal demon, since you are destined to perish here, when it make your last contribution to me. The Demon King's voice was neither urgent nor slow, but the attack, condensed by the black mist, lingered. As the aura of the immortal demon gradually wanes, the aura exuded by the Demon King is gradually rising. At this moment, Qi Lu suddenly figured it out. That blood sacrifice formation was not open to break the seal of the immortal demon. It's to gather strength and devour the immortal demon's persona. The Demon Emperor wants to use the immortal demon as a stepping stone to swallow up his power and achieve his own ambitions. No wonder the blood sacrifice formation looked so strange. No wonder the Demon King is so kind and appears so perfectly. No wonder the Demon Emperor didn't panic at all even if he was in such a situation, but was still confident. Now it's all coming to light. The Demon King had already thought of this matter from the beginning, or in other words, he was simply promoting such a situation. No matter whether he loses or wins this battle on the infinite battlefield, it has no impact on the Demon King. If you win, you can use the immortal demon to deal with the human king and the dragon god. If you lose, then let the immortal demon become your stepping stone. The most critical point among them is that the immortal will of the immortal demon is damaged. If the immortal will of the immortal demon is not damaged, then no matter how prepared the Demon King is, it will be of no avail. The immortal body is enough to withstand the power of the Demon Emperor, making it impossible for him to devour it. That's why the timing of the Demon King's appearance was such a coincidence. Just when the immortal demon was crushed by Qi Lu and fell into a critical moment, he came to the rescue. On the one hand, it is because the Demon King must wait until the immortal will of the immortal demon is damaged, before he can implement his plan. On the other hand, it is also to gain the trust of the immortal demon. In other words, not to be alerted by the immortal devil. Only in this way can the Demon King conveniently take action against the immortal demon to achieve his goal. But now, everything is going as planned by the Demon Emperor, and the power of the immortal demon will become his step forward. No, we must stop the Demon King from continuing. We must not let him completely devour the power of the immortal demon. After thinking about this, Qi Lu made a decision immediately. Just kidding, just think about it, if the Demon King really swallows the power off the immortal demon. God knows how powerful he can be. Then it's not as simple as 1 + 1. At least, Qi Lu currently has little confidence that he can withstand the Demon King, who is promoted again. And this was probably the biggest reason why the Demon Emperor didn't show any panic at all. Because as long as he swallows the power of the immortal demon, the Demon Emperor can go one step further and suppress all enemies here. There was no need to escape at all. This is also the biggest retreat. As long as all enemies are eliminated, there will be no more danger. Therefore, the Demon King must not be allowed to successfully complete his plan. Although I can't understand what's happening now, I can also see that this helped be able to let you continue to feel at ease. Overlord's thoughts were the same as Qi Li's. Even though he didn't know what the Demon King's purpose was, the premonition in the Overlord's heart clearly told him that if he didn't stop this guy, the consequences would be disastrous. So he raised his halberd, and the neighing war horse also raised its hooves. Together, with Qi Lu, they launched an attack on the black mist spreading behind the immortal demon. There is a huge difference in body size between the Demon King and the immortal demon, but the diffuse black mist can effectively make up for these differences. And these black mist are also the best tools to swallow the power of the immortal demon. The best way to destroy the Demon Emperor's plan is to disperse the black mist. Or directly find the Demon King from the black mist. The Overlord's phantom, condensed with killing energy, is still confronting the immortal demon, but the Overlord's true body has broken away. They were also wearing strong weapons and armed with sharp swords, and their war horses and halberds were heading towards the black mist. They were unstoppable. Qi Lu also condensed the golden body of the law into a set of armor and got into the black mist. Finding the Demon King's true form is definitely the fastest way. So you must enter the black mist. However, when he came within the scope of the black mist, Qi Lu discovered that it would be impossible to find the Demon Emperor inside. Vision is blocked, perception is blocked, and even movement is somewhat blocked. Under these various influences, let alone finding the Demon Emperor, it would be good if you didn't get lost. I didn't expect that you would dare to enter this bloodthirsty demonic mist. You are really brave. But at this moment, in the black mist, the Demon Emperor's voice suddenly sounded. There was no trace, but it was everywhere. Qi Lu and Overlord frowned together. It seems that everything in this black mist is the domain of the Demon Emperor. It is basically impossible to find the location of the Demon Emperor here, so can only give up this method. I really don't know where he got such weird things. This weird black mist seems to be able to swallow up energy, blood and strength. You can't stay in this place for long. Qi Lu also noticed this the moment he came into contact with the black mist. Fortunately, I had been vigilant before, and had the armor condensed with the golden body of the law, which could isolate me from the erosion of the black mist, so I could be fine for the time being. But even so, there is no way to feel at ease if you stay in the Demon Emperor's domain. Since we can't find the Demon King's true form, let's just disperse the black mist. Senior Overlord. Qi Lu frowned and shouted in a low voice. I understand, just go ahead. The Overlord naturally knew what it meant, and he nodded, his aura rising even higher. Using tyrannical power to disperse the black fog is now the way to break the situation. Although the Demon King is strong, he is currently distracted by devouring the power of the immortal demons, and cannot use all his energy to deal with them. This is also the best opportunity that Qi Lu and Bawang can find. If he had waited for the demon emperor to free his hands, it would not have been so easy. This point is actually clear just by looking at the demon emperor's current actions. You must know that within the scope of this bloodthirsty demonic mist, it is the domain of the demon emperor. However, when Qi Lu and Overlord came in, he only bluffed and did not take action directly. It is enough to show that the demon king must not be able to take action easily at this moment. Otherwise, Qi Lu didn't believe that the demon emperor would have the patience to talk nonsense to them. No matter what, the immortal demon's reputation is still there. Even if he is plotted by the demon king, he will not be able to resist. Presumably at this time, the demon emperor is still competing with the immortal demon. That can only make them cheaper. Boom. The next moment, Qi Lu and Ba Wang seemed to have a telepathic connection, and their terrifying auras burst out together. A whole body of coercion condensed into substance, and then gathered the power it possessed, turning into the most violent explosion, soaring into the sky. To disperse the black mist, you must use the attack with the widest range. The shock wave transformed by coercion is the most powerful indiscriminate attack, and it affects all directions. In just an instant, a vacuum area was bombarded in the surrounding area, and the surrounding black fog was dispersed. And the scope of influence is still expanding rapidly. With this momentum, in a short time all the black mist gathered by the Demon King will be dispersed. Is it really that simple? However, at this time, Qi Li's eyebrows wrinkled. If it could really be that simple, why would the Demon Emperor spend so much effort planning? However, Qi Lu did not express this idea. Just watch the black fog gradually dissipate. In the end, only the black mist claw that penetrated the immortal demon's body was left, and it still hadn't disappeared. The figure of the Demon Emperor was still not found. Only the Demon King's voice came out slowly. Although your idea is good, it is such a pity. How could I not think of these questions? Are you really so naive? Do you think I will stand here and let you decipher my plan? The pride in his voice made Qi Lu grit his teeth. Damn it. Sure enough, he guessed it right. Qi Lu thought of this result when he saw that the Demon Emperor showed no concern about their actions to disperse the black mist. But when it really became a reality, I still couldn't help but feel a little upset. Moreover, after it is determined that dispersing the black mist is ineffective, it is indeed difficult to think of a way to solve the current situation in a short period of time. Those black fogs are not the key place? So where is the key point? It's going to be troublesome now. The Overlord is not stupid, and of course he can see that the current situation is indeed a bit difficult to solve. However, Qi Lu had contacted the Demon Emperor several times before and knew some things. It was indeed the first time for the Overlord to see the Demon Emperor, and he had no idea where to start to solve this problem. Ah. Hee. Demon King, right? However, just as Qi Lu was thinking hard and the Overlord was racking his brains, the voice of the immortal demon sounded again. There was anger in his calm tone, like a volcano about to erupt. This sudden situation caused Qi Lu to interrupt his thoughts and made Overlord focus his attention again. Although the Overlord does not approve of the immortal demon's behavior or his thoughts, he does approve of his combat effectiveness. That's really powerful. So at this time, the immortal demon suddenly spoke, and the Overlord was secretly wary. After all, the current situation is different from before. What the Demon Emperor wants is the life of the immortal demon, and this is still ongoing. There's no guarantee that the immortal demon won't do something drastic, so you have to be prepared in advance. Your Majesty, the immortal demon, if you speak out now, does that mean you should have figured it out? Are you willing to contribute your strength to me? When the Demon King heard this, he seemed to ignore the anger hidden in the immortal demon's tone and spoke immediately. But the pride in his words could not be concealed. It's right to say that although the immortal demon has lost its reputation over the years, but the things he did were earth-shattering, proving that the immortal demon was extraordinary and powerful. And such a big shot, a person standing at the top, will soon die in his own hands. Moreover, his power will become a stepping stone for him to go further. Even the demon king can't help but feel complacent. But the immortal demon turned a deaf ear to the demon emperor's words, and instead spoke slowly as if talking to himself. Ha ha ha, I have lived a glorious life. I have reached the top and fallen to bottom. But I never thought that I would die in this way, and I would never tolerate myself dying in this way. Having said this, the immortal demon's voice suddenly became louder, with the courage to look down upon death. Each of these beings at the pinnacle has long seen through life and death. In other words, they are not afraid of death. If only they could survive, no one would choose to perish. Therefore, at this moment, the immortal demon's tone became particularly solemn and cold. Demon Emperor, if you want to gain my power in this way, I can only tell you. You are wishful thinking. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's expression suddenly changed, and the Ice Spirit Saint King was shocked. Even the overlord's face became heavy. The demon king was also so shocked that he suddenly spoke out, Immortal demon, what do you want to do? Do what? The immortal demon sneered, and said in an extremely cold tone, Demon Emperor, since you want to get my power, then join me and die here. Judging from the arrogance of the immortal demon, how could he tolerate such an aggrieved death? If there is really nothing you can do, then you will die together with the enemy, and you will be burned together. Damn it! Damn it! Although the demon king has thought about this situation, he has not made any plans in this regard. Because the demon emperor felt that not everyone could do such an unfortunate thing as dying together. In other words, from the bottom of his heart, the demon king did not want to see this happen. Who would have thought that the immortal demon is more powerful than imagined? This sentence directly broke the demon emperor's defense. Moreover, this sentence not only made the demon emperor break his guard, but Qi Li's face also turned pale. What the hell? How long has it been since such a thing like self-destruction happened? To be fair, if a being of the immortal demon level really chooses to self-destruct, Qi Li can guarantee that even if he is close, it will be difficult to leave his whole body behind. This demon king is really powerful. This sudden attack directly killed the immortal demon. Although the immortal demon was plotted by the demon emperor, he allowed the demon emperor to swallow up a lot of his power. But at this moment, the immortal demon chose to die together. Even if the demon king's strength has increased a lot, he will never be able to withstand it. Rather than die in such a humiliating manner and end up becoming a stepping stone for others, the immortal demon chose the most glorious death. Although it's very impressive, it's not what I want to see. The overlord still admires the arrogance of the immortal demon. Just for the sake of my own life, I really don't want to see such a scene. So now, all I can do is run as fast as possible, as far away as possible. However, the immortal demon had no intention of giving Qi Li and the others any time to prepare. In fact, in the eyes of the immortal demon, whether it is Qi Li, the Ice Spirit Saint King, Yu Shi'er, or the overlord who appeared last, they are all the same in nature as the demon emperor. They are all enemies. What will prompt the immortal demon to decide to die together is not just the demon emperor's calculations. There are also factors from Qi Li and Ice Spirit Saint King, and the demon king just added the final spark. Therefore, the immortal demon wants to kill not only the demon emperor with his self-destruction, but also Qi Li and the Ice Spirit Saint King. And all the enemies in this place. No one can escape. At the last moment of his life, he could still let several beings who were no weaker than him come to bury him with him. The immortal demon is proud enough. So when the immortal demon said those words, the already sluggish aura in his body instantly surged. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the aura that the immortal demon first burst out. And it's still growing rapidly. The terrifying pressure caused bursts of thunder. Above the sky, there were dark clouds, thunder exploded, and the situation changed. Moreover, both the aura of the immortal demon and the burst of pressure were in an extremely unstable state. It seems that the immortal demon can no longer stop wanting to take them away in a wave, along with his own life. By this time even the demon emperor was a little panicked. Because the self-destruction of the immortal demon was something that could really threaten his life. No one of you can escape. Don't even think about escaping. The immortal demon's tone was extremely sinister, but a bright light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Like a star, it is so gorgeous and dazzling that people cannot look directly at it. However, there is a crack on this star, which greatly destroys the beauty of the light. This is immortal will. Oops, the immortal demon is so determined that he is willing to destroy even the immortal will. The only one who recognized what this star was the ice spirit Saint King. But Qi Lu, who learned about this from him, was stunned. It turns out that the immortal will can be taken out in a physical form? If the immortal will is completely broken, the power that bursts out will probably destroy even the infinite battlefield. The immortal demon is real and wants all of us to be buried with him. However, before Qi Lu could ask questions, the ice spirit Saint King revealed the seriousness of the matter one step ahead. Even the infinite battlefield can be destroyed. The self-destruction of the immortal demon can be so terrifying. No, this is probably not the cause of the immortal demon, but the cause of the immortal will. But whatever the reason, the result is the same. Unless you leave here and leave the infinite battlefield, anything you say will be in vain. Damn it. I have only devoured less than half of your power, and you are going to stop here. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake in a place like this. The immortal demon was shrouded in black mist, and the demon king's voice was obviously a little angry, even hysterical. It was just the intensity of the immortal demon that made the demon emperor afraid to continue. Being able to swallow half of the power is already pretty good. Next, we still have to escape from here. But the immortal demon didn't care about this kind of thing at all, and just slowly tightened the palm holding the immortal will. How powerful is the immortal body? How terrifying is the immortal will that can create such a body? Once it explodes, all the power within it is released instantly, making it almost unstoppable. This is also the decision of the immortal demon. When the light emitted by that star reached its extreme, reaching a point where even Qi Lu and the others could not look directly at it, a pure and terrifying power broke out. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth collapsed. The void shattered and the sky collapsed. It was as if the whole world was shaking, and the whole world was collapsing. The strength is so strong that even though they are far apart, Qi Lu and the others feel a severe threat. And this is not the time to fully explode. Leave here. The gate of reincarnation is ready. In the silence, Yu Shi'er, whose face was pale and without any blood, suddenly raised her head. Although she has not yet stepped onto the battlefield to face the enemy head-on, she is definitely a good logistician. Even if you exhaust your last bit of strength, you must give your last effort. If we don't leave, it will be too late. Judging from the intensity of this power, if it explodes completely, it will definitely destroy the infinite battlefield. The ice spirit Saint King also gritted his teeth and once again used his original power to bless the gate of reincarnation. Such a huge consumption, I don't know if I can recover in the future. But now is no longer the time to consider such issues. If you can't leave here, then everyone will die here, so there really is none to consider other issues. Walk. Qi Lu was determined. He took a deep look at the immortal demon and the demon emperor who was hidden in the black mist and still hadn't appeared. Then without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards the gate of reincarnation, which was already full of ice crystals. Yu Shi'er, the ice spirit Saint King, has taken the lead in entering the gate of reincarnation. Overlord followed closely behind. Qi Lu was at the end to prevent the demon emperor from smuggling. Is the destruction of a world that simple? In the face of this unparalleled power, even if you stand at the top, you still feel small. When one foot stepped into the door of reincarnation, Qi thought about a lot of things. But at this moment, I heard the voice of the system ringing in my mind. System, host, if you can, please stay here for a few more seconds. You want me to die here? As soon as these words rang out, Qi almost thought that this Erbi system wanted to murder his host. System, host, what are you thinking about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This system can take the opportunity to obtain some of the world's origin power and study it. Of course, we cannot miss it. All right. Although Qi knew that he and the system were bound to live and die together, there was no way that guy could harm him. But if I don't listen to the explanation, I feel a little uneasy. And just when Qi stood outside the gate of reincarnation and stayed for a few more seconds. But he heard the immortal demon's last words. The position of emperor is unattainable. It turns out that we were all wrong. He is no longer a dead thing. What's not dead? Qi was a little surprised, but he also knew that he would never get an answer. Only at the last moment after leaving the infinite battlefield, I saw the ladder that was supposed to stand between heaven and earth collapse. It is the pillar of the infinite battlefield, and it is also the road protected by the rules of heaven and earth. If even the ladder falls down, then you can be sure that the infinite battlefield will also collapse. The immortal demon really wants to destroy the infinite battlefield, and wants everyone to be buried with him. On the other side of the gate of reincarnation is the frozen holy city. After all, it is a familiar place, and the overlord is the city lord, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Qi, who was the last one to run out, could say with emotion, I finally got out of that crappy place. He really didn't want to enter the infinite battlefield if it wasn't necessary. However, from now on, there is no way to go in. Because the infinite battlefield has disappeared. Hoo-hoo. Qi collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. It took a long time before he got up from the ground. Although the environment of the frozen holy city is harsh, it does not pose much of a threat to them. Just get up now and see how others are doing. The overlord's strength should be the most completely preserved. After all, it is the final appearance. Then there is Qi himself. With the help of the system, although he is exhausted, he can fight again at any time. It's just that the burden on the body needs to be borne by oneself. And Yu Shi's face at this moment can be said to be quite bad. The last gate of reincarnation forced him to reach his full potential and consumed a lot of blood essence. It will take a lot of time to come back from recuperation. The worst one is the Ice Spirit Saint King. Consuming the original power several times has damaged the foundation. Whether can return to his peak depends on his fate. However, the Ice Spirit Saint King was very open-minded. After confirming that the immortal demon had really fallen, he felt at ease. He probably completed his mission and settled a worry. At this moment, I feel quite without desires. Okay, stop looking, we haven't reached the point where we need you to check. The Ice Spirit Saint King, who was sitting on the ground leaning against the wall, looked at Qi eyes and couldn't help but speak out. Although his situation was miserable, at least his life was safe, so there was nothing to worry about. There is only one immortal demon after all. In this Tianji realm, it is really difficult to find a demon who can threaten them. So the Ice Spirit Saint King has nothing to worry about. Qi is also concerned about you. But you are right. We old guys are not weak enough to need your kid to check us out. Overlord smiled and cursed, then looked at Qi and nodded. This is a sign of peace. He knows best what his old friend's physical condition is. Isn't it just that he lost a little bit of his original power? The Ice Spirit Saint King is not that easy to die. The lost strength can be recovered sooner or later, as long as the person is fine. Well, since Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King have said so, Qi Lu will naturally feel relieved. Then he turned to look at Yu Shi'er, then Sir Shiran stretched out his hand and naturally took her little hand. It actually made Yu Shi'er's face turn red. Brother Qila. Don't move, let me check your physical condition. Oh. Qi Lu was very familiar with this kind of thing, and he quickly determined that although Yu Shi'er was depleted of energy and blood, her essence and blood were severely depleted. But fortunately, the origin was not damaged, and recovery was not as troublesome as the Ice Spirit Saint King. Of course, a period of recuperation is definitely inevitable. However, this way, it can be confirmed that this time, everyone returned safely. Even if everyone is injured, at least everyone is back together, no one is missing. Thinking about it this way, I'm quite lucky. After all, who could have imagined that the immortal demon would make such a choice at the last moment? If Yu Shi'er hadn't reacted in time, maybe they would all have fallen into the infinite battlefield this time. During this time, please take a good rest. Next time, don't be so pushy. If something happens to you, I won't be happy. Qi Lu couldn't help but hold Yu Shi'er's little hand tightly and spoke seriously and solemnly. Although Yu Shi'er's on-the-spot reaction was correct, she still felt distressed when she should. I see. Yu Shi'er looked at her hand, which was held by Qi Lu. The warm and reassuring feeling made her reluctant to take her hand back. Listening to Brother Qi Li's concerned words, he just nodded in agreement. But in my heart, I was thinking about it. If something like this happens again, I will try my best. Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er's eyes and knew what she was thinking without having to guess, but what could be done? Finally, I can be stable for a while. It is estimated that there will be a long period of time to recuperate. If the immortal demon chooses to die together, it is naturally impossible for him to survive. Even if this threat is gone. And the demon emperor, who dreamed of devouring the power of the immortal demon, went one step further. Qi Lu, who was the last one to enter the gate of reincarnation, could be sure that the demon emperor had not appeared until the gate of reincarnation was closed. In the final area of the infinite battlefield, even if the latter collapses and the immortal demon falls, the hidden demon emperor was also missing. So Qi Lu doesn't know what the demon king's current situation is. Was he buried with the immortal demon, or did he escape from the infinite battlefield like them? Anyway, what Qi Lu can be sure of is that even the demon emperor cannot withstand the self-destruction of the immortal demon. If you can't escape, you will definitely be buried with the immortal demon. Together with the collapsed infinite battlefield, it disappeared between this world. When he thought about this, Qi Li's thoughts froze, and then he sighed silently in his heart. The infinite battlefield that has existed for countless years has just disappeared. But this can be considered a good thing. At least in the future, no one will fall into the trap of the infinite battlefield. What's more, the secret gate of the infinite battlefield located in the divine realm was destroyed by the immortal demon. Now it is just a matter of continuing to destroy the secret realm gate of Tianji domain. It's just that those gold diggers who remained in the infinite battlefield in the end can only make people sigh inwardly, which is a pity. The infinite battlefield has completely collapsed, and none of them may be able to escape. This is the sad part. But now that the matter has come to this, there is nothing more to say. After all, no one could have imagined that it would turn out like this. However, what Qi Lu cared about the most was what he heard at the last second, the sigh of the immortal demon. What is it that is no longer dead? Qi Lu thought hard, but couldn't figure out the reason. But his intuition was telling Qi Lu that the real reason why the immortal demon would make that decision in the end was certainly not that simple. Are you just dragging your enemies to bury them with you? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. At least this time, I can really be stable for a long time. What is certain is that in a short period of time, the Demon King will not appear again. Or maybe, it will never show up again. Then, when your life becomes stable again, in addition to recuperating, you can return to your daily life. For example, opening a store. For Chila, it is no longer necessary to personally guard the store. It's just that life requires a sense of ritual, and Chilu also wants to find a place to have a good rest. So going back to the store is the best option. Chilu, do you want to go back to the store? In the store? After Chilu expressed his thoughts, Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King turned back and looked at Chilu. The Overlord has stayed in the frozen holy city for such a long time, so he must know about Chilu. Now I just asked to make sure. The Ice Spirit Saint King was a little curious. Chilu, you still opened a store? It's just a few small shops, not worth mentioning. When Chilu heard this, he answered rather modestly, with no hint of pride on his face or heart. Because from Chili's point of view, he really just opened a few small shops. And I am just an ordinary little store manager. How many small shops can you have? Chilu, even if you like to be humble, you can't be so humble, right? With your previous attitude, you almost filled up the entire Tianji territory. How many small shops could it be? Knowing what kind of overlord Chilu was, he couldn't help but shook his head and started teasing. You know, this humility is too much, but it is another kind of pride. On a whim. Chilu scratched his head and couldn't help but explain. But to be honest, if it weren't for the support of so many shops outside, Chilu really wouldn't be able to become stronger so fast. To put it a bit exaggeratedly, Chilu simply gathered a large number of sources from the Divine Realm and the Tianji Realm for cultivation. If the speed of progress is still the same as that of a tortoise, then it will be a shame for these resources. Then tell me, what did you do on this whim? When the Ice Spirit Saint King heard this, he also became interested. To be honest, Ice Spirit Saint King has heard of the profession of store manager, but he has never made any friends with him. Because among the strong people they knew, there had never been anyone whose hobby was to become a store manager. Therefore, the Ice Spirit Saint King is still quite curious about this. I'd better come and talk to you. After hearing the words of the Ice Spirit Saint King, the Overlord immediately spoke out. He was afraid of letting Chilu speak, so he went through it in an understatement, and then ended with "It's not a big deal." Does that count as storytelling? What the Ice Spirit Saint King is interested in is not what kind of store Chilu has opened. But before that, Chili's experience and what wonderful stories happened. After all, the Ice Spirit Saint King has been in the infinite battlefield for too long, and has been disconnected from the outside world for so long. Now that I have finally come out of the infinite battlefield, the feeling of freshness has naturally increased. Okay, but your eloquence. What's wrong with my eloquence? At least it's better than that kid Chilu who said it in just a few words and in an understatement. Makes sense. Chilu couldn't help but hold his forehead as he listened to the two seniors talking about themselves in just a few words. Okay, you are old-timers, you are right, we respect the old and love the young and don't talk too much. However, Chi Li's story in Tianji domain is still very exciting. Especially when Chila Manshijia opened a store, Bawang specifically inquired about these things. As for Bawang's eloquence, to be honest, he can't be considered a professional storyteller, but he can still be organized. As soon as the story of store manager Chi Leki was told, even Yu Shi'er got close to her. There was no way, when Chi Lu became famous, Yu Shi'er had already gone to the infinite battlefield. Yu Shi'er has always been very interested in the story of brother Chi Lu. So you must listen to this wave. Chi Lu was left alone, sitting aside dumbfounding. Is this considered information to prepare your memoirs in advance? I really don't understand what's so interesting about these stories. Moreover, there is another thing that Chi Lu can't figure out, which is why they sit on the street and tell stories. Although there are very few residents in the frozen holy city, basically noon will notice them. However, just sitting on the street like this, the price is still a bit low. Alas, forget it, let's forget about it. As long as they are happy. However, Ba Wang and the others were telling stories, while Qilu also had his own things to do. System, you asked me to do such a dangerous thing in the end. You must have discovered something good. How about it? Can you take it out and take a look? Qilu shouted in his mind. This is what he collected while risking the possibility of eating the power of the immortal demon's self-destruction. If the system still dares to say that there is nothing, Qilu must find a way to crush its head. System, host, why are you in such a hurry? You will definitely not miss anything. No, I don't trust your words. When Qilu heard this, he just shook his head silently, then smacked his mouth twice, feeling a little bored. Then, he suddenly remembered the treasures of heaven and earth that he had collected in the infinite battlefield. I have to say that most of the exotic fruits taste quite good, and even Qi has endless aftertaste. It's a pity that the infinite battlefield is gone now, and I guess I won't be able to eat it in the future. Now I have saved all these treasures of heaven and earth, but I only eat one less one. However, these natural treasures and rare fruits can grow inside the infinite battlefield, so there is no reason why they cannot grow outside. Can you try growing it yourself? System, if you really can't come up with anything good, why not think of a way? So when he thought about this, Qilu hesitated for a moment and asked a question in his mind. As a result, I haven't finished speaking yet. System, host, please pay attention. This system is dedicated to making you a great store manager, not a farmer. System, so, please forgive me for the inability of this system to host the farm you want. That's it. Although he had already guessed the result, Qilu was still quite disappointed when he got the answer. It seems that the remaining rare and exotic fruits are really just one less thing to eat. System, but, host, are you disappointed too early? Is there another twist? Qilu raised his eyebrows. System, of course, although this system cannot farm, it can directly produce these not-so-precious gadgets. What a twist. Yes, I almost forgot, you are not farming, you are directly purchasing the finished products. When Qilu heard this, he suddenly became happy. Then he keenly captured a piece of information, a gadget that is not considered precious. System, when you said not precious just now, did you mean that the cost of manufacturing these things is not high? System, yes, otherwise host, what do you think this system was studying before? System, host, you don't really think that this system will take your things for no reason, do you? Qilu remembered it as soon as he mentioned this. This Irby system had secretly taken away a lot of treasures from him before, so it turned out that he was studying this thing. That's okay. Good job. If he had known this was the case, Qilu might have sent it there himself. Since the manufacturing cost is not high, does that mean it can be sold as new products? Qilu soon started thinking about new issues, based on his own identity. There is a saying that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures brought out from the infinite battlefield, whether they are in the Tianji realm or the Shinji realm, are all first-class good things. Otherwise, how could we attract the powerful men in these two worlds to flock to him? Originally, Qilu thought that when the infinite battlefield was gone, those natural and earthly treasures would also be gone. Looking at the results now, the system is still doing very well. However, these treasures of heaven and earth cannot be sold directly. Instead, they need to be renamed and packaged before they can be put on the shelves. After all, Qilu didn't want to take the initiative to publicize the matter on the infinite battlefield. It's gone anyway, let it rest in peace. In this way, new products are decided. As for the remaining good things, well, let's leave the system alone for now and ask again later. It is not a good habit to press forward step by step. After all, it is better to be more tolerant towards your own people. Thinking like this, Qilu felt at ease and touched a few fruits. Listening to the stories told by the overlord, the food tasted even more delicious. Actually, if you want to talk about what Qi Lu did in Tianji domain, to sum it up in the simplest words, it is building towers. Keep building towers. 100-story tower. Frost body forging tower. Flame trial tower. Because normal stores really can't maximize customer traffic, they must build towers. If you have the opportunity, look at the Tianji domain from a distance. Looking from the plane, you can see city-states with tall towers standing there. Once connected, it becomes a beautiful landscape. Among these three types of towers, the only one that can actually be built casually seems to be the frost body forging tower. After all, the 100-story tower gave keeled bones as a reward, and the flame trial tower gave lava crystals as a reward. In other words, the frost body forging tower is purely for bodybuilding. It's just equipped with a points mall as a means to attract customers. But the points mall is something that every tower built by Qi Lu will be equipped with, so it is not a rare thing. So Qi Lu was thinking about where to sell the treasures brought out from the infinite battlefield. It would definitely not work if you put it in the points mall, it would be too pricey. Luxury goods are all speculated, and they must not lose their value. Even if the cost of these natural materials and treasures manufactured by the system is not high, the effect is not the same. Some can increase potential, some can increase qualifications, and some can ignore the shackles of realm and help break through. Looking at it this way, it is no worse than keels or lava crystals. Naturally, it cannot be sold as cheap goods, but treated as a prize. Brother Qi Li's shops are already spread throughout Tianji territory. Xi'er knows that Brother Qi Lu is the best. Qi Lu was thinking about it when he suddenly heard a sound of praise, which was Yu Xi'er's cheers. It seems that the story told by the overlord is coming to an end. Going forward, it will be about the infinite battlefield. Overlord probably doesn't know. Qi Lu, it turns out that you went to the infinite battlefield just to find this girl. Ice Spirit Saint King's focus is different from Yu Xi'er's. This old man is quite gossipy about relationships. Yes, this is all thanks to the help of Senior Overlord. Otherwise, I might regret it too late. Qi Lu looked at the Ice Spirit Saint King's eyes, complaining about the old man's gossip spirit in his heart, and openly admitted the matter. There's nothing bad to say about this. There is a saying that after Qi Lu came to Tianji domain, he was actually doing the same thing. That is, looking for Yu Xi'er. Opening a store is just one of the means. Who would have thought that with it turned on, it would become like this? Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly felt that maybe he did have a talent for opening a shop. Otherwise, how could the Urbi system find me? Thinking of this, Qi Lu was still a little complacent. And after hearing these words, Yu Xi'er looked at Qi Lu with bright eyes, and her heart was filled with touching emotions. It turns out that I am never alone. Qi Lu, although I am very interested in your store, during this period, it better stay in the frozen holy city to recuperate. After the Ice Spirit Saint King got the information he was curious about, he was satisfied. Speaking of which, the frozen holy city is indeed very suitable for the Ice Spirit Saint King to recuperate. Wait a minute, the frozen holy city has such a harsh environment. Could it be caused by the Ice Spirit Holy King? Then, when Qi Lu looked at Overlord, he saw Overlord nodding silently. The two made eye contact and understood each other's meaning. Qi Lu also got a positive answer. The environment of the frozen holy city was really created by the Ice Spirit Holy King. Good guy, these methods are truly worthy of being at the top of the mountain, they are indeed tyrannical. Presumably the Ice Spirit Saint King at that time was still in his prime. With his own power, he froze the world for thousands of miles and frozen the universe forever for tens of thousands of years. No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King's strength dropped a lot after this, and it seemed that this was also the cause. However, Qi Lu didn't want to ask what exactly happened. He could probably understand it just by looking at the environment of the frozen holy city. Therefore, if the ice spirit Saint King stays here, it can be considered Asha's return home. I also think this arrangement is good, but seniors, can we stop sitting on the street? Qilu agreed with ice spirit Saint King's proposal, but sitting on the ground all the time was not an option. The city lord's mansion in the frozen holy city is so big, wouldn't it be nice to just pick a room and live in it? Also, the overlord finally accepted the suggestion. After all, there is still a lot to say. After recognizing Qi Li's strength, I can tell him some secrets. At least I have finished telling his story, and it's time for me to answer some questions. The issue that Qi Lu is most concerned about is actually the whereabouts of the Dragon Saint King. Because the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King are right in front of them now, and all the questions that need to be asked about them have been asked. Basically everything you need to know is already known. So in the end, there was only one Dragon Holy King left, and Qi Lu had no idea at all. Are you going to ask the Dragon Holy King where that guy is? Qi Lu, to be honest, we don't know either. Then, when faced with Qi Li's question, Overlord answered truthfully. It's just that the answer he got didn't satisfy Qi Lu, but made him even more confused. Don't you know either? That guy never consults with us when doing things. He just leaves as soon as says it. It's strange that we know about it. Overlord spread his hands and expressed that he was also helpless. Not to mention the Ice Spirit Holy King, he has never been seen since he separated from the Dragon Holy King on the infinite battlefield. No need to ask. Okay, I probably know what's going on. Qi Lu shook his head and vaguely understood in his heart that maybe the Dragon Saint King was really doing something big. So I changed the question, then why did you go to the Holy Mountain in the central region and meet the human king? This is also where Qi Lu is confused. Logically speaking, there should be no interaction between the Dragon Saint King and the human king. On the contrary, in order to see the human king, the Dragon Saint King went through all kinds of hardships and gathered the remaining soul of the human king back. Then you have to ask the Dragon Saint King. When the Overlord heard this question, he shrugged again. Although we were present at the time, they did not tell us what exactly they talked about. Then, the Dragon Saint King took us to the Tianji domain. I think you should also know what happened next. I did not enter the infinite battlefield. But the Dragon Holy King told me everything inside after he came out. Hearing this, Qi Lu also understood. Among the three of them, the Dragon Saint King should be in a dominant position. In other words, it is the position of the commander. And the Overlord is responsible for the combat power. In Qi Li's impression, the Ice Spirit Saint King should be the most powerful sealer. Speaking of which, Qi Lu has seen much better the frozen masterpieces left by the Ice Spirit Saint King. In the far west of the Sifang realm, there is still a legacy of ice bloodline. Then there is the frozen holy city here. After that, there is the Ice Crystal Mountain range that seals the immortal demon. It can be said that wherever there is a need to seal, the Ice Spirit Saint King is basically doing it. So in summary, the Dragon Saint King occupies a brain position and can be regarded as performing his own duties. Thinking of this, Qi Lu instantly clarified the responsibilities of the three of them, and then nodded silently. Indeed, in a team, one person cannot do everything. That's why everyone needs to perform their own duties and face it together. Now the Dragon Saint King has a secret in his heart. It should be that he has other plans. The Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King don't know, but it makes sense. It's just that Qi Lu is curious. In that case, I should ask more questions. After Qi Lu figured it out, he stopped worrying about these issues. It's not that Ba Wang and the others don't want to talk about it, but they really don't know, so there's nothing they can do. It's a pity that the Dragon Holy King has never shown his true form, and what Qi Lu has seen is always his remnant soul. With the laws of the soul within you, you can do whatever you want. It's okay, but it's not like the dragon Saint King didn't say anything. The overlord smiled and continued. Qi Li's face suddenly straightened up and he said, Senior Dragon Holy King, what did you say? I think I should know what that guy said. At this time, the Ice Spirit Saint King on the side also followed suit. Then he looked at each other again and spoke slowly. I want the barriers between the lower planes and the higher planes to no longer appear. I want the heavenly vault god realm to no longer be superior. And I want the dispute between the heavenly realm and the divine realm to disappear completely. Great ambition. After hearing these words, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and a feeling of admiration emerged from the bottom of his heart. If the Dragon Saint King is really working hard towards these goals, then Qi Lu can only say that his situation is too small. After all, Qi Lu has always wanted to be a small store manager, but has no interest in being a savior. However, the Dragon Saint King wanted more than just being a savior. But change the world. I underestimated the goal of Senior Dragon, Holy King. Although it has been this world that has been pushing Qi Lu forward since the beginning. But after knowing the goal of the Dragon Saint King, Qi Lu had a new idea. Maybe, I can also participate in the plan to change the world. Presumably the Dragon Saint King would wake up the human king just to tell her about this. The Dragon Saint King may not be able to do this on his own. Only then will we choose to gather the strength of everyone. As far as Qi Lu knew, the Dragon Saint King had interactions with the Dragon God and the human king. Coupled with himself, this is already a collection of top combat power across 3 eras, the pinnacle of existence. They are all the geniuses of the era, and they have suppressed the tyrannical existence of an era. Even if the human king has fallen, his prestige has not diminished at all. In this way, the Dragon Saint King's plan, as well as the layout that has taken tens of thousands of years, should be almost completed. For example, the first goal is to get rid of the immortal demon. Current level of completion, completed. By the way, there's one more thing, and that's it. As he spoke, Qi Lu took out another huge dragon bone and placed it in front of him. This is the dragon bone of the dragon god. Seniors, do you know why it is in the hands of Senior Dragon Saint King? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. Because I just thought of the dragon god, and then suddenly I thought of the dragon god's keel. Then, the current scene appeared. Is this the dragon god's dragon bone? I've seen it once before. Overlord came up with a curious look on his face and looked back and forth on the keel several times. Not to be outdone, the Ice Spirit Saint King came closer, touched his chin, and said with a hint of reminiscence, I remember when the giant dragon Saint King found the dragon god and seemed to have made a deal with him. Then we took his keel. But it should be more than that. More than that? Qi Lu repeated it. That's right, if I remember correctly, the dragon bones that the Dragon Saint King took away were almost a whole set. Why is there only so much left now? The Ice Spirit Saint King nodded and asked in confusion. But there's no point in asking this question, Qi Lu won't know. But after hearing what the Ice Spirit Saint King said, Qi Lu thought that the dragon god could not transform into a real dragon, maybe because the dragon bones were taken away by the giant dragon Saint King. If this is really the case, it would be too, well, Qi Lu doesn't know how to evaluate it. But fortunately, the final result was good, at least nothing serious happened. So no comment. But from the tone of Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King, you can tell that they probably don't know what the Dragon Saint King wants to do. All I know is that the Dragon Saint King did come into contact with the Dragon God and reached some kind of deal with him. Is it for that ambition? Qi Lu is unknown. But that's about it when the question is asked here. As for the rest, Qi Lu actually knew it in his mind, so there was no need to ask any more questions. When Senior Dragon Holy King gave it to me, there was only this part left, and I don't know what happened. Qi Lu spread his hands, thinking that if he meets the dragon god in the future, he should return this piece of the dragon bone to him. Although I don't know what the use is. Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King certainly didn't expect Qi Lu to know what was going on. A conversation, useful information, that's it for now, the rest is basically just small talk. Qi Lu also benefited a lot from being able to communicate with such an ancient power. Mainly in terms of experience. Then he said a few more words and returned to the issue of Qila opening a store. To be precise, on the Tianji domain, it should be a matter of building towers. Then, Qi Lu remembered. Wait a minute, I almost forgot, Senior Overlord, where is mainland Qingqi? Aren't you in the frozen holy city? I was really in the infinite battlefield, and my mind was a little unclear. Now that the Ice Spirit Saint King has been brought to the frozen holy city, he almost forgot about mainland Qingqi, the successor of the Ice Spirit Saint King. If that little girl were in the frozen holy city, do you think the Ice Spirit Holy King wouldn't be able to feel it? Overlord smiled and replied. Who are you talking about? Ice Spirit Saint King heard them suddenly talking about himself, and also mentioned a name that he really didn't recognize. Suddenly he was stunned. Your successor has inherited the ice blood inheritance you left behind. The Overlord glanced at the Ice Spirit Saint King and introduced the situation of mainland Qingqi in the simplest terms. It is also for this reason that Bawang seems to be closer to mainland Qingqi. After all, he is the inheritor of his old friend. If I can take care of it, I will. Hey, my successor? The Ice Spirit Saint King paused for a moment, probably searching for the long-buried memory in his mind. After a while, he looked as if he had just woken up from a dream and said, I remembered, this is indeed the case. If it is really my successor, then I will be able to recover faster. But soon, the Ice Spirit Saint King's expression returned to calm. We still have to wait until we see him in person before we can make a conclusion on this matter. If Shachi is not in the frozen holy city, he probably went to play in Ascertain High Tower. Qi Lu was not surprised either. After all, she is a little girl, so it is strange that she can stay in the frozen holy city. When Qi Lu goes back to the store and meets mainland Qingqi, he can tell her that the situation in the frozen holy city has improved. She must be happy. The atmosphere in the frozen holy city was peaceful. However, somewhere in the Tianji domain, the void suddenly shattered. In the dark space turbulence, a burst of black mist suddenly appeared in the void, which seemed so unexpected. The next moment, a black figure covered in blood and in a state of embarrassment came out of the black mist. If Qi Lu could see it, he would definitely recognize it. This black shadow is none other than the Demon Emperor. Ahem. Damn it, I didn't expect that the immortal demon would actually explode in the end. All my efforts were wasted. The Demon King walked out of the black mist and said through gritted teeth. His figure was a little swaying, his steps were a little shaky, and his breath was a little confused. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood on his face. It can be seen that at the last moment, even if the Demon King escaped, he almost died and was seriously injured. Without a year and a half, it would be impossible to recover. However, although I did not achieve the ideal goal, I am not without gains. When I recover, with this harvest, I will definitely be able to make further progress. Having said this, the Demon King looked back again. In this broken void, he relied on his own strength, even burned part of his blood essence, and used his original power to forcibly open up a passage. At last moment, he broke the barrier between the two worlds. Then he withstood the erosion of space turbulence and returned to the heavenly vault god realm. If he hadn't done this, he would have probably disappeared with the infinite battlefield by now. The power of the immortal demon's self-destruction is so terrifying. But at the last moment, he also told a terrible truth. It's just that I never expected that the infinite battlefield would have its own consciousness. When it is about to collapse, it actually resists its own destruction. If this were not the case, I might not be able to escape. That's it, God will not kill me. When the demon king thought about this, a touch of excitement and pride appeared on his face. The chosen one will be protected by heaven and earth. But if Qi Lu knew about this, he would probably just sneer at it. Are you the chosen one? Why didn't the immortal demon's self-destruction kill you? Boy, let's settle the score between you and me later. It won't be long. When I take another step forward, you, the human king, and the dragon god will not miss it. After saying this, the demon king's figure gradually disappeared into the black mist. The crack in the void is also slowly closing. Then as the black mist dissipated, there was nothing here. But now that I'm back in the store, I feel comfortable at home. After leaving the frozen holy city, Qi Lu took Yushir to the nearest store. After stretching, I was finally able to lie down on the soft sofa again. Who would want to be busy if not forced by life? Wouldn't it be delicious to make a salted fish? It's so delicious. Hello, Master Qi. Master Qi, you are finally back. Master Qi, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you for a long time. Yes, Master Qi, I haven't heard of you continuing to build the tower for a long time. We are all looking forward to you building a high tower over there. Thank you for your hard work, Master Qi. Master Qi. As soon as they entered the store, the customers inside greeted Qi Lu one after another. In Tianji domain, if we want to talk about who is most famous, Qi Lu is definitely among the top 3, even if he is not the first. Even in terms of showing one's face, basically no one can surpass Qi Lu. After all, other demon gods don't have the same hobbies as Master Qi. You can go to various places and city-states to build towers. So much so that among all the city-states in the Tianji region, Master Qi's reputation is well known. It is almost a household name. And unlike other demon gods, Master Qi's reputation is basically positive, with no negative comments. When it comes to other demon gods, most of them, when it comes to the creatures in the Tianji domain, have a fierce reputation that makes people fear them. Only this Qi Pavilion Master is obviously very powerful and deserves to be at peak of his combat power. But he is so benevolent and righteous, running for the lives of the entire Tianji domain. Building towers everywhere is just to give everyone a chance to become stronger. He is truly a role model among demons and strong men, worthy of everyone to imitate and learn from. That's why Qi Lu received such a warm welcome as soon as he showed up. Every customer's greeting was filled with respect and even adoration from the bottom of his heart. Although his unparalleled strength can make people fear him. But wanton killing will never be respected. Fear and awe are two completely different emotions that cannot be confused with each other. In the Tianji realm, there are many demon gods who can make many creatures and practitioners feel fear. However, there are only a handful of demon gods who are respected and even worshipped, like Master Qi. Even when Master Qi faced their greetings, he just nodded without replying. These customers were also flattered. Logically speaking, for a demon god with unparalleled combat power like Master Qi to be willing to nod to them, it was a gift. Looking at other demon gods, it is almost impossible for ordinary people like them to meet them. This is probably the main reason why Qi Lu was able to gain the power of faith in Tianji domain. Respect, fear, longing, worship, trust. Various complex emotions constitute the basic elements of the power of faith. Although Qi Lu had no intention of spreading faith in Tianji realm, his actions did this unconsciously. Which is a good thing. Qi Lu would not refuse such an unexpected surprise. After all, the demand for the power of faith by the body of law is simply ridiculous, but now it can strengthen the physical body and enhance the control of the power of law at the same time. Who would refuse it? If it weren't for the fact that Tianji domain didn't cultivate the power of faith, many body cultivators would naturally be in conflict with it, and Qi Lu would be embarrassed to publicize it. Otherwise, the power of faith that can be collected from these customers will never be more than this. So seeing this picture again now gave Qi Lu some other ideas. Good things can't be wasted. When I watched it before, because I was focused on finding Yu Shi'er, I did neglect this aspect. But looking back now, Qi Lu feels that if there are resources, we should really make good use of them. This is not only to avoid waste, but also to prepare for a rainy day. Because after experiencing the battle on the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that more powerful enemies might appear in the future. Therefore, in order to avoid a dangerous situation like before, we must make good use of the resources available to us. While thinking about it, Qi Lu pressed his hands as he walked into the store. The customers in the store immediately became quiet. This is where prestige lies. Does anyone know where mainland is? Qi Lu asked casually. After all, he wanted to inform mainland Qinchi to return to the frozen holy city. It's time for her to meet the ice spirit Saint King, which will be very helpful for her to grow in strength. Maybe we can further purify the blood of ice. Many customers shook their heads after hearing this. They still know who mainland Qinchi is. Due to the reputation of the owner Qi, mainland Qinchi, the little girl, has become known to most of the customers. But there is a saying that ordinary customers climb the tower in a fixed tower. That is to say, Nalenkin was free to run around. So no one knows where mainland Qinchi has gone, which is really not a strange thing. Forget it if you don't know. Qi Lu didn't care. Anyway, mainland Qinchi was basically in danger in the Tianji domain. You know, Master Qi still has a lot of face. After several battles, many demon gods are afraid of him. It's not that he is really afraid of Master Qi. Mainly because I don't want to cause trouble. After all, mainland Qinchi is just a little girl. Why should everyone offend Master Qi for a little girl? What's more, behind mainland Qinchi, there is also the city lord of the frozen holy city. Although not many people know about this matter, it is not a secret among those demon gods. As for now, there is another ice spirit Saint King behind mainland Qinchi. In a sense, the background strength is ridiculously deep. By the way, in order to celebrate Shi'er's return, a new redeemable product will be temporarily launched in the Points Mall. Each person is limited to redeeming one piece. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. Qi Lu thought for a while and then continued. Shi'er? The customers in the store were stunned at first. Because of this name, I have never heard of it before. However, these guys were not fools, and they quickly realized that the woman that Master Qi was talking about must be the woman following him. She was even more prestigious than mainland Qinchi. In order to celebrate her return, the owner Qi actually put a new product on the shelves. So, Master Qi disappeared for a while just to find this woman. The relationship between this woman and Master Qi. What a talented man and beautiful woman. What a match made in heaven. Thinking of this, the eyes of many customers looking at Yu Shi'er changed. After taking a quick look and memorizing the appearance, he quickly lowered his head, and then secretly warned himself that he was another person who could not be offended, and the severity was even higher than that of mainland Qinchi before. After all, Master Qi's reputation was built at the very beginning. But later on, Master Qi was busy building the tower, so less news about the battle came out. But no one would dare to underestimate Master Qi in this regard. So after hearing the news, many customers expressed their thanks one after another. Thanks to the owner, Qi, for putting new products on the shelves. By the way, I would like to congratulate Master Qi for finding his woman. He almost called Yu Shi'er the boss lady. But it caused a blush to appear on Yu Shi'er's face. The evolution from clerk to boss lady takes place in an instant. It's nothing, don't scream. I understand, boss lady, you don't object even to the owner. Thank you very much, boss lady, otherwise the store owner Qi wouldn't know when new products will be available. Yeah. The customers followed suit. Qi Lu just watched from the side and said nothing. After a while, Yu Xiu looked back at Qi Lu, who was smiling, and half-heartedly accepted the title. This kind of promotion feels really good. And it's not just an ordinary promotion. Oh, I was so busy saying hello to the boss lady that I forgot to see what the new products are. When did the items produced by Master Qi become inferior? You're right, go and have a look. It's actually limited redemption. Not only is the quantity limited, but one person can only redeem one piece. What good would it be? After a group of customers finished making noise, they suddenly thought off this. To say why Master Qi is so famous, it is not simply because he is diligent in building towers and is benevolent and righteous. The most important thing is because the products in the Points Mall are all good. In addition to climbing the tower, even if you can't reach the top, you can still get points and redeem them for goods, which is the biggest attraction. Nowadays, many customers no longer focus on the top prizes as their first goal. After all, not many people can climb up. Therefore, most of these customers are here for the purpose of gaining points and exercising their physical fitness. As a result, the top prizes in the towers disappeared from the sight of many customers. It actually made the Points Mall popular and became a source of motivation for everyone. Now that a new product has been put on the shelves in the Points Mall, it is understandable that many customers will be so excited. Then, when these guys went to look at the shelves in the Points Mall, they started wailing mode. Here, why is this new product so expensive? I've worked so hard to climb the tower 30 times, but I still don't have enough points for one fruit. What magical effects do these new products have? Master Qi is not just teasing us, is he? Since what is on the shelves is a treasure brought from the infinite battlefield, the price cannot be cheap. Because Qi Lu is planning to throw these things to the top of the tower as prizes. So we definitely can't lower our value. Now it is temporarily put on the shelves and redeemed for these customers to do a good job in the first round of publicity. After all, these gadgets are all treasures from the infinite battlefield, and the people they know basically don't exist. As for the reason, it's simple. Ever since the Ice Spirit Holy King froze the ladder to the infinite battlefield, no one has come out of the infinite battlefield for a long time. Now, because of the self-destruction of the immortal demon, he was buried with him along with the entire infinite battlefield. According to this statement, these treasures of heaven and earth are all out of print. So it's almost impossible to find someone who can recognize these things. This is also the reason why Kilui openly puts these treasures up for sale. Likewise, it is also the biggest reason for carrying out the first round of publicity work. There is no way, now the alley is too deep even if the wine is fragrant. If there is something good, it must be publicized in order for many customers to buy it. The natural treasures of the infinite battlefield are not like the previous dragon bones or lava crystals, which are well-known good things. There is no need to publicize it at all, just put your name out there and everyone will start snapping up it. Therefore, this first round of publicity work can be said to be a must-do. However, in Qi Li's view, even for publicity purposes, these good things must not be set at a cabbage price. Otherwise, if the style is low, even if it is thrown to the top of the Tuerto win prizes, customers may not be able to buy it. Then it is better to set the price higher. In this way, many customers will feel that with such a high price, it is better to throw it to the top and get prizes. Maybe I can actually climb to the top. Otherwise, if you put it in the Points Mall, you will just be greedy. Of course, the owner of Qi also considered the actual points of each customer for the final price. After all, there is a system in place, and Qi Lu is fully aware of the point status of any customer. The price is inflated, making it unaffordable for all customers and failing to serve as a publicity. So soon, there were customers in the store who gritted their teeth and took down a new product. Then after reading the instructions, I ate it directly. Most of the rare fruits and natural treasures in the infinite battlefield can be eaten directly. It is probably also restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. If it is you said to refine elixirs or make potions, the effect will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not be able to sell raw materials. However, it is also for these reasons that the effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the infinite battlefield will always be displayed immediately, allowing the eater to feel them. Just like this guy in front of me. His aura has improved a lot to a level visible to the naked eye. The customers who were watching around looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Just one fruit can actually improve this guy's strength so much. It can't be a temporary improvement, it's similar to those things used to fight for one's life. Does not look like. After this guy's aura improved, he appeared to be quite stable, without any frivolous behavior at all. It seems like this is a real improvement. Impossible. How can such a fruit have such miraculous effects? This directly improves the strength, and it is improved on the spot. The effect is so good? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The customers who were watching had incredible expressions on their faces, including shock, exclamation, joy, confusion, admiration, etc. Complex emotions, to name a few. But one thing is for sure, these new products are popular. Ahem. At this moment, the guy who spent a lot of money to eat the fruit made a sound. It immediately attracted the attention of a large number of customers, who gathered around and asked with concern, "How do you hurry up now? Having been suddenly promoted, are there any side effects? You shouldn't feel uncomfortable somewhere. Looks like he's in good spirits. If there is anything wrong, you must tell the truth." That's right, you must tell it exactly. It can be seen that these customers still don't believe that eating a bite of the fruit can improve them. If this is the case, then what was the purpose of their hard training before? Your worldview has collapsed, okay? How should I put it? The guy who ate the fruit scratched his head, and then said it seriously. Not only do I feel energetic now without any side effects, I even feel that my qualifications have increased a lot. What? Are you sure you're not telling lies? Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to lie? A good thing that has no side effects and can increase your qualifications. Although we trust Master Qi very much, looking at it this way, it seems a little too outrageous. All the customers were stunned and couldn't believe what this guy said. There is no way, it is too exaggerated. However, in Qi Li's view, this is not an exaggeration at all, but seems normal. Because if you think about it carefully, you will know, where is the infinite battlefield? Who are the suitable groups for the natural treasures and treasures in it? All joking aside, in the past, those who enjoyed these treasures in the infinite battlefield were the top monks in the heavenly vault god realm, including the lord gods and demon gods. And these natural treasures are effective for those top beings, let alone these customers. One by one, most of them are in the realm of body training, or else they are in the realm of blood refining, and not many are in the realm of immortal bone. From this perspective, can the treasures fished out from the infinite battlefield be very effective for customers like them who are not very powerful? It is completely normal for such a situation to occur. If it didn't have such a good effect, Qi Lu would have to wonder if he got a fake. Believe it or not, if one person could only redeem one, I would have spent all the points today. Seeing the onlookers' expressions of doubt, the guy who ate the fruit straightened up and spoke out. You can doubt me, but how can you doubt Master Qi? You don't even think about how many things Master Qi has done for us. Is it necessary to lie to you? Listening to this righteous question, those customers who had doubts lowered their heads. Yes, why does Master Qi need to lie to them? In this point small, you really get what you get for your points, and there will never be any fraud. Since these new products are priced so high now, they must be worth every penny. It's no surprise that it has such good results. That's right, we shouldn't doubt Master Qi. New products with limited redemption, first come first served. I don't have enough points, I have to climb the tower quickly. Stop talking, count me in. All of a sudden, the store became lively, and there was also a huge crowd under the high tower outside the store. Immediately afterwards, the news spread further afield along with the conversations among customers. After all, new products have appeared in the Points Mall, which is obvious toll. While many customers are discussing these new products that are temporarily on the shelves and priced at extremely high prices, few are willing to spend so many points to redeem one and give it a try. There is no way, everyone's points are not picked up, but earned through hard work. If you lose money, why don't you cry to death? Of course, there is another reason, that is, most customers do not have so many points. I can only look at it. Therefore, when it comes to new products, there are still many people watching. It wasn't until the news inside Qi Li's store was passed on that many customers began to go crazy. Are you sure the information you got is correct? Can these unknown fruits, tree roots, etc., directly improve the level of cultivation? And it can also increase qualifications? Can it even increase potential and help break through constraints? Of course, this news was confirmed by Hall Master Qi himself. How can it be wrong? You can doubt anyone, but how can you doubt Master Qi? Yes, that's right. We believe Master Qi. So, after the first batch of customers appeared who believed in the owner and had enough points to try it. This situation was further fermented, and then completely spread throughout the Tianji domain. All the customers who heard the news went crazy. Those news are all true. You can really ignore your own qualifications and improve your cultivation level. There's also the matter of breaking through the shackles, that's right. There is such a good thing in the world? As expected of Master Qi, who is unrivaled in benevolence and righteousness, he is even willing to take out such a good thing. Isn't it just a few points? If it's not enough, go climb the tower. That's right. Master Qi is already willing to take out such good things. What else do you want? Master Qi has already done his best to be kind and righteous. Do you want Master Qi to give it to you for free? As a human being, don't be too greedy. But we are not human either. Some non-humanoid tribesmen complained silently. However, this does not affect the overall situation. Anyway, the reputation of Master Qi has once again become popular. It went directly from being famous to becoming a household name, and then to being known to everyone and becoming a world legend. The speed is amazing. Because this time, Master Qi gave too much. You must know that before this, those who could enjoy the treasures of heaven and earth on the infinite battlefield were all top-notch beings. Now that the blessing of Tuachi Hall Master can be enjoyed by weak people like them, wouldn't it be a great blessing for the world? And the more important thing is something these customers will never know. Even in the infinite battlefield, not everyone can enjoy these natural treasures. Most gold diggers need to risk their lives to rob these things. Now these customers in the store can just rely on some points to exchange for good things that top beings would have to risk their lives to get. Aren't they lucky enough? The only regret is that Qi Li cannot take the initiative to publicize this matter. After all, the infinite battlefield is gone now. What's more, there is no benefit in actively publicizing this matter. Otherwise, the infinite battlefield is a secret among top beings and is not suitable for ordinary monks to know. It would be better for them to climb the tower. It's only to be expected that it's popular. Qi Li still had expectations for this development. If such a good thing fails to become popular, it proves that there is something wrong with these customers. Moreover, the promotional method adopted by Qi Li and temporarily put on the shelves has also been published. Redemption is limited and the total amount sold is limited. In this way, we can maximize the appetite of those customers and make them look forward to when they can see these good things again. Only after the first batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been redeemed, Qi Lu will start the second round of the plan. Just build new towers. Having said that, you have to think of new ideas. The original 100-story tower had a keel on the top floor. Speaking of which, after several improvements by Qi Lu, many more were built later. Dragon bones are indeed very rare, but with Master Qi's strength, it is not difficult to get a few more. This is probably the advantage of shaping the character. As long as it's not too outrageous, customers can figure out the reason on their own. There is no need for Qi Lu to explain anything himself. Of course, Qi Lu doesn't have time to explain to these guys. Then there is the Frost Body Forging Tower. This thing has no top-level words, so it can be built casually. From a total point of view, it is true that the number of Frost Body Forging Towers is the largest. After that, there is the Flame Trial Tower. It combines the advantages of the first two, and adds lava crystals as the top reward, and the number of constructions is also large. However, this time, the treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield are used as the top reward, and the previous high tower cannot be used. It's like a game, always using old copies to fool customers. That doesn't work. I still have to think of some new copies. New copy. Qi Lu was still lying on the sofa as always, thinking about this profound question. Yu Shi'er, who was promoted to the boss's wife, now has a lot of leisure time. You don't need to worry about the tower, and the Points Mall is all self-service, so you don't need to look at it. So now, in addition to recuperating from injuries, Yu Shi'er likes to sit next to Qi Lu and let him rest on her lap. Poor Qi Lu has been single for 2 lifetimes, and now he finally has a Shansito enjoy the legendary knee pillow. Speaking of which, Yu Shi'er was still very shy at the beginning of this incident. I just like sitting on the sofa with Qi Lu. Then one day, after Qi Lu felt a little sleepy, Yu Shi'er plucked up the courage and said that if she didn't mind. Qi Li's reaction on the spot was, "Is there such a good thing?" There is a saying, after you pierce the window paper, life will be much more comfortable. Even though Yu Shi'er is still shy, she can muster up the courage to make daily life much closer. This also made Qi Lu, who was already a salty person, become even more salty. If you can become stronger by lying down, then you must lie down well. How tiring it would be if you had to work hard all the time. And taking a rest can also help you think better about what kind of new copy you should create next. When it comes to physical training, there are still many methods that can be used. It's just a matter of first filtering out those methods that cannot be promoted on a large scale. Then the rest can be taken out and standardized. Therefore, the previous Frost Body Forging Tower and Flame Trial Tower were not actually created by Qi Lu on a whim. It is a good thing that was launched after rigorous thinking and improvement after the idea was proposed. Then, combine previous experience. Qi Lu quickly thought of another good thing that could be used to exercise. That is thunder. Since both frost and flames can be used to fortify the body, why not thunder? You know, in terms of tempering the physical body and tempering the body, thunder is much stronger than ice and flames. It's just that the death rate is a little higher. There is no way who can make the power of thunder to be as strong as the sun, and also contain the power of heaven. The guy who can withstand the thunder forging his body will definitely not be too bad. So after thinking of the plan to use thunder to temper his body, Qi Lu quickly began to improve. First of all, the intensity of the burst of thunder must be changed to ensure that those challengers can withstand the power, at least they will not be directly chopped into pieces as soon as they enter the tower. Otherwise, it would not be a tower challenge, but a suicide contest. This aspect is easy to handle. Anyway, the thunder that Qi Lu created, at least in terms of Tianwei, can be deleted directly. It would not do them any good to let those customers experience the mighty power of God so early. On the contrary, it will cause a huge blow to their young minds. Sheila still can't do this kind of thing. After all, he is also a businessman. Even if you can't make customers feel at home, you can't make them feel like hell. Then, even the gatekeepers in the tower will have to make detailed adjustments. While Qi Lu is designing a new tower this time, he is also preparing to update several old versions of the tower. In terms of details, some processing has been done to make these tower challenges more professional and more worthy of the name. For example, in the initial challenge of a 100-story tower, all the gatekeepers inside were updated and replaced with ordinary monsters. The gatekeepers in the frost body forging tower were newly added and then replaced with frost-attributed monsters. Needless to say, the gatekeeper in the flame trial tower must be a flame-attributed monster. This is called professionalism. Therefore, the gatekeepers used in the newly proposed Thunder-type towers are naturally Thunder-type monsters. By the way, all the towers are set to 100 floors to make it easier for customers to choose. Basically, it can be collectively called the 100-layer challenge. So finally, it's time to think of a decent name for this new version of the tower. For example, Thunder Tribulation Tower. That's right, it's called the Thunder Tribulation Tower. They are about to be struck by lightning. Isn't that a tribulation or what? Since there is no such thing as transcending tribulation in this world, Sheila feels that as a responsible store manager, he has the obligation to improve the experience of these monks on their journey of cultivation. Ensure that they can fully enjoy the fun of overcoming the tribulation. Isn't there a saying that says, "Fighting against the sky will bring endless joy, fighting against the earth will bring endless joy"? This tribulation should be referred to as fighting against the sky, wouldn't it be endless fun? Brother Qi Lu, what are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so? Looking at Qi Lu, who was lying on her lap and suddenly showed a weird smile, Yu Shi'er felt a little confused. I always feel that behind this smile, a group of people are going to suffer. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of how to benefit the vast number of customers. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to rush to build the tower. Shi'er, you can recuperate in the shop first. Sheila suddenly sat up, waved to Yu Shi'er, and then walked out of the store. Build a tower? Yu Shi'er looked at the back of brother Qi Lu, thoughtfully. When she heard the story told by Uncle Overlord before, Yu Shi'er knew that one of the things that brother Qi Lu was most passionate about after coming to Tianji territory was to build towers in various city-states. So, is it time to start back to the old business again? In a Points Mall in Tianji Domain. Many customers gathered and looked at the last treasures of heaven and earth placed on the shelves. One by one, they glared at the surrounding customers with angry eyes, but Noon took action to redeem this treasure of heaven and earth. Because, in other Points Malls, this situation occurred a few days ago. It is also confirmed that after these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are exchanged, no new ones will be put on the shelves. So they all want this last treasure. It has become like this now, and no one dares to redeem it. Everyone is watching with eager eyes, who dares to take action? Until an old man came out, looked around, and said aloud. Ahem, everyone must have heard about the new products launched by Master Qi, these natural materials and earthly treasures, how effective they are. But for such a good thing, it is natural that the production is insufficient and the quantity is not large. So it's normal that Master Qi will no longer put it on the shelves. Now, this is all that is left of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I can understand everyone's desire for it. But can't you carry forward the spirit of respecting the old and loving the young, and give this last treasure of heaven and earth to the old man? The onlookers and the customers who were ready to fight were all speechless and choked. They thought this guy was going to express some high opinions, but then they heard him finish what he said, and that was it. Treasures belong to the virtuous. You said I would give it to you, why? Several young people immediately stepped forward and retorted loudly, obviously thinking that they were the virtuous people. Then there was rebuttal from the surrounding customers. How come we haven't heard of what you said? Who said it? Master Qi, what's wrong? Oh, that's okay. Hi Z, I also said that I am destined to have this last treasure of heaven and earth, and it should be mine. If you want to talk about this destined person, then the poor monk will tell you about it. Within a few words, the scene turned into chaos. Everyone said their own things, and they felt that they should win this last treasure of heaven and earth by themselves. If the argument continues like this, no matter how long it takes, there will be no result. Then, in this tense atmosphere, a customer hurried in and shouted, "Stop arguing, Master Qi is building a new tower outside again. Look at the appearance of the new tower. It looks nothing like the previous towers. Come and take a look." As soon as he finished shouting this, the customers in the Points Mall were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other and made an agreement with their eyes. No one was allowed to take advantage of the last treasure when everyone ran out to see the new tower. This matter is not over yet. Then he followed the guy who shouted and walked out together. I saw a brand new tower rising from the ground, and the terrifying momentum was raging around, making people intimidated. Below, a new announcement was posted on the signboard outside the tower. A new tower challenge, the Thunder Tribulation Tower. The content of the 100-story tower, Frost Forging Tower, and Flame Trial Tower has been fully updated. Frost Forging Tower adds a new gatekeeper. The top reward of the Thunder Tribulation Tower is set as a new product, with many natural and earthly treasures for you to choose from. Cultivation, qualifications, potential, strength. Do you want it? Then come on, everything is put there. If you want it, just go get it. Tower Challenge, come and participate. Seeing this, many customers immediately burst out with a wave of praise. Finally, there is no need to fight for the last piece of natural resources, because there is a new source. On the top floor of the Thunder Tribulation Tower, there are all kinds of natural and earthly treasures. As long as you can climb up, you can choose at will. And the most important thing is that it is no longer a limited redemption. Master Qi really thinks of us wholeheartedly. We knew that there would be a fight, but due to the limited number of natural materials and earthly treasures, we had no choice but to make this decision. Put these precious treasures on the top floor of the Thunder Tribulation Tower. Anyone who has the ability can get them. That way we won't have to fight each other. And it can inspire us to work hard. Master Qi is really far-sighted. Let's resolve the conflict in a way that doesn't hurt feelings and solves the problem. I declare that Master Qi is worthy of our lifelong following. I agree. Seconded. Many customers were chatting under the tower, although it was very lively. But Qi Lu, who was only focused on building the tower, had no idea what they were talking about. I only know that the Thunder Tribulation Tower here has been built, and I have rushed to the next place to build a tower. The number of city-states in the Tianji domain can be said to be countless. It is not an easy task to spread the Thunder Tribulation Tower across every city-state. It still requires continuous efforts. And after the Thunder Tribulation Tower was completed and Master Qi left, the customers gathered outside unanimously bowed deeply in the direction where Master Qi left. In an instant, a strong power of faith gathered towards Qi Lu. Anyway, Qi Lu never thought that he could gain faith by building a tower by himself. That's pretty good. At least this way you'll be more motivated. While the various city-states in the Qi-Ledian territory were running around and busy building towers, Yu Shi'er, who was staying in the store to recuperate from her injuries, saw Nailan Qingqi pushing open the door and walking in swaggeringly. It's like going back to your own home. The customers in the store also gave way and said hello. Sister Shi'er, why are you here? Did Qi Lu pick you up? Nailan Qingqi, who was nodding and walking, was slightly startled when he saw Yu Shi'er. Then he looked happy and ran over immediately. His former friends were all in the Shinji realm. Nayland Shinji, who came to the Tianji realm alone, was inevitably a little lonely. Now that I saw an acquaintance, I was naturally a little excited. Yes. Shao Qi, why are you here? Yu Shi'er smiled and nodded, then pulled Nayland Shinji to the sofa. When old friends meet, sit down and have a chat first. In the store, it's just like at home. How should I put it? It's just a very complicated reason. Nayland Shinji scratched her head and didn't know where to start, because she didn't know what was going on. Inexplicably, he ran to Tianji domain. But that's not important. By the way, I heard that Qi Lu is looking for me, so what's the matter? Sister Shi'er, you should know. As Nayland Shinji changed the topic, Yu Shi'er also nodded and said, of course Inno, it's actually not a big deal. I just want you to go back to the frozen holy city if you have time. I have a little surprise for you. Surprise? What kind of surprise is it? Nayland Shinji's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. If I tell you, can it still be called a surprise? You have to wait until you go there and explore it yourself. Yu Shi'er smiled, but didn't answer Nayland Shinji's question. Nayland Shinji pouted in anger and said, Sister Shi'er, you are imitating Qi Lu. This is good. I like brother Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er patted her knees and revealed her heart carefully but frankly. Maybe life is going to change, just choose the right time. This left Nayland Shinji speechless. That's okay, it seems like I haven't been back for a long time. Nayland Shinji finally chose to compromise. But there is nothing to feel wronged about. The frozen holy city is Nayland Shinji's home in Tianji domain. It's just that Nayland Shinji ran out because he was too bored at home and cold to find anything interesting. Now someone has prepared a little surprise for her at home, so she still needs to go back and see. The work of building the tower cannot be neglected for a day. Qi Lu is also planning to hold a small event after the Thunder Tribulation Tower covers most of the city-state. Players' motivation needs stimulation, and customers' motivation also needs stimulation. And it's not enough to just use the top-level rewards and points multi-stimulate. You have to offer some benefits from time to time to increase customer motivation and stickiness. For example, Qi Lu is planning to hold activities this time. Limited time event, double points, triple top rewards. After Qi Lu worked hard for a period of time and built a large number of Thunder Tribulation Towers, it finally officially started. The content of the event is updated directly on the bulletin board outside the tower. Tower Challenge Limited Time Event. In order to celebrate the birth of the new tower, Thunder Tribulation Tower, this challenge event is specially launched. Deadline, 15 days. During this period, for all tower challenges, the points you will get will be twice the usual amount. If you can reach the top level rewards you will get will be 3 times the usual amount. Moreover, in addition, the points of the Thunder Tribulation Tower will be doubled again. The rules are as follows. During the event, challenge the Thunder Tribulation Tower, and the final settlement level will be doubled. For every 10 additional levels, the point reward will be doubled based on the event, and the top-level reward will also double based on the event. To put it simply, every time you climb 10 floors, the point rewards and top-level rewards will further increase. Theoretically speaking, if you climb to the top of the Thunder Tribulation Tower during the event, then the number of top-level rewards will be 13 times the usual amount. And the point rewards will be 12 times the usual amount. This is a very attractive number. As a result, as soon as the event came out, many customers rushed into the Thunder Tribulation Tower and started a new challenge. And the residents of the city-state who had heard the news, but had not built the Thunder Tribulation Tower, for the time being were all anxious and angry. I felt like I was really losing money. Why didn't the city-state I was in have a Thunder Tribulation Tower? Then he started running to other city-states. As soon as I arrived, I took a look outside the Thunder Tribulation Tower and found that the ground was full of challengers who looked like black coal. One by one, they all looked like they had been struck by lightning, and the darkness looked really miserable. Are you kidding? Does Chila look like a person who likes to do charity? Business is business, charity is charity. That needs to be clearly distinguished. There is a reason why this event was launched and the rewards of the Thunder Tribulation Tower were specially increased. And this reason is that the difficulty of the Thunder Tribulation Tower is beyond imagination. In fact, you can know this just by looking at the names of these towers. The Frost Body Forging Tower means bodybuilding. So it's not very difficult, and it's mainly used for physical training. Climbing the tower is relatively easy, and there are no top-level rewards. When it comes to the Flame Trial Tower, it really becomes a trial. The purpose is to further polish the challenger's physique. Compared with the Frost Body Forging Tower, the difficulty can be said to have skyrocketed. Let alone climbing to the top, even if the number of challengers climbing to higher floors dropped sharply. So, what does the name of the Thunder Tribulation Tower built now reflect? Of course, overcoming the tribulation. There is one thing to say, overcoming the tribulation, not to mention a narrow escape, at least it is a disaster. Isn't it much more difficult than the trial? Those challengers who are attracted by the temptation of super-doubled rewards are asking for trouble if they can't even climb to the high floors of the Flame Trial Tower and still want to go sightseeing in the Thunder Tribulation Tower. Of course, Chila didn't even mention a word about this. Sometimes, you need to experience some hardships yourself in order to learn lessons. This is definitely not the bad taste of Master Chi. Overcoming tribulations is one of the fun things on the way to spiritual practice, and it is an inevitable part. Since the monks in Tianji domain are missing this link, Master Chi has the obligation to make it up for them. The Thunder Tribulation Tower was born for this arduous task. In order to ensure that they understand that practicing cultivation is going against nature, it requires great perseverance, great courage, and great wisdom in order to reach a higher realm, have a higher state of mind, and a more persevering mind. Chi Lu took great pains. Well, to be honest, it's actually just to increase the difficulty and challenge. After all, in any game, the development route and the difficulty of the challenge will definitely increase gradually. If the later levels are easier than the previous ones, then the fun of the challenge will be lost. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for Chi Lu to design the new tower to be simpler than the previous tower. Well, of course, the 100-story tower is an exception. To be precise, the first 100-story tower developed was just an experimental product. Chi Lu did not expect that such a challenge mode tower would be so popular. So much so that in a short period of time, it became popular throughout the Tianji domain. Therefore, in the subsequent towers, Chi Lu began to add elements of tempering the body and tempering the body. Looking back, you can see that it was just a simple challenge in a 100-story tower. It is the training of combat skills and the strengthening of combat awareness. It has nothing to do with exercise. This is also the reason why among the 4 types of towers currently designed, the 100-story tower has the smallest proportion of challengers. But for Chi Lu, it doesn't matter. Because the attraction of the 100-story tower lies in the keel rewarded on the top floor. If there are fewer challengers, a lot of energy for making dragon bones can be saved and used to make heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, the premise is that there is really a challenger who can climb to the top of the Thunder Tribulation Tower. Anyway, according to Chi Li's prediction, it is impossible for such a challenger to appear in a short time. Right now, most of these customers are trying. The power of thunder is much stronger than ice and flames. Otherwise, why are the large tracts of black charcoal outside the Thunder Tribulation Tower almost turning into a different kind of carpet? You know, these are all challengers who were automatically thrown out from the Thunder Tribulation Tower. This is also one of the mechanisms that all towers have. In order to protect the challenger from being killed by the gatekeepers or the power in the tower, the challenger will be automatically thrown out when his life is in danger and there is a risk of falling. It's just that this mechanism is used to save your life. When it is thrown out, it doesn't matter whether you are seriously injured or not. So much so that when customers who came from other city-states saw this black carpet, they were both happy and sighing in their hearts. Sure enough, Master Chi's advantage is not so easy to take advantage of. The reward is super doubled, which is not so easy to get. Smart customers all know to earn points in the Frost Body Forging Tower or the Flame Trial Tower first. Let's get the basic rewards of the event first. This so-called basic reward naturally refers to doubling the points. As for those top-level rewards, to be honest, there are only a few challengers who can get them. Why think about it at this time? He was so ambitious, and then triggered the tower's protection mechanism and was thrown out of the tower. Just recuperating from injuries takes a lot of time, and the time for activities is already over when you come and go. The final result is that you can't even get the basic rewards. Still thinking about the top-level rewards? As for the new Thunder Tribulation Tower, let's take a look at the situation. In fact, since the Thunder Tribulation Tower was built, many customers have come to see the situation. However, after experiencing the difficulty of overcoming the tribulation, smart people rationally chose to withdraw temporarily and discuss it later. There are many people who like to train themselves, but there are not many people who like to seek death. The Thunder Tribulation Tower distinguishes the real strong people from the false strong ones in the simplest way. It is clear at a glance whether he is qualified to survive the tribulation. It's just that this time's limited time event and the amazing reward multipliers made these customers have the courage. I thought to myself, since there is a protective mechanism, you will definitely not die if you die, so why not give it a bold try? The result can be imagined. There is one theory, and in Chi Li's view, except for the original 100-story tower, the remaining 3 towers all have clear divisions off cultivation realms. The Frost Body Forging Tower corresponds to the realm of body forging. The Flame Trial Tower corresponds to the realm of blood refining. The newly built Thunder Tribulation Tower corresponds to the immortal bone realm. Generally speaking, those who can successfully overcome the tribulation have the appearance of a demon god. As long as there are no accidents, there is no problem at all to achieve the realm of the devil. However, Chi Lu would not say these words out loud, and let the customers feel it slowly for themselves. Of course, among such a large customer base, there are indeed many smart people. There are still some guys who can sum up these rules. Then, this matter is no longer a secret. Instead, it is classified as a hidden mechanism. After hearing about this incident, many customers expressed their appreciation for the good intentions of the owner. Being able to classify the suitable people for various towers based on their cultivation level is indeed the best way to a certain extent. In this way, those who challenge can also learn to act within their capabilities. After all, if the protective mechanism is really triggered, then it must be a life-threatening situation, and it will take a lot of time to recover from the injury. Only by learning to act within your capabilities can you make the most efficient use of every moment you have to become stronger. Unless you really want to challenge yourself. In that case, Qilu has nothing to say, because there is indeed no shortage of such fierce people in Tianji domain. Especially in this limited time event, even more fierce people are tempted by super doubled rewards. Even after they learned about the so-called hidden mechanism and the Thunder Tribulation Tower, it was used by the powerful in the immortal bone realm. That can't stop them from wanting to challenge themselves and surpass themselves. Although the final ending is not very good-looking. Being struck by lightning into black charcoal, and then being thrown out of the Thunder Tribulation Tower and turned into a black charcoal carpet, what kind of dignity can you have? But, a fervent heart for challenge cannot be extinguished. To be fair, if you stay outside these high towers every day, you will see a lot of challengers being thrown out of the towers. When everyone has an embarrassing highlight moment, it means no one is embarrassed. Therefore, during the limited time event, the number of people who came to challenge every day continued to increase. These customers consider themselves proud warriors. How could my confidence be dampened because of such a trivial matter? There's something really wrong with these guys. Qi Lu, who occasionally passed by these city-states, couldn't help but sigh after seeing the black charcoal carpets everywhere. Fortunately, he installed protective mechanisms in these towers from the beginning. Otherwise, after this wave, I don't know how many guys who dared to challenge him would have died on the spot. But forget it, let them do whatever they want. This is fine. I can achieve my goal faster. Although he sighed in his heart, Qi Lu had no intention of stopping them. Just as Qi Lu thought, his real purpose in launching this limited-time event was not just to provide benefits to these guys. It's about preparing for the next step. The significance of the limited-time event is mainly to give these customers the motivation to understand the mechanism of the Thunder Tribulation Tower. Who knew they had actually summarized the hidden mechanisms of these towers? Or to put it another way, there is strength in numbers. IQ should be about the same thing. So Qi Lu didn't care about this anymore, but took the time to continue building the tower. After all, this limited-time event is only for 15 days, which is not long or short. It is definitely not enough to cover the entire Tianji territory in 15 days. But how could Qi Lu miscalculate? The rest of the time should be left to those guys who have the courage to challenge themselves to recuperate. I met Yu Shi's mainland Qinchi in the store. After staying for a day, I also embarked on my journey home. The popularity of the frozen holy city is still as deserted as ever. Especially after the advent of the frost body forging tower, all the guys who came to the frozen holy city to forge bodies in the past have disappeared. This caused the frozen holy city's popularity to drop again, and it was basically an empty city. After all, a city-state with such a harsh environment is difficult to find in the entire Tianji domain. Those who are great at physical training really like to use these harsh environments to temper their bodies. But there is one thing to say, the basic units in a city-state are ordinary people. Therefore, there should be no need to say more about what follows. Mainland Qinchi, who had found the frozen holy city boring before, now feels even more boring after returning. Looking around, there is not even a single person in sight, let alone various shops. Thinking about it carefully, it would be better to stay outside. Are you the mainland Qinchi that Qi Lu said? With your talent and qualifications, you are indeed the best choice. While mainland Qinchi was sighing silently, an uncle suddenly came across the ice and appeared in front of her. Mainland Qinchi was so shocked that she immediately became alert and looked at the uncle with wary eyes. But soon, mainland Qinchi felt a familiar aura from this uncle. As if connected by blood. Is not that right? Ice bloodline is not a piece of cabbage, it is very rare. Mainland Qinchi also had the blood of ice after receiving the inheritance from the ice spirit Saint King. Of course you will feel a sense of blood connection at this moment. Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you know my name? Mainland Qinchi asked 3 questions in succession and took a step back. Although I have a good feeling for this uncle, I still have to learn to protect myself when I go out. Then mainland Qinchi saw this uncle, looking dumbfounded. Just ask, why should you retreat? It's such a small action, but it hurts so much. Mainland Qinchi, you have obtained my inheritance after all. Can't you really feel the difficulty? The ice spirit Saint King shook his head in disbelief and asked aloud. This? Are you the senior ice spirit Saint King? When mainland Qinchi stayed in the store, he naturally learned about this from Yu Shi. He knew that the inheritance he had received before was actually left by the ice spirit Saint King. It's just that I haven't met him, so I can't be sure. Sure, do you need to confirm? The ice spirit Saint King smiled, then stretched out a hand and gathered a trace of his original power. This trace of original power can resonate with Nailan Chinchi's inheritance, thereby confirming his identity. The throbbing of ice blood cannot be faked. Really, it's really you. Unexpectedly, it turns out that you are actually still alive. After confirming his identity, Nailan Chinchi sighed sincerely. Of course, this was something she had always found strange before. When she received the inheritance, wasn't it a skeleton? Why would a real person appear at this time? When the ice spirit Saint King heard this, he was speechless. For this kind of thing, you have to ask the dragon Saint King what's going on. Using the remnant soul as the basis to condense the physical body is the specialty of the dragon Saint King. Otherwise, why would you see the shadow of the dragon Saint King everywhere? Don't worry, he won't die soon. However, the ice spirit Saint King did not care about this kind of thing. There is no way, after all, the skeleton is there, and normal people will feel that the person who left the legacy has died. However, if you really want to explain it, the dragon Saint King is actually too cautious. The inheritance left behind can, in a sense, be regarded as their last resort when they have to. As long as you leave a spark, you can rise from the ashes and make a comeback. If this escape route cannot be used in the end, it is actually acceptable to leave it to future generations as a legacy. This is the truth of inheritance. Of course, even if the truth were true, the ice spirit Saint King would not say these disappointing words at this time. Being able to meet one's successor is fundamentally a very happy thing. Otherwise, what is the purpose of leaving a legacy? If it is really just to leave a way out, there are many other ways. Why must we leave a legacy? Who said that the ice spirit Saint King did not have such an idea in his heart? However, although your qualifications are high and your potential is strong, up to now, you have not fully integrated the power of inheritance. It really lived up to my expectations. As he spoke, the ice spirit Saint King looked at Nailan Chinchi again, and then suddenly sighed. Probably because he hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. This also put a look of shame on Nailan Chinchi's face. If we say that before meeting the ice spirit Holy King, we had obtained the inherited Nailan Chin chess and still had the qualifications to be proud of. So after meeting the ancient power who left a legacy, his words are the most qualified criticism. But I think you're right. With that Gai Chi Lu here, you shouldn't have encountered much danger. It's not unexpected that it would turn out like this. The ice spirit Saint King paused and then continued. Born in sorrow and died on the road of happiness, it makes sense no matter where you put it. If there is no pressure, no living thing will have the motivation to move forward. The so-called evolution is nothing more than a necessary means to survive. And the so-called becoming stronger is just trying to survive. Hearing what ice spirit Saint King said, the look of shame on Nailan Chinchi's face suddenly became heavier. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Nailan Chinchi has indeed never faced a few truly powerful enemies. But it doesn't matter, it's still too late. Nailan Chinchi seemed to want to defend herself, but the ice spirit Saint King interrupted her. As a successor, Nailan Chinchi endured much less hardship than you sheer. But it's not too late. At least Nailan Chinchi still has advantages over you sheer. That is, the human king has fallen, but the ice spirit Saint King is still alive. So you sheer can only rely on herself, while Nailan Chinchi can still have a master to teach her. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior Ice Spirit Saint King. Nailan Chinchi immediately understood what Ice Spirit Saint King meant and spoke immediately. After all, Nailan Chinchi is not really a salty fish. She also has the idea of becoming stronger and wants to be stronger. It's just that despite my efforts in the past, the progress has always been poor. So now that we have such a good opportunity, of course we can't miss it. You still call me senior? The ice spirit Saint King smiled slightly and gave a hint. Master. Mainland Chinchi is naturally alert. Well, come with me. The ice spirit Saint King showed a cowardly expression, turned around and walked towards the city lord's mansion. I thought to myself, although little girls nowadays don't work hard enough, they are really easy to fool, and this is not acceptable. When you go out, you must protect yourself. Looking at her like this, she still needs to exercise well so that she won't suffer in the future. Mainland Chinchi couldn't guess what ice spirit Saint King was thinking, but after hearing these words, he quickly followed him. There is a saying that since I have inherited this uncle's inheritance, I won't suffer any disadvantage by calling him master. Although the ice spirit Saint King's reputation is not great, his strength is really strong. There is no doubt about this. So this time I should be able to fully integrate the inheritance I received. Let's not mention the matters on the frozen holy city side for now. Time always flies by. The limited time event started due to the appearance of the Thunder Tribulation Tower was gone in the blink of an eye. Many customers lamented that this was really the fastest 15 days they had passed. As soon as they closed their eyes and opened their eyes, the days were gone. Of course, there are also many customers who spent these 15 days in the process of recovering from their injuries. It can only be said that everyone has his own destiny. Still, not many people can get the 13th top reward of the Thunder Tribulation Tower. I heard that this limited time event even attracted many demon gods to come over and give it a try. As a result, the power of the Tribulation Divine Thunder taught these guys a truth on the spot: there is heaven beyond the sky, and there is thunder beyond the thunder. Just kidding, although the Thunder Tribulation Tower is ostensibly for use by those challengers of the immortal bone realm. But if the devil comes to take advantage, then the power of the thunder will be super doubled. But this is only during the limited time event. After all, Chi Lu is a businessman and knows what it means to never lose money. Just be on guard during the event. In normal times, it doesn't matter if these demons are willing to take advantage. After all, the 13th reward is not just for fun. The effect of defending one hand at this time is better than defending 10 times normally. However, even if Chi Lu did defend against these demon gods, among the few challengers who climbed to the top, there was one demon god who got 13 times the top reward as he wished. That's a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures produced by Infinite Battlefield. In this way, these good things have also become famous among the demon gods, letting these demon gods know that these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are also effective for them. And the effect is quite good. This immediately made many demon gods excited. Regardless of the demon god's realm, on the surface it is already the top combat power. But only after you truly step into the realm of the devil, you will understand that the realm of the devil is just the beginning. The difference is that after the realm of the devil, there is no longer a distinction between cultivation realms, but actual combat power. The difference between a powerful demon god and a weak demon god is really bigger than that between a human and an ant. This probably means that the more you know, the smaller you feel. Therefore, many demon gods know how powerful Master Chi is, and they feel more and more in awe. But this time, the top reward left by the Thunder Tribulation Tower built by Master Chi actually had a considerable effect on the demon god. Of course it will make these demons go crazy. Unfortunately, those who take advantage are only a very small number. But this does not prevent the Thunder Tribulation Tower from becoming really popular in the entire Tianji domain. Although countless challengers were sent to recuperate, it didn't matter much. If you want to become stronger, how can you do it without some risks? As long as it does not threaten life safety, it is acceptable. As for missing arms and legs, it is really nothing to these monks. As long as you can reach the realm of blood refining, you can regenerate a broken limb, so as long as you can survive, it doesn't matter. For those who are missing an arm or a thigh, most of them can grow back if they find some medicinal materials and take a good rest. And the usage is the same as before. This is the strongest place. Therefore, there is a reason why Qilu only set up life protection mechanisms in those towers. There is a saying that what these challengers want is just to save their lives. They can figure out everything else on their own. Therefore, after the limited time event ended, all the major city-states in the Tianji domain could be described as wailing. But life still has to go on. Although the points have been doubled and gone, there is still a minimum living security at least. Let's eat first and then talk. All the challengers are self-aware and know that they are not capable of getting the top reward of the Thunder Tribulation Tower. Most of their wailing is just to follow the trend and continue their tower climbing career. There are still a lot of good things in the Points Mall. If you don't have the ability, don't always focus on the top reward of the tower. Dragon bones are rare, lava crystals are rare, and those natural and earthly treasures are the best among good things. However, as long as there is no way to get it, it is the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. The weak are only greedy. The most reliable thing is to find ways to become stronger. But one thing is still true, the more you can't get, the more you want. Based on this sentiment, many challengers will still actively participate in the tower climbing action after the limited time event ends. This is the first purpose of Qi Li's limited time event. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to pave the way for the next new activities. That's right, it's a new event. Just in order not to stimulate the emotions of these customers many times in a short period of time, Qi Li delayed the start time of the new event so that these active challengers could have a buffer time. Do you still remember a question Qi Li thought about before? Here in Tianji domain, although the power of faith is not cultivated, but under Qi Li's unconscious behavior, he still collected a lot of power of faith. This is the power of faith that is born out of the extremely condensed complex emotions of all customers, such as awe, admiration, trust, respect, admiration, and even fanaticism for Master Qi. It was an unexpected surprise that Qi Li himself had never thought of. It was because of Yu Shier's incident before that I never had time to properly regulate this power. But now that Yu Shier's problem has been solved, there is time to plan the unexpected surprise here. It's just that blindly opening the door to the power of faith won't work in Tianji domain. Don't look at the current fame of the museum owner, a world legend. But as long as he dares to openly praise the power of faith, he will be deviant and will definitely receive the greatest opposition. At that time, the greater your fame, the harder your fall will be. Unless Qi Li wants to destroy the world, otherwise, he must find a safer way. This is the biggest difference between the order camp and the evil camp. If it was really an evil camp, then why not simply say those who oppose us will perish? Where else to think about so many things? Therefore, the existence of the order camp is still necessary. The new activity Qi Li is planning to start this time is to find ways to expand the source of the power of faith. Let these customers unknowingly maximize the power of faith and feel that they have made money. This is a standard win-win situation. Everyone is happy, right? But then again, what can be used to collect the power of faith in Tianji domain? After Qi Li thought hard for a period of time, and discussed with the system several times. I finally came up with a good thing that best fits my original idea. That is, the golden body of the devil. This thing is similar to a product launched by Qi Li before, which is the small golden body of law. It can effectively collect the power of faith from the worshipper and then feed it back to Qi Li. As a reward, after worshipping the demon god's golden body, you will naturally get a certain degree of energy and blood feedback, which can be used to temper your body. As long as Qi Li does not explain the issue of the power of faith, for worshippers, this is a purely beneficial and harmless good thing. It's bound to be a big hit. There is no doubt about this. However, with the help of the system, the demon god's golden body was indeed designed. However, the second problem appeared again. How can we spread the demon's golden body? When he was in the Shinji realm, Qi Lu worked hard to establish a virtual shopping platform so that he could sell any new product to customers everywhere in the simplest and fastest way. But here in Tianji domain, there is no virtual shopping platform. At most, there are tall towers standing everywhere and a point mall equipped outside the tower. Moreover, the distribution area is also very uneven. After all, Qi Lu cannot take care of all the city-states just by running alone. Wherever it can be like in the divine realm, as long as it is divided according to the kingdom of God, it will be enough to solve the problem. Therefore, we need to find another way to promote the demon god's golden body. Then after multiple considerations, Qi Lu made a decision. The small golden body of the law is already outdated, so the small golden body of the devil is not suitable for promotion in the Tianji domain. If you want to do it, let go and do a big one. We must take the city-state as a unit and erect a huge golden body of the devil. However, they will definitely not cherish the things they picked up for free. So Qi Lu thought of a good way. Contest. It just so happens that in such a strong tower climbing atmosphere, we might as well hold a vigorous tower climbing competition. Take advantage of the remaining heat of the limited time event and let the passion of many challengers burst out again. This is also the method Qi Lu came up with to promote the giant golden body of the devil. Taking the city-state as a unit, players are selected to participate in the tower climbing competition to compete. Every city-state is eligible to participate in the competition, regardless of whether the Qi Pavilion Master has built a tower in the past. Because in Qi Li's mind, he definitely wants to build these towers in every city-state. It's just that due to time and energy issues, it hasn't been built yet. So this cannot be the reason why these city-states cannot participate. Unless they voluntarily abstain, all city-states, that is, all recognized city-states, are eligible to participate. The official competition is also divided into two major categories, with a total of 8 events. One of the major categories is comparing the number of floors climbed in the same time period. Another major category is specifying the number of end floors and comparing the time to climb the tower. Each major category of projects will be subdivided into 4 different towers, and competitions will be conducted in different categories. So in total, there are 8 competitions. Another rule is, those who are eliminated midway will be directly judged to have failed. Yes, during the competition, the protection mechanism in the tower will still operate, but the judgment conditions are adjusted to whether the contestants are still awake. If you lose consciousness completely, the protection mechanism will be triggered directly and you will be thrown out of the tower. It can be regarded as giving those contestants with strong willpower a chance to fight hard. In the Tianji domain, where the folk customs are strong and martial arts prevail, this competition system is a sign of respect for a warrior. Qi Lu naturally chose to do as the Romans do. After that, there are prizes for the competition. Qi Lu will go to the top 3 city-states in the competition and build Agent Golden Body of the Demon God. The 8 items, added together, naturally amount to 24 giant golden statues of the devil. For the hundreds of thousands of city-states in Tianji domain, this is just a drop in the bucket and a drop in the ocean. A mere 24 giant golden bodies of the demon god were thrown into so many city-states, not even a splash of water could be made. But what does it matter? What Qi Lu wants is just a beginning. The tower climbing competition is not just held this time, it will definitely be held frequently in the future. In this way, not only can you give yourself some buffer time to build the tower, but it can also stimulate the emotions of those who challenge you. Let them keep their momentum high to challenge these towers. Qi Lu, a master of stimulating consumption. Moreover, after Qi Li's careful consideration, these giant golden demon bodies have been specially improved. The first point is that when worshipping, you need to offer a drop of your own blood to these giant golden bodies of demon gods. This kind of thing is not difficult, nor is it uncommon. Although Tianji realm does not have the power of faith, blood sacrifices are not uncommon. Now it is just a drop of one's blood. For ordinary people, it is a painless thing. Not to mention these cultivators with strong physiques. After offering the blood, the giant golden body of the demon will naturally respond with energy and blood, helping to temper the body of the worshipper. The whole process is extremely easy and much more efficient than climbing the tower by yourself. It's just that the effect only takes effect once a day. Otherwise, Qilu felt that without even thinking about it, there would definitely be fierce people bleeding on the spot, but don't kill yourself. At least Qilu doesn't want to see such a situation happen. Because of this situation, I will lose money. However, the biggest change to the giant demon god's golden body is right here. The blood donated by many worshippers will be gathered into a more majestic blood, which will be provided to the cultivator bound to the giant demon god's golden body on a daily basis. And who can be bound to the giant demon god's golden body is not the final decision of Qilu. It is decided based on the tower climbing competition. Whoever wins the game and brings a giant golden body of the devil to the city-state will be qualified to be bound. Then enjoy the worship of the people of the city and lay a solid foundation for your own spiritual path. Or, pave a better road forward. This temptation is absolutely huge. It is also the core reward of Qilu's tower climbing competition. If there are not enough benefits, who is willing to risk their lives to win this kind of tower climbing competition? Although face is important, life is more important. What's the use of saving face if your life is gone? We are not ordinary people anymore, so we need to consider what our posthumous name is. They are all practitioners with long lifespans. Compared with saving face, it is more practical to find ways to live longer. Therefore, Qilu will not start from aspects such as reputation and justice to give a speech to inspire people. Just present actual benefits and irresistible temptations, and that would be the end of it. Why bother? So the matter was settled. The first thing that needs to be publicized is the effect of the giant golden body of the devil. Good things are indeed good things, but if you don't explain it clearly, those customers won't recognize it. After all, in a place like Tianji realm, no demon would like to have a gold statue of himself. It's not popular. You know, golden statues are mostly used for worship and to collect the power of faith. So, what do those demon gods do? So what Qilu didn't expect was that before the first tower climbing competition officially started, the first thing to do was to conduct a science of popularization for these customers. Otherwise, they may not understand how precious the giant demon god's golden body is. If you don't pay attention to this tower climbing competition because of this kind of thing, then Qilu will have nothing to do with it. Or to put it bluntly, the age-old problem of knowledge cannot be solved in a short while. After all, there are still few publicity channels in Tianji domain. Unlike Shenjiu, which has already established a virtual shopping platform, if you want to promote any new products, you can just send a notification. Naturally, everyone will choose the products that are available to them based on their own needs. That's called letting 100 flowers bloom. Unlike now, the commercial culture in Tianji domain is not developed, so Qilu has not had any plans in this regard. Even if a new virtual shopping platform is established based on previous experience, it may not be easy to use. This thing needs to be adapted to local conditions, which is the right approach. The first tower climbing competition can be regarded as a small test. Let's send out the announcement first. The current trend of climbing the tower is booming, and many customers like to crowd outside the tower to read the news on the bulletin board. Or discuss tower climbing techniques with other challengers to prepare for the next sprint. Maybe after entering the tower, to withstand the power of physical training, you need to be strong enough. However, there are techniques to deal with those gatekeepers. Therefore, as challengers, they will not be too self-conscious. They will say whatever they can and discuss it together. It is always better to brainstorm with everyone than to think about it alone. After all, if one person is short-term, everyone will be wise. Share your experience for everyone's reference and analyze together. This way, everyone will benefit. For this reason, a piece of land was specially circled outside each tower as a place for discussion among many challengers. Then he would regularly exchange experiences with other city-states, which made him feel very comfortable. And just today, the news that appeared on the bulletin boards outside the towers was updated. The giant golden body of the devil is coming soon. The exercise effect is powerful and the process is easy and enjoyable. It is the best choice for every practitioner. Even ordinary people without any cultivation talent can still rely on the giant golden body of the devil to strengthen their physique. This is also the biggest attraction of the giant golden body of the devil. Ordinary people can also worship and gain power. It's just that worshipping the giant demon god's golden body cannot change the qualifications and potential, it can only increase some physical attributes. But this is quite enough for ordinary people who cannot practice. After all, they are completely unable to become stronger. And now, a giant golden body of the demon god can give them hope of becoming stronger. Isn't this the biggest temptation? In Tianji domain, strength is the most fundamental thing. Don't you see that even business culture cannot be developed? In the final analysis, isn't it caused by the martial arts? Ordinary people were severely oppressed by the monks. Even if they did business, they had no chance of expansion. Because as long as you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to keep your own things, and in the end you will just be making wedding clothes for others. Unlike the divine realm, private fighting is strictly prohibited in the divine kingdom. The protection for ordinary people is also relatively in place. There is no way, the power of faith requires believers, and a large number of believers. Those gods and gods would not watch those ordinary people being killed for no reason, and of course they would take action to stop it. It is these differences that lead to completely different lives for ordinary people with no strength in Tianji realm and Shinji realm. But now, a giant golden body of the devil has become their greatest hope. If you don't have the qualifications to practice, you can't practice. Then go worship the giant golden body of the devil. Anyway, the effect is almost the same, and the process is easier. The difference is that the giant golden body of the demon can only be worshipped once a day, and the speed at which it can become stronger is greatly limited. But what does it matter? Any ray of light in the darkness is precious. Even if there is only a slight possibility of becoming stronger, that is enough. And the effect of the giant demon god's golden body is not only that, the most important thing is the bonus to the bound person. This is how we can truly build our own brilliant future with the power of one city. As long as the creatures come to worship, they will offer their blood, which will become their own capital, to become stronger. Where can I find such a good thing? So after the news on the bulletin board was updated, all the customers who learned the news became crazy. Then he asked around how to get this giant golden body of the demon god. Anyway, these customers who have been around the tower challenge for a long time understand it in their hearts. This thing is definitely not something in the Points Mall. If it was really a product produced by the Points Mall, it would have been redeemed long ago. How could we wait until now? However, there are many customers who are interested in the giant golden body of the devil, but there are no rumors about it. Sheila's original intention is to promote, but also to create an atmosphere and increase suspense. Naturally, the answer will not be announced so soon. Now, those guys are in trouble. Master Chi suddenly released such news, but there was no follow-up. I was really anxious. Yeah, what's going on with this giant golden body of the devil? How to get it? I didn't ask any of these questions. I was too impatient. Such a good baby, we must get one for our city-state. That's for sure. Our city-state needs to reserve one. The giant golden body of the devil is a good treasure. Are you starting to order the giant golden body of the devil now? Our city-state doesn't even have a high tower. Many customers talked about it, and this matter became the hottest topic for a time. But this time it attracted more than just customers in the store. The place where the giant demon god's golden body comes into play is in city-state units, which are large buildings. Therefore, this topic is discussed more by the managers of those city-states. They take it for granted that if the giant golden body of the devil is built in their city-state, then they must be the ones bound to the giant golden body of the devil. Is it even necessary to think about it? He is the manager of the city-state, and at the worst, he can have multiple titles of city lord. Who else does the binding belong to than me? Therefore, for such a huge benefit, you must not rush to get it. Of course, Qilu has no idea what these guys are thinking. If Qilu really knew about it, they would probably be thinking that if they knew how the binder was selected, they would have very complicated feelings. Those are all things that cost one's life. In the tower climbing competition, strength, will, and luck are all indispensable. It has nothing to do with who the administrator of the city-state is. Although theoretically speaking, the managers of a city-state are generally the strongest people in a city-state. However, being strong does not mean that you can win in the tower climbing competition. Until the outcome is determined, anything is possible. The response has been quite enthusiastic. It seems that this first tower climbing competition can be successfully held. Qilu has been touring some city-states these days, and feels that the warm-up situation for the competition is still very good. I was thinking before that if there was a giant golden body of the devil as a prize, it would definitely not be a cold show. However, it is still a bit surprising that the atmosphere can be so lively. But that's fine. The more lively the first event is, the more successful it will prove to be. Those customers who read the announcement and learned about the existence of the giant demon god's golden body did not doubt the authenticity of the news. After all, it is produced by the owner of Qi Museum, so it cannot be a fake. This is the aura bonus brought by the reputation and fame that Master Qi has accumulated over a long period of time. Everyone is willing to believe in Master Qi, and Master Qi has never betrayed their trust. This forms a virtuous cycle that complements each other. Qilu is still very proud of this. As a businessman, it still takes a lot of skill to be so loved by customers. This is the power of integrity. This is the power of conscience. Anyway, Qilu considers himself an honest and conscientious store manager, otherwise how could he have achieved such an achievement? So after warming up for a few days, Qilu didn't intend to continue to show off and whet his appetite. However, before announcing the competition format, we still have to think of a louder name. It's too much to call it a tower climbing competition. I have lost my value. Qilu has always been informal in the past, but for such a big matter, it is better to be more particular. At least it sounds nicer to say it out loud. So after some thinking, Qilu decided that the name of this tower climbing competition would be, Go Up. It's a bit cheesy, but at least it sounds better than a simple tower climbing competition. So, after making the decision, Qilu also announced the competition system. I think everyone would like to know where the giant golden body of the demon god comes from. Now, I can tell you the answer. What you want is in the courageous competition. 24 giant golden bodies of demon gods are waiting for you to take them back to your city-state. The specific rules are as follows. All publicly recognized city-states are eligible to send players to participate in this courageous competition. This competition is divided into 2 categories and 8 projects. In each event, the top 3 contestants and their city-states will be qualified to build a giant golden body of the demon god. The winning contestant is the one who binds the giant demon god's golden body. Note that binding qualifications are not transferable. If the winning contestant refuses, or is unable to claim the binding qualification due to special reasons, the qualification to build the giant demon golden body will be transferred to the city-state of the next contestant. This rule actually protects the victorious contestants from being plotted because of binding qualifications or under duress. After all, the atmosphere in Tianji domain is such that those strong people don't like to do things according to the rules. Then it is necessary for Qi Lu to set some rules for them. If you dare to do things outside of your own rules, you have to think about the consequences. The worst-case scenario is that the two will break up and no one will play. Anyway, Qi Lu has nothing to lose, and the city-states below are also happy to see you rebelling. So under this kind of rules, Qi Lu doesn't think there are people who are so short-sighted. Of course, if there really is, there is nothing Qi Lu can do about it. It's impossible to just go over and beat someone to death because of something like this. That would be too unreasonable. However, these issues are not things that should be considered now. After all, the game hasn't even started yet. As soon as the go-up competition format was announced, it quickly spread to ears of customers. Everyone knows that the giant golden body of the devil that was rumored to be extremely popular is actually the prize of the competition. Now it's great, everyone is qualified to compete. Especially those city-states with strong comprehensive strength are even more excited. Because in this courageous competition, all publicly recognized city-states are eligible to participate. But in the rules, there is no mention of the number of challengers that each city-state can participate in. In other words, a large number of players can be sent to compete within the same city-state. After all, the greater the number, the greater the opportunity. In this way, the city-state that is always powerful will have a greater advantage. Therefore, those old city-states, or those that have recently emerged and become powerful, are all in high spirits. Among the 24 giant golden bodies of the devil, one must be theirs. Moreover, after reading the competition rules, the managers of those city-states, or city lords, also decided. He also wants to compete and compete for glory for his city-state. This move can be said to be the best choice to establish one's position in the city-state and increase the sense of honor of the residents of the city-state. Just kidding, if you are the lord of a city or the manager of a city-state, your city-state has obviously obtained the qualification to build a giant golden body of the devil in this competition. But I am not the one bound to the giant golden body of the devil. Then what dignity do you have to continue sitting in this position? So you must participate. And if possible, he must be in the top 3 to obtain the qualifications to build a giant golden body of the devil. Only in this way can we be worthy of our status and the position we sit in. It seems that Master Qi has not specified the number of participants. Doesn't that mean that everyone can participate? That's true, but what's the point of giving you the qualification to compete? You're a noob, you can't even get to the 20th floor, and you still want to participate in the courage competition? Damn, can you please stop speaking so harshly? What if I suddenly explode during the game? Haha, why am I looking at it? It's not daylight yet. What do you mean? I don't mean anything, I'm just wondering, can I daydream at night? Thieves, let's fight. Come, just come, do you think I'm afraid of you? Discussions or quarrels like this appeared in every city-state, even in the wilderness outside the city-state, after the announcement of the competition system. Everyone was talking about this matter happily and discussing the final ownership of these 24 giant golden bodies of demon gods. A powerful city-state is very famous even within the Tianji domain. Moreover, this time the courageous competition is another major event for the entire Tianji domain. The lively atmosphere naturally spread to every place. Similarly, it also caused heated discussions among various city-states. When something is undecided, have a meeting. In the competition format of this brave competition, although the host Qi did not clearly specify the number of contestants. However, one thing to say is that everyone is still very self-aware. It is impossible for each city-state to really throw in all those good and bad guys at once. Isn't that embarrassing yourself? So the final result of the discussion was that each city-state selected the 20 strongest monks as contestants. Then enter the list through the temporary registration points set up in each city-state. Only the results of registered contestants will be valid. This should be the best solution. After all, when it comes to tower climbing, there is really no way to solve the problem by relying on numbers. Any challenger entering any tower is a separate scene, and it does not mean that there is strength in numbers. No matter how many contestants you send out, as long as the strength and willpower are not strong enough, those who should be eliminated will still be eliminated. Do you really think quantity can make up for everything? Dreaming. So when everyone finally discussed it, they realized, what are you doing in such a hurry? The units that use the giant demon god's golden body are calculated based on the city-state. Isn't it the managers of the city-state who should be worried? They are self-aware and know that they cannot be bound. So I can only pray that my city-state can obtain the qualifications to build agent golden body of the devil. If you really don't get it, let's discuss it later. You can also check the surrounding city-states to see if they have obtained this qualification. If the surrounding city-states could build a giant golden body of the demon god, then it would not be impossible to find a way to move it. Yes, even now, when the overall situation is uncertain, many people are already thinking about moving. However, the wilderness outside the city-state is not a safe place. When ordinary people want to move, most of them are looking for death. So for them, the only thing they can do is probably pray. I pray that my city-state will be qualified to build a giant golden body of the devil. This is their only chance to become stronger. It is also the only chance to change your destiny. Thinking of this, all the ordinary people who knew the news suddenly had a better understanding of Chi Hall Master. Those high towers built by Master Chi in the past were forbidden areas for ordinary people without cultivation. They simply don't have the ability to climb those towers. Even if it's one level, you can't get past it. After entering, most of them were thrown out directly. A small portion can last for a short period of time. So before that, although Master Chi's reputation was very great, it had reached the point where he was a household name and everyone knew it. However, those who truly have a heart of worship and admiration for the master of the Chi Hall, and who can provide the power of faith, are mostly cultivators. As for ordinary people, they probably just know the name. After all, Master Chi's life has nothing to do with his own, just like a shining star. I can look at it from afar, but I can never talk about worshipping it. Because ordinary people still have to think about how to survive tomorrow. But this time, it's different. Master Chi actually started to take care of ordinary people like them. What kind of mind is this? How caring for the world. It turns out that the rumors about Master Chi that were spread before were not just casual talk, but they were indeed true. Master Chi is truly the most benevolent and righteous person, the embodiment of justice, and a star hanging high in the sky. Can light the way forward for everyone. Hey, it's really strange. Why did the power of faith that I gained recently suddenly increase so much? It's weird, it's really weird. Is there anyone who didn't know my name before? Forget it, it's a good thing, forget it. Chi Lu, who was patrolling around, subconsciously scratched the back of his head after receiving the reminder from the system. But after thinking about it for a while and feeling that it was fruitless, he gave up. Anyway, the process doesn't matter anymore, as long as the result is good. If you don't understand it, then don't think about it. Piece of cake. On the other side, the frozen holy city. The story of the courageous competition spread throughout Tianji territory with great fanfare. Naturally, the frozen holy city also got the news. At first, Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King were stunned for a while, wondering what Chi Lu was doing. Later, I learned about it and found out about the giant golden body of the devil. That kid Qi Lu, what have you been doing lately? Didn't you say that he built the tower when he had nothing to do? The ice spirit Saint King touched his chin, and then looked at the overlord beside him. He has stayed in the infinite battlefield for too long, so he still needs to ask someone who understands these things. Then I didn't say he only built towers. Overlord shrugged and said, you don't even want to think about what Qi Lu did when he first came to Tianji domain. Of course, they beat the native forces in Luolong City to pieces, and then dug out the treasures left by the dragon Saint King. On this point, it cannot be called a benevolent act. However, this thing was not promoted by Qi Lu himself, but spread by the believers themselves. As the saying goes, 3 people become a tiger, and a crowd of words makes a fortune. Doesn't it become true if word of mouth spreads? That's right, that boy is indeed not a good person. The ice spirit Saint King shook his head. He could clearly see that Qi Li's strength was indeed strong, but the camp he belonged to was definitely orderly and neutral. If you want him to favor one side, then he will definitely be helping his relatives and not helping others. It's human nature. But this time, what's the, courageous competition? What's going on? Are the benefits free? Isn't that kid Qi Lu such a good person? Therefore, the ice spirit Saint King also knew that Qi Lu was definitely not someone who would suffer losses. Those believers feel that the Master Qi they believe in is a good person who likes to help all living beings in the world, and is a benevolent and righteous person. To put it bluntly, it was all blown out of proportion. Gods like to shape their own image in this way, so that they can deceive their believers and contribute to the power of faith. This is different for Qi Lu. At least he really came up with something good. You are really smart. Overlord smiled, and then continued, if you only look at this courageous competition, you are looking at the wrong place. What you should see is the prize of this competition, the giant golden body of the devil. How to say? After all, the ice spirit Saint King still didn't understand Qi Lu very well. In other words, I have been isolated from the world for a long time, and I am somewhat behind the times. Of course it's the power of faith. That giant golden body of the devil, on the surface, is a prop used for worship. Actually, it's still a statue used to collect the power of faith. Overlord got the point straight. The power of faith is still a very important thing to the Lord God. However, with the improvement of cultivation level, or the improvement of real combat power, the Lord God's dependence on the power of faith is actually decreasing. Although it is still important, it is not as indispensable. Therefore, the Ice Spirit Holy King, who had been in the infinite battlefield for an unknown length of time, did not think of this. Now when Overlord mentioned it, he suddenly showed an expression of realization. I see. The Ice Spirit Saint King slapped his palms. I didn't expect that Qi Lu is quite smart. If he couldn't think of it, it was even less likely that those demon gods in the extreme realm would have thought of it. This thing, in a sense, is a good thing that benefits all living beings. It's impossible for anyone to resist. In other words, the giant golden body of the demon god released by Qi Lu was actually a business without capital. Well, of course, it's not a purely capitalist transaction. It is true that Qi Lu has gained the power of faith. But the vitality and blood obtained by the vast number of creatures through worship are actually the product of Qi Li's blood crystal transformation. It's just that the wool comes from the sheep, and the theorem of Qila never losing money still holds true. But it cannot be said that it is a business without capital. But the Overlord didn't know these things. He could only see clearly what the essence of the giant demon's golden body was. Moreover, he and Qi Lu can be considered as one of their own. If they know something, they will know it. There is no such thing as telling anyone. That being said, let's not join in the fun this time. The Ice Spirit Saint King had previously thought about going there to take a look. Although she did not participate, the little girl mainland Qingqi said every day that the frozen holy city was very boring. It would be a good idea to take her out for a walk. No, on the contrary, we should go and participate. However, the overlord's words did not surprise the ice spirit Saint King. Why? The ice spirit Saint King was a little confused. It's very simple. What we need is the attraction of the giant golden body of the devil. That can bring huge popularity to this frozen holy city, thus changing the overall look and atmosphere. Faced with the ice spirit Saint King's question, Overlord spoke slowly. He also mentioned another benefit that even Qi Lu had not discovered, which was the benefit that the giant golden body of the demon god could bring. That's popularity and cohesion. This is actually a very inconsistent word in the martial arts style of Tianji domain. Most demons work alone, and the stronger the cultivator, the more they focus on their own strength rather than personal connections. This can be seen from the fact that most of the city-states in the Tianji territory frequently change owners. If everyone speaks with strength, the living space of the weak will be extremely compressed. If things go on like this, the foundation will be broken. Because any strong person is not born strong, but starts from the weak and slowly comes over. Compressing the living space of the weak is equivalent to giving up the future. This approach is theoretically unwise. But even if it is unwise, it is difficult to change because of the trend. To be honest, this point is actually reflected to a certain extent in the divine realm. Things like suppressing newcomers, blocking the way to heaven, and robbing believers abound. The only thing stronger than Tianji domain is probably that it leaves a glimmer of hope, instead of directly fighting to death. Therefore, with the arrival of Qi Lu, the situation in Xinji realm has actually been greatly improved. The virtual shopping platform spread throughout the divine realm, as well as various products, have attracted the attention of those guys to the faith stone. On the contrary, the pressure on newcomers has been relaxed. After all, one more newcomer means one more source of wealth creation. Everyone doesn't spend enough time on the virtual duel platform every day, Soho wants to embarrass newcomers who don't understand anything. But it is different here in Tianji domain, the martial arts style has not changed yet. Even if Master Qi builds the tower every day, it has already diverted some of the energy of those practitioners. But the most fundamental problem remains unchanged. However, after having the giant golden body of the devil, this situation is different. If you look carefully at the description of the effect of the giant demon god's golden body, you will know that the person bound to the giant demon god's golden body can absorb the blood offered by worshippers and turn it into his own blood to temper his body and temper his body. From this point of view, those bound to the giant golden demon body are like a Lido make a very self-interested decision. Just try your best to make more people worship your giant golden body of the devil. In this way, the weak can also show their usefulness. It is equivalent to an extra layer of protection in disguise. And this is the first step to change the atmosphere of the entire Tianji domain. Adding an extra layer of possibility to the future. Qi Li's ideas are still as unreasonable and unexpected as ever. After listening to the overlord's words, the ice spirit Saint King felt a sense of enlightenment. The dragon Saint King once thought about changing, but now he has changed his approach. Now it's Qi Li's turn, we should also support him. Having said this, the ice spirit Saint King thought that the frozen holy city was also a publicly recognized city-state. Then you are qualified to participate in this courageous competition. Moreover, even if he is not qualified, just let Qi Lu give him a no. However, it is not good to go through the back door. There are no rules and there is no rule. You still have to go through formal channels. Of course we should support it. By the way, it can also change the situation off the frozen holy city. The overlord stood by the window and looked out. The frozen holy city was desolate. They are not destroyers, they just want to change the world. So why bother being trapped in this empty city? After all, change also requires a foundation. But we can't even find all the contestants, so who should we let go? The ice spirit Saint King nodded, then spread his hands, and spoke helplessly. They themselves must not be able to compete, otherwise they would be bullying others. What's more, they can't lose face in such a game. However, both the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Holy King are quite clear about the current situation in the frozen Holy City. You can't even find a few residents, but you still want to find suitable contestants? That is no longer difficult, but simply impossible. Just let mainland Chinchi pass. Anyway, we only need one qualification to build the giant demon god's golden body. Any more will be useless. The Overlord thought for a moment and then made a decision. Just let mainland Chinchi go there and play alone. If you choose a frost body forging tower and use a little bit of care, can you still fail to get a ranking? Just kidding, mainland Chinchi is also the inheritor of the Ice Spirit Saint King after all. How can he withstand the power of the frost body forging tower? It's just that those gatekeepers need to be trained intensively. And to be honest, this type of strategy can be found in many city-states. Those challengers of the high tower never hide this information, and they will bring out any new skills. Now go and ask for the guide, and you can catch a lot of them. Therefore, it is very simple to let mainland Chinchi take the ranking in the past. That's right. It just so happens that the little girl can't stay in the frozen holy city any longer. It would be a good idea to let her go out top lay. The Ice Spirit Saint King thought for a moment and agreed to the Overlord's proposal. Anyway, Qi Lu is still watching over there, so there won't be any problems. There is no way, the towers built by Master Qi are indeed not built to the frozen holy city. If mainland Chinchi wants to compete, he has to go to other city-states. Go ahead and compete in the competition. The warm-up for the event was perfect, and the preparations before the game were in full swing. All city-states were gearing up, vowing to win a giant golden statue of the devil and bring it back to their own city-state. Managers of those key city-states basically chose to participate. This kind of good thing that is both famous and beneficial is simply impossible for me to miss, so naturally it is impossible to miss it. As the strongest people in the city-state, they do not think that they are weaker than other contestants. In their view, others are just their foils. Therefore, it can be foreseen that this time, the courageous competition will definitely be quite fierce. In order to take care of the contestants from many city-states, Qi Lu couldn't travel easily due to the distance. A decision was made. That is to temporarily lock the towers of participating city-states during the event and use them for competitions. Then after all contestants complete the competition rankings will be announced. As for those city-states that have not built towers yet, we can only trouble them to check in and compete in other city-states. If anyone doesn't want to go, then it can only be treated as an abandonment. Who makes Hall Master Qi have the biggest say? After all, he holds the final interpretation power of the game. So during the preparation time before the game, all the contestants also comito the place where they were about to compete, and outside the tower of their own events, waiting for the start of the game. And Qi Lu also stopped visiting the major city-states and prepared to host this competition. After all, this is also the first competition of courage, so we should be more serious. As the organizer, how could I not show up? Then, Qi Lu met mainland Chinchi, who appeared out of nowhere. Shao Qi, why did you come here? To be honest, Qi Lu was a little surprised that mainland Chinchi came over to join in the fun. My uncle and master asked me to come here. They said they wanted to bring back a giant golden statue of the devil. Mainland Chinchi explained the reason why he ran over. Master. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. It seems that mainland Chinchi has already been to the frozen holy city and met the Ice Spirit Holy King. At this moment, Chila knew why Nalan Chinchi came here. He probably really Kamito join in the fun. It is estimated that the Ice Spirit Saint King has also understood that Nalan Chinchi will definitely not be able to stay idle while staying in the frozen holy city. So she was released. Okay, then go and wait outside the tower. The game will start soon. Chila scratched his head, he still had to host the game. I don't have time to play chess with Nalan Chin now. Okay. Nalan Chinchi nodded, knowing that it was time for him to get down to business. Otherwise, I don't know when the next time I will be released by Master. Then, let's start. Chila smoothed his hair and then spoke calmly. At this moment, a white cloud appeared outside all the locked towers. All the contestants who were paying close attention to the progress of the competition were suddenly attracted by this white cloud. Immediately afterwards, I saw this white cloud slowly dispersing, as if it had turned into a suspended screen. The next second, the appearance of Master Chi appeared above the white clouds. Hello fellow contestants. I'm glad you can come here and participate in the courageous competition. As the organizer of the competition here, After the usual opening remarks, Chi Lu, who was not good at hosting, didn't have much to say. Everyone came here for the prize, not to listen to his long and boring talk. So soon, Chi Lu opened his arms and stretched his back. Now, the game officially begins. All contestants, please do your best. Although there is no grand scene to stimulate the emotions of these contestants. But Chila knew that the warm-up and preparation before the game had already kept these guys in high spirits. There is no need for you to bother yourself here anymore. After all, this competition is not just for fame and profit, but also for myself to become stronger. If you can bind the giant golden body of the devil, you will be one step ahead every step of the way. Presumably from now on, the structure of major city-states will be changed. The game begins. Come on. This time the champion must be mine. Stop dreaming. With the way you are, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get into the top 3. It's a joke, I can't get the top 3, how can you get it? With your poor strength, I estimate that you will be thrown out of the tower in the next second. Then let's compete. It's a competition, who's afraid of whom? Then I'll rush first. All the contestants have high fighting spirit and are also angry with each other. After all, everyone is a competitor. If there is one less contestant, there will be more hope. You know, among the 8 projects, the top 3 are the winners. Just hold on until the end. As for how many floors of the tower you can finally climb to, it actually doesn't matter much. If there are only 3 contestants, you can still win even if you only climb 1 level. Therefore, the key is to eliminate the opponent and survive until the end. It's a pity that the tower challenge has always been a one-person affair, and there is no way to interfere with each other. Otherwise, Chi Lu can be sure that the first thought of these guys is definitely not to work hard to climb up the tower. Instead, try your best to send your opponent away. Then there will be a good show. So the current tower climbing mode actually completely prevents this behavior. So, all contestants, please work hard. Chi Li's tasks are the opening remarks, the announcement of the winners, and the closing ceremony. During the game, it was very relaxed and nothing happened. That is to say, I watched Nalan Chinchi walk into the frost body forging tower, so I paid more attention to it for a while. Then after seeing a small frost forging tower that couldn't stop Nalan Chinchi's progress, he stopped looking. No need to brag, but among this group of contestants, Nalan Chinchi can definitely be ranked among the top 10. If you still can't get a ranking, it's basically a secret operation. However, the final interpretation of this game rests with Chi Lu, so who can manipulate Nalankan chess in secret. It goes without saying that in this time of courageous competition, many demon gods feel ashamed to compete with these juniors. Otherwise, mainland Qingqi would not have been able to get ranked so easily. There is no way, most of the contestants are only in the realm of blood refining. The proportions in the immortal bone realm are not large. As a group of demon gods come to join in the fun, they will inevitably be laughed at by their opponents, saying that they are shameless and bully the juniors. Although this kind of thing is not uncommon, this time with Hall Master Quaching, can they do it? So when I thought about it, I didn't take any action. And another point is that they themselves are the devil, so why would they want to worship some giant golden body of the devil? Do you worship yourself? Doesn't that look weird? Looking at the progress of the competition, the frozen holy city will definitely get a construction qualification. Speaking of which, you two seniors, if you really want to do this, just say no to me. Why are you causing so much trouble? Qi watched Nailan Qin's chess moves as fast as a broken bamboo, running towards the top of the frost body forging tower. Couldn't help but sigh. One thing to say, letting Nailan Qinqi win the crown of the frost body forging tower is really a bit of a bully. To be precise, that thing corresponds to the contestants in the realm of physical training. However, Qi also understood that Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King also had good intentions, and they were setting their own rules so as not to cause trouble. After all, if everyone on your own has special privileges, it will be difficult to enforce the rules that have been set. Qi naturally accepted this intention. In fact, it is just one more process, and the final result will not change. Of course, another reason is probably to let Nalankan chess play outside. Little Loli always likes to run out. But no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter, Qi just doesn't care about it. He just watched the game go on silently. And in order to save time, Qi chose to carry out 8 projects at the same time. Anyway, the number of towers is enough, so there is no need to do it in batches. Qi will not do anything that wastes time. Because it's you who has worked hard, so why bother? Therefore, the game time passed quickly. Although the entire game was not uneventful, it could still be considered a near miss. In short, all the processes of the game were successfully completed. There were no surprises. It's not a joke, but with Master Qi guarding here, who dares to do anything wrong? If you are eliminated, you are eliminated. There is nothing to say. If you have any opinions, please go to Hall Master Qi yourself. Therefore, the 24 winners who were finally selected from the 8 projects were all beaming with joy. With the rules in place and protection in place, no one thought of plotting against these contestants. After all, it is something that harms others but does not benefit oneself, and there is nothing good to do. The folk customs in Tianji domain are just tough, not sick. If you do things that benefit yourself at the expense of others, you will at most be called selfish and a villain, but at least you are smart. But if you do something that harms others but does not benefit yourself, then you are a fool. It's over. Qi, who had been watching for almost 2 days, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw all the contestants coming out of the tower. It's not easy to be a competition organizer, especially when you do everything yourself. That feeling is really boring. Fortunately, Qi patience had been greatly tempered long ago. Watching them climb the tower was like watching a movie. Although it's not as interesting as movies at all, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to find something to do for yourself. Seeing the contestants being thrown out of the tower one by one, Qi felt better after all. Well, is there anything more interesting to do to kill time than watching others suck? And now, it's finally time to give out the final awards. The 24 outstanding contestants will receive a palm-sized golden body off the devil as proof of binding. You need to shed your blood to recognize the master in front of Qi to ensure that he will not be robbed by others, and then everything is over. After the completion of the closing ceremony, Qi visited city-states one after another for the construction of the giant golden body of the demon god. Anyway, there is no rush on this matter. If it is done one day earlier and on a day later, it will not have much impact. However, Qi Lu planned to take advantage of the awards ceremony to tell some good news. Well, it's good news for many contestants. This courageous competition, even though it was a last-minute idea, we still got the support of so many people. Here, I sincerely thank all the contestants for your enthusiastic registration, and also sincerely thank you for your wonderful performance in the competition. Your impressive results are obvious to all. You have proven yourself, won pride for yourself, and brought glory to your city-state. So, the fruits of this victory are also the rewards you deserve. I hope you will not forget your original intention and continue to work hard. The opening remarks at the opening ceremony can be simple, but at the award ceremony, you have to talk. Although Qi Lu is not a person who likes red tape, he still needs to pay attention to some etiquette. At least say a few words of encouragement. After all, there were 24 winners selected from among so many contestants. Regardless of qualifications or talent potential, he is considered the best choice. Just say a few more words in praise, and it won't waste much time. Otherwise, wouldn't it look like he doesn't take this game seriously enough, and wouldn't even want to say a word? Then, after a speech, Qi Lu looked at the time again and finally stopped. Made a final conclusion. Finally, I declare that the first go-up competition has come to a successful conclusion. Then, after many spectators and contestants breathed a sigh of relief, they paused and spoke again. But at the end, I have some news to announce. This sentence attracted the attention of everyone who was paying attention to his event. The news that can be announced after the awards ceremony must be very important. Immediately afterwards, they heard the slow voice of Master Qi. For all the contestants who didn't win, don't feel sad. This should be good news for you. That's it, the courageous competition will be held every year from now on. I hope you can seize the next opportunity. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became excited. Contestants gathered from all over. What are they doing? Isn't it for the qualification to be bound to a giant golden body of the devil? Is it really to bring glory to his city-state? Well, although I don't deny it, there may indeed be contestants who think so. But obviously, that's a tiny minority. Most of them are guys who can't afford to do anything early, and they only think about how to use the giant golden body of the demon to become stronger. So as soon as Master Qi released the news, all the contestants who were still unhappy became excited. Yes, although I didn't finish in the top 3 this time and didn't win any prizes. But it doesn't matter. It would be great if we can go ahead and compete again in the next competition. For ordinary people, a year is nothing, let alone practitioners like them. A mere year passed in the blink of an eye. Master Qi is mighty. It's really great. I knew how it was possible for Master Qi to hold only one competition. This time there are only 24 giant golden bodies of the devil. This decision must be made because there are not enough. Yes, Master Qi has always been thinking about us. Such a treasure is not available in quantity, so of course it will be distributed on a selective basis. I understand. In the next year, I will definitely work hard and make tenfold progress. I won't lose in the next courage competition. Me too. The disappointment of all the failed contestants has turned into extremely high fighting spirit. As long as there is still a chance, there is still hope. If one term doesn't work, then 2 terms. 3 times. 10th session. For cultivators, they have much more time than ordinary people, and decades are nothing at all. As long as you can obtain the qualification to be bound to the giant demon god's golden body, all these efforts will be worth it. Look at those demon gods, which one has worked hard for hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve what it is today. And the qualification to bind a giant golden body of the devil is enough to save them hundreds of years of effort, and they don't have to work hard. Isn't this kind of good thing worth fighting for? What's more, going straight to the big competition doesn't really cost your life. No matter how bad it gets, it will just be thrown out of the tower, but at least life safety can be guaranteed. As for the others, as long as their lives are still there, everything else isn't a problem. At this point, the first courageous competition can be considered a true successful conclusion. Each of the 24 contestants who won prizes looked happy and satisfied. And those contestants who were eliminated are all full of fighting spirit and ready to compete again next year. No one was disappointed and no one was depressed. As long as hope remains, there will be no despair. There must be a giant golden body of the devil. Okay, Shao Qi, stop looking, let's go to the frozen holy city first. After all the other contestants had almost left, Qi Lu came to mainland Qingqi's side. Although the matter of building the giant demon god's golden body does not seem to be that urgent. But within the scope of authority, you should still take care of your own people. No one has any opinions. The relationship between Master Qi and mainland Qingqi is well known to all the customers in the store, so there is nothing wrong with going to the frozen holy city first. But as a result, many practitioners are thinking about it. Do you want to live in the frozen holy city for a long time? Speaking of which, this time, Master Qi went to the frozen holy city, and he will definitely build a tower there as well. Then staying in the frozen holy city for a long time seems to be a good option. After all, it is a large city-state under the care of Master Qi, and the benefits will definitely be great in the future. Although the environment is indeed a bit harsh, what does it matter? We are all cultivators, how can we still be unable to withstand it? So after some thinking, many practitioners made a decision. Let's go to the frozen holy city first. Now that we have all decided, we must work hard to get a ranking in next year's courageous competition. So how can you be afraid of difficulties? The environment in the frozen holy city is so harsh, isn't it just right? It's a holy land for body training. If you want to get what you want, you must be ruthless and hone yourself all the time. Suddenly, the frozen holy city, which was obviously remote and inaccessible to people, suddenly became popular. It can be said to be extremely popular. Of course, this is a thing for another time, at least it can't be seen now. Qi Lu took mainland Qingqi to the frozen holy city. In addition to building ancient golden body of the demon, he actually also wanted to build a high-towered. In the past, he saw that there was no one here, so he subconsciously ignored it. But this time, there is even a giant golden body of the devil. If there are not a few high towers, it will be unreasonable. So it's just a matter of convenience. Qi Lu, we haven't seen each other for such a short time, and yet you've made such a big fuss. Now the entire Tianji domain is discussing the competition you held. Ice Spirit Saint King also expressed emotion when he saw Qi Lu. Before, I just listened to Overlord telling stories, and I didn't have any deep feelings about it. But now I saw it with my own eyes, and it was indeed unusual. The reputation of Master Qi is really powerful in the entire Tianji domain. If Overlord hadn't mentioned it, Ice Spirit Saint King wouldn't be able to tell whether Qi Lu was doing charity or doing it for himself. It's a whim, a last-minute idea, it's not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hands repeatedly and spoke modestly. Because what he said is indeed the truth. Well, at the beginning, Qi Lu was thinking about how to use the unexpected power of faith. Later, after thinking about it, it became what it is now. Then the giant golden body of the devil was developed. As for limiting the quantity, it is mainly because of the need to control the purity of the power of faith. There is a saying that the reason why God-given things are precious is not because they are few. If the giant golden body of the devil becomes widespread, how can its value and rarity be reflected? This is not just due to imperfect sales channels. More importantly, these challengers must have a sense of fair competition to create healthy competition. Only in this way can Qi Lu gain more power of faith. And the competition is held once a year. In each competition, only 24 places are given. For the hundreds of thousands of city-states in Tianji domain, it is nothing at all. Even if dozens or even hundreds of sessions are held, there are only so many places available. It won't have any impact at all. However, when I heard these words from the Ice Spirit Saint King, I saw him shaking his head, and then continued, "We don't care about this matter, but the appearance of this giant golden body of the devil may disrupt the original plan of Tianji domain." Order. Original order? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, stepped forward, and repeated in a doubtful tone. "That's right, Qi Lu, haven't you ever thought about how attractive the giant golden demon body you made is?" The Ice Spirit Saint King said unhurriedly. If Overlord saw it, he would definitely say that he was learning and selling now. "I've thought about it a bit, but it shouldn't be a big problem." When Qi Lu heard the words, he pondered for a moment before answering. "It is absolutely impossible to say that the giant golden body of the devil isn't attractive. If it's not attractive, then the go-forward competition will be a hammer game, and even the contestants won't be found. But, what does this have to do with the original order of Tianji domain? It's really not a big problem. Maybe it's a good thing. After all, with the existence of the giant golden body of the devil, the number of living creatures is a very important resource." This is indeed what Overlord mentioned. The Ice Spirit Saint King just repeated it once. "But Qi Lu is so smart. I just didn't expect it before, but now that I was mentioned like this," the Ice Spirit Saint King had just begun to speak, and Qi Lu had already thought about the future development, and then nodded seriously. Indeed, the essence of the giant golden body of the demon is actually a prop used by Qi Lu to collect the power of faith. Although none of the contestants know this essence. But it is undeniable that the giant golden body of the demon has a requirement for the number of living beings, that is, the number of so-called believers, since it is based on the power of faith. Of course, the more the better. And this will also be fed back to the binder of the giant demon god's golden body. Because the more worshippers who offer their blood, the more benefits they receive. Therefore, these bound people will spontaneously maintain the security off-tier city-state for their own interests. Only by ensuring that residents in the city-state can live and work in peace and contentment can more outsiders be attracted to settle here. This is a virtuous cycle. Before that, Qi Lu only thought about the benefits he could get, but ignored this. But now that the Ice Spirit Saint King mentioned it, Qi Lu suddenly realized it. There is probably another thing that the giant demon god's golden body can change. That is the atmosphere of Tianji domain. Let the weak be protected instead of being bullied at will by the strong. In fact, not only Qi Lu did not realize this, but even the contestants, managers of various city-states, and people who were always paying attention to the event also did not realize it. They all only saw how much practical benefits the giant demon god's golden body could bring to them. But these invisible benefits are ignored. Only the Overlord's sharp eyes could point this out to the point. Understand the true meaning of the giant golden body of the devil. If you really want to change the power of Tianji realm, you will see people and things from a different perspective. Qi Lu now understands this. No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King said that this incident would change the original order of Tianji domain. That's not it. After these invisible benefits are discovered, the city-states with the giant golden body of the devil will start robbing people. This is the so-called core principle of one step first and step by step. When you still don't know why, just seize the resources in your hands first. By the time you react, it's already too late. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, this junior has learned a lesson. Qi Lu cupped his hands and spoke humbly. Where is it? I just thought of it accidentally. It's nothing. The Ice Spirit Saint King smiled, with a calm look on his face, as if he didn't care about it at all. However, in the next second, the Overlord's voice came out. Hey, old guy, you heard it by chance. Looking at the Overlord walking slowly towards him, the corners of the Ice Spirit Saint King's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Can't this guy just let himself show off? Why does he have to come out to cause trouble? Qi Lu on the side naturally couldn't speak. Let the two old seniors quarrel among themselves. We will not get involved in these matters. Moreover, Qi Lu has other things to do now and does not plan to stay in the frozen holy city for too long. Sending mainland Qinchi back is just a matter of convenience. But it seemed that the little girl ran away again after being bound to the giant golden body of the devil, and she didn't know where she went. Looking at the direction mainland Qinchi ran away, it felt a bit like he was going to the store where Yushir was. That's good, at least he's not running around. Qi Lu, I didn't expect that you could actually create such a golden statue. It surprised me a little. After the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King quarreled for a while, they looked at Qi Lu again. When Overlord learned the news before, he was actually a little surprised. Although he was the only one who could see the true meaning of these giant golden bodies of demon gods, Overlord still admired Qi Lu for being able to condense such treasures. He was actually able to use this method to change the minds of many powerful people through the use of personal interests. Although it is somewhat different from the so-called equality. But to be honest, in a world where strength is valued and fists speak, it is inherently impossible for the strong and the weak to be equal. This is also an unchangeable objective fact. It's like letting a lion and a flock of sheep live in harmony. Is it possible? It is obviously impossible, neither by the law of the jungle nor by natural selection. This is something engraved in the bones, a level placed in the food chain. Therefore, when the strong can consciously protect the weak, what Qi Lu does becomes meaningful. This is what Overlord admires. You know, before this, the weak, in the eyes of the strong, were just ants that didn't matter life or death. But now, no matter what the reason is, at least the weak can prove their worth. Moreover, the giant golden body of the devil also gives the weak a way to become stronger. This was absolutely impossible before. The reason why Master Qi became great in the eyes of ordinary people is probably because of this reason. The existence that can give them hope in the darkness is the direction off to your faith. Having said that, Master Qi is still very resourceful. Thinking of this, Overlord couldn't help but chuckle, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. Qi Lu is the junior they recognize. The greater his ability, the brighter his future will be. In this kind of matter, they would only help Qi Lu, so how could they have other emotions? Senior Overlord is overly praised. Qi Lu was as humble as ever. However, the giant golden demon body that has been built has been tried by Overlord himself. You only need to offer a drop of completely insignificant blood, and you can get a good amount of energy and blood power in return. If it wasn't clear that Master Qi really doesn't do charity, but does it for the power of faith. Overlord is starting to get a little suspicious. We are indeed not as good as you at this point. Qi Lu, maybe the Dragon Saint King is right. The future should be in the hands of the younger generations, not those of us who are about to decay. Overlord shook his head lightly, ignoring Qi Li's modesty, and still spoke slowly. He could see that Qi Li's potential was huge. In the picture of the future, Qi Lu is like a guiding star hanging high in the sky, emitting a blazing light. Light the way forward for thousands of living beings. Dude, you're doing it again. I wonder what these things are doing in front of Qi Lu. The Ice Spirit Holy King, who had been demolished by the Overlord before, appeared again at this time. He patted the Overlord on the shoulder, breaking the solemnity. Qi Lu came over once in a while, not just to chat with them. Now that the business is done, it's time to let him go. That's right, these things are in the past, now we should look forward. The Overlord nodded and acknowledged the words of the Ice Spirit Saint King. The greatest remaining enemy from the past, the immortal demon, has been dealt with. The next thing to do is to restart the previous plan and put the matter off, changing the Tianji realm on the right track. And Qi Lu is doing just that. It's better not to waste his time. Then I'll take my leave first. Qi Lu handed over and didn't stay any longer. The next stop, coincidentally, was a familiar city-state. It was the place where Qi Lu started after coming to Tianji Domain, Luolong City. Coming back here is like coming home. In fact, this is not a surprise. Qi Lu can also guess that among the 24 city-states, Luolong City will definitely occupy a place. After all, the earliest tower was built in Luolong City. When it comes to tower climbing experience, it must be the cultivators in Luolong City who have the most experience. And in this courageous competition that shocked the entire Tianji domain, how could he be absent as the challenger with the most experience in climbing towers? It is reasonable to get a ranking in the end. So when Qi Lu arrived at Luolong City, the residents who had been waiting for him for a long time suddenly cheered. The entire Luolong City was filled with joy. Everyone said hello to Master Qi one after another, with respect and awe, but also with pride from the bottom of their hearts. Why? Because Master Qi left from Luolong City. Didn't you hear that when everyone said hello, they all called Master Qi? Luolong City is the place where Master Qi started his career, so everyone is naturally proud of it. Therefore, the lively atmosphere that broke out at this moment made Qi Lu a little dumbfounded. Okay, don't be so cautious, just do whatever you have to do. Looking at the Luolong City residents who had said hello, they felt like they couldn't let go of their hands and feet to celebrate. Qi Lu couldn't help but shook his head, and then waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Although Master Qi started his business in Luolong City, he is the pride of all Luolong City residents. However, this does not mean that the residents of Luolong City do not respect Master Qi. In fact, it's just the opposite. The more you know about the strength of Master Qi, the more you respect him. If a powerful demon god is willing to bend down and get along with the mass equals, that is also the demon god's own business. It is absolutely impossible for weaklings like them to do anything that would hurt their noses and faces. The demon's mood is moody. Who can be sure that a faux pas today will not be the cause of death tomorrow? Therefore, even if the residents of Luolong City were really welcoming Master Qi, they did not dare to go too far, which meant that the atmosphere was a bit more lively. Before Master Qi spoke, they could only feel this joy. And now, after Qi Lu spoke, the cheers in Luolong City increased to another level. Everyone can finally celebrate happily. It is reasonable to hold a big feast and hold activities. However, Qi Lu did not participate in these matters, because he did not have much time now. Although I kind of want to join in the fun, it's better to finish the business first. After completing the construction of the giant golden body of the demon god won by Luolong City, the binder was called. After completing the binding, Qi Lu left. Then go to the next city-state. It's a pity that the next city-state is not a familiar city-state. You may have heard the name somewhere. Looking at the tall tower, you must have passed by here before. But the memory is really not deep. I just built a tower, so what impression can I have? Moreover, such city-states account for the vast majority among the 24 city-states. There is no way, in the entire Tianji domain, there are only a few city-states that can make a deep impression on Qi Lu. Even if everyone is lucky enough to be selected this time, the proportion will not be large. Qi Lu is used to it. Anyway, for Qi Lu, the purpose of building the giant golden body of the devil is similar to the purpose of building the tower before. But this time it not only took care of ordinary cultivators, but also took care of ordinary people. That's why the atmosphere in the selected city-state is as lively as the Chinese New Year. Of course, if Tianji domain can also have a saying about celebrating the New Year. Qi Lu doesn't care about these things, because this is indeed an opportunity for ordinary people who cannot practice. A chance to break away from the status quo and embark on a different path. Although the upper limit of becoming stronger may not be high, it can indeed change one's destiny and no longer be ordinary and mediocre. From this point of view, the residents of the 24 city-states are still very lucky. At least I have a chance to change my destiny. The residents of other city-states are not so lucky. They don't know if they can wait until the city-state they live in will usher in a giant golden body off the demon god in their lifetime. After all, for those powerful monks, hundreds of years passed in a blink of an eye. For ordinary people, hundreds of years are just a few lifetimes. This is really a sad fact. However, the reality is often so cruel. Life is about birth, old age, illness, and death, and Qi Le cannot take care of everyone. If you want to change, you have to take action yourself. After being given some guidance by the overlord in the frozen holy city, Qi Le also knew that the structure of the major city-states in the Tianji region would also change accordingly in the future. The biggest change is that the number of residents in the major city-states will be very different from now. In Qi Le's eyes, the giant golden body of the demon is a treasure used to collect the power of faith. Then the number of believers is naturally better. As mentioned before, the stronger the believer is, the stronger the power of faith he can provide. Therefore, Qi Le specially added a function to give back the power of Qi and blood to the giant demon god's golden body, which was not a free benefit. In fact, they are all just things done so that I can gain more. Just like when you farm, you also like to use some fertilizer when you have nothing to do, right? Otherwise, the wool comes from the sheep. The benefits given by Qi Le must be taken back in other ways. And the wool will be taken back without the wool providers knowing or even being grateful. What's more, aren't the blood crystals transformed into the power of Qi and blood brought to the door by these customers? Looking at it this way, isn't it a business without capital? Although he had thought about this issue before, Qi Le thought more clearly during the process of building the giant golden body of the demon god. Because I was just discussing this matter with Overlord before. But now, I saw it with my own eyes. The eyes of ordinary people looking at the giant golden body of the demon were like seeing the only ray of light in the endless darkness. That is the light of hope, which makes people yearn for it, make it yearn for, and make people willing to give everything and follow it. This is faith. It is the purest faith in the light and the darkness. This scene made Qi Le certain that his idea was correct and his plan would not fail. And what the overlord said was also correct. All 24 city-states have been visited, and all 24 giant golden statues of the devil have been built. I really didn't expect that in such a short period of time, large-scale immigration would have already started. This is something Qi Le discovered after building the last giant golden body off the demon god. One of them is the changes in the frozen holy city. The frozen holy city, which was originally so unpopular that even few residents could be found, now actually has a large number of cultivators rushing there to settle there, and even said that they should use this to motivate themselves and work hard day and night. From then on, I lived in the frozen holy city. When every future competition begins, they will participate in the competition and try to find a way to win the qualification of a binder. In this way, when they move to other city-states again, they can use their binder qualifications. This is also one of the hidden rules for going straight to the big competition. Each city-state can only have one giant golden body of the devil, and naturally, there can only be one bound person. Therefore, when there is already a giant golden body of the devil in the city-state, and someone wins the courageous competition and obtains the qualification to bind, then the qualification to build the giant golden body off the devil will follow the bound person. Construction can only be carried out after the bound person moves to an other city-state, where the giant golden body of the devil does not exist. Based on this, the popularity of the frozen holy city has naturally increased instantly. Especially among those practitioners who want to win the qualification of being bound, it has almost become the first choice. The scene was so hot and the atmosphere so lively that even the overlord said it was something they had never seen before. Even if it was expected that such a situation might occur. But after it actually happened, I suddenly discovered that this scene meant to be even more popular than expected. After hearing the rumors that the frozen holy city was the first city-state to have a giant golden body of the demon god, and that it also had a very good relationship with Master Qi, all the cultivators came to visit in droves. Although it is not necessarily for settling down or staying for a long time, it is definitely for coming and taking a look. By the way, let's pay homage to the first giant golden body of the devil. This is an epic-making treasure. All of a sudden, the frozen holy city became a famous tourist attraction in the Tianji region. Yes, that's right, it's a tourist attraction. Because there are so many people visiting the frozen holy city, many people just come here for a trip. Looking at the environment, I found that there seemed to be no way to settle here, so I had no choice but to retreat. However, for practitioners, the impact is not great. And ordinary people can't come here. One is because the frozen holy city is located in a remote location and has a harsh environment. It is a city-state that is not suitable for ordinary people to live in. The other one, blocked by the monsters in the wilderness, wanted to get through, but he couldn't do it without a certain amount of strength. So in this way, a group of high-quality residents were selected for the frozen holy city. As for everyone else, he's just a tourist. The changes in the frozen holy city are just one of the things that happened recently. The other 23 city-states seem to realize this after noticing the changes in the frozen holy city. Why? Then this matter is a long story. On the one hand, after returning to his own city-state from being bound by the giant golden body of the demon, he suddenly became extremely popular. Then they followed the trend, and with the support of public opinion, they soon became the managers of the city-state. And he calls himself the city lord in this way, it is justified. Immediately afterwards, as city lords, these guys naturally have to seek benefits for the people in the city-state. However, Qi Lu can actually see what these guys are thinking. In the final analysis, it is not just to pave the way for oneself to become stronger. You know, those challengers who have the ability to win the top 3 in the competition. Everyone is a practitioner with talent, potential, and a good mind. After getting the qualification to be bound to the giant golden body of the devil, of course he would find a way to use this identity. Therefore, these guys can naturally see clearly what method they need to use to maximize the help they receive. That is to increase the number of creatures who worship the giant demon god's golden body as much as possible. Because according to the effect of the giant demon god's golden body giving back the power of energy and blood, the more creatures that are worshipped, the more feedback they can get as the bound ones, and the faster they become stronger. So, after realizing this, these new city lords suddenly understood. Why did the popularity of the frozen holy city suddenly increase so much? Is that what it was all about? It's amazing to be related to Master Qi. He actually knew how to plan ahead and attracted so many cultivators. Then they can't fall behind. Therefore, the city lords of the 23 city-states except the frozen holy city immediately made a decision. That is to make changes in your own city-state, improve various benefits, and use it to attract more people to live here. Because one thing these guys know very well is that they cannot change the minds of practitioners. After all, the purpose of many practitioners is to wait for the next courageous competition to start, and then get a ranking. Instead of settling in a certain city-state. The frozen holy city has the ability to attract cultivators for 2 main reasons. One is the environment of the frozen holy city, which is quite suitable for body training. Although the effect is not as good as the tower, the victory is always there and will never stop. The other point is the relationship with Master Qi. Therefore, as the binders of the giant golden body of the demon, they shrewdly targeted ordinary people. Anyway, they are all worshipping the giant golden body of the devil. There isn't much difference between ordinary people and cultivators. Where there is a real difference, these binders cannot feel it. That's how strong the power of faith is. However, how could Qi Lu allow cultivators in Tianji domain to sense the power of faith? So what they don't know is that the harder they work, the greater Qi Lu's gains will be. This is something Qi Lu is quite happy to see. Of course, Qi Lu didn't know what these guys were thinking. They had indeed misunderstood the frozen holy city. They felt that the frozen holy city was planning ahead to attract cultivators because of Qi Li's relationship. However, the fact is, there is no such thing at all. Although their guesses were not entirely wrong. At least, Qi Lu does have a relationship with the city lord of the frozen holy city, and is quite familiar with him. But there is really no such thing as a layout in the frozen holy city, because that little girl Nailan Qingqi doesn't care about it at all. Didn't you see that Nailan Qingqi ran away after being bound to the giant golden body of the devil? To her, this thing is just a big toy. But none of this matters. Anyway, Qi Lu is very happy. In order to attract ordinary people to come and settle in these city-states, the city lords began to rack their brains to benefit the general public, opening up various preferential conditions and ensuring personal safety. It also ensures property safety. In Tianji realm, it is not uncommon for the weak to be bullied by the strong. However, in order to make ordinary people more willing to move in, these city-states that have obtained the giant demon god's golden body naturally want to prevent these things from happening. After all, ordinary people still prefer to live under the order camp. The chaotic camp and the evil camp are places where the living environment is very dangerous, and it is not something ordinary people are willing to go to. So for their own sake, these city lords must do the same. On the contrary, the aboriginal people in these city-states actually benefited, and then began to praise the new city lord. It also made these aborigines deeply feel that the new city lord they supported this time really made the right choice. The new city lord not only brought them hope to change their destiny, the giant golden body of the devil. Now that he has officially become the city lord, he is also actively seeking their welfare. This is the city lord who serves the people wholeheartedly. Dedicated to the welfare of the people. Completely different from those previous managers who only knew how to bully the weak. However, these residents would never have imagined that the city lords whom they respected so much were now troubled by a problem. It's really strange. Why are the benefits I provide so good, but the number of people hasn't increased much yet? Encourage commerce, encourage childbirth, improve security. Consider the 4 basic aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation to ensure a safe life. After you have a prosperous life, you can then consider daily entertainment. Let me think about what else I can do to attract those unruly people to Kamito, my city. Damn it, the other 20-odd city-states have started robbing people. No, I have to think of something else. Can't there be more people worshipping the giant golden statue of the devil every day? We have to think of a way. If the residents heard these worries, they would probably start to doubt life. Do you really think that those city lords are really looking for their welfare, and they are not just trying to attract more people to settle here? But, in fact, judging from the results, there is no difference. Anyway, the benefits received by these residents are real. After all, the folk customs in Tianji territory are like this, and the concepts of these city lords have also been developed since childhood. By now, it may not have been hundreds of years, but probably dozens of years. It's not that easy to change. And some things are like this, it doesn't matter whether you watch the process or not, the result is the most important. At this time, the 24 city-states that had obtained the giant golden body of the demon god were famous in the Tianji domain. Their reputation instantly soared, and the people who were used to suffering now enjoyed the blessings, so naturally they praised it endlessly. All other city-states were confused. I thought to myself, what is going on with these guys? He finally won the competition, obtained the qualification to be bound to the giant golden body of the devil, and became the city lord of the city-state. Why don't you think about exploiting the people and start doing good things instead? What exactly is this intended to do? Therefore, there is no harm without comparison. These 24 city-states, no, to be precise, they should be 23 city-states. Because the frozen holy city is indeed not suitable for ordinary people to leave, there is really nothing we can do about it. Therefore, the remaining 23 city-states have become oases in the desert for ordinary people. Needless to say, other city-states have all become deserts. This made Qi Lu sigh with emotion after hearing about this incident. Sure enough, once their vital interests are at stake, these guys can still do something practical. The situation in the frozen holy city is just a little special, but it can Baynard. The remaining 23 city-states can become an opportunity for change in the Tianji domain and become a light that illuminates the darkness. This is a great thing. However, change also requires time to accumulate, but you cannot rush for success. So although Qi Lu heard about this and knew that this was a good momentum, he made no other moves. Let's let the matter of the giant demon god's golden body slowly ferment for a while. Then, a few more days passed like this. The new city lords thought hard every day in order to increase the number of residents in the city-state. After all, in their own city-state, the only ones who can stably worship the giant golden statue of the devil every day are the residents of the city-state. As for the tourists, that doesn't matter. It's like extra money and a guaranteed job. Earning extra money is certainly comfortable, but wouldn't it be more comfortable if the fixed salary has been increased? So, one day, a new city lord suddenly thought of a question. Those are the monsters outside the city-state and in the wilderness. This is a big obstacle. Although for practitioners, the threat of warcraft is not great, it can also be a tool for training. But to ordinary people, these monsters are like death's scythes. They will almost die if they touch them, and they can't escape. Therefore, under the threat of these monsters, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to move to other city-states. Generally speaking, unless a city-state is destroyed, there will be a large number of refugees fleeing. Otherwise, most ordinary people were born in the same city-state and lived until they died. Yeah, I should have thought of that. Although those damn monsters are not strong, they are a fatal threat to ordinary people. No wonder the city-state's reputation is so outstanding right now, but the number of residents has not increased much. It's all those damn monsters that made a mistake. A certain new city lord slapped his palms, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. This must be the case. Otherwise, if your city-state has opened up so many welfare systems and is running so well, why haven't you seen a large number of ordinary people immigrating here? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the residents in other city-states are willing to suffer that kind of suffering and are not willing to come and enjoy the blessings? How can it be? There is no such truth at all. You know, in other city-states, the weak cannot even guarantee their own life safety. In front of the strong, he is just an ant worth mentioning. Even if he is crushed to death, no one will stand up for him. Not to mention other benefits, such as encouraging business, encouraging childbirth, spending a lot of energy on developing entertainment, and a series of other benefits. Therefore, at this time, we should think about whether external factors have affected the relocation of these ordinary people. I have to say, these guys are really not idiots. He was able to think of key issues in such a short period of time. Why can the frozen holy city become so popular among the 24 city-states at the fastest speed? Isn't it because most of the people attracted by the frozen holy city are cultivators, so they can ignore the obstacles of warcraft? But for ordinary people, can the threat of warcraft be ignored? It's obviously impossible. Then the source of the problem has been found. Why have they worked so hard and the welfare conditions are so good, but there has never been much improvement? Although the residents of the city-state praised and respected their new city lords, their numbers never increased much. It's because of those damn monsters that they missed something. However, it is impossible to drive all these monsters away. We still need to find a way to solve this problem. In just a few days, the new city lords were aware of this problem and began to think about it. The number of monsters in the wilderness can be said to be endless. It is simply impossible to find a safe way out. Therefore, we must find another way. So what should we do? Yes. If anyone has the idea of settling in our city-state, then I can directly send someone to pick them up. Ordinary people can't deal with the monsters, so why don't we send people to protect them? To put it another way, the methods are all thought out. Moreover, the way those bound to the giant demon god's golden body have indeed changed a lot in the way they think about problems. Before this, it was impossible for people like them to lower their status and protect ordinary people. But now, he took the initiative to propose this method. Even if the ultimate goal is for oneself, it is also a great thing for more ordinary people. Because both parties are beneficiaries and have different needs, only a win-win situation can be achieved in which each gets what they need. In order to have a better life, ordinary people also worship the giant golden body of the devil and change their destiny. The new city lords need more people to worship the giant demon god's golden body in order to gain more power. If the needs are different, but the purpose is the same, then the cooperation will naturally be happy. What's more, the binders of these giant demon gods' golden bodies made this decision after becoming city lords. In fact, they just mouthed and gave orders, and they didn't have to do it themselves anyway. This is probably the biggest reason why they choose to follow the trend, comply with public opinion, and become the city lord. Many times, you need to have power in your hands to better display your ambitions and realize your ideals. Although the ideal of these guys is to become stronger. But this is not the point. The point is that the 23 city-states except the frozen holy city really made this decision. The new city lords, after confirming that this method was indeed feasible, immediately issued the order. Free escort services are provided to all ordinary people who intend to settle in their city-state. Then he sent cultivators from his own city-state to the surrounding city-states to wait for orders. As a result, a vigorous robbing operation began. But even though they were talking about robbing people, these new city leaders actually knew very well that Master Qi didn't seem to like this kind-of thing. Otherwise, why would the effect of the giant golden body of the demon be linked to the number of creatures worshipped? And there is another point, that is, will the people who are captured by force really sincerely settle in their own city-state? You know, you are not the only city-state with a giant golden body of the devil. But there are 24 in total. Even if the frozen holy city is not suitable for accepting ordinary people. In addition to himself, there are also 22 city-states competing with him for people. If your attitude is too tough, then I believe that the other 22 city-states will be very willing to suppress you. Therefore, in this situation of fierce competition, what everyone can do is to compare whose city-state has better welfare. Then try to let those ordinary people willingly come and settle in their own city-state. After all, for ordinary people, living and working in peace and contentment is a lifelong pursuit. It is obviously an impossible delusion for ordinary people with no cultivation qualifications to expect more. But luckily, they are content. Naturally, they also yearn for a city-state with a giant golden body of the demon god. Not just because you can worship the giant golden body of the devil every day to make yourself stronger and make your life better. This is because, in order to attract more residents, the city lords of the city-states have vigorously developed public services in the city-states and encouraged all residents to make suggestions for the development of the city-states. Positive changes for all residents to live a better life. These things are the benefits that ordinary people really want. And worshipping the giant golden body of the devil, to be honest, is more like a side benefit. After all, if you don't have the qualifications to practice, how much stronger can you become by simply worshipping the giant golden body of the devil? This thing is more like an auxiliary, rather than the main means of becoming stronger. Of course, except for those who are bound to the giant golden body of the devil. As long as there are enough worshippers, the speed at which the bound person becomes stronger can really take off. Although Qi Lu did not say this explicitly, he could definitely guarantee it, and those who were bound also had personal experience. Otherwise, how could they be so dedicated to developing the welfare of the city-state? It's not just because of this shortcut, it's so delicious. You have to work hard to practice, but you are also limited by your own qualifications, talents, potential, and various resources. And we also have to face the shackles of breakthrough and the difficulties and obstacles in the process of practice. Where is it like now? As long as there are enough worshippers of the giant golden body of the demon, he can harvest enough energy and blood power every day to help him practice, and can also help break through the shackles. Not only does it eliminate all kinds of troubles, but there is no danger at all. It is so delicious that it takes off. These bound people can be sure that once anyone experiences this way of becoming stronger, they will never want to go back to the past. Because when you compare the two, the days in the past were simply not how people lived. This is probably the so-called, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Therefore, the choice of these bound people is obvious. Becoming a city lordies just to perform better. After all, these guys also know that Hall Master Qi has personally said that the courageous competition will be held every year. In other words, every year, I will have 24 more competitors. Don't look at the boundless Tianji domain. The number of city-states is countless. But as there are more and more competitors, the pressure on you will definitely increase. Therefore, since I and others have already taken the lead, we must maintain this advantage. Moreover, we have to make our city-state famous and let the residents of other city-states know how happy and safe they are to settle in their own city-state, and how good the welfare benefits they enjoy are. This is also the consensus of other new city lords. The pressure brought by competition forces them to do this. Maybe they can say that there is a giant golden demon god in their city-state, and even if they don't do these superfluous things, there are still many people coming, so there is no need to worry at all. After all, there are so many city-states in Tianji domain, and the number of ordinary people is countless. Once a group of people are screened out, there will be a next group of people. However, this behavior is based on the fact that there will be no more competitors. When there are more and more competitors, if you don't make changes, you will definitely be eliminated. So why wait until you absolutely have to before making changes? Anyway, developing city-states will not harm your own interests. The residents in the city-state are living better, and they are getting more benefits, so why not do it? So in the next period of time, the cultivators in these 23 city-states began to work overtime around the clock. First, start from the surrounding city-states and absorb those residents who want to come and settle. Let those practitioners escort you all the way. The monsters killed along the way were also given to the residents being escorted, which was regarded as their first benefit when they came to settle down. You know, the price of Warcraft is not low. And if you eat it yourself, you can also keep fit. Just give it to us like this? The residents who had moved from other city-states were almost stunned. It took them a long time to realize what they were doing, and they were extremely grateful. I feel more and more certain in my heart that people like me gritted our teeth and made up our minds to settle in other city-states. This must be the most correct decision we have ever made in our lives. The city lords of those city-states not only did not bully themselves, but also sent people to escort them all the way. Even the gains along the way were given to them. This is the first time in my life that I have encountered such a good thing. Before this, let alone encountering such a good thing, I had never heard of it. And this kind of thing is not the only one. It was a decision made by these aspiring city lords after careful consideration. As for what benefits were given to these practitioners and what conditions were negotiated, it is unknown. Anyway, it's definitely not working in vain. Then, as the incident gradually fermented. If you are careful, you can find it by looking from the sky above the 23 city-states. In the surrounding city-states, the crowds of people are constantly pouring out, slowly moving towards these city-states, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. The attacks of the monsters were all blocked by the cultivators who escorted the relocated residents. And with the blood shed by the dead monsters, it soaked into the ground. It also dyed these relocation roads a dark red color. Such a large-scale operation will also have an impact on the city-states that accept the relocated residents over time. The biggest one is that the city-state does not have enough living area and needs to expand into new urban areas. Fortunately, this is not difficult. You know, each city-state is at least hundreds of kilometers away from its surrounding city-states. Those farther away, thousands of kilometers or even tens of thousands of kilometers, are not uncommon. Therefore, when it comes to expanding new urban areas, there is no need to worry about insufficient space. As for other impacts, they are actually just some details, so you don't need to worry too much. Even as the number of residents increased, those city lords opened a resident suggestion mailbox for regular checking. With brainstorming, the city-state will develop better and better. After just a while, it was already in full swing. Even Qi Lu, who had nothing to do and was resting on the sofa in the store, often heard about the affairs of these city-states. After all, the people who care most about the development of these city-states are the customers in the store and the challengers in the tower outside. Because they all want to get a winner spot in the next courageous competition. So now, let's learn in advance what to do after getting the winner spot. There should be no problem. Anyway, the experience of previous people is here, so you don't have to explore it yourself. Well, regarding these thoughts, Qi Lu, lying on the sofa, could only say that they really thought too much. There are only 24 winners in each round of the courageous competition. Among these millions of contestants, are only 24 places a lot? That was a 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million competition. Moreover, this is only the number of contestants. After all, there was a gentleman's agreement between various city-states, and a city-state could only produce 10 contestants. Otherwise, it is very possible to have more than 1 billion contestants without any restrictions. Although most of them are here to join in the fun. But it is undeniable that the number of contestants is indeed quite bluffing. So to be precise, looking at the number of challengers, with only 24 places each year, there are really too many. The competitive pressure is absolutely beyond imagination. On the contrary, the first competition was the easiest one. Because at this time everyone can only understand the effect of the giant demon golden body literally. Rather than like now, someone can experience it personally and actually show the changes in front of them. Except for Nayland Chinchi, who was not doing his job properly, there were 23 bound people left. In this year, the level of strength that can be improved will definitely exceed their level in the past 10 years. This is at least 10 times the rate of progress. Who is not greedy? It seems that this courageous competition will become more and more intense. But that's fine. The greater the competition and the fiercer the competition, the greater the changes everyone will make. The first winner has set the best example for you. Symbiosis and win-win are the best ways. From the chats between customers and challengers, Qi Lu also roughly learned about the changes in those city-states. Residents live and work in peace and contentment, their safety is guaranteed, and their property is protected. Then after their food and clothing problems were improved, they began to pursue higher-level pursuits. Although it is true that there is no hope for cultivation, that thing does require talent and qualifications, there is no other way. But there are other aspects, such as entertainment, business, food, games, etc. These material and spiritual needs can be met. After all, one cannot just rely on eating and sleeping. Let's eat after sleeping. Isn't that what it is? So when the basic living conditions are met, it is natural to start pursuing something else. The simplest thing, after being able to eat enough, everyone will start thinking about eating well. This is good food. For another example, when people no longer have to worry about food and clothing, everyone will have other ideas. This is the so-called food and clothing thinking. After basic material protection is provided, spiritual needs will emerge. For example, there are all kinds of entertainment, as well as books, singing and dancing, culture, and other things. As a city-state develops, these things will become inevitable. The more excellent the culture, the richer the city-state, and the more the city-state can meet all needs, the more ordinary people will be able to attract more ordinary people to settle here, thrive here, and pass on the family lineage. Unlike cultivators who have long lifespans, ordinary people have a limited lifespan, and passing it on from generation to generation is one of the most important things.